HCS Anaheim is presented by AMD, Astro Gaming, the Marines, Zowie, and Xbox Plays.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Anaheim, California. The sun is shining and it is Saturday. It's day 2 of the HCS NA Regionals and my goodness, are we excited to get into bracket play today. I cannot wait to see that main stage lighting up with the likes of all of our incredible Halo Infinite players. But I also do have an illustrious guest joining me today. Too cool for school maybe, actually, you could probably say, because I got Sherzy on here. But Clutch Gaskin, you're joining him. But the man in the middle here, you know, he's quite shady, this fella. You're a bit of a shady character, aren't you, Shez? What did he say again, Dan?
He says he's too big time now because this is his second time on main stage, so you're going to have to go through me as his agent.
Got you, okay. So any questions for Sherzy, I pass through you. Okay, got you. All right, well, thank you so much for being here, Sherzy. We really appreciate, you know, your veteran knowledge and coming on the desk, and thank you so much for joining us for day number 2. Clutch, dude, what a day number 1 we had. Obviously, we had pool play, we had 4 pools to get through, and our teams had quite the battle to get into a really good position coming into day 2, which is, of course, bracket play. Let's take a look at some of the highlights right now, but I got to ask you, Clutch, what were some of your favorite moments that you saw yesterday?
I mean, it sticks out like a sore thumb to me. Fnatic's game 5, 50-48, where Onboard made the play of the day, getting that double kill with the Mangler, unsuspecting on Tylenol, and that was a massive play to get Fnatic in a great position to have a winner's bracket run here today. A phenomenal opportunity for those guys. And we had another game 5, Dan.
We did have another game 5. So, I think we were very lucky. Me and Clutch yesterday, everything else was pretty much a clean sweep, and then suddenly as soon as we're there, we're casting and we're enjoying a game 5. And honestly, Pioneers, the performance that they had yesterday, that was the biggest surprise for me. I was not expecting that out of them, especially looking at that group. The fact they were able to top it, I think blew everyone out of the water, and I'm really excited to see what they do today. Yeah,
indeed. I thought Pioneers just performed lights out. I was also very impressed with Fnatic as well. And then I think, you know, you can't not mention Cloud9.
Oh.
I mean, the respect that we have for these guys, I think coming out of day 1, you know, I respected them before with the 5P, but, you know, we hyped up that match with Sentinels. You know, we thought it was going to go the distance. We thought it was going to be highly contested. Just wasn't that story. 3-0 to start off their first day. Absolutely incredible stuff on top of their pool. And Sherzy, are you going to talk to me now? I miss you. I miss your voice. Come on, come back to us.
He says no comment.
No comment? Okay, no comment. Fine, Sherzy, fine. I'll tell you what, while Sherzy's just getting, you know, his bearings here, let's look at the roadmap that we have this season, because we have quite the incredible season for you guys. Make sure you have your calendars out. We have some incredible places that you guys have to be watching. And of course, we are right now in our second stop. We're in Anaheim, our NA Regional. And you might notice that by the end of the season, we have our Halo World Championship here in Seattle, the home of Halo, which is going to be absolutely amazing. But our players have quite the road to go on till we get to that point. I think it's quite an interesting topic as well, Clutch, talking about peaking at the right time. Do we find that in Halo? Can you peak too early or too late? Is there such a thing?
I don't know if there's peaking too early, but there's definitely not reaching your stride throughout the season. I think a lot of teams in the history of Halo have kind of underperformed. When I think about some of the great teams that I've had to compete against, I'm like, this team should win this tournament, and unfortunately sometimes it doesn't work out that way. But that's an opportunity for teams to take advantage of. I think if you're talking about Cloud9, like, I don't believe in them peaking too early, because it feels like this run has been for probably the past 4 or 5 years, at least towards the end of Halo 5. That Splice roster was dominant. This team, still continuing 3 members of that roster, hasn't looked back ever since. They've been in almost every finals, if not the winners of every finals since then, and it's an incredible thing to watch. And the fact that they're able to do it over the elongated period of time, I mean, that's just impressive in itself.
Oh, incredibly impressive. I think also something else that's very impressive is the prize pool that we have on offer today.
Oh, wow, yeah.
My goodness, the money on the line, including the pride, of course, but we have $150,000 to play for here this weekend. And as you can see, it was bumped up. That was announced before the tournament, so there's extra competition as well. So lots of fire under the gaming seats today as well. First place takes home $54K. Gaskin, mate, money is a lot, right? You know, it's an incredible start for a career, and it's something you want to build upon here. But what does it mean to these players, aside from the money, to really get into a position where they can say, like, I've just lifted the trophy at LAN at Anaheim?
That's what Halo Esports has always been about. It's very core. Go all the way back to Halo 1. It's about winning these LAN events and having that pride over your peers. And sometimes they're friends, sometimes they're frenemies. They're people you've played with in previous tournaments and they didn't think you were that good, and then suddenly you topple them and you are the ones who lift that trophy. And it's all about that pride for me. I think there's some of these players here who would love to just call themselves winners. I mean, my personal victory when I was a player is I finished top 3, and that was one of the best moments of my life. I remember it. We can't all be winners. We can't all lift trophies because it is so difficult to do so when there are so many pro players and competitors out here that are capable of doing it.
Shirzi, I want to talk to you about the pools that we saw yesterday. Let's bring them up on the broadcast. Let's see if Shirzi will give us his 2 cents on them, because we did have an incredible day 1. We had so many different performances as well. And just looking at the pool results here, you know, you were casting a lot of these games, Shirz. You know, you were using your voice box. Talk to me about what you saw out of some of these pools and maybe some teams to watch out for going into bracket play.
Oh, well, you know, it was a really great time that I had on the Bravo stream. It was lovely to be here. I thought that I did a really good job when I casted the XSET series. Oh, XSET looked so good yesterday. It was such a pleasure to be here, and honestly, I can't wait for today. Lottie. Well said.
It was beautiful, Shirzi. Well, absolutely stunning. Love that insight. Really great insight there. Well, I'll tell you what, based on, you know, what Shirzi said, I love seeing XSET. We're actually going to be seeing XSET very shortly. We'll get into that one in just a moment where we show you your schedule for today. But first, let's talk about a breakout team. And actually, they're our Astro breakout team as well. So we need to talk about Esports Arena Red. Now, there's a couple of different things to note here, and I think what you're looking for in a breakout team is potential, right? You know, you're looking at a team who maybe, you know, are an underdog coming into it. They haven't had the results, or they're brand new to the scene, and they're trying to make a name for themselves. And a couple of things to note here for Esports Arena Red is, yes, they did actually manage to take a map from Cloud9, and they managed to take a map from Sentinels. But my question, Clutch, is can you read too much into that kind of result? Because it was only one game, and, you know, what does it tell you really about this team?
Yeah, not having an opportunity to watch this series, I'm not really quite sure what the games actually looked like in those series. I know seeing the fact that they took a game off Cloud9 and Sentinels, that's shocking in itself, but how serious was Cloud9 taking the series? How serious was Sentinels taking the series, right? You can catch them off guard for one game. The fact that they didn't push it to a game 5 tells me enough that Sentinels and Cloud9 obviously closed the door on this series, especially after losing a game. They probably stepped it up a little bit. I am looking forward to seeing this team play today and potentially making name for themselves. I don't think that they've done just that by winning one game in a best of 5. I think that that's a good sign, maybe something to build off of, but I'm not reading into it too much as of yet.
I think there's a big difference in winning a map against a team in pool play and then doing it in bracket play. And even though the pool play matches were incredibly important, and we found that with some teams dropping into the lower brackets starting here today, some teams are just a little bit slower to get into tournaments. And I think teams like Cloud9 and Sentinels probably got their feet up a little bit, saying, we'll breeze through pool play. We shouldn't have a problem against these teams. Whereas ESA Red came out and said, actually, we're going to be hot out of the blocks. And Cloud9 were like, whoa, okay, we need to actually play against that. And I think that's really important that these teams are starting to bridge that gap. The kind of bottom 8 teams who have been playing in those opens are starting to get a little bit closer towards the pro teams now. And it's all good for them because it will just push them a little bit further. And as I say, it'll bridge that gap some more.
It will indeed. You've got to have a level of respect coming up against some opponents as well. And I think some of our top teams probably will realise that if they do actually take their foot off the gas and kind of step away from what they're used to and the level of gameplay, then sometimes things can go wrong. That's where they drop a map.
You do that against the wrong team, all of a sudden you're looking at a loser's bracket run that's happened before. Don't let it happen again. It only has to happen one time for some of these guys to learn, but unfortunately, a lot of the times it does take that mistake from some of our top teams. Luckily, they got past pool play, a majority of them at least, without suffering any of those series losses. But like I said, if you come lightly, especially in bracket play, like you said, Dan, it could be a mistake that you look back on the weekend kicking yourself for.
Oh, very much true there. And speaking of the elimination bracket, let's take a look at all of our brackets today, because that's exactly what day 1 was all about. It was to get situated into our bracket play. The pools worked out in certain people's favors, and certain people, well, they're left trying to fight for their lives a little bit later on. We've got our winners bracket for you guys here. You can see our winners quarters are also almost set up, but we need to get through winners round 1 first. Let's take a quick peek at our elimination bracket though. and see exactly who needs to go hard or go home. We've got Torrent, Space Station, Oxygen, and Complexity in Elimination Round 1. And this is where it becomes a little bit tricky, right? You know, you don't have a lifeline here. You know, you haven't done so well in pool play, and I gotta say, I'm a little bit shocked to see Space Station this early on after pool play in Elimination Bracket Round 1. I mean, I'm quite disappointed with how they played yesterday. You know, what did you make of it overall, Gaskin?
I think Space Station were really disappointing. I was able to cast 2 of their series, and I was very surprised with their performance. And I think they will be looking at what they achieved yesterday, and they will be thinking,
Achieved?
Well, that's the thing. What on earth went wrong? They didn't achieve a single victory in a pool where they probably should have finished second, judging by seeding. I think... Okay, I can carry on. Thank you. Wait. Okay, he needs me to wire him some money. Hold on 2 seconds. Extra $1,000.
What is going on?
Right, $1,000. You can talk now, surely.
They went 0-3.
Wow. Okay.
That's great analysis.
0-3. Didn't win a single series, and they might go out of the tournament without winning a single series at all. So dumped out on their faces, looking awful.
$1,000.
Wow,
that was worth.
$1,000 that was worth. Folks at home, I hope you're happy about that. That was at the expense of Gaskin as well. My goodness. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, somebody who's also feeling a little bit light in the pockets with not much money to go by right now is Space Station. You know, they're not happy with how they have been performing. The thing is, we discussed this on the desk yesterday, and, you know, we kind of talked about how individually they're great players. You know, we have the likes of Tylenol here, who's an up-and-comer who's really doing so well, but as a team, it's just not happening as a team.
Yeah, they've made multiple changes up until this point, and they're one of the few teams that's probably made as many roster changes as they have. And to not see results makes me question, like, how long are they likely to stay with this team? If they do come out flat today and not win a series all weekend, that would not be a good thing for Space Station Gaming, a team that we had a lot of high hopes for coming into the entire season ahead of us. If they can't get their roster in the form that they want and have some success, I worry what that's going to do for them, not only at this event, but down the road as well.
Their most experienced player being Ace severely underperformed yesterday. Looked really like he just completely off the pace, and it was unlike seeing him. Usually you see him come out off the blocks, he looks forward to land, but we didn't see that yesterday, and he needs to turn up today, or he's going home.
It was almost as if Ace was trying to do a little bit too much in a lot of the objective games, and his slays would be severely poor because of it. But then in the Slayer games, when he didn't necessarily have to focus on some of that objective work, he was actually the player who was stepping up, and he was the one they were looking to try and pick them out of the gutter. So I want to wonder, and I am wondering, with that squad, is there maybe a lack of communication and a lack of direction? Do we need to see a different IGL? Do we need to see maybe a coach come in just to point them in the right direction so that, you know, we don't see Ace really pushing himself for doing all that objective work and trying to be that player who does everything. Instead, focus on some of that slaying ability that he has. I mean, he was a champion in 1v1s back in Halo 4, and like we've got to see him perform in that same way and have the freedom to do so as well. Yeah,
definitely. I think reshifting definitely needs to happen in the Space Station camp, whether that be in the form of another roster change, but I think it's more internally and seeing where these players kind of work out amongst themselves. And talking about shifting things, I'm going to shift your POV right now to our incredible stage host, Blaze, who did an amazing job yesterday talking to all of our players, getting everything out of them. Blaze, how are you feeling about day 2, buddy?
I am feeling fantastic, Lottie, because the championship bracket is kicking off today, and as we know, we got our squads out there who went undefeated. Optic Gaming, FaZe, Cloud9, Pioneers. Can they keep it up today? Well, we're about to find out. I know this stage is going to be set ablaze, but we also got squads that are getting eliminated. So today is the day in which you all do not want to miss out on. Tweet me your questions, and I'll make sure I get the answers from the players. But like I said, Lottie, no one wants to miss out on this show, okay?
Nobody wants to miss out on the show, Blaze. And trust me, you are setting the stage ablaze because your presence is all we need for it to get pretty lit, my friend.
Yeah, we're going to have to get some crowdfunding going on, too, because those analyst tips on the desk are costing per the minute, all right?
They really are. We do need some crowdfunding for the desk, actually. I mean, considering how much Jersey costs,
help
my
me.
goodness, yeah. I mean, Gaskin, it's all on your wallet at the moment, mate.
I mean, it's something that we knew when Richie was actually finally able to get into an event and he was going to have the chance to be on main stage. We didn't know he was going to go one of two directions, right? He was either going to freeze or he was going to be a little bit too big time. Clearly, he's got a bit too big time, big for his boots. But I think I'll knock him down a few pegs when we're backstage. Don't worry.
All right, we'll have to see what some of our casters have to say for this as well, because we do have 2 big time casters to talk to as well. We've got Bravo and Onset in the house yet again. Fellas, day 2 is bracket play today. I mean, this is where it gets really spicy. Are you ready for this level of spice?
Yeah, I've lined my stomach appropriately this morning with a heavy breakfast.
Yeah.
It's good to see, I don't know if it's a combination of Liam and Noel Gallagher on the desk as well, kind of the spirit of both inside of Jersey 2 there. Jersey 1, excuse me.
Wow.
I think he might be evolving into Jersey 2, but I think you put it best, Mark. I think Jersey, you made it through your first ever day at a LAN event, and it seems like it might have gone to your head just a bit. That's kind of how we feel.
Yeah, I don't know. Shozy, you got anything to say about that, or is it going to cost us?
It's definitely going to cost you. With the attitudes are going here.
I don't have anything left. I'm sorry.
Gaskin's out. Gaskin's done. He's done. But boys, I'm really excited to see this first game on our main stage. I'm excited that your voices are going to be over it, but we'll check in with you guys a little bit later on. Beautiful stuff. Well, look at our team. We've got a bit of an A-team over here, don't we?
Squad.
Yeah, it is a squad. It is a squad. Shorzy, I mean, we're going to have to talk backstage. We're going to have to get a contract written up where we can speak to you properly, because we do miss, you know, what you have to say about Halo. We have loved it across Europe, etc. So we want to get you back and involved a little bit more, Shorzy. And I do like the green that you're wearing today, by the way.
This accent costs money. These clothes cost money. I don't come cheap.
He does not come cheap, people. He does not come cheap. We need to talk a little bit about Fnatic, though. I'm excited about the prospect of this team. I think Fnatic have been so good. You know, were you expecting them to be as good as they were? I felt like they were very level-headed. I felt like they were also very unselfish as a team. You know, what do you make of them overall?
Yeah, I think they have a lot of opportunity here. They have a lot of potential. Coming up at the end of Halo 5, Envor and CC really started to impress me, really started to make names for themselves on a week-to-week case. I kept seeing their names pop up, having success. Falling short maybe to the Pioneers at the time, or to the teams Frosty and Penguin would put together. But outside of those guys, they were the next up-and-coming group. And for them to finally get their opportunity here on LAN at a big tournament and to create those upsets and to put themselves in the position they have already in this tournament, that's phenomenal for them. The job's not done yet, though. They still have so much further to go. They've only done well in pool play. It has to transfer over to bracket play now, which with a little bit more pressure on you, because there's stakes at the lines of you getting knocked out of the tournament from here on out.
Fnatic exploded yesterday. Envor literally exploded on stage. I mean, he roared across. You can see the photos on social media as well. But what was interesting about that pop-off for me is he didn't pop off towards the other team and scream at the other team like, I'm better than you, or anything like that. No. He screamed at his own team, like, I am the best. And they're all like, yeah, you are. Please don't hurt us. Because there was a time in that series where Fnatic, they dropped the ball a little bit. They had the lead, and then they lost a couple of kills, and Envor looked at the rest of the team like they just killed his dog. Like, it was terrifying. Like, I didn't really know what was going to happen. And then suddenly Envor moves, are you okay?
I'm worried for this team going into this tournament.
Right.
It must be said, because online they weren't performing to the best of their abilities. You've seen them barely making the pro bracket sometimes, so it's really good to see them pop off on LAN and showing exactly what they can do, and Envor being, you know, the epitome of that.
Yeah, he really was. And I got to say, the looks that he was given across stage that you mentioned then, oh my goodness. We caught that on camera. It was fantastic. The
Maybe
eyes.
we need to get some shades for him, just so it's not...
Yeah, we probably do.
Not these ones.
Not those ones. They cost too much.
Maybe
they cost way too much. Well, I'll tell you what, though. Fnatic, I think, shocked a lot of people yesterday in a good way. But I want to hear from Fnatic themselves. And Super CC sat down with us and had a little chat about how he's feeling about this Fnatic roster and what they can do.
I'm Jason Cavuto, otherwise known as Super CC, and I play for Fnatic.
Super CC picks up the OS. Return coming in, but CC, if anything, I mean, he can get a couple kills here, maybe a return of his own.
Ooh, double kill coming out of Super.
Representing Fnatic's been a really cool experience. They've been stepping into new territory with getting a Halo team, and it's been really cool being the ones to do it. But we have a lot to prove. We've been placing pretty poorly online, and people have been seeing that. I think this time we're going to show that we have what it takes to compete with the best. I think the biggest skill gap is probably the sandbox, honestly. People using all the weapons to the fullest potential. Not a lot of people do that. A lot of people just run past guns and leave them, but like the best players know how to use everything like as good as possible. I would say the team I'm looking forward to playing is KCP because, you know, I got dropped from that team just before Raleigh. It'd be a nice grudge match to play against them again.
Well, there you have it. I like that. A little bit of a rivalry going on, sparking some conversation at the end of the video. But I also like the point he made about some of the skill gaps in the game as well, you know, being the sandbox. And I think we've had multiple discussions now about how, you know, being able to use the sandbox to the best of its ability is so important. And honestly, at the beginning of the season, that is what was separating teams quite heavily from one another until other teams had learned really what they want to do and what was the best way to utilize those weapons and all the skill that was available on the maps really was pushing that skill gap and that ceiling further and further. Are you feeling now at a position, Clutch, where you could say that teams have really caught up to one another and right now it's more about tactics and strategy?
I think the strategy and the tactics are around timing and getting those and acquiring those weapon upgrades, equipment upgrades, the power-ups, the power weapons. Like, those things are so influential on the outcome of the game. It just improves your DPS, your kill times, your opportunity as a player to 1v2. You get the Bulldog Shotgun, you get the Heat Wave. There's real opportunity there, right? I think what we're seeing, if we saw anything yesterday, it was the teams, when they get control, they're becoming better with those weapons. Like Cloud9 versus Sentinels, that's what immediately stuck out to me was when they get this, when Cloud9 had the Stalker Rifle or the Bulldog Shotgun, they were continuously getting at least 2 kills before going down. And when you're able to do that against a team like Sentinels, you just create so much opportunity, especially a member of Cloud9 getting 2 kills. I mean, that just leaves the rest of us to kill 2 others. Cloud9's going to get those kills every day of the week.
Yeah, indeed. It is all about how you kind of position yourself to be the best that you possibly can and use everything that is available to you. Now, I'll tell you what, though, the sandbox does look a hell of a lot better in the hands of a Spartan with a partnered skin team on them. So have a look at these partner team skins. They're absolutely gorgeous, and you can get your hands on them right now to support your favorite teams. They're available for purchase in the HCS store, so go on in, spend your hard-earned cash, get your Spartan kitted out, because my goodness, they look absolutely amazing. I've got to say, you know, I've talked about the skins for quite a few months now, and I still think that they are just absolutely gorgeous. The color schemes, it does look really, really good. And I've got to say, when you are lined up in a lobby and you see your fellow teammates, you know, in ranked, and they all have, you know, skins on, you're like, okay, this could actually be a good game.
You want to spend money on skins, just know one thing, it's going directly into my pockets. So you want to hear more of my voice, spend money on them skins.
There you go, Shez. I like that little, you know.
Disclaimer, that's not true.
No.
just in case anyone like panics for a second.
It damn well could be.
Unless he's part of one of these organizations, ignore everything he's saying. But honestly, those skins, like, I mean, you say it. Like, I think I've bought like 3 or 4 of them, and I can't decide which one's best to have on. I'm looking forward to maybe some new ones coming out. Obviously, we've got Optic, who have not had their skin come in yet. I hope that's going to happen soon.
Yeah.
Really excited for it.
I'm really excited to see what that skin's going to look like as well. So I hope you guys are too. Let us know what you think of the skins. Let us know what your Spartan looks like in the skins. Get social with us on Twitter at HCS and the hashtag HCS Anaheim 2022. And let us know how you feel about bracket play starting today. Now, we need to talk about all of the matches that are coming your way on day 2 here in Anaheim. And we have this schedule. We have the first 3 games for you right now. But of course, we do have our rounds that are yet to be discussed. And those will then obviously channel in as we get through the day. But we have Sentinels versus XSET up first on the main stage. Optic versus E United. FaZe versus Sentinels or XSET. And actually, the second one is also whether or not it's going to be G1 as well. So we do have things to get through. The schedule on day 2 is always a little bit left
deterministic.
Yeah, it is. It is left for determination because we don't know exactly what's going to be happening. But I do know one thing. You can watch it in 4 different places because we have every single match streamed for your entertainment. So make sure you catch all the action. If your favorite team is not on Alpha, it'll either be on Bravo, Charlie, or Delta. So make sure you remember that one as well. But yeah, I'm really, really excited about all of the matches that we got coming this way and seeing how that bracket really does form by the end of day 2. Now, folks at home, I hope you're listening, and I hope you are listening to where you can watch, because if you do watch the stream, you guys can get your hands on Twitch drops. That is right, and you can also watch some of our streams through our also co-streamers, who are going to be streaming alongside us today as well. I mean, we have some favorites on that. I can see Maniac on there. I saw a couple
you say
people.
Favorites. I'm just questioning the pick that he chose.
He did choose a pretty gangster pick, didn't he?
He thinks he's a gangster, but everyone just know I knew Maniac when he was 15, and that was no gangster.
Oh, hey, look, I'll leave that up for a discussion on social media. But we do have some absolutely epic skins and weapons and all sorts of things. But we also do have that grand final pose as well. So make sure you guys are watching the grand final tomorrow. It's going to be absolutely incredible. And you can get your hands on some free stuff. Who doesn't love free stuff, right?
Absolutely.
We all love free stuff.
You like free stuff?
I like to pay for stuff. Lots of money.
There you go. He likes to pay for stuff. Well, I'll tell you what, if you are paying for stuff, Shozy, then listen up, because I have something for you as well as everybody at home. Again, you know, you can call me the Santa Claus of Halo if you want. You know, I'll take it. But I do have a discount code. I do have a discount code for the incredible HCS gear that you guys can get your hands on. Use the code HCS Anaheim 2022. It's obviously in celebration of this weekend, the Anaheim Regionals. You get 15% off all of the gear at the Xbox Gear Shop during this tournament, so make sure you do use that code at checkout, and it's going to be absolutely amazing. The link is right down there. You can get your hands on some really, really cool stuff at a discounted price. What more could you want? And I also have a little extra, so I really do feel like I've earned the title of Santa Claus now. Come on, of Halo.
It's not Christmas, lot. Look, Christmas has been and gone.
Well, it
Get the
is
Easter
Christmas.
Bunny.
We're at LAN, aren't we? It's kind of like Christmas.
The Easter Bunny.
The Easter Bunny, that's the next
Halo.
thing that's up, isn't
I don't know
it?
if I want to be
don't
an
know.
Easter Bunny. I'd rather be Santa Claus with the beard.
You get a lot of candy with the Easter Bunny.
Yeah, that is true, and chocolate. But I tell you what, I've got PC Game Pass up my sleeve this time, folks. That's right, we're doing 33-month PC Game Passes for you guys. They're happening every single day, so make sure you guys are watching and look out for that chatbot as well, because you can get your hands on a PC Game Pass as well. You are very welcome. There you go.
Thanks, Easter Bunny.
You are very welcome. With that being said, you can get all your tabs open, get yourself situated with everything that I've just said and what we've talked about on the desk. We're going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to be lining up our first match of the day on that main stage. We have Sentinels versus XSET. It's the first match of day 2. We'll see you right after this.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side. Electric kill. Cluster luck.
Good afternoon, Halo fans, and welcome back to the HCS NA Regionals. We are live from Anaheim, California. It is absolutely gorgeous in here. It's pretty good outside as well, but I gotta say, I'm favoring inside this convention center right now, and it's because we are seeing some of the best Halo Infinite in the entire world. No cap. I honestly, I'm so excited about getting underway with day 2 because obviously it means bracket play, and we get to see the bracket before our very eyes. And we've got to talk about first match of the day, which is happening right behind us on this main stage here. And it's Sentinels versus XSET. Let's talk about one of the first teams, and I think the first one that comes to mind is Sentinels, obviously coming off the back of a pretty devastating loss, honestly, against Cloud9 yesterday. And I don't think really it was so much the loss. I think it was the fashion in which it happened that's more devastating for Sentinels at this point in time. Talk to me about this roster right now, Clutch. You know them very well, you know their ins and outs. What can we expect out of the gates for day 2?
Yeah, I expect them to come out swinging for day 2. I think that they're pretty disappointed in their performance against Cloud9 yesterday, and rightfully so. I think Cloud9 did a little bit of disrespect to them throughout the gameplay. Every single time we were on Cloud9 screen, they were just challenging over and over, and it was like ego challenging. And Cloud9 looked like the better team. Sentinels believes that they are in that same tier, that same bracket as Cloud9. But in order to really prove that to the rest of us, they're going to have to go off against the rest of this winner's bracket, make it back to a series against Cloud9. That's later on, potentially today. But XSET's going to be the first goal in front of them, and I think that they'll use this XSET series as an opportunity to get the ship right, get some confidence back that they may have lost yesterday.
Yeah, and it's been a rocky path for Sentinels, we know that, having to play with Formal instead of Royal 2 in tournaments, but then still trying to scrim with Royal 2, and that's just going to make for such a difficult scenario where you don't know what to practice, and you're practicing in an environment which isn't necessarily a competitive one at times because people are scrimming you and they're probably not really playing to their full standard and their full capability. So for Sentinels, it's about just getting those reps in, getting used to what it's like to play in a competitive environment once more, especially for Royal 2 as well, because it's been a bit of a weird one for him for these months that he's been away. He hasn't had that competitive drive, he hasn't had that itch because he's had to just sit on the sidelines, but maybe we'll start to see the Sentinels run here today.
Yeah, for sure. I think that honestly at this point in time, I think, you know, you talk about confidence and, you know, it kind of having to be built back after Cloud9. I didn't think they play with confidence throughout the entire series with Cloud9. I didn't see that confident swagger from Sentinels that you're used to seeing from some of our top teams. And I think also they're just not on the same page, Jersey. Is that kind of what you'd be thinking looking at them?
Well, there was a moment yesterday on Recharge where I seen a member of Cloud9 propulse her up into the air, do a spin and try and no-scope Frosty. That's how comfortable that series was for them yesterday. They were not taking them seriously whatsoever. And then Frosty gets the kill and drops the bag and just let them know that no, that's not happening here today. But if Cloud9 are doing that to you, how can you be confident?
Exactly, it is a mindset thing, and I think when you go up against teams, you really have to try and match the confidence that they're also exuding on the map as well. Let's switch the scales a little bit, Let's switch the thing and talk about XSET. So obviously XSET, yesterday I remember hearing the cries from Spartan when he was playing XSET on some of our side stations, and it was actually quite a close game with United yesterday for XSET, but they didn't manage to actually take the bag home. What are we expecting out of XSET today, especially going up against Sentinels for their first match of day 2?
Yeah, I expect this team to come out confident as well. I mean, being in winner's bracket right now is big for them. They did not want to come in last in their pool. And they also wanted to create some upsets yesterday that didn't quite happen, but they almost did, right? So in their heads, they're like, if we can play just a little bit better, we can compete with the second tier of teams, which is like the United through Sentinels teams that we have here in this tournament. And if they're able to just play a little bit better than they were yesterday, XSET can create upsets. Like Kratos and Spectre have beaten good teams before in the past. They paired themselves very well with Suppressed and Arctic. Suppressed is one of these guys that's coming up, has a lot of individual skill, will be a difference maker if they let him. This series against Sentinels is going to be a difficult one for this XSET team, but it's doable.
Yeah, I think it is doable as well. I think we could be getting a pretty decent game on our main stage. But I'll tell you what, confidence, you are definitely right. And there's one person that comes to mind when you think of confidence from this XSET team, that's Kratos. And we managed to catch up with him as well and see how he's feeling about his matchup on the main stage.
My name is Carlos Yala Jr. I go by Kratos, and I play for XSET.
To 0, they get a reset onto B, so all of a sudden it looks a little bit different here.
Immediately convert 50 points and counting for this team. Now Kratos gonna do it again with Renegade. Takes a double for it, and that's the type of play you need to see from this man.
I think Cloud9 has been winning because I wasn't on a top team yet, and now that I've put a roster together, I think now we can have some competition towards them. I think I'm really good at getting under my opponent's skin because I just don't talk to anyone. I'm not friends with anyone. I don't want to, I think everything's kind of weird when you're like in this sort of competition where it's, winner takes all. Like, why am I telling you good luck? Like, why am I wishing you the best? It's like, no, I don't. No, it's just me and my team, always.
Win 3-1.
I'm top 10 in every category. No other player can say that. There's really good players better than me at certain things, but when you put it all together, I think I'm just simply the best player to have ever played.
Anything is possible. One good round of Slaves and the setup is going to be back in and locked for Kratos. Going in, taking out Boo Boo Doo getting the double kill on Sniped Out, almost able to get the triple, ends up getting the assist, and XSET have a setup of their own.
I think my teammate Spectre doesn't get enough respect. I think he's proven in 2016 that he was the best player in the game at the time. And I think, again, I don't think very many people can argue that he's not the best player in the game right now again. The fans and the players, need to give respect where respect's due. Definitely to Spectre, he's such a humble guy, and he'll never speak on it, but you see the numbers for yourself. You see how much he elevates my team. Like he can hop on any of these other teams and do the same thing and be the star player on that team.
The sniper rifle in hands, and now we have 3 players for XSET. A 4v4 situation, but not for long, because 3 down go XSET.
To Spectre with 1. To Spectre, he does get 2.
I think I learned from last event to this one that I just have to have some killers on my team.
Okay, well, there is a lot to unpack there, and I gotta say, Mr. Confident, Kratos. Mr. Confident, without a doubt. I mean, my goodness, some of the things that you were saying there's a lot to take in, Gaskin. Go for it.
I mean, I love it because I love players like this having this personality. I've always said that, like, I want players to sometimes be that bad guy. And Kratos has been that bad guy. He's the villain. He's the heel, if it was wrestling terms. Best player ever? Like, that is such a bold statement to make. And I mean, I love it. I love the confidence that he's... I want to see that. I want to see the best player come to this stage and beat Sentinels. And I want to see him getting triple kills, I want to see him get overkills, I want to see him getting those flag captures, doing everything. But I also love that he then gassed his team up to be like, well, Spectre's also one of the best players, if not the best player right now. So there is some real belief and some real confidence in this team that suggests that maybe Sentinels should be scared about who they're playing right now.
I think that's very true, and I think you make a really good point there. He's not just only confident about himself, and he's very able to do whatever he wants to do to whatever team, but it is about bringing his team together. He does have that team essence to him, and that can be quite dangerous when you have such a confident player wanting to play for everyone on his team.
Yeah, there's a lot to break down here. I'm sorry. I'm kind of thrown off.
How much time do we have?
So I love the idea of what Kratos is going for. And I love the camaraderie that he brings with this team, us against the world. That mentality, it is amazing to have as a team because going into a tournament, you really want to have that cohesiveness, and that builds a bond with you and your team. And self-belief is the first step in getting this job done. There's a lot of misquotes in that from there on, where he says, I'm top 10 in every category, where you were top 24 at the last event. So top 10, I don't see your name in there. So I need to see results. I need to see performances that match the words that come out of your mouth in order for me to believe it. This is what happens when Jake Paul goes wild and makes a lot of money. People start to follow suit in that kind of mentality or like acting like it without the results to match. And that's when we run into this generation.
I think, very well said, Clutch. Very well said. There is a lot to unpack there, but I tell you what, I got to say, entertainment-wise, I love it.
It's good entertainment.
Kratos don't change. Absolutely love to see it. Well, let's actually talk about what these teams really think about one another, and I don't think we could really honestly go wrong with speaking to them themselves. Let's see exactly how they're both feeling about entering this main stage match on day number 2.
You can take the stats and throw them out the windows. With Royal 2 in the mix, everything changes.
Royal 2 trying to get into position to maybe pick up the kill onto Renegade. Maybe get a little bit desperate there. There's a double kill for Royal 2.
It's probably be my event to win just because obviously I missed the last event and I haven't been like a big tournament like this in like 3 years. And just kind of want to show everybody, what we're capable of and what we can do.
Feels good to be here in Anaheim. This is my city, Hollywood, the stars. I'm a star. Yeah, I would say I'm like one of the 6 best players in this game right now. But I think Spectre's better than me.
all up this Spectre to hit shots. Oh, are you kidding?
I've always known I was great at Halo since I first started. Now I'm with 3 other gunners that are as good as me, and it feels good.
The most dangerous player here, I can honestly say my teammate, Frosty. I think he is like one of the best.
Frosty's going to do something cool, at least at the end of this game. I can guarantee that, everyone. Ready? 47-38. Oh, there we go. Okay, fine. He finds it.
Rain is already on the offense on the opposing bridge, currently 17-9 with 7 assists. That's going to be a perfect kill.
I think it's a 50-50 chance we win, and I like those odds. I'll take 50-50 all day.
I think the advantages we have are probably just our slaying capabilities. We have probably like 4 of the best players in the world, and our talent, that's probably just the biggest advantage.
My message for the comp is that, man, I'm coming for you guys again. I'm on a team that can win again, and I'm coming.
Love it. You got to love it. I mean, that's what you want. Like, this is the energy that I want to be heading into a match with. I mean, come on. You got to love it. Kratos is the villain. He's the villain, though.
You got to have results, though. Like, I love the talk. It's entertainment, but you have to at least create an upset. You have to win a series against one of these teams. You have to, like, put yourself in the conversation, and then when you act like that, you can get away with it. But it's just like, we have to see more from XSET. And this could be the series, right? They're up there. They're confident, obviously. They have a lot of skill. Sentinels, coming off a loss, might not have the most confidence. If you're ever going to beat them, this could be the series where XSET get back on the map.
I mean, he seems to think it's 50-50 odds. I would say don't take financial advice from him in the future, because that's not something.
That's enough from you, Dan. That's enough from you. Talk is cheap, Kratos. We need to see it on the floor, okay? We need to see you performing here and now. And no more words from you.
He's just muted him.
I've never seen that before, but that is awesome. Welcome to the desk.
Oh my gosh.
Get this guy a pay raise.
Oh my goodness. Right, do you know what? Let's bring up the series now. Let's see how this thing is going to go down. We do have CTF Bazaar up first. And my goodness, actually, you know what? This is going to be a really good map one, because CTF Bazaar is very, very difficult to be good at. I mean, it's a very, very hard flag map to start with. So you're going to have to really bring your A game right now, especially if you're XSET with Sentinels. Honestly, vice versa, to be perfectly honest with you, Gaskin.
Am I allowed to speak now? Just double checking that I'm not going to get muted. Yeah, I'll do it quick. Right, this is a series layout. They did scrim each other not long ago, actually. It was only last week. I saw Halo Data Hive putting some stats up recently. CTF Bazaar went in favor of Sentinels, but both Slayer Aquarius and Opal Streets went in favor of XSET, and then Strongholds Recharge and Slayer Livefire in favor of Sentinels. So that is a pretty tight series when you consider that, because we have seen throughout this tournament already, even though scrim results, you don't take everything away from it, we have seen them actually develop into tournament quite accurately in terms of which are the better maps for these teams. And it seems like XSET have got 2 really strong maps in this series layout. So this is, you know, 50-50 was the odds that they suggested.
You could be onto something.
Yeah, maybe 75-25, but I still think there's a chance there.
75-25, we take that?
I think Vegas has this at -1,000 for Sentinels. So I don't know what odds you guys are giving out, but I will take every bet you can let me place on Sentinels going into this series. That being said, I do know that XSET has beat Sentinels multiple times on that Aquarius Slayer, so that showing up in the rotation as game 2 is a massive opportunity for them to get back in the series if they do fall short in game 1. And if they take game 1, you look at game 2 and you're like, hey, we're confident here too. So XSET could be in store for a long series here. And for Sentinels, you want this to be as short as possible because you're trying to build that momentum throughout the day.
I think Sentinels want to make an impact here, a statement, almost an exclamation point. We're going to brush these guys aside. We're going to go into the next round with our heads held high. I think they're not happy with how the groups and the pools went. Cloud9 made them look exceptionally average at times, so it's time to bounce back here and now there's no better opponent.
Indeed. Well, let's see if the odds change for you gentlemen a little bit more when we look at our head-to-head on the main stage. Our 2 players versus one another. We have Royal 2 versus Suppressed here. Now you can see actually their KD performance is pretty similar right now, but I just want to quickly note, yesterday we had Royal 2 in a head-to-head as well. He had no stats to his name. He had a fresh page, and this is his stats after day 1. Clutch, I think that's quite interesting to note. So what did you make of his day 1 performance?
Well, he sure as hell didn't have a 1.16 against Cloud9 yesterday, so he must have been doing some work against those other teams in his pool. And maybe they're able to just scratch that Cloud9 series completely out. He is obviously playing very well to have that positive KD ratio after the Cloud9 performance that all of Sentinels had. So looking for Royal 2 to continue that kill-death ratio. I mean, he's probably, I say this all the time, the most positive player in the history of Halo. And it's because every time I look at his stats after an event, it's over plus 100 every single time. It's like, hands down, without a doubt, no matter who he played, no matter how many games he played, he's going to have massive stats to back it up.
I think my biggest takeaway, though, was the amount of assists that he was able to get. I mean, yeah, okay, he can be positive with the KD, but is he shooting with the rest of the team? Royal 2 has always been a huge damage dealer. So it's so important to have a player like that on your team. They tried to replicate that with Formal a little bit when he subbed in, but it didn't feel the same, even though Formal's an amazing player, don't get me wrong. It didn't quite click as much as Royal 2 has. And if Sentinels can do what they did with Formal at the previous event and rally and still get that far, then once Royal 2 is back into this mix and once they are firing as a full squad, you know, I do think that they could beat Cloud9. I know it didn't look... After yesterday's performance, you're probably thinking there's no way it's going to happen, but Sentinels on a Friday is very different to Sentinels on a Saturday and Sunday.
It's very true. I don't think that Sen roster really was the roster you're really going to be looking for at all. It didn't look like them in any means. And look, they got stuff to work on. Let's see if they can do it on the main stage. But on the other side of things, you know, I want to talk about Suppress. The fact that he's putting up stats pretty similar to Royal 2 right there speaks in volumes for itself. And I got to say, he's been popping off recently. And I think there's a lot of people who are questioning why maybe Suspector's not up there against Royal 2. Well, he didn't have the best day one yesterday. So I think, you know, if Suspector can actually step up here and Suppress can play like he is, that can be also a dangerous combination, Shez.
It's really good to do it in pools, but I think this is going to be your first true test. You're up against Sentinels now in the winner bracket, so it's time to, you know, shut out any of the haters, do it here and now.
This is Suppress' opportunity to put himself on the map. He's a very young player, very new to the scene, very, very individually talented. I've had an opportunity to play against him multiple times in matchmaking. I'm like, who in the hell is this kid? Because he does not miss, and he plays very fast. You can tell that he has what it takes to compete against the likes of the best in the game. We'll see if he has any nerves here coming into our his first big series against one of these top teams at a tournament. This is a big moment for Suppress. I'm really looking at him to step up, embrace that, and honestly, here at Anaheim, where we don't have a crowd, this could be the way he eases himself into the professional scene and has that big opportunity without some of the crowd noise and a little bit of the nerves that come with that as well.
Yeah, indeed. Now, gentlemen, it is time to make your prediction. So, of course, you are 100% right now?
200%, 300%.
I'm also 100%.
500%.
I've been here once, but I'm still 100%.
Okay, well, this is your chance to.
Oh, you're asking my predictions?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't miss predictions.
He thought he was asking how you feel. Yeah.
No, I thought,
no one cares.
How good
I thought
he is.
she meant how assured am I of my next pick.
Right, okay. You're still
Yeah,
100% on that one. The jib already spoiled mine because it came over and I have it here. But, you know, it's fine. You probably know by now.
All right, here we go. We're going to reveal in 3. 1, 2, 3.
I don't get paid enough to predict. Get out of here.
Well, that's 3.
Just get
that's
yourself
3
a
across
point.
the desk for Sentinels here.
You deserve a point.
Yeah, I'll take a point.
So we're thinking Sentinels, that's going to be a desk wipe with one team. We're going to see if, you know, Sentinels can do the same to XSET on the main stage, or if it's going to be a highly contested game. We'll have to find out. We're going to head on over, though, to our duo. Let's talk to Onset and Bravo right now. I hope they're ready to get into this one. There's a lot of conversation going on here, boys. I don't know if you managed to hear the Kratos tape.
We did.
But did that put a bit of confidence in you?
We heard it all. I think we had the same reaction you did.
Yeah, I think it's certainly confident. One thing I will say about Kratos is it's not just him talking about himself a lot of the time. He's always gassing up his teammates. Yeah. And I think that's something that you have to appreciate, right? He's the bad guy. We all know that, but he's got so much belief in his teammates that to team with him is probably an amazing experience because he's going to put you on that pedestal every single time.
Yeah.
He really is. He is the villain of this story. Well, you guys got to narrate it right now, so I'm going to hand it on over to you.
Thank you very much, Light. I tell you what, Andy, I've kind of got too much energy this morning. I've had a lovely sleep, I've had a lovely breakfast, I've had 17 coffees, and I'm ready to get into this first series. It's going to be a really, really interesting one as well. Sentinels taking on XSET, and we were looking at the stats, Andy, and a couple of things really jumped out to us about these two teams.
Yeah, there's a lot to look at here. One of the things that Royal 2 talked about in his video, that you guys might have seen at home, was talking about how slay dominant this team is, what they could do. Right now, they lead Anaheim. They're #1 in slays per game. It's about 76.6 kills per game. pretty telling. However, their record not as strong as it should be with the slays that they have.
Yeah, certainly interesting on the other side of things as well. You were looking at XSET, and it's kind of the opposite story, right?
Yeah, on the opposite, exactly. It's totally opposite. So you have them not as heavy in slays and assists per game. However, their record is a little bit better, showing that they have a little bit more objective efficiency, which is, or actually it's even, excuse me, and just shows a little bit more objective efficiency, which is great to see. But the question will be which of these two will come out on top. And I know you're one of the few who's gotten to talk to Royal 2. You got to sit down with them yesterday in an interview, which I'm sure we'll see later. But as a teaser, tell me what it's like in the Sentinels camp.
I mean, Sentinels, it's a very interesting mood in there right now. I spoke to Royal 2 yesterday, more about the Cloud9 series, understandably, right? That's kind of the bar that everyone's going to measure this lineup by at the moment. And he was like, it's just weird. It was just a weird series. Like, we weren't doing what we normally do. We weren't taking the fight to them. We were playing a little bit scared. We were sort of second-guessing how we wanted to approach certain things. And he was also kind of caveated it by saying, this is the first time we played Cloud9. You got to remember this as a roster, especially in tournament play. And it took us a little bit of time to adjust. And by the time we started to adjust, it was too late into the series. And it was gone. But I think the thing that really is telling is that statistic, right? Yep. Sentinels are still killing everyone. As you say, they are first. It's about finding that aggression and the objective efficiency to go alongside that. If that clicks, we got a team in our hands.
Big thing to highlight for me is Clutch pointed out on the desk that Cloud9 was ego challenging Sentinels, and they were winning 1v1s. They were popping out to take BR fights that they maybe didn't need to take. When I look at these XSET players, these are also 4 players that will ego challenge you. I mean, Kratos especially, Suspector especially, maybe Kratos a little bit more on the ego side, Suspector more on the just simply a challenge side. But regardless, these are players that are going to jump out when you least expect it, and they'll hit you with a 4-shot. So I think if XSET can find that same groove in terms of being able to isolate 1v1s and win battles and continue to really rack up those kills that maybe other teams would be a little bit more afraid to get, XSET has a great chance in the series, and let's not forget the game types.
Yeah, not only that, it's a great point that you make there. The game types are so vital now in Halo Infinite, and I tell you what, XSET, when they saw that series layout, would have had smiles on their faces. We've seen the stats, I think Dan talked about it on the desk, but these two teams scrimmed pretty recently, and with these game types, they went in the favor of XSET.
Somehow they did. The scrim result is overwhelmingly in favor of Sentinels, of course, and as Dan said, you could check out Halo Data. I have some great stuff on Twitter. You can see the exact scrim results we're talking about, so make sure to open another tab or on your phone. Check out Halo Data Hive. You can see the exact games that these guys have played against each other in this exact series. But I gotta say,
yeah,
just the sheer fact that you've got the games 2 and 3, the fact that those were XSET wins in a very otherwise one-sided victory for Sentinels. I mean, XSET essentially, if they win their 2 games that are those middle games, I believe it's Aquarius Slayer and Streets Oddball, if they win those 2, they only need 1 more in the whole series and they'll take it.
Yeah, plus the first game is Bazaar Capture the Flag, and we know how that can play, right? And
it can play anyway.
Exactly. It can be one of those really attritional, grindy games where one flag cap can be the difference between the 2 teams. And one thing that also stands out to me about this team, and some of the players on it, I'm looking at Suspector, put some respect on his name. We were jokingly saying we'll call him Respector then for the rest of this series. But, at the start of Halo 5, when you had a more sort of varied sandbox on the map, right? We had ARs, we had storm rifles, we had all of that stuff.
That's a very kind way to put it.
Hey, look, I'm getting paid here. It's similar in the fact that you look at Halo Infinite right now, and you saw the success that Kratos and Suspector had in the early stages of Halo 5. With this expanded sandbox now in Halo Infinite, it's not too surprising to see them in the position they are now.
Right, they can, of course, have a very different balance than what we saw in early Halo 5, but there are ARs on the map, right? You can melt, you can take people down. When you talk about pulse carbines, when you talk about the shock rifle, and you talk about the Stalker rifle.
Mangler,
the Mangler as well. I mean, yeah, Mangler's maybe the best example there as a sandbox outlier in the current meta. It's a great point. I think these guys are going to know how to use that entire sandbox, and they're going to use it to their advantage.
It's going to be a fascinating series for me, and I think it's going to be a little bit tighter, maybe not in series score overall when we look back at it, but I think the games are going to be extremely tight between the 2 teams. Now, looking at this Sentinels roster, who do you want to see maybe stand up a little bit to be counted today? Because I think there's a few players yesterday who won't be too happy with their performance.
I think for me, it's what can Lethal bring to the table. I think Lethal, one of the most consistent players I've ever seen play the game. Very rarely do we see a bad stat line from him. I think he and the rest of the squad would agree. Like, when Lethal's on, it's pretty hard for the Sentinels team to lose games. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on Lethal just because he tends to be one of the most consistent players, and if he just steps up to play his full potential, this team should win this series.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Lethal has probably one of the toughest roles to play here on Sentinels as well. It's something that isn't talked about enough. I think there's always one player on a top team who has a role to play, which is, you're kind of sacrificing the ability to go +1 in your KD, +2 in your KD to get jobs done. That means jumping in the stronghold first. That means dealing damage onto 2 or 3 players before you fall. Lethal is one of the best in the world at doing that. Sometimes it doesn't reflect in the statistics, but at the same time, there's a variance, right? It doesn't matter if you go neg1, neg2, neg3, but you've got to be around that range, around evens, if you want to get the best out of yourself, your team to perform.
You bring up a great point, because Lethal right now, coming into this event, and also yesterday overall in the Pro Series, is a .88 KD, and yesterday is a .86 KD, and that tells you what the caliber of player he is, the fact that he's going just a slight bit negative. Like you say, he's an all-rounder, he's getting the job done, being where he needs to be in terms of objective. Being the only player that is slightly negative on that squad tells you a lot about what he has to do in order for this team to win games.
It's crazy how something so simple could change maybe how the Sentinels rosters look, though. If he boosts that up to a 0, maybe just slightly above throughout the games, then this roster can certainly click. And you're looking at Snakebite, you're looking at Frosty, you're looking at Royal 2. We know what they can all do. I just want to see the aggression yesterday. One thing that I kind of was chatting about with Royal 2 yesterday as well was when they really took the game to the Cloud9 roster back in Halo 5, the first time that we saw it, it was when they met aggression with aggression. Now, are we going to see that from Sentinels, or is it XSET going to be the team here who comes off and kicks off day number 2 here in Anaheim with a little bit of an upset? We're going to find out now. We're into our first map of the series. You can see we're heading to Bazaar. We got some capture the flag to deal with.
A great way to start off this series, without a doubt. These two teams going to be able to feel each other out just a little bit different from, say, a Stronghold's start or an oddball start, where you're going to see a little bit more of the break. Here we go, game number 1.
Here we go then, and let me tell you, that grapple is going to become more and more important to these teams as we see Halo Infinite progressing. For now, it's going to be Suspector, who we watch off the break, but he's just watching 2 teammates fall here as Lethal and Snakebite pick up kills, and not only that, it's going to be Lethal who picks up the first overshield.
Lethal with very good cover there. You see he was the only one who went bottom middle. They did not send anyone extra double doors or over to the pillars, but instead that flag's going to start. Let's see how Lethal plays this one. He's got a little bit of extra time as well, and look at that perfect Dynamo nade off the wall.
And look at that, Royal 2 picks up 2 kills while Lethal stays alive and moves that objective. This is the roles you want to be seeing being played to a T here by Sentinels. It's a perfect start for them. Lethal's got that flag all the way back past the double doors. Now it's just about picking up those kills.
Yeah, Frosty just needs to play alive here. Oh boy, and Kratos starting things off there with a nice little win for himself. And we'll see what Spectre can do. Not able to go back. That's 2 dead.
Look who's picking up those kills as well. It was Royal 2 while Snakebite slid in to get that touch. And it's going to be within the first couple of minutes of this game. Sentinels put in that first flag. That is a hot start from the guys on Sen.
Very hot start, and you don't always see a flag cap. I should say you rarely see a flag cap that early on this game type. Certainly the way that they wanted to kick off this day number 2.
3 dead here once again for XSET. And look at Sentinels pushing forward already. There's a Mangler in the hands of Kratos who picks up a vital kill onto Snakebite. Manages to stay alive for a few seconds, but there's Lethal for the cleanup. The flag moving once again here in the hands of Sentinels.
Yeah, 2 dead though. We'll have to see what Royal 2 is thinking here. He's only got 1 teammate alive on the balcony, but they're able to get it pretty far there considering only 2 players were alive.
Great positioning as well here from Royal 2. You see he throws that flag out and then positions himself up in this hut, and this is such a frustrating position to deal with, especially when you got someone like Royal 2 with one of the best long-range battle rifles you can ask for.
Look at the awareness. Those 2 players fly through the bar. Royal 2 and co know exactly where Kratos is in the tree. Right away they turn the corner. Perfect timing. Their great understanding of where they need to be and what they need to do.
That flag is going to be sent back home, but it's not going to be for too long because you can see the pressure coming in once again. The thrust from Royal 2, and I tell you what, there's a little tickle under the chin there for Kratos on his way into the death screen.
Not afraid to throw a little extra there. I think Royal 2 knew that his life was over, and at the end he was going to add a little spice to this last moments of that life.
Well, Snakebite's here with the second overshield of the game for Sentinels, who have had a fantastic start here, but XSET have managed to slow things down ever so slightly, just for a few seconds. But as I say, that Snakebite's going to be moving this flag, potentially a second one, as Kratos is going to be in the bar, has to be dealt with here by Sentinels. Snakebite now going to turn his attention back to look for any spawners.
Oh my gosh, look at that play from Snakebite, using that overshield so wisely, uses the thrust, takes those shots, gets the damage onto Kratos in BR, picks up another kill as well. This is great stuff. Look at the numbers on the left side of the board. Sentinels heavily outslaying, and 3 dead for XSET right now, flag through the double doors.
Kratos last alive. He manages to get the nade. He threads the needle to slow down that flag cap, but Kratos is the furthest player forward here. Sentinel should be able to rally this flag. It's Snakebite within his hands. Lethal picks up another kill as they go up by 2.
Sentinel's ready to play on day number 2. Like you said, 2 dead again on the side of XSET. Look at the numbers, folks. Royal 2, 9-3. Frosty, 9-3. Right now on the other side, It's Kratos, the man of the hour of the trash talk you heard before this series, 3-7 right now. We'll see how he responds.
One thing to point out here is how well the Sentinels have controlled everything on the map. A great example of this is the fact that Snakebite is actually taking his time to wait for those dynamo grenades off spawn while still having a rocket to play with as well. Sentinels controlling the map completely.
When I was a kid, they said eat your vegetables. Now they're telling the kids wait for your dynamos because it pays off in the end. Great pressure from Snakebite once again. Great use of the rockets. Just going to hold and patrol up on the bar. New overshield in 8.
Suppress picks up 2 kills. That means the battle for mid-map control is about to come forward for both of these teams. Lethal picks up 1 as well, but it's all about the overshield. And look at this, Snakebite, that's back-to-back picks up of dynamos, and you can't push through those things, which is going to mean he can secure that next OS. Snakebite doing a great job there, just recognizing map situations where everyone is, and what's the most important thing to pick up.
Arctic trying to get away with the peak shot. Eventually, he will melt the overshield, so it's well done, but Snakebite's a one-man show down there. Grabs the dynamos, that's all he needed to grab the overshield. He's able to throw it back into the hut, and just like that, they're able to secure that third overshield.
2 dead per side here. Kratos is going to get taken down by Royal 2, who seems like he has a bit of a point to prove today. I think he was a little bit disappointed with his own performance yesterday, especially in the series that we've talked about enough, and I'm going to leave it to one side against Cloud9. But today, it looks like a different beast. You can see that in the stat lines, 11-4 for the Canadian.
Suppress there, trying to get something going in the hut. Actually, he'll get caught off guard. Nades will come through as well. That helps Royal 2 pick up the double. Nice control, nice teamwork in the tree, which is what you need when you're pushing on Bazaar.
2 teammates caught on the elbow here as well. Suspector, Suppressed, and Kratos all taking damage, and Royal 2 just waiting for the cavalry to arrive. Look at the teamwork as Lethal pokes around the corner to get the beat down. Lethal will pick up another one as well, so Suppressed is going to have to double back for just a few seconds here because you know the pressure's going to be coming, and Lethal, big plays from him. He's 10-8 in this game, and he's got his hands on the flag again.
2 dead once again. We've got a fresh spawner in Suppressed. We'll have to see in Observer mode exactly where those spawners are popping. You do see Kratos already across the map as well, playing low. Arctic with a pull in the BR as well.
Now this is just a numbers game. You can see what's happening here. Sentinels trying to decide, do we kill this spawner over and over again to try and create some space before we get that touch on the flag? Now you can see Frosty picks up 1, Royal 2 picks up 1, Frosty picks up 3. All of the players consecutively fall here from XSET, and that is going to be the 3rd flag going in here for Sentinels. It was perfect objective efficiency. That is the standout of the difference from Sentinels yesterday and what we're seeing today.
It's a very different day 2 for this Sentinel side, and my God, you got Frosty 16-5 in this game right now. Royal 2 just make that 17-5. Royal 2 just behind him at 14-5 on the other side. Once again, Arctic and Kratos 4-14 and 4-12. Sentinels still dominating in the Slay department.
Overshield in their hands as well. I'm pretty sure that Frosty's going to pick up the rockets too. Lethal versus Suspector. He'll win that one. A double kill here for Lethal, who is now 13-8. Snakebite leading the charge once more.
My God, Sentinels, I don't know when they've looked better recently. They look incredible. Flag is going once again. Look at this, a perfect tag, a perfect toss all the way down. Snakebite will drop and shoot for a moment, thinking that the pressure would surely have come already, and knew that someone like Kratos might be on the pillars, finds him right away.
Yeah, Kratos is going to get swarmed in about 3 seconds. He doesn't even need to, because look at that. The team fight that came in from Sentinels, they know they can force this one home now, as all of the players are not going to be past that 50-yard line on the map. It was 3 a few seconds ago. Make it 4 as Sentinels move just 1 flag away from closing out map number 1.
Absolutely perfect play that we've seen from Sentinels. There's not really any other way to put it in this game. Keep in mind also, they're shutting down Suspector, the #1 KDA in North America, at a 1.43. Right now, he's been shut down to 7-13 as well. So this is just perfect play. A lot of things to break down, but as the moment slows down here for Onset, I think the #1 thing to watch is how Sentinels controls the opponent's hut, their tree, and their bridge, and how they're able to slay both on their side of the map and their opponent's side. They're ready for those spawners.
It's been really impressive so far. And look at this. This is impressive as well. The trade comes in, though, for Kratos. A good play from him to make sure that at least he got out of that situation with the kill to his name. The push now coming in from XSET. The first time we've really seen them being able to be aggressive, and they're making it count here. There should be a flagpole coming in, but unfortunately, it looks like Suspector lost a teammate. Arctic, though, into position to maybe get that flag moving.
Yeah, like you said, this is really the first pressure that we've seen. They've got 4 minutes on the clock. It would require a marathon of very, very good Halo gameplay in order for them to tie this game up. Possible, though, but first time we've seen them really get into their opponent's space.
Lethal doubling back. Snakebite going to be there as well. The teamwork has been exceptional from Sentinels so far in this game. It's very rarely that it's going to be a 1v1 battle we've been watching from their POV. And when you watch it from XSET's POV, you kind of feel that, right? It always feels like one player's getting shot by multiple angles and they don't really know where they want to locate their BR reticle to try and take a fight that they can turn in their favor. But for now, it's going to be the Dynamos again that are having an impact. Royal 2 challenging from the treehouse, but here comes Lethal around the corner. He's going to have the overshield, but it gets extinguished almost immediately.
Great pushes here. How many times on set have we seen a single Sentinels player pushing into hut, tree, or the opponent's bridge? I would dare say it's been either once or 0 times we've even seen that this game. Every time, even when you have Lethal with an overshield, Snakebite is behind him to clean up that kill. Perfect team pushes coming in from Sentinels as well.
3 dead here for Sentinels though, and it will be Snakebite who's just been a pain for XSET. They need to find out where he is. He's got that Bulldog to play with as well. And the longer that Snakebite survives here, the more resources that XSET are going to have to send back to their side of the map. That's the last thing they're going to want to have to deal with here, Andy, because if they're fighting on their side, they're not going to be able to put numbers where it matters getting that flag moving.
Suppressed as well to win that battle there on the other side. Also, we do see a little grapple out, so Lethal's going to have to just reset on bottom middle. But like you said, they're waiting for those Dynamos. Suppressed, though, with some rockets in hand.
Maybe this is the opportunity here for XSET just to get a little bit of map control, but it seems like every time they get a kill at the moment, it's traded out almost immediately. Frosty looking to do exactly that for Sentinels, as Kratos is going to do some damage, and Suppress can now use that damage to pick up the kill. Can't quite connect with the rocket. That's 2 for 2, not connecting in the way that he would have wanted.
Yeah, a little bit of a prediction rocket there. He thought the player was going low rockets, not onto that middle side bridge. That splash damage just doesn't connect there, so that's going to delay their push a little bit, and that cost him. As you see, Frosty just pokes outside. He's got some help up top as well, and Frosty with a great double kill trade. That's the kind of trade you want to be able to do. They'll be able to reset almost certainly.
Kratos should be taken down here, but no, it's just going to be the shields that are taken down as he stays alive for now. Now Kratos looks like he's going to be doubling back, and that's a big challenge coming in from Kratos. He wins that fight. You can see Sentinel's desperate to get him out of the bar at the moment, trying to show that he can hide behind those draws, but unfortunately it's going to be Frosty. 2 wise for that one, and now some nice shots onto Arctic cross map too.
Yeah, Frosty very quick to fly right into that bar. You don't want a player to stay alive there. You want to take advantage of the damage that was already done by your teammates, and he's very efficient to fly in there. Looks like a few deaths bottom middle though, but that flag is actually going to get pulled.
Lethal going to get that overshield, and one thing that has been a standout so far in this game is Sentinels have had everything, pretty much. There's only one rocket launcher I can remember being in the hands of XSET that we saw from Suppressed, and even when they had it, weren't too efficient with it. They didn't manage to pick up the kills and create the openings they needed to. However, it has been everything being put to use by Lethal and co. He's got that kill now onto Kratos. He's got the flag through the double doors. 3 dead here for XSET. This could well be the final flag.
Lethal, once again, this is your man. He runs bottom middle. He runs the opponent's flag. He does everything he wants. This is potentially your 5th and final flag. Lethal's going to come up top, and that will secure it. 5 flags. Sentinels will take the game.
Absolutely convincing. What else can you say about that first map from Sentinels? Every single piece of the puzzle clicked together there to give them that map win. And it's not just a map win as well. That's Bizarre capture the flag. That's a 5-0.
That's a 5-0. That's a very convincing game 1. That gives you tons of momentum. The fashion in which they did it is not just a momentum building for Sentinels. It is, I will say, completely demoralizing for the side of XSET in a game that you could say, looking at that series layout, might have been a bit of a coin flip. It goes very clearly to the side of Sentinels, and XSET is going to have to hope that their games 2 and 3, which as we said, they won in scrims, they're going to have to hope that they click.
Yeah, I think that's one thing to highlight though, right? XSET are going to be looking maybe at this next game and the one after as the ones that they can kind of wrestle away with the historical wins that they've had very recently against Sentinels on these maps. Online in scrims, yes, we'll put that little asterisk there for you to kind of highlight that it's not a tournament situation, but it still tells you a lot about XSET's ability to win those games against this lineup.
Yeah, that's a tough result for XSET. I think, we saw in their interviews as we take a look, I'll interrupt myself here as we take a look at the stats to see any big outliers. I think we saw what was going on, and it was really about Frosty going 24 and 13. By the way, with 15 assists, we call that a beautiful, beautiful set of stats. 24, 15, and 13, that's wild.
Yeah, they're the ones that you want to wrap up and take home and take into every single map. On the other side of things, you saw Kratos not having the best of games. 9 and 20 for him, just couldn't quite get anything going. But this is something to point out here. Just the teamwork was something that stood out to me. The baiting and switching from Sentinels, night and day from what we saw yesterday.
Absolutely. Look at this. Once again, 2 players are pushing into the tree together. That is a death. Royal 2 dies there without Snakebite. Look at this help. Royal 2 gets a double kill because of the Snakebite hitting the Dynamo. Beautiful team pushes. We saw it in the tree. We saw it on the hut. We saw it in the bar. That is how you have to play this game type. And Sentinels is running a clinic. If you're at home, get your notebooks out, start taking notes, because this is how you play this game type.
One thing that really impressed me as well was how good they were at recognizing numbers once they got that flag halfway. You saw there was always a little stutter step because you know that you've got to pick up those kills if you want to get that second half of the run completed. They did that 5 times. They won that first map 5-0, but now we go on to Aquarius, where I've got to say Sentinels against Cloud9 yesterday, and I'll say many teams against Cloud9, didn't look too healthy. They didn't look like they quite knew how they wanted to play the map. Yes, that was CTF. Maybe Slayer is something a little bit different.
Yeah, XSET's going to need to see what they can bring here. And I also want to keep in mind, XSET did win this game type in scrims, but it was a 50-45. And when you start to get to the 50-45 range, any margin larger than that, I think, is a fairly convincing win when you talk about the highest level of professional Halo. When you start to get to 50-45 and lower of a margin, that game starts to look a little bit less impressive in terms of the stats. So I'm not fully sold on the fact that XSET is the better Aquarius Slayer team at all.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's scrims, right? We always have to kind of throw that in there just so we don't get it twisted too much for the people watching at home thinking, hey, oh God, these guys beat them last time. It's like, it's online. Come on, it's a scrim. It's a practice thing. But I think Sentinels, one thing that they do when they see those kind of results is they will see that as the outlier and go, okay, why did we lose this? And they will put the time in to make sure that doesn't happen again. A little bit like I was talking about yesterday, where historically recharge has been a struggle for Sentinels, right? But the amount of time they would have put into it over the last week or so to make sure that they come in today and put in a much better performance when the tournament matters is something they do almost better than anyone at the moment. And this guy today, I mean, he's definitely going to be a player to watch.
I mean, yeah, even upping the KD further to 1.6 today, just to put that into perspective, a 1.6 KD, if that was his overall stat, would put him #1 in the league. So right now he is performing. Yesterday ranked 5th, but today poised to maybe take the first place spot in terms of KD if he keeps up what he started in game #1.
It will certainly be difficult to do so, but if anyone can do so,
he's the man.
His name is Bradley Bergstrom. And as I took a second there to get that name out because it's more difficult to say live on cameras.
The alliteration gets you.
Exactly.
I hear you.
It certainly makes me trip up. But let's talk about the other side of things for XSET here. Slayer, we've seen on this game anyone could beat anyone, it feels like, at certain times. If you can control certain maps, weapons, whatever it might be. Aquarius, I would say, maybe a little bit of an outlier for that, because I feel like you can actually put together quite good runs without power weapons too much. There's only the heat wave and the camo to really worry about. You got the sidekicks to play with a little bit, but it's more of a pure map, I would say, than some of the other maps, like, for example, Streets, where you've got Rockets, Bulldog, etc., which can really change the dynamics of a game. I would say this one is kind of more of a shootout between the two teams.
It will be. It really will be a shootout. It'll be a test of who can take those certain gaps, those moments to get the top middle angles, who identifies when we need to rotate, right? How do you tuck back with your team? One thing that Sentinels did so well on Bazaar is understanding when they were allowed to take damage, for example, to engage with an opponent in their bar, right? They know the exact delicate balance of when you engage with players who are across the map and when you don't, and that is going to be so important on Aquarius as well.
It certainly is. We're going to get into the game as quickly as we possibly can. We're just waiting for the players to feel settled and for them to get, everything set up in the way that they need to do for us to get our second map underway. But it gives us a little chance to kind of step away from this series for 2 seconds and kind of highlight some of the other games that we've got coming today. Because you look at one side of the bracket, Andy, we were looking at it yesterday. You got Optic, you got Sentinels, you got FaZe all on one side, plus E United. I tell you what, it's going to be a war today, an absolute war.
It's going to be fantastic. You and I were agreeing. I think we love Pool Play Fridays. I think they set the table very well for an event. But today really is when things get started. You have a different set of stakes when you get into bracket play. And you can already kind of feel that energy in the venue today. There's a lot more on the line as teams are going to start going home as early as the first series of the day in the elimination bracket. So certainly a lot more to play for. And I think XSET needs to make sure that they step up in game #1 because I don't know. I mean, outslayed by over a dozen there. They need to make sure that they reset a bit because that was a slobber knocker of a game 1. And they need to get ready for the second one.
It certainly was. Unless also something to throw into the mix here about this XSET lineup. Yesterday they played against E United. They lost that series, but they lost it 3-2. It was a very, very tight series between the two teams, which shows that this lineup can hang with some of the best in the game. I would say yesterday E United, something seemed a little bit off. I know that Ryanu's been a bit under the weather heading into the event, and that might have affected their practice a little bit. But now that they're here, one thing to point out as well is I saw we have a Discord for this event going at the moment, and there's a little scrim thing going for all the teams and players who want to play against each other before things get underway. At the live event that you see, the two teams that were talking, it was XSET and it was E United. Anyone want to scrim? And those two teams have been playing since very early this morning, which shows how much that they want to make sure today is the day they perform, as every single team does, of course.
Absolutely. Just to go through XSET's full record there in pool play, as you said, it was a 3-1 loss to KCP. After that, it was a 3-2, as you also mentioned, to E United. There was a 3-0 against Torrance. So as we said, that brings them to an even record coming into this. And really, this can go one of two ways. I think they need to get ready to get set. Even if they don't win this series against Sentinels, you started to talk about it at the end of the Bazaar game. They need to make sure they're finding their footing. Even if this series ends in a loss and they find themselves in the elimination bracket, I think how they play the series will do a lot for their momentum and what kind of energy they carry into the bracket.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think it's important for everyone today to take as much out of every series as they can, right? I know it sounds like almost an obvious thing to say, right? But it's different when you're in that moment.
It is.
It's different to get knocked down to the elimination bracket and it be a 3-0.
At least a 3-1.
Exactly.
Yeah.
A couple of games go your way, and even if it's a 3-0, it has to be a 50-49. It has to be a 3-2 flag. You know, those kind of things which give you something to believe in, where you're looking at a series, you're looking at a game type, and there's a few little mistakes instead of, you know, how to play this. We've just got dumped on.
There's a lot of intangibles there, because keep in mind, these players are so much on these LANs. They've been playing for online for weeks now. Some of these players, they were not able to be at Raleigh. Now they're here. This is the time to shine. There will not be a LAN for many, many more weeks after this. And you only have, say, after a series, you might only have something like a half-hour period to get your wits about you, to get ready for this next series. And what type of mindset you take into that series, it will dictate your weekend. And if you cannot come to terms with exactly the things that you need to polish up and work on, which can be difficult to do in 30 minutes time, it'll really catch up to you. So if you don't come into this event ready, it'll really be a factor. But take a look here, talking about maybe some opening strategies coming up for Kratos.
We need to get Kratos a telestrate out. That's what he needs
He needs an iPad or something.
Yeah, exactly. We need to get him all the tools that he needs to illustrate to his teammates exactly what is going down. But they can see, obviously, the strategy is pretty clear. We can't hear it in the comms, but what they're trying to communicate is how they want to play this map. And I think it's these little breaks sometimes can just be good to reinforce things you've gone through in the build-up to these series. Maybe even last night, looking back on some of the VOD, to make sure we don't make the same mistakes and we're playing the game in the way we want to play it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, maybe this moment here looks like maybe a player just looking into some type of setup issue here, getting something just reset. These moments might slow down the momentum for the side of Sentinels. I don't think it's going to slow down the skill level that we'll see out of them whatsoever.
I
but
agree.
Maybe more of a mental reset opportunity for XSET. Maybe this tiny bit of extra time here as we wait for the players to get into the game might help them, but it looks like actually it's time to go in game number 2.
Here we go then, everybody. Thank you so much for bearing with us as we got everything set up here. It's 1-0 to Sentinels in this series in our winners bracket. If you're just joining us, welcome along to this beautiful morning here in Anaheim as Sentinels look to now add that second game to their tally. If they do so, they'll only be one game away from finding their way through to that next round. For XSET, this is a massive, massive moment as we head into Aquarius Slayer.
Yeah, we'll take a look here at the opening rush to see exactly how this one plays out. Sentinel's going to need to make sure they don't go 4 down early and set up a bad tone for the rest of the game. Lethal with some very good shots to kick things off here.
Yeah, Lethal looks like he's playing with somewhat of a point to prove today. He's won so many individual battles. Suspector, oh, I tell you what, he was close to winning another one. It was the heat wave that there was the difference this time. Suspector also will pick up another. That's a triple from Suspector. Kratos saying he believes Suspector is the best in the game right now. Kratos also going to win a big battle there against Royal 2. Suppressed also has camo. It's reflecting in the scoreline as well. 2-kill lead here for XSET. They've got all the tools to play with.
Frosty, though, with some very good shots against Camo. That will shut down any Camo run and bring the game just within 1. Much better start, though, for the side of XSET.
Much better start, but with everything that they had, it's only a 1-kill advantage. That's one thing that I will say you have to give some credit to Sentinels for. Suspector picks up 1 though, and Arctic another. So now Frosty's going to have to stay alive with that heat wave in his hand because he's last player alive. And this has been a great push actually coming in, and what a stick that is as well from Suspector, taking Frosty down to the grave with him.
Just like that. Nice little 4-kill lead for them. We'll see what Snakebite can do. Going to actually just wisely take the heat wave and retreat. Now has the help coming in, and now they get the damage. They might go here.
Yeah, look at the difference in the scoreline, though. It's now 11-6 to XSET, and you can see why they're very confident on this map. Every single time they're pushing, it's convincing. Suppressed is picking up another, and at the moment, they're just focusing on these players. Snakebite manages to get a trade, but that's about as good as it gets here. It's 14-7. XSET doubling up on Sentinels.
Very nice heat wave drop there to get the extra timing there on the frames just to get that extra kill, but like you said, still, XSET came to play in this game type, and the scrim results so far are proving true that XSET certainly knows how to play this game type and maybe knows how to play in terms of style against the side of Sentinels.
Royal 2 struggling on Aquarius once again at the start of this game. He's currently sat on a donut, 0-5 now for Royal 2. As Suspector picks up yet another kill. He's 8-2 at the moment, Suspector. You can see why he is #1 for KDA.
Absolutely, and you didn't see that in game number 1. Suspector had a little bit more respectful stats in terms of how game number 1 went, but certainly not the stats you expect to see from the best KDA in the league. However, it's a very different start for him, 8-2 right now.
I'll tell you what, XSET are picking apart Sentinels here. It is looking ugly for Sen, and I mean, that move there from Snakebite says everything you need to know, just running out, desperately trying to find anything, get anything going for his team. It's 23-9, Andy. 24-9 now, as XSET say, hey, don't write us off quite yet.
I'll tell you what, if you were hoping to see a spicy Saturday, that's what we're delivering here in this first series of the day. If you caught that game number 1, you probably didn't expect to see a 25-11 scoreline, more than doubling the score of their opponents, but that's exactly what XSET is doing here, and we have a series on our hands.
Sentinels trapped inside of the base as well. Snakebite's trying to push out with those dynamos. He's not going to be doing too much damage. Suspector's going to be here, teaming up with his Optic to try and collapse onto these players. It's not going to happen for now. Snakebite and Sentinels will finally get 3 dead here for XSET. Is this the start they need to get back into this? You can rally kills back-to-back here. Sentinels need to do it quickly, though.
It's true. It would be possible. We've seen teams do it, and we've seen crazier things happen, especially when you talk about Sentinels. This would be a devastating comeback. We'll have to see if Sentinels can slowly climb back in this. It'll probably take them till around the 40 kill mark if they're able to do it, but we'll have to see.
3 dead here for XSET. 27-18. He looks a little bit more respectable all of a sudden. Suspector trying to get away from Snakebite and managing to do so as well. Suppress will pick up a kill onto Royal 2. At the moment, Snakebite's just been no shields for what feels like an eternity at the moment. Hopefully the Halo gods will shine down on him in a few seconds to get those shields back. But 28-20, it's now an 8-kill game.
Yeah, this game was just 25-10, and now it is 28-20. So right now we are on the trajectory of this game potentially ending very differently than it started. Make that a 6-kill game. And before we could even talk about it, Sentinels has done it. This game is now not just a 6-kill game, it's a 5-kill game. 23-28, Sentinels answering back, and this would be a dagger if they could tie this score right now. 4-kill game.
Oh boy, here we go. Lethal picks up another 24-28 now, and Kratos is going to be taken down by Frosty, who you might have noticed has got a little bit of camo to play with as well. 3 kills, the difference between the two teams. It's almost tied up here.
This was 25-10. That's a 17-5 run from Sentinels just now. And what a statement from them. Make it a 2-kill game. This is essentially tied up 1-kill game. And I don't know what you're thinking if you're on the side of XSET. We are tied at 30-30. Are you kidding me?
20 kills to go for either team. I thought this one was over. But Sentinels did not. Suppress somehow stays alive in the base, though. Oh, the bloom from the sidekick not quite connecting. Lethal comes in. Frosty comes in as well. It's a 1-kill lead now for Sen.
This is absolutely outrageous. And this is what the best teams in the world can do. It doesn't matter if they're down by 15 in a Slayer. They'll bring it back. I predicted it would take them till the 40 kill mark. My God, did they ever shut that down. They did it at 30, outslaying their opponents by an unbelievable margin there. 20 kills to 5.
All of a sudden, it's a lot closer between the two teams when I'm talking about trades. Trades across the board now. It hasn't been those big swings that we saw from either side at the start of this game. 34-32 the score, though. 2-kill lead here. Make that a 4-kill lead as Frosty and Snakebite will pick up kills. There's a stick coming in, though.
Very nice.
Arctic making a play, though, to keep XSET in it. If he falls in that situation, it's not going to allow his teammates to come off free spawn, but Frosty puts him in the bin.
39-35, it's a 4-kill lead for Sentinels, and if you are on the side of XSET, if you are one of those players or the coach, you are wondering what the hell just happened. This was a runaway Slayer. This looked like a matchmaking stat and a guaranteed steak dinner, but now it is anything but.
Camo in the hands of Snakebite. It's going to be dropped down. It wasn't activated, so the camo still available top middle. XSET pick up 3 kills as well. Frosty last alive here. Tries to get the stick onto the player inside of the base, trying to survive as long as he can, but now look at the score again. A little bit of a rally here coming in from XSET.
This is what we came for. 42-39 here.
Snakebite knew where that camo was. He just picked it up top middle.
There it is. This could be big here. This could be game in his hands.
Frosty picks up 1. 7 kills to go now for Sentinels. There's Kratos, though, with a grenade to cross the 40-point mark here for XSET. Arctic tries to stay alive. Not going to happen, son, as Frosty works with Snakebite. Suppressed, he's trying to hunt down Snakebite, but no! Snakebite jumps back out to pick up the 45th, but it's 3 kills the difference between the two teams.
Look at all the information from Snakebite. First of all, amazing trigger discipline, amazing timing, but look at all the information he's getting his team here on the flank. Camo's out, but he's already behind enemy lines.
Kratos gets beaten down from the thrust. Now Snakebite is behind enemy lines. 47 kills on the board now for Sentinels, make it 48-49. 1 kill away. Sentinels from taking home game number 2. And it's one of the craziest comebacks we've seen so far in Halo Infinite.
Here we go, the last one. It's in the fridge, and he finds it. It's a killing spree to end the game. And as you said, one of the most wild comebacks we have seen in competitive Halo history. Take a look at Kratos on the stage. Can't believe it, leaning back. That game was 25-10. And Sentinels brings it back in one of the most dominating fashions we have ever seen.
Absolutely ridiculous. And that is what can happen on Aquarius though, Slayer. I will say it, and we will see it again happen. You can chain together 8, 10, 12, 15, I can't even remember how many it was in total, but you can do it on Aquarius if you get that 4 dead. Sentinels though, not only did they get a 4 dead, they got a 12 dead, it felt like at one point. It was back to back to back to back wipes across the board of XSET.
They went 20 kills and 5 deaths in that comeback to tie the game at 30. That was overslaying the opponents 5 times in a row while only sacrificing 1 death on each rotation. That is crazy. We've been doing this a long time. I don't know if we've ever seen that clinical of a comeback and that efficient in terms of only exchanging 1 death for 4 or 5 times in a row. It's crazy.
And the most ridiculous thing about that game as well was XSET did that at the start of the game as well, and I thought it was done. I thought it was over. I thought we were heading to game 3 all tied up, but now as we head to game 3, it is Sentinels who only need to win 1 more. I mean, the scoreline is something just to keep your eyes on here, because if you're just joining us, I don't know what just happened.
This will now be the benchmark. This is now the textbook for when you are down by 15 kills. Is it possible to bring the game back? Someone will say yes. Take a look at HCS Anaheim. Saturday, series number 1. Watch what Sentinels does to XSET when they were down 25-10. It's an unbelievably impressive feat that we've just seen from the Sentinel side, and I really can't say enough about it and how devastating for XSET.
You know what the scariest thing about that is for everyone else in the bracket? Sentinels do that kind of thing, and they only do it when they're playing well. And so far today, they have looked pretty good against XSET. You have to say, a scary, scary start, but then when things started to click, boy, did they click. A killing spree for Snakebite to close things out. No emotion on their faces. A little lift of the eyebrows from the man with the most, what's the word, most active eyebrows in Halo. I'm going to put that. I think you're right. I think he's got that above his mantelpiece. But that's the series score. 50-43. Sentinels up by 2.
An amazing scoreline, not one we expected to see after the first few moments of Aquarius Slayer. We are now, though, heading to Streets Oddball. If you're just joining us, this was a bit different when these teams met in scrims and practice prior to this week. I believe it was something around 2:13 to 1:33 or so. So the game did end on time. However, that's still quite an impressive scoreline for the side of XSET. However, if the last game was any indicator, we probably shouldn't put too much stock, as you always say, into those scrim results. XSET needs to turn it on. They need to turn it on now, but I don't know, honestly, how you do that after that match that we just saw.
Yeah, what do you say? What do you say to your teammates in that position? It's like, well, we threw. All right, time to go to game 3. That's pretty much what you have to say.
You make
a joke of it. You have to make light of it.
You threw the game, and you need to throw it out because you need to get ready for game number 3.
Well, here we go then. We're ready for game number 3. I'm sure everyone who's watching at home is ready for game number 3 as well. Sentinels look to march through the upper side of this bracket with a good, convincing win against XSET. They need 1 more map. Snakebite, our first POV.
Look at the presence from Sentinels there. They are not afraid to be bottom middle. They send 3 players on the bottom middle angles. Frosty's in right away. There's no waiting for rockets. There's no baiting the rockets. They are in there. They put the presence on bottom middle, and they win the power weapons immediately, but suppressed. Fantastic shot there.
Yeah, he's got the red gun, as it's affectionately called. That Stalker rifle is enough to counteract anything that you can pick up on the map. Royal 2 now. He's going to feel a little bit of the wrath of it, but not too much for now. Having to back up from those pillars to make sure that he plays his life. But even though Sentinels did get the rockets off the break here, even though they were the most aggressive, what's the one stat that we always look at in oddball? It's ball time, and at the moment, no one's got their hands on it.
That's right, it's ball time, and it's only ball time. You might see a lot of other stat categories coming out of this game, but that really is all that will matter. It's an opportunity for another mental reset from XSET, as we said. Pretty talented in this game type, and they know how to play it, but we'll have to see if they can put the numbers on the board.
Now the question is, can Royal 2 get this ball back into Tram? with his life? The answer is no, but Frosty is going to be there with a flank onto Kratos and Suspector. That's completely cleared out the arcade side of the map here where Frosty finds himself. Ball is down though. Suspector is trying to rotate through Tram to pick it up and take it back towards his teammates, but from the break here.
Look how
12-1 the score between the two.
Yeah, pardon me. Look how Frosty does not prioritize the ball grab there. He actually goes back to rail, stairs, and bottom neons. Look, hit the nades as well.
Did he just stick someone off the wall? I need to see that back. Replay ops, and please clip that because I need to see what happened exactly there to kind of break down if he just did something absolutely ridiculous. Not sure if Halo or Counter-Strike with those kind of nade spots, but Frosty showing that the man knows how to do other things that others don't.
And look at the patience here. How long has Frosty been at B Arcade? He's been here for about 45 seconds. He wins battles in Arcade. It's a killing spree at the B part of the map. Incredible stuff there from Frosty. He knows where he needs to be to anchor for his team.
Arctic picks up a double kill though, and that's a perfect time to do so because that rocket launcher is now coming up. 29-5 the score in this first round of Oddball. And it looks like the rockets have disappeared. Who's got them though? That's the question. It's a Spectre from XSET as we see Royal 2 taking down Arctic in the feet.
I'll have to see what they do here with these rockets. Big moment, already down by 30 points. They need to make sure that they step on the gas pedal right now. They cannot let this first round run away.
Ball taken.
Looks like Sentinels are aware those rockets aren't in their hands as well, so the positioning's been pretty good from them. Suspector needs to make a play here. Needs to take down the ball carrier. Snakebite though is going to survive, and look at that. Immediately Lethal drops that upward to say to his buddy, I got your back.
And look at the angles that Suspector has. He does not have good angles for the rockets. They brought those to Red Room because they were able to play great angles where the rockets are not going to be that effective, and just like that, he's taken down with only getting one kill.
Frosty with the flank as well. Now he's going to be pushing up to try and take care of Kratos and Arctic. Little positioning, great positioning coming in from him, but the shots from Arctic equally as good. Kratos now taken down. A killing spree for Royal 2, 53-5, and the ball in his hands too.
Once again, leading on the board in terms of kills. Sentinels very comfortable in this game, and obviously a huge margin on the oddball scoreboard as well. Just like you said, 58-5. Now Bone Dog just patrolling on pillars. The Spectre has to run away. And look, Royal 2 can now watch the exact angles on Rail. He'll probably stay alive here. He certainly does. Now he's got a flank.
Now he's aware as well that there might be a player doubling back, but you're completely right. The flank and the angle taken by Royal 2. He was in perfect position to clean up those kills, but his teammates already killed him. Now he's on the front foot again, killing the respawners.
Suspector is being forced to run circles around tires and B stairs, and Royal 2's happy to run behind him because guess what? All the while, they're putting a few more seconds on the board.
Yeah, and where's Royal 2 going to spawn? Pretty close to his teammates here, you would imagine. Suppressed trying to do what he can mid-map. 66-5 the score. Sentinels doing a good job of at least making sure they turn these kills into ball time. That was our one question coming in from yesterday. Can they make the kills count?
That's the question now. Suppress does get the rockets in hand, and we have yet to see, aside from the opening of that Aquarius Slayer, we have yet to see control from the side of XSET in this series. An opportunity for them to do so. Still 2 minutes on the clock, rockets in hand.
We'll say this though, XSET have controlled rockets for the majority of this game. We saw, I think it was Suspector, who had them the last time. Managed to pick up one kill, took a little bit of time to do so, but this time it's Suppressed who has the rockets, but they need to make a play here. They're going to be able to pick up the kill here onto Snakebite. They also had the ball in their hands, and with the rocket launcher in the hands of Suppressed here, they're going to be able to clear some space.
Yeah, he keeps checking. You see, he keeps checking Rail, keeps checking to see if anyone's around. He actually didn't get eyes on either of those players there. Very great stuff from the side of Sentinels to not expose, but presumably should have a rocket angle here on Snakebite, unless he gets distracted. But right now, a little bit more time on the board for the side of XSET. They do hit the 30-point mark, and nice work here from Suppress as XSET's starting to catch a little bit of momentum.
Really, really impressive hold this from XSET as well. Sentinels find themselves 4 dead. Frosty and Royal 2 are going to be spawning by the red room, and now you can see, look at Suppressed. Just taking some angles, making sure he backs away, can't finish off the kill onto Frosty. And now the push is going to come in. Royal 2 manages to take him down, but the damage done by Suppressed, very, very impressive. On all of this, while the ball is the other side of the map.
Very, very impressive work, as you say, from Suppress. A great job there. Look at the scoreboard right now. Just like that, they brought this game back. It was about 66-5. Now it's 66-51. This is essentially a tied game, and once again, XSET is back in this series. We'll have to see if they can close out the round.
It's been a topsy-turvy series the last couple of games. First game was completely dominated by Sentinels. Double kill here for Lethal. But apart from that, it's been back and forth between the two teams. 71-51 the score. Only 20 points the difference between the two teams. And that's just one hold, even half a hold here for this game to be tied up for XSET.
Absolutely, XSET needs to make sure they do not let this one slip through the cracks. They've done it before, and as recently as the last game, a heartbreaking, devastating loss. If you didn't catch it, blew a 15-kill lead in that Slayer now, but all they could focus on is this game number 3. It's a 20-point separating in this round. As a reminder, they'll need to be the best of 3 rounds to win the game.
Royal 2 trying to get away with that rocket launcher. Sentinels managing to secure this for the first time in quite some time, and it reflects in the score, right? The last 2 rockets have gone in the hands of XSET. They've managed to get that score in their hands, but now that the oddball is in the hands and the rockets of Sentinels, maybe they're going to get pretty close with a minute left on the clock here to taking home this first round.
Look at Royal 2 just waiting, so smart, so wise to not shoot that rocket on pillars. A lot of players would have been tempted to let that rocket go on pillars. Instead, he just waits, drops around in the rocket pocket, picks up a double kill, but a double kill answered on the other side as well from Suspector.
Frosty with the ball in his hands, though, more importantly. And the score is racking up here. 10 points to go. Snakebite clears the way towards Tram. Where are those kills going to be coming in, though? That's the question. Where are the respawns coming in? It sounds like, and looks like they're coming in towards Tram here. So Frosty's going to be cutting mid-map, trying to flank behind anyone who's going to be pushing down on that streak. Picks up one. There should be another couple of kills here for him as well, as the players are weak. Manages to get one at least, but 3 players do fall from XSET as his teammates clean up the mess that's left.
Suppressed, last player alive, knows he needs to rotate the ball. This is a great play. Able to stay alive, able to rotate the ball. Eventually he will fall, but he did enough because 3 of his teammates are up now. They have respawned, and now they can try to live to fight another day.
Now this is where Sentinels have to be careful. They know they only need 3 seconds more of that ball time, but if they fail on this push,
oh my god,
then this could be XSET's way back into the game. Suppressed, vital for him to pick up that kill. Frosty has managed to sneak behind enemy lines, but I think that Kratos has actually managed to sneak him out here. Frosty, where's he gone? Frosty gets taken down, or should I say takes down Kratos, who had that Bulldog. That kind of a play is going to open the map up, but look at this, 6 seconds left on the game clock, but it's going to be stopped here because they need to hold this ball in their hands.
They've only got a 4-second cushion here. Notice the ball timer has stopped there. 4 seconds left. The timer will continue now. 3, 2, 1. They're going to wait and let that reset. That will be Sentinels taking the round.
Sentinels put the first round on the ball here on Streets. Oddball, but again, a valiant battle being put up by XSET, especially in that sort of second third, I would say, of the game where they had control of those couple of rockets in a row. But for now, the story is Sentinels just need one more round to complete the 3-0.
You have to wonder, does XSET have what it takes to put a round on the board and try to extend this series? It feels like there's all the momentum going towards the side of Sentinels, and even when you thought XSET was going to bring this game back, unable to close out that first round, now they're just 1 round away from defeat and a trip to the elimination bracket.
They have the ball in their hands, though. You can see the rotation is coming back towards Suspector. White, he's got rockets. Royal 2 had no idea as he got caught out trying to cut that ball player as he made the rotation from the pink street. Frosty picks up one, though. Suspector has to turn around and gets the beat down. There is 1 rocket down in the chamber. Who can get their hands on it?
Look at that play from Frosty. They just collapsed on that rocket player. Lethal 2, Lethal flies right in. Once again, how many times have we seen it? Sentinels, they travel in packs, they travel in pairs, and my God, does it pay off.
Royal 2 is trying to be aggressive as well towards Heaven, and Suppressed at the moment is going to get swarmed by players from Sentinels. Grenades coming in, Bulldogs beat down. It's not a nice place to be, as he has to run the gauntlet and does not come out the other side of it.
Now back A is a dangerous place right now. Snakebite just going to try to stay alive with the Bulldog. Take a look at them screen watching there. They're covering every nook, every cranny. They've got the angles covered.
Kratos picks up 1 in the team fight, though. Royal 2 is going to have the commando in his hands and managed to trade it out almost immediately. But where is that ball? Is anyone in position to pick it up? Look at this, Snakebite. Luckily, just caught someone out the corner of his eye, the peripheral vision. Just good enough for him to see that player to get the beat down. 2 down per side at the moment. Suspector picks up that ball.
Slower start for this game. It's good news for XSET, right? Sentinels simply has not run away with this game yet. And I think XSET is slowly starting to put a little bit more points on the board right now. They've managed to get 20. They're trying to get these play balls as well. So if XSET can continue this, they might be able to squeak out this round. But they're going to need to make sure that they step it up in the slaying department.
Yeah, really important that I think it was Suspector who was on that tower, managed to throw that ball out for just a few seconds. And now, off the respawn, who's behind enemy lines? It's Suspector, but so is Frosty's alarm at the moment. He knew that he was there and he zoned in on him and made sure that he wasn't going to be too much of a problem. Now the players are going to be trapped around tires here for XSET. So you can see Frosty immediately recognizes his map situation, pushes towards this with a Bulldog, picks up 1, 3 dead for XSET.
Look how efficient they are when they have that Bulldog out. Both Frosty and Snakebite, they barely peek around corners. They get the kill and they fire right back. They don't take any extra damage more than they need to. Snakebite also with 2 rockets here in tires.
And with that, the lead changes. Sentinels go into the lead. Snakebite connects with 1 but doesn't pick up the kill, but Frosty is going to be there to turn that damage into a +1 on his statistics. Now up in heaven, he's going to have that rocket launcher in his hand. And look at the timing, the communication. Perfect for that rocket to hit.
The only way you pre-fire that rocket from heaven into tires is if you have that call-out bottom mid going tires, perfectly timed. As you said, perfect communication as well. It'll be a minor lead for them. 2 dead for a second on the side of Sentinels, so we'll have to see if XSET can come up the back of those slays and get a setup.
It looks like they've got the spawns coming in here. So Prester's got tires control, and look at the spawn for Arctic as well. That's going to be on the pink street. However, Frosty with the Bulldog's going to pick up 1, which is going to make this a little bit more uncomfortable, as Kratos now is going to be playing a very sneaky position. But look at this, already the Swarm seems to be coming in, but Kratos should be able to win this battle here against Frosty, who is weak jumping up from the ATM. Ball is down at the moment, and Kratos a little bit isolated.
Yeah, Kratos trying to see if he needed to check an angle. He doesn't want to grab the ball and get slayed immediately, so it does very well to check the corner before he brings the ball back. Then he rotates the ball back to his spawner. So right now, once again, a scoring opportunity. The lead will change, and XSET will take the lead once again.
Snakebite is going to win that battle. Kratos not connected with the Bulldog. Very important for him to do, because that's cleaned out the pink street. Arctic had to be careful as well. A Snakebite nearly made yet another play there. Unfortunately, this time cannot convert that one into a kill. Royal 2 picks up the damage done by Frosty with the Bulldog in his hands now. Only 1 shell to work with, though, for Frosty, so he can be swapping to that BR almost immediately. Rockets popping in a few seconds too.
A few good slays there coming in from XSET, but it didn't really translate the time on the board. Only a 5-second lead after all that, and boom, boom, go the Rockets as well.
Only 1 out of the 2, though, being converted for Kratos, so not too bad of a play there for Sentinels. 1 player alive per side at the moment. You can see that Lethal decides, hey, I'm near the oddball, and I'm pretty sure that spawn is going to be across map, so there's a chance for me to scrape a little bit more time. With that, the lead changes once again here. Sentinels with a slim marginal lead.
Look how much information Lethal gets. He's not afraid to peek neons to rail. He wants to know if anyone's pushing B Street, checking rail, checking B stairs. Also able to drop and shoot so fast. This is a veteran Halo player. A lead change again now. It's going to be the side of Sentinels leading 39-32.
I mean, look at the team fight that's coming into the moment from Sentinels.
Dude,
Lethal's just playing on the ball, and there's always someone to shoot for him.
If there is a zombie apocalypse and I'm hiding in my basement, I have Lethal with me, and I'm giving the man a shotgun, and I am pretty sure we will survive.
I don't know what to say about that one, because I feel like Lethal in a zombie apocalypse probably would be the first to go down. But anyway, Arctic's going to be inside of the cafeteria. He's going to have the Bulldog in his hand, and I'd like to see the amount of kills that have been picked up by this weapon so far across this map, because it seems like every POV at the moment we see someone with that Bulldog in their hands doing the damage. But XSET now with the ball in their hands, trying to rotate back, but Snakebite is the priority kill for them. Frosty picks up 1, Suspected trying to deal with Snakebite, but at the moment he's being incredibly elusive.
The Bulldog has been so important here back. A very nice thrust coming in from Arctic. We'll see if he can help over on Frosty as well. Very nice jump into tires as well to select that angle. He'll pick up that one. So 4 dead, as you said, only 1 fresh spawner, that's World 2, and now we have an opportunity. It will be a lead change again, one of the most back and forth oddballs we've seen in a long time.
Now, I will say this, World 2 just got a really good spawn towards Arcade, and I'm pretty sure he has a clear push towards where that oddball is coming in. Rockets are going to be coming up as well, and I think that Arctic's actually recognized the situation. He might have gone for a play ball there to try and get an angle on these Rockets. Drop wall goes down as well, and at the moment he's trying to do it all, but at the same time doing it all but not doing too much. Had to be a little bit more decisive there.
Yeah, nice little 360 getaway from Frosty as well. Rockets will go into tires now, into PD as well, and they're going to continue holding once again. And now it will be Sentinels taking the lead once again. Trust us, folks, this normally does not happen with this back and forth tug of war scoring. And on ball! Frosty very efficient there to not trade as well with that double kill.
Although Pink Street might not be the most intimidating of names for where Frosty picked up those kills, but it certainly ain't the street you want to tread down lightly, as you see the Rockets and the BR combining together for Frosty. And with that, Sentinels now have a more established lead than either team has had for the majority of this second round here. 74-53, as Royal 2 is going to pick up a killing spree too.
On a killing spree as well, he's 14-9. Teammate Frosty 15-9 right now. Impressive numbers once again. Almost turns 2 somehow out of that. I think he almost got a 2-for-1 back there. He'll pick up that one as you hear it nearing victory in the announcer audio. 81-53, and not so close anymore on set.
Ball rotated away from the push that's coming in as well from XSET. If they can cross towards Arcade, this might be the game here.
They're going to keep going.
Kratos is trying to do what he can. Suspected now has to push because he knows if that ball gets away, then that will be the series done and dusted. Frosty is going to be taken down in the feed. Lethal falls as well. Snakebite now has the responsibility with this Bulldog to hold this push off, but what a push it was from XSET.
My God, it's like a scene out of Mars Attacks there with that Sentinel beam. As hard as that thing hit, he'll pick up a kill on the bottom of B stairs. As you said, only 5th. Look at the timer here. That's going to be it. 2 seconds left. They got to hold the ball. It's going to fall. Presumably not a ball grab. He's going to drop it. Sentinels will win the series with a score of 3-0 and a dominant win for this side.
That reminds us of just what Sentinels can do that series. It's 3-0 in the history books, but we learned so much about what we can expect to see from them, not just today, but maybe even tomorrow as well. GG's to XSET, of course. It was a very competitive series at times, but Sentinels just showing a bit of class, something they may have been missing yesterday.
They are right now, as you say, fighting at a class above, especially when you look at what they were able to do with that Slayer comeback. Pretty wild results. You got to be proud of the Sentinels, boys, if you're a Sen fan. On the other side, as you said, XSET kept the series close at times. I think they've got a lot of things to look at, though, in terms of the tape if they want to be able to show up in the rest of the series.
Yeah, I mean, we saw one of the craziest comebacks we've ever seen in competitive Halo. Slayer-wise, that second map of the series. If you're only just joining us now, flip back through the VOD and make sure that you take a look at that, because it was a ridiculous run coming in from Sentinels. But I think what we saw from them, Andy, was what we expected from Sentinels coming into this tournament, right? A little bit more efficiency, the kills are there, everything just starting to click for them.
Everything's there. I think you put it perfectly. If you look at that Bizarre Slayer, like we said, that is now the benchmark, Bizarre CTF. That is the benchmark of how you play Bizarre CTF, and you look at Aquarius Slayer, if you start to throw the game and go down by 15, how you bring the game back, and you're talking about 2 rounds to 0 in the oddball game. So even though it was interesting at times, it was exciting at times, I think we saw some of the best of Sentinels that we've seen in a very long time.
We certainly did, and of course this isn't the end of the run for XSET as well. They fall down to the elimination bracket, so they have an opportunity to now start their run down there, but not a lot of room to play with now. One more loss and they're out.
And not a lot of room to play with, and not a lot of confidence to take from that series. I think with the exception of the lead that they had in Slayer, which has an asterisk next to it, I don't know what else you take. I think you really need to sit down as a group, reset, get somewhere in this venue that's not around all the players, all the teams, find a quiet place to talk about how do we get this tournament back, because right now it has slipped out of our hands.
Yeah, it seemed a little bit flat from them, but on the same side of things, anyone who's playing against Sentinels when they're playing at the top of the game is certainly going to look flat. I will say this though, even though it was on the result of it, fairly convincing for Sentinels, right, 3-0, there was still a few things that maybe there is going to be something to work on for them moving through this tournament. But for now, that's going to wrap it up from us. It was a lot of fun to cast the series, of course, but now it's time to head over to the main stage. Blaze is there with Royal One.
And I had like a bacon, egg, and cheese kind of thing. Like a breakfast
Okay. And so as we're talking about what we had for breakfast up here, okay, me and Royal One talked about how he had the coffee and the bacon, egg, and cheese, because I was trying to figure out what did they put in their systems to come out playing like this, all right? Royal One, y'all woke up to some fearsome competition today. How are you and the boys feeling?
We're feeling good. I mean, obviously we had a rough series against Cloud9 last night, but we kind of know what we did wrong. We started the series a little bit flat against them, and we kind of went over some things last night, talked about what we got to improve on, and we'll bounce back. Stuff like that doesn't bother us.
Exactly. So actually, can we go a little bit into the things in which you guys do want to improve coming to the day off that last series? Because it seemed like you guys were a little bit step behind, playing a little bit slower.
Yeah, I would say our communication was lacking a little bit the first 2 games. Like, we were kind of just like calling out and not really doing much more. Like, we weren't small talking, we weren't coordinating things with each other. So we kind of, once we kind of step that up and get the comms flowing a little better, I think everything else will just fall into place.
All right, now I want to talk about this series a little bit because I watched maps 1 and 2 fall into place perfectly for you guys. And maps number 1, Bizarre, the CTF, the rallies, the flags, back-to-back, so damn coordinated. You guys look so good on that map to dominate. And then also, tell me about map number 2, being down like 25-9, and then you guys come out with those slays, 20 kills, 5 deaths. It was just perfect gameplay.
Yeah, map number 1, we actually been pretty solid at Bizarre. Like our power-up control is pretty good. Like I feel like we know how to play that game type pretty well. So that was just like an easy one for us. Map 2, we had like a really rough start. I think we had a couple unfortunate things happen where we just went down big. But we're the kind of team where like all we need is just a little bit of control and get our footing in the game. And like, well, you saw like we came back heavy on those guys, and I had to let them know they choked that bad.
Yeah, you were letting them know, okay? Because we heard them up here on the main stage, and I looked at your players, and they were like chilling, locked in. And you was like, "Don't worry, I'll do the trash talking for you."
Somebody's got to do it on our team.
Somebody got to do it. All right. It was good talking to you, man. Lottie, we just got a lot of information up here from Royal One. Sentinels, they started the day out on top, 3-0. You and the guys break it down.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and thank you so much to Royal One as well. And yes, we did hear the dulcet tones of Royal One on the stage. Should I say dulcet? Should I say electric? My goodness, he did light up this this atmosphere here, because we could hear him outside of the convention center. We could hear him inside the convention center, but rightfully so. You know, I mean, that second game, that Slayer was just unbelievable. We're going to break things down here, and let's just start with it. Why not? Because that comeback was huge. I want to know, Clutch, from your perspective, you know, what really happened to Sentinels to have such a slow start, to really try and annihilate the snowball that XSET were trying to push forward there, and then create one of their own?
Yes, XSET started that game extremely hot. It was a triple kill from Suspector that got them into a great position off the break to get them camo, to get them heat wave, map control, and with that we saw what XSET is actually capable of. But Sentinels did the exact same thing later on in that same game, and unfortunately it was a matter of like, how far can we push our advantages. XSET showed you they can push it pretty far, but then Sentinels showed you we can push it even farther when we get control. And that's why they were able to literally tie the game after being down 24-9. We were tied up at 30 at one point.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. And Gaskin, I want to get your verdict here as well on our last game of the series. Obviously, this oddball streets, I want to talk about getting that power weapon control. It is something you hear all the time. We hear it from the casters, we hear it on the desk, but it really is coming down to those rockets, right? You know, we saw XSET have rockets twice in a row and did try and honestly steal the lead at certain times in some of the rounds. So talk to me about the control and where Sentinels maybe have to really kind of push forward going up against some of our top teams.
We know full well that if you allow the rocket control to consistently go into the hands of your opponent, you're going to struggle to be in a place where you can hold those setups. But I think what's more important is controlling the Bulldog, actually. And I know it's not going to be a big time of this on your screen, but it's so influential if you're going to be holding the setup towards Station or Tram, whatever you want to call it, from whatever region you're in. I guess I'm in North America, I should say Tram, like Clutch does. But you've got a lot of those up close and personal fights. And actually the Rockets, they're not that influential in that scenario, because sometimes you've got to get into the Tram before you can even use them. And we see so many kind of pocket rockets which are just fired willy-nilly and unfortunately don't even connect. But yeah, the power weapon control was amazing by Sentinels, and a lot of that comes down to Royal One.
I think what we saw was the good, bad, and the ugly of Sentinels there. You see they go 5-0 up in Bazaar. It's very hard to cap one flag in Bazaar, let alone cap all five. So that goes to show how impressive that was. They go down in the Slayer by 24-9. So that's such a jarring task to come back into it. But what we've seen them rally back, and like Wes says, like Royal One says, once you give us back control, we do not relinquish it. That's what we've seen. A really impressive performance of the Sentinels.
It really, really was. And quickly to also touch upon that CTF game, that Bazaar, it really was an absolute clinic. That was a how-to-play Bazaar CTF. I mean, it's a really difficult map to play for a flag game. You have these huge barricades up on each base. It's really difficult to get through. There's nades everywhere. Marketplace is such a dangerous place to be because you have rockets on your left, you have OV on your right, and it's about capturing those points, right? You know, making sure that you guys have everything in your arsenal to be able to get those caps in. But I also noticed the team effort across the slays, the assists, the objective was amazing.
Yeah, it was everybody from Sentinels that had that strong game one, and you wondered, what is the Sentinels roster going to look like today? All four of those guys come out shooting well in game one. The teamwork was on point too. Every time they found an entry into the base, it was off a bait and switch. It was off capitalizing on one player's damage and pushing your numbers advantage once you have that. I mean, Snakebite pulled the first flag in the first like 15 seconds of the game. Having faith that the rest of the team was doing their job. Lethal got that first overshield. They got the slays. They got the first cap on the board in like a minute and a half. And it was all she wrote from there. Not often are we going to see 5 flags be capped on Bazaar. We won't see it on broadcast again for this tournament. That shows you how dominant of a performance that game one really was.
Yeah, it was nice to see them also pushing as a team, right? You know, you saw them pushing in twos. That makes a huge difference when you're trying to outnumber your opponent in certain situations, and also being one step ahead of XSET the entire time as well. Let's actually take a quick look, though, right now at the bracket to see our results so far today. And as we're looking at this, we obviously know exactly the result of this game. It was a 3-0 against XSET. Clutch, talk to me about this winners bracket though, because we have a lot of different games here. We have a couple of results right now. We see a 2-2 going on as well here in Fnatic UIU, but there's a lot to be said.
Yeah, UIU getting the best of Fnatic in that series. So far, I know it's in a game 5. We've seen Fnatic win 2 game 5s already this weekend. Will it be a third to try and get themselves to that winner's quarters? But the big story when I look at this bracket is that bottom half. Optic, United, FaZe, Sentinels, all on one half of the bracket. Only one team is going to come out of that side, obviously. And all these teams going to knock each other into the losers bracket. You know, as a Cloud9 fan, you get to sit back and say, hey, they got to go through each other to get to us.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult. I'm going to say that has to be the bracket side of death. That is so competitive in terms of those teams. And really, I think all of those teams have potential to upset one another, Shaz.
Yeah, looking at it there, I think Cloud9 on the top half side of the bracket, I think they'll be cruising all the way into the finals. I think we'll just kick our feet up and wait until winners finals. I think all the rest of the teams have to go through an absolute gauntlet in the trenches with one another, go to war. So it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top, but it's not looking good for some of those teams down there.
No, it's not. I'm also very excited to see Pioneers, though, as well. What are you making of Pioneers and their journey so far and what they've got to go through?
Yeah, I think Pioneers surprised everyone yesterday, but now it's about putting that performance into practice in tournament play. And they are on that side of the bracket of Cloud9. I did say that actually it almost benefits United. I know that bottom side of the bracket looks awful, but there's no Cloud9 on that bottom side of the bracket. So United, by losing to Pioneers yesterday, avoid Cloud9 until the winners finals. That's one way you could look at it. Yes, okay, there's Optic, there's FaZe, there's Sentinels, but they're all squads that could be beaten by United. United were the second best team. So by avoiding Cloud9, that sets up maybe a winners finals rematch with United. But maybe the Pioneers can actually just surprise all of us even more today. Like, what happens if suddenly Pioneers go into that Cloud9 series if they were to get there and then blow us out of the water once more? Like, it could happen.
It could. It could happen. Don't give away too much, though, Gaskin. We've got to keep people come back for more. But I'll tell you what, though, I do have a very cool giveaway for you guys at home, though. I do have an Xbox Series X giveaway. Do you want to win this? I think you do. Yes. And all you have to do is follow at HCS on Twitter. You have to retweet the official giveaway tweet and tune in and enjoy the show. I mean, how easy is that giveaway to enter? It's very easy, isn't it?
I've just entered.
You just did it right now?
Yeah. Am I allowed to win?
I think you are allowed to win.
All right,
well, I don't see why not.
Rigged.
I don't.
For money reviewers, I'm not sure which.
Hashtag rigged. No, it's not. It's not. But everybody has a fair chance of winning that. But it's an incredible giveaway, so make sure you guys do enter as well. We're actually going to head to a quick break right now. But when we come back, we're going to have our next match of the day lined up on that main stage. We're awaiting some results to find out who Optic are going to match back behind us here. But when we come back, we'll have all of that. Oh, we've just been told. It's been updated. It's going to be United. This is going to be a big match, people. So Optic Gaming versus United. We're going to break down everything you guys need to know right after this.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
Flag taken. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the HCS NA Regionals. We are live from Anaheim in California, and before the break we saw a very dominant Sentinels roster perform their very best against XSET and really sent them home crying, especially after Kratos' his interview and how confident he felt. I'm pretty sure it knocked him off his chair, considering of how well this XSET team have been doing as of recently and how incredible they are in terms of the best Halo players in the world. But Sentinels had something different to say, and my goodness, what an absolute clinic it was. That Optic game, I gotta say though, was getting a little bit touchy at times, and XSET were trying to fight back, but unfortunately, Sentinels were done with this series, and they were like, you know what, let's move along, let's get on with the rest of our day. And honestly, what an absolute showing that was out of Sentinels, especially the bounce back after Cloud9 yesterday. But that's not why we're here to talk. We're actually here to talk about the next match, which is going to be Optic versus E United. It's so very lovely to have you guys joining us. And I also have Bravo, Clutch and Gaskin on the desk with me. Had a little bit of a reshuffle, but fellas, let's talk about the team in green. Let's talk about Optic. I mean, Optic right now are performing pretty well, I've got to say. You know, coming out of pool play yesterday looking sharp. They're going up against the United, who have had a little bit of a rocky pool, to be perfectly honest with you. The results are probably not what they were looking for and intended coming out of their pool play, but they've got quite a hurdle going up against them. But Optic feeling confident right now, do you think, Bravo?
Yeah, it was a tale of two very different Fridays. I actually caught Lunchbox in the hotel last night. I said, how are you guys feeling? He came up with me and he said, you know what? I don't know. We're feeling really good. And I think United was certainly a bit different.
Yeah, it was indeed. And I got to say, in terms of the stats for some of the players for Optic, Lucid is looking pretty damn good as per usual. The 1.29 coming out of yesterday, looking really, really good. Are you looking for anybody in particular on Optic to step up, do you think, for day 2?
No, I think it's this entire team's responsibility to step up. Everybody's got to play well this weekend to accomplish the goal this team is set out for, and that is a championship under this Optic gaming roster. Now that the Green Wall is being represented back in Halo, they want to do that justice. They know that the Green Wall has expectations with it, and they want to fill those expectations. 9-0 is a good start, but the job is not done.
I actually want to correct myself. The 1.29 was actually the last Pro Series. Lucid gets better on LAN. He's at a 1.51 coming out of yesterday. So I need to do the man justice there. Gaskin, when we have Optic gaming players performing like this, how scared should their opposition be?
I think United will be a little bit concerned because Optic are one of those teams that when they're playing at their very best, they could beat anyone. But when we look back at Rally, Optic Gaming, they fell a little bit short. And I think that they will know that, United will know that. And if you look at previous performances on LAN, technically United are the favourites because they finished second in Rally. But in recent scrims, Optic have very much got the better of United every single time. It's not like it's been too close either. I'd say for the most part it was like kind of 10-3s, 9-4s. There were certainly better game types there for United. So series layout, as always, is going to be a big one here for me.
Yeah, I think it will definitely be huge, and it's going to definitely play a part into United and their destiny in this series. Let's actually switch the POV right now to United and talk about really their journey here, because obviously Optic is going to be a big opponent for them to start day 2. They, obviously have got warm to get into this position here, but Bravo, not performing on kind of firing on all cylinders like the United we saw in our previous LAN.
I think if you're an United player or a United fan, you need to see what Sentinels just did in terms of let's make it a different day 2, right? Let's start this weekend off right now. We're into the bracket. Let's make this a very different day 2, day 3. I think we need to see a brand new United.
The best thing about United's performance so far this tournament is that they're coming off a win.
Yeah.
They played earlier this morning. Optic coming out maybe potentially cold here in this series, seeing that this is going to be their first games of the day. United having that opportunity to warm up, having some experience of the day under their belt, that could bode well for early on in this series at least to come out swinging, maybe catch Optic Gaming off guard, but that's going to be difficult in its own.
Yeah, certainly, and I think as Gaskin said, it'll come down to game types, because there's some games you can get away with stealing, but with things like Halo Infinite Oddball rules, it's harder to run away with momentum.
Yeah, it certainly is, and obviously looking at stats here, especially coming out of yesterday, we have King Nick at a 0.94 from yesterday. Should we be a little bit concerned about that, Gaskin, in terms of, maybe a slip up in a player and somebody who needs to step up for the team?
Again, when you look at stats overall, it's so difficult to highlight a player and say that they were performing bad just because they weren't getting the kills, because some of the kills that King Nick was able to achieve might have been able to stop a team running a flag or stopping a team picking up a ball, and it's almost looking at it from an overarching point of view instead and saying how important were those kills that he got with that KD ratio. And certainly in the games that we cast and we watched from United, he did have slow starts, but then as he got into the game and he got to the latter stages, he had some huge kills that really did change the momentum swings. But if he can find that same kind of latter stage performance and implement it right at the start, then maybe we're going to see a little bit of a different performance from United, because they can't keep coming from behind. Like, so many times they were trying to make a reverse sweep or they were trying to get back into a series or a game. They've just got to start a little bit quicker here.
Yeah, you do indeed. We're actually going to move on though to back to the Green Wall for a split second, because we actually do have our USMC service record to talk about, and that's going to be APG from Optic. Now, this guy's actually been performing pretty lights out for his team. I think he's a great addition to this roster. And actually, he's been leading the charge as well in a lot of their slaying power coming through from actual Team Slayer games. He's actually the top of actually, well, their statistics team-wise. Are you surprised by that, Brov?
Not surprised. I think APG has the nickname APG's for a reason. I mean, the guy knows how to play the game. I think there's a few people that doubted if he was ready for it on the same page as the rest of the team or the rest of the league in their first maybe week or so, first few weeks of Halo Infinite. I think he's shut up all those doubters in terms of the way that he's played recently. Of course, also quite a legendary career he's built for himself. We'll take a look at a few of his highlights from everything so far, but I would never, I think, Clutch knows a lot about APG. He's played alongside him for a long time, but I would never count this guy out.
Big fan of APG and everything that he brings to a team with his aggressive play style, the space that he creates and opens up the map for players like Trippy and Lucid to have the success that they have. APG finding his stride is big for the Green Wall this weekend, and if he can get it going early, especially against a team like United, that confidence will roll over for the entire tournament. I've seen it before, and we'll see it again.
APG is a very cool, calm, and collected person when he's off the sticks. Is that the same demeanor he carries in game?
See, like, everybody sees the cool, calm, collected, but I know Bradley so personally that, like, he gives off that vibe, but there is, like, a lot of there's a lot of energy in that little kid up there, I promise you. And I call him a little kid just because he's like a little brother to me. But, I mean, he is very excited to be here. He's very excited to represent not only Optic Gaming, but alongside the teammates that he has. Lucid, he knows who Lucid is as a player. He's aware of how great his individual performance can be, and he knows that he's in a position to elevate his teammates. And not often is APG on the perfect team to have that level of success. I think he understands the situation that Optic is in right now. I'd be shocked to see APG have a bad performance, knowing that it's basically his responsibility to get his teammates into a great position.
It is indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, both of our teams actually have given some thoughts and feelings on facing one another on that main stage. I'm excited to see what they think about this matchup, so take a look at this.
I think that Optic are out to prove a point this weekend.
Yeah.
I really do. They're going to put in a big performance.
Throughout this entire game to try to turn this into a capture. Oh, no. I like this play. That's a 2 for 1.
That's a pull. That's another rocket. No,
so.
he doesn't.
The
He
dude
dropped it.
would've had it
Sorry. Yeah. He would have already blown him up there. But that, oh my goodness, Trippy.
I'd say the advantage our team has over other teams here is that we have had a lot of practice. The most dangerous player here is Lucid. I'm gonna say that, wholeheartedly.
Okay, I thought that the spikes were gonna kill him. This is ridiculous. He still stays alive. He might be able to get this double. No, he does. Lucid is absurd. What a player.
Lucid's the most dangerous player because of his movement, knowledge, skill. He's the whole package. He knows what to do in this game, to a T. I think this is our event to win simply because I think that we want it the most. We all want, so especially Trippy and Lucid, to get their first event win, so I think that we just want it the most.
Right now advancing forward over towards the Whirlpool side. There's 2 players now funneling over towards bottom goal. The nades come in. Nice. And double kill coming out of Spartan.
The team I think that has improved the most since Raleigh, probably our team. We looked at the VOD from Raleigh and we kind of figured out what went wrong, what we could have done better. I think the way we play the game is very irritating to a lot of other teams. If we get our groove and we start cycling the enemy team, it's kind of just like a, wow, we messed up type of feeling.
United handily controlling this. And it's because of their patience that I mentioned earlier. They don't give up map. They don't give up advantages.
Good luck to the competition, because you'll probably need it.
I mean, he still said it in a very cool, calm, collected way, which actually to me is quite chilling. Actually, I find it more chilling when somebody deadpan says to me,
for sure. Yeah.
"Watch out," like this, rather than screaming it in my face, which actually I think is more of the United style, to be perfectly honest, which is fine. Hey, look, whatever your style is your style. But both teams feeling pretty damn confident up there, and I think when you're at this level of Halo and you're playing at the world stage, so to speak, you have to be confident. Yeah. It doesn't matter about the past results. It doesn't matter about how you got there. You're there. You have an opponent in front of you, and really, you need to be pushing forward and playing the best Halo of your damn life, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, especially when we talk about resetting from day to day, right? It doesn't even matter what happened yesterday. Who cares about the pools? You're now in the bracket. Now it's time to really make it happen. I think we're going to see what these 2 teams are made of.
We certainly will, and it starts with our series layout. Let's look at exactly what is going to be going down. Gaskin, you are the stats man. I want to know what you think about this series layout and who is really favoring here.
I think any series layout would favor Optic, just looking at scrim results and previous matchups between the 2. I will say the outliers maybe Stronghold's Livefire, and that might surprise you because Optic Gaming have always been a team that has succeeded on Livefire, but it would seem E-United do get their number every now and then. A very close set of scrims which saw E-United actually take Stronghold's Livefire. CTF Aquarius has been 3-2s, 4-3s going in favor of Optic, so again, that's another one that could go in United's way. However, Oddball Recharge, I'd be expecting a comfortable victory for Optic there to set them up, and then usually when a team does get that early lead and they get that confidence, it naturally goes into that second Slayer game. So I'm thinking this should be an Optic series just based off what I've seen, but if we do get to that kind of Game 3, Game 4 scenario, Game 5, I actually think E-United do have that clutch factor. We've seen it all throughout Pro Series. They seem to be getting those reverse sweeps. We've even seen it here already today, or yesterday, should I say, in the tournament when they played against XSET. They came back and they started firing.
And Optic has the 6-6 Game 5 clutch record, right? They're breaking even right now. So I think, just like Dan said, that certainly could become a factor in terms of the percentages that they close out those games or don't.
Yeah, it is, and it heavily does come to that. The ice, you need to be able to round off a series no matter how far it goes. So I think Optic obviously are probably working on that. I think they're aware of the fact that they're not really kind of sealing the deal on Game 5s as much, but let's hope for them it doesn't get to that point. Now, we actually also need to talk about our head-to-head on the main stage, and that is going to be player versus player, APG versus Ryanoob. Now, we've heard from APG himself, a great overall performance from APG so far. I've got to say, though, edging him out on the KD, it's Ryanoob, but like we said, said, Gaskin, you can't read too much into KD. It's what you do with the weapon in your hands that counts the most.
Oh, I just love watching both of these players play. Like, you could watch this POV throughout the entire series, and you would be entertained over and over again. Ryan Noob is a player who is always annoying, always in the base, always trying to be a thorn in the side. APG can sometimes do the same thing, where they're looking to overextend off spawn and really be that nuisance that is so difficult to get rid of.
The best thing about comparing these two players is that you could take the camera off both of their point of views. You could show me strictly gameplay, and I could probably guess in 3 guesses both of these players' performances just based off individual play style alone. They are such a nuisance. They are so much to try and deal with, and they do create so much opportunity for each one of their teams, but in completely different ways.
And I think also the skill ceiling for not only those 2 players, but also these 2 teams is sky high, right? Even with Optic going 9-0 yesterday, I'm talking to Lunchbox, and I'm like, man, the skill ceiling, though, for this team is so high. You have to wonder on E United, right? Do they have more in the tank? Was second place at that LAN the most we can get? We'll have to see what this series tells us.
We certainly will have to see. Well, I tell you what, you're going to have to predict, though. I need your answers. I need you to look into the future and tell me what you are thinking and feeling, gentlemen.
Okay.
I'm missing a couple of cards here. I'm going to have to find some, but I might have to steal one of yours.
Which one do you want?
That one.
You can't. Okay, this one. Nice work.
Yes, please.
Well done, Lottie.
That's a bold statement from Dan.
Dan's going to draw.
Writing one?
Dan's drawing his now.
I'm not this loud. I don't know if he gets the points from this. I'm ready.
My pen ran out, but we'll go for it.
Oh, wow.
This is embarrassing at this point.
PT.
All right, on 3, fellas. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Come on.
And Dan, just to confirm.
Can we get?
Optic.
It says Optic there.
It says Optic.
It does say it says Opt.
It's
close enough. It's close enough.
My pen ran out.
I will opt in on Optic, please. Yeah, I think, honestly, just in terms of the series layout, in terms of the way that Optic have been playing, especially day 1, just such a clean record coming into this. United, a little bit of a bumpy road, but I really do think that this is Optic's game to lose.
For me, it's difficult to predict E United to win this series after what we saw from them yesterday.
Yeah.
KCP, a very good team. Yes, you went to Game 5. You lost to Game 5. That's not a big deal. But it's really E United and their career so far up into this point that you've seen the ebbs and flows throughout tournaments. It's like they're inconsistent. They get second one tournament, they're top 8 another tournament. They can beat any team at this event, even Cloud9. If E United come out swinging, they can beat any team. But they can also lose to just about any team as well.
Which one are we going to get? That's the question.
Exactly.
Inconsistencies, and that's something you need to polish up if you want to, be on the same wavelength and level as Cloud9. They just have a constant winning ability about them, and that's really what you want at the top level of Halo. Let's talk to 2 of our top casters, though. Let's talk to Golden Boy and Walshy. What's up, fellas? First of all, looking good. I think, have you coordinated your outfits
looking
today?
very good, yeah.
And they're on time.
Yeah.
Rare.
No, we're the bomber boys.
Oh.
Walshy doesn't have a bomber on.
Whatever. I'm trying to create some symmetry with
he's trying to do a
my
thing.
duo.
He's trying. Keep trying. Keep trying, brother.
I brought out the palm trees because we're in California.
I like that.
I thought it'd be really nice.
It's very fitting.
Where's your palm trees, Dave?
You didn't tell me about the palm tree part.
You live in California.
He just told me about the bombing part, and I was like, all right, you've been doing that every broadcast. So.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I mean,
10
Dave,
years now.
he's always trying to upstage you in some capacity, isn't he?
This
Always
is my
trying.
life. This is my life. But, it's, all of you guys, one day I'll have my upper hand.
It's rude to point.
To be fair, from a man who thought that Construct was a symmetrical map, I don't think you should talk about symmetry.
I still stand by it.
I was going to let that one not go public,
Oh,
but
my goodness.
the cat's out of the bag.
Well, fellas, I'm gonna leave this in your capable hands, but on the other side of things, I'd love to know your thoughts and feelings about this matchup.
All right, well, thank you so much, Lottie. And yeah, I mean, as far as thoughts and feelings go, I mean, look, I was really gassed up for Pioneers yesterday because I felt like that was a big win for them. But on the flip side, I felt like they should have probably ended that one 3-0. There were opportunities for Pioneers to do it. United were able to dig deep, come back into that series, which goes to show the staying power of this E United lineup. But Optic's not going to give them those opportunities to work with. Not when you got Lucid running around zip-zapping everyone with laser beams.
Yeah, no, all these players on Optic are so scary. One thing that stands out to me as we're looking at the stats as we look at yesterday and the stats, first off is that E United faltered just a bit more. They did not win all their series. They dropped more games than expected, even just getting into this round 2. They won 3-1 against G1.
Yeah.
So not as dominant or convincing of a fashion going into this next match against Optic. And then when you look at the individual player stats, yes, some of this can be skewed based on if you're playing some teams that are lower in your pool or maybe some more gimme matches, which is a really tough thing to say at this high level of play.
Yeah.
But every member of Optic are having higher KDs than they were in the Thursday Pro Series, whereas only 2 members of United have a higher KD than they were through the Thursday Pro Series.
Well, here we go, folks. Optic versus United in the upper bracket. Winners round 2 matchup. Best of 5 as well, so we'll see what we're going to get out of this here from 2 very prolific squads in the game right now. And we are, of course, taking a look at Trippy's POV. Trippy has been so fantastic throughout this tournament, hoping to continue to add on to it there. But the Mangler does manage to do the job and get it done. Also does find a few more targets to boot as well. Now, the name of the game is going to be oddball, right? So you got to get possession of the ball, map control, and you got to work with your teammates to score as many points as possible across 2 rounds. And unfortunate for Trippy, but he did a lot of work over there to try and handle over by Yellow Pipes.
Yeah, Trippy did more than enough there, but their team is not able to transition that really into any sort of control and getting the ball out. Even more so than what Trippy had going on, we saw APG putting up 3 kills. In fact, acquiring the first 2 kills for the Optic gaming side.
Yeah, and I think that now, as Optic looks for their openings, look for those opportunities to grab the ball, they finally have been able to obtain that. Whether or not they're going to be able to get a good setup with this, you know, is the question. But I mean, looking at what we got here, this is pretty solid so far, Walsh.
Great position now, but the true test is coming through at this moment as we see these couple members of E United pushing in through glass, a couple pushing over through control. They're taking this time with this push from E United, so they really have to make this work. A lot of times these teams opt to try to make more pushes a little bit faster, just a little less structured, but United really took their time with that one, and look at these snipes coming out of Lucid, maybe putting a shutdown to this.
Oh, Lucid with a nasty double kill, zapping him right in the face. Oh, but that was just disgusting.
That's one of the downsides or difficulties of taking too much time with one of your pushes, because these players are so good and play at such a high level that sometimes just a miraculous play, whether it's a sticky grenade or a headshot from the shock rifle, can shut down one of those pushes. And that's why you want to, in many other instances, just give your team more opportunities to push instead of saying, all right, we need to make the one perfect push. Let's take those extra 10 to 15 seconds.
Yeah, like it's very clear that they had like they figured, hey, we have a lot of time so we could take advantage of this and then go and push in together as a unit, right? But Optic were so prepared for that. They knew where it was going to be coming from. You could tell they had Pistol on the response immediately, and then it also helps too when, you know, you got shock rifle plays from Lucid like that.
And second time again, we once see United making this push. They like to go from control and from glass. You see they send players from both angles, and I love that repulse from Lucid. That player going in for that melee trade, and Lucid saying, nah, I don't want to trade right now. I'm just going to get the kill.
Well, that push, that coordinated push from E United ended up working out in their favor, as now they're going to start to add some time to the clock here, or to the score rather, as the clock continues to tick forward. They got a good position, but they are getting pressured from Whirlpool, and that's going to be a point of contention that E United's going to have to handle. Lucid doing some work over by batteries, but there was a lot of effort done by Whirlwalsh, and that's why they got the ball.
Yeah, the damage had been done. I mean, even though Lucid didn't hit that shot, they had killed 3 members of E United, so we see these differences in setups. Optic, they get the ball and they hold it for 20 to 30 points before their setup is challenged. Whereas United, they get the ball and Optic is in their face immediately.
Yeah, they got the ball and they were like, great, let's go ahead and add some time to the clock. And then they got 8 seconds and it was like, oh, well, that sucks. And that's the situation they find themselves in. Great save as well. Beautiful double kill there from APG. Man has been absolutely clinical. Rain looking for the challenge. Ain't gonna happen. Triple kill, killing spree for a pure gangster. Love to see it.
And he's even grabbing the objective on top of it. Not even getting greedy, going immediately for that overkill like we would see from so many other, let's say, younger or inexperienced players. APG doing everything his team needs.
Smart play ball there as the challenge was coming in from Rain. 3 kills are going to be registered there. Actually, maybe 4, I think. Maybe Lucid was the last one up. But regardless of the fact, though, this is going to be a ball reset the damage has been done. 11 points remaining for Optic to walk away with the first round win here in Oddball. Good support, though, from King Nick as they continue to patrol around. They have an idea, an inclination as to where these players are going to be, and the Camo player is going to be kind of instrumental in handling this. Along with that Mangler, they're going to shut down a few more. That melee is always going to be welcome. That's a triple kill for King Nick. Shut down finally, though, by Pistola, who's got height over by Tower, but a great play to establish control. United now have the ball. Let's see how Optic Gaming can crack this egg.
And look at Ola, even being the last one alive, getting a couple kills, and still just holding down this area at top control, realizing it's such a strong, powerful position. The reason top control is so powerful, Ola, is because it takes somebody coming up from lower, where they have a height disadvantage when they're trying to attack Ola, and he just has escape routes.
Yeah.
You give Ola that window, he can jump out the front if someone's coming from behind. If someone's out in the center of the map, he can lay down a couple shots. He gets to dictate the pace of so many different fights.
And that's what's really annoying about playing against Pistola, right? Because he always has that escape route, that opportunity to make a play happen. But on the flip side of that, though, I mean, you know, praising a lot of what Optic has been doing, United, they're looking to try and make this one into a round here. Everything that they possibly can to hold on to this ball, back elevator. And so far, it is working. Optic is going to start the challenge coming from Hydro. Rain is aware of this. They have the cross from Spartan as well. Rain, if he can't get to safety, and maybe they could take advantage of that Mangler if they have possession of it, which why wouldn't you at this point in the game? Spartan, though, had to get shut down by Trippy over by the distance. A big nade could have actually stuck there. Doesn't work out. 3 players focusing on Hydro. Ryanoob's got a lot of work ahead of him, and that's just a smart play to get out of there.
I like it. Yeah, you don't need to fight to the death there in that instance when you're outnumbered and outgunned. Instead, reposition and fight another day and try to get that last push in, but unfortunately it does not work out. Optic wisely grabs the ball, closes out round 1 of Oddball, putting them up 1-0.
Yeah, and you know, one could say like, yeah, you know, I mean, they didn't really have a lot of time to work with there, but no matter what, like Ryanoób, if he had taken 3 members of Optic with the battle rifle, like he was going to die. So there was not really much he could do there. They got to shake that one off and focus on this next round. Lucid, though, with another camo grab.
Yeah, 2 times here we saw it going in the hands of Trippy at the round 1 last time, and then this time on the flip side where they're spawning on the opposite side of the map. Lucid and Optic acquire the camo. Just seems like Optic starts are a little bit better.
Smart play here from Lucid. Doesn't go for the shot because he had the camouflage teammate there to back him up. It's APG, sees exactly where Spartan is. He'll let his teammate handle that business. And so far, I mean, this has just been a great display here from Optic, and there's Lucid just toying with the sandbox again.
It's also been the APG show at the start of these rounds. There's been so many times where us as casters or even the fans out there, we continue to pinpoint like, oh, look at Lucid and Trippy going off, getting all these kills. But
yeah.
all these members have the ability too. I mean, it just has this natural tendency for someone like Ola or APG to be in a more of a supporting role, but they can step up at any moment and be the main slayer.
Yeah, and what's great for Optic in this case too, right, is like how the round has kind of progressed. Their start was clean. They were able to get some results out of that, but you know, now it's time for the reset, right? You got to look forward here. That ball's going to be located lower elevator, and Spartan has to help out his squad mate here. He has to hold this door with the shock rifle. You're going to get a few clean shots out of that. Maybe a headshot would be huge for them. But it seems like this pressure from Optic Gaming, there you go. That's exactly what Spartan was hoping that he could get with that weapon. And he was able to make it happen cleanly, though. APG, another brilliant challenge out of him. That's going to be a 6th in this round.
6 kills for APG, 6 kills for all of APG's teammates combined at the moment. So he is just putting in work here. And we have a tied game at the moment, though. So it's not really like we're seeing this runaway that we saw previously from Optic, where they got the first camo, they got the first kills, they got the ball set up shortly after that initial engagement. Instead, this one's just a little back and forth, and I want to see how this plays, if this plays more in United's favor, where things get to slow down a bit, or if they're hoping to get more chaotic situations, because it felt like a really slow, structured, pushing game that last round. It felt like United were like, all right, well, we're going to take our time to this push, and I feel like United, as we heard in United's interview with King Nick, he's saying our playstyle catches teams off. We feel like we can play this chaotic or kind of annoying style that, you know, someone like Ryanoób is well known for.
Well, yeah, because they have the Slayers to be able to compensate for that, which, you know, when you think of big-time Slayers in games, one player should come to your mind, and that's Spartan McFly. And I would imagine that when he is frying, it is dangerous for any other team to try and match up against him because the confidence he has for so many shots. And look at Pistola there doing everything he could to just try and stay alive there, keep the drive alive here in Tower. And King Nick knew he needed to shut that down. So United have possession of the ball again. They're looking to tie this one up here. And let's see how Optic are going to try and force this push. They've had a lot of success in the Whirlpool pushes where they kind of catch that Tower player off guard and then they focus on the Whirlpool push. And I think United might be wise to that now.
Oh, and what a great grapple out from King Nick. Those little poke outs like that can just be so unexpected. And it's such great timing too. As the pressure is coming in on the United setup, there's a moment there where he says, all right, well, most of these people have probably already pushed in towards Turbine, or most of these players are already pushed in towards Control, and you can actually go out in the center of the map, and what is generally an exposed and dangerous area is now a safe spot as people are entering these corridors.
Even this moment here, Walsh, has been quite interesting because Optic thought that they could take that ball and bring it over to Whirlpool and transition over to the pipes. But while that was going on, there were still bodies left to be handled in E United. That's why the ball's going to be dead in World.
Can I point out something with Rain right now, too? I love how his photo right behind is like Rain, like almost poking out behind, like, hey. Like,
yeah. It's like,
I can't wait till we go to his picture-in-picture again. Just look at Rain's again. It's just like Rain is sitting over inside of his chair, his own chair, just pointing out and kind of photobombing himself.
Yeah, you know, he's big up in himself, you know what I mean? Who else going to have you back other than yourself, right? Now, though,
and he's photobombing on Spartans as well.
Yeah, Rain just photobombs everywhere. And also Ryan Noob's picture, too, right? Like, that's another fun photobomb. Well, look at this here, Dave. We're getting dangerously close for E United to be able to take this lead. Now, your eyes don't deceive you. You see a 1-1 down low in the bottom of the screen. That's just a glitch, so don't worry about that. It is going to be 1-0 in favor of Optic. E United looking to tie up this round here in Oddball. Jeez. Oh, that is unfortunate. I mean, the way that he flew out there.
I was just going to say, yeah, hitting those Mangler shots were a little tougher there, given that trippy movement you saw, just how fast he was sliding in and going up those stairs and up those rails.
All right, you got a few members of E United, long haul, tower side, pushing out to the yellow pipes and top yellow, top glass. I guess a great area to hold down and force. Don't give Pistola an opportunity to breathe here and an angle to work with. That ball's still going to be in play right by batteries. You got a minute left on the clock. Right now, the onus is on E United to go after that objective and gain possession of it. If not, the round will end and Optic walks away with a Game 1 victory.
Yep, Optic are fine just to trade slays here. With the ball being out in the center near batteries, they want to punish them. They want to get a free kill at some point. And they realize that E United are too smart. They're not just going to dive around the ball. That's why you don't see someone like Ola looking at the oddball right now. He is looking over at Control. He's looking all the way towards long haul. He says, where are they going to push in on us to get kills before they grab this oddball?
I mean, Pistola's been back here and no one's been looking at him because there have been other targets that they have to worry about. And then here comes Pistola getting himself 1 or 2 kills. Like, that is just the effectiveness of this player. But hopefully E United with Ryan Noob and the sword can actually start to put some points on the board. And they need it now because time is ticking.
Finally their opportunity. They got 2 members of Optic down. That's 3. They know where the last player is. And they have the oddball across the map. And they have Camo and sword in the hands of Ryan Noob. This is going to be a tie oddball game here in round number 2.
Wait, not just yet, though. You got 13 seconds left, 47-48. It would still be an Optic win here if they don't grab the ball, which they finally have been able to do so, but now it's going to be tied. 5 seconds remaining. Ball's going to be located long haul. Is anyone there to be able to grab it? Yes, they are. 49-48 now. Can anyone from Optic obtain it? No, they cannot. It was a 1-point differential, and E United tied things up here. Game 1, oddball recharge.
So smart and so patient. Even with their backs against the wall, E United played that so well, making sure they got the kills and then got the oddball. They did things in the correct order.
Got a little dicey for a moment there if you're an E United fan. It's been quite the weekend for the red, white, and blue.
One thing that's interesting as well is last couple rounds, we saw Optic make plays to grab that camo right away. This time they opt for a more passive start. And I wonder if that's just part of the mind games here going on, Golden Boy, as they're saying, well, if we grab the camo last couple times, they're going to expect it. Do not jump out and get this free death. So we'll have to see if that is, you know, I'd love to hear from Coach Lunchbox and Optic Squad later if that's part of their mindset during these, or if they're just like, nah, we just kind of, you know, do a couple different starts, or if we see somebody over here, we realize Camo's safe versus it's not being safe.
Yeah, there's a lot of on-the-fly decision-making that needs to be made, right? Which is what's always impressed me so much about Halo players, because this is not a traditional type of game. Yes, in other esports, you have to make those micro and macro decisions, but Halo is just ever-changing, ever-turning. It's always chaotic, and it may not seem like it, but what's even more impressive is how the players have a grasp of what's going on at all times, because of the familiarity with the game. Like, it's just like walking and running to them. It's natural.
Yes, it is. These players are so smart and so strong throughout this game. And I do agree with you in that sense, where it does feel like in Halo compared to many other games, especially when you have like one life round games, that you first off get more opportunities to make decisions and or mistakes, and that's why Halo is such a cumulative game, where it's an addition of all those great ideas and plays you make, and you know, the subtraction of all those mistakes you're making.
Yeah, before you know it, every error that comes up, every small little detail can cost you. I mean, even just like the way that the start of this round went, E-United just have not been able to get anything going. Look at the scoreboard on E-United. They have 3 kills between the 4 of them, 3 kills between 4 players, and we're at 62 points for Optic Gaming. What a hot start for the Green Wall to just shut down E-United.
Yeah, 3 of them dead again. Rain, the only member alive, and we saw the patience from E-United in the first round. That patience is going to be running thin as this time is ticking down, so they have to make one great push right here, get a bunch of kills, and get some sort of points on the board. And that gets shut down right away by Tripping. He's running away and repulsing away from any grenades.
And you're not going to challenge. Oh, I was going to say, there's no shot you challenge that around the corner when he has a sword, but he was one shot. So at least they were able to pick up a few more kills there. But my goodness, Dave, is the damage already done? The ball's going to be located in no man's land, and E-United have been able to obtain it. So maybe, just maybe, they could fight back here and bring this game back. That, at least the new rules of Oddball allow them to do so.
Yeah, but one thing I saw in this kill feed was that Trippy secured a first kill. Lucid now has a second, and this setup is just broken. That first kill is generally the very most important as you're trying to break some sort of setup. As soon as your team knows you're like in a 4-on-3 and one player's holding the ball, it's like, well, it's a 4-on-2 or it's a 4-on-3. Fly across the map.
Oh, that was an unfortunate series of sticks that happened there with those grenades. Lucid was a little disappointed with that one. You can see it in the picture-in-picture. Interesting kill there for Reindu. Maybe he can try and build something off of that. Trippy kind of caught between a rock and a hard place there as well. Another smart, crafty play from Pistola as the challenge actually is going to come through. Reindu versus Pistola. Pistola's going to win that fight outright. The ball's been obtained. You only got a few more points here for Optic Gaming before they walk away with this Game 1 win.
One thing that's interesting to me when Optic are holding this A setup is they seem to have control of the pipe still, whereas most teams, they get just cornered all the way in this elevator, and they don't have access to that. The opposing team generally does.
Clean.
So they just did such a strong job of controlling A, but not just A, controlling the pipes, using that as an escape route. You saw it with Trippy running over there with a sword. You saw it later in that round with Ola just running away towards those pipes. Using that as a dangerous spot, but somehow Optic know when they have it safe, or they just keep it under control while they have A.
Which is kind of scary and very impressive, because having an escape route on recharge, which is not a very easy thing to do, is quite impressive for Optic Gaming there, and also kind of speaks to the way that they were controlling E-United completely in that game. And just look at the start in round 3 after E-United walks away with a very close, you know, booty clenching round 2 win, 49-48. The start from Optic is as hot as ever. They just shut them down completely. We were at 70 points in the scoreboard before E-United were able to get their 4th kill.
Yeah, I believe it was like King Nick still was not able to secure a kill at that point. I mean, you don't really have that many options. You have like, what, a couple pushes. He had 2 or 3 deaths at that moment, and it's just like, well, like, not much you can do. You can, sure, you can charge out and try to force something, but like, that's not the high percentage play. You need to wait for your teammates.
Whew. Spartan, though. Clean shots from him. That's the thing. When they are slaying E-United, they are one of the best teams in the game. But, you know, it is I want to say it's easy because it's not easy, but you know, when you get them playing off of the back foot, as is commonly happens in Halo, being able to bounce back, that is always going to be the big challenge here, man. I thought if Trippy had gotten the sword kill there, that would have been just wild, but I'm almost certain he saw the sword glowing around the corner. But
So
yeah,
close there.
just a great win there to start things off for Optic, but for E United, this is going to be an opportunity for them to get in the heads of the green wall on Streets. We'll see if they could do it here, but it is going to be quite challenging considering how good APG has been for this team on Slayer game modes, and E United have to be aware of that.
Yeah, that was an interesting stat I believe you brought to me earlier, was saying how APG
Onset brought it to me, so I'll give him
brought it to you. All right, you'll give credit.
I have no credit.
Say the stat one more time, though.
Yeah, basically, throughout all of Pro Series, APG had the highest KD of any Optic member for Slayers. So clearly performing at a like at another level in that mode.
Yeah, and that's
with Lucid and Trippy
so
on your team.
notable to say, like, you know, how different a player like APG knows to play in objective versus Slayer, saying, all right, well, yeah, I can have extra deaths. I can go near even as long as I'm doing the right trades, as long as I'm setting by my teammates in these objective games. But when it comes to Slayer, like you said, he has the highest KD ratio. He realizes how much more valuable a death is, or how much more valuable securing a kill is in certain scenarios.
Yeah, and then, you know, I know we keep bringing up Lucid, Trippy, APG, but let's also not forget the setup man, the man himself, Pistola, who always likes to make other people look good. And I think that's part of the reason why this team is working so well. But I do wonder, though, like, because I feel like we're seeing a different Optic Gaming this event, just in their demeanor, the way that they're even playing, everything that they're doing. It doesn't feel like they're coming into this and like, we're Optic Gaming, we're you know, a popular team and everyone's gonna love us. No, they're coming into this, they want to win this damn thing. And I love that drive and attitude from them, and a great start there from Pistola to kick things off, but an instant response there from King Nick. See, though, this is actually exactly how I expected it to go. Kind of a back and forth with these two teams on this map.
And that was such an interesting start, too, from Ola, just being so aggressive, because I was going to say, when you push out towards that perp side, you could be very vulnerable to a couple angles. Someone either balcony or going towards little C stairs. And I would just assume rounding that corner, you're at a numbers disadvantage at the start of the game. But I wonder if that's just a smart play, because if you're at numbers disadvantage on that side, that means you likely have a higher likelihood of securing rockets or something in the center. So maybe it's just a numbers game there from Ola's side, or maybe it's just the confidence sitting in here on land where he's ready to go in, fight a fight, and win the 1v1.
Well, what's been really incredible to see is that the Rockets still have not been grabbed yet. Perhaps they're still up for grabs. So let's actually go over to the Optic Gaming side and do a listen-in with Optic to see how they can attain that power weapon, and most importantly, maybe for them, try and take this lead.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go quick.
Going down main ramp. Watch out, cuts. Nick. Dead.
Nice shot. We have rockets.
Watch out, bitches. Dead.
I rocketed you, my bad.
That's fine. Two dead.
Where
are they spawning? Spawning market. Careful. Block PD.
Ivy.
Ivy right now. Yeah, we have a rocket. I spawned market, guys. I literally spawned a fucking rocket.
Yeah, you guys go first.
Alright.
Bobby, you're by yourself completely.
Already up. Well, driveway, I think. Driveway for sure.
Driveway has thrust. I shot him twice.
Dead. No one but Commando.
I got hit by a nade. I'm coming.
Brad is here. Just live, guys. Let Brad push.
Commando got 2 shots. Pushing on purple.
Nice. Two dead.
Two dead.
One more reading.
There's a thrust down.
No, drive.
We're here.
Front. One shot.
Last two guys front sub.
More.
No one's there. They're spawning now.
Spawning. They're spawning PD.
Alright, you guys are all low. You guys are all low.
I'm pushing this guy. He's so railing.
on me. Railing.
We're coming. We're pushing behind them.
Railing still.
That whole setup was quite interesting from E United, because Ryanu was chilling bottom steps at B, and they had the Rockets, Optic Gaming. They were able to get a kill or two off of that, but they didn't really get to peel away with the lead here, which goes to show you like how E United play. They never really give those clear openings, and now E United have Rockets, which could be big for them. Let's see how they play with this power weapon.
Yeah, and I believe that, that's interesting. They have this full rocket. A lot of times when you grab that rocket or acquire that,
go for that first shot.
You generally need to use one of those to get out of that bomb center area, like whether you're clearing out tires or whichever side you run into. And look at just this awareness from the Optic side, realizing where they know where this rocket player likely is, and just bombarding Rain with grenades.
Yeah, that actually is an awful place for those Rockets to be, because it's awful for both teams, right? Now Optic do have the control on this side, and I don't know if anyone has gone to go and grab it yet. It was a fresh rocket. Nothing has been shot from that yet.
Such a smart spike grenade spot. I mean, that's just like an underutilized pillar in my eyes, that position. So I don't know if you could really use that effectively for frag grenades to anyone on the Perp Street side, but such a smart spot for the spikes.
And considering how much damage the spikers do as well, you don't want to push that at all. United, though, do have the lead as they're up 21-20. If you're just joining us, Optic Gaming managed to win Recharge Oddball, scored 2-1. It was a bit of a shutout in round 3 for United. Now they're looking to rally back here and make this into a series and tie this one up 1-1. And they're up by 3 kills now. Things seem to be working out very well for United.
I'm also interested to see, like, how did those rockets end up playing out towards the end there?
Yeah.
I didn't really get to kind of keep a good track of them. But my guess is that they just ended like trading kills for kills. Maybe there's some sort of scramble going on at the bottom of the stairs and someone grabs them, kills himself along with the opponent. But we didn't really see anyone grabbing those and pulling away in any fashion.
Okay, so Rockets are going to be up now. Spartan does have the Stalker. One player is going to be in the Overlook by B. I think there could be a challenge from the driveway, which is why they send someone to go and handle that. I think Lucid also wanted to make a play for those Rockets. Doesn't end up working out in the favor, and APG does not have a clean angle to challenge the Stalker rifle. But Ryanoob is going to be the one that obtains the power weapon there. Takes out Trippy with a grenade inside of tires, and the good times continue to roll on here for E United as they add on to their lead by 1. It was a 3-kill lead for them, now a 4-kill lead. So little by little, they're trying to peel away here from Optic.
And they're also just being a bit more passive than I expect out of this E United squad. So this must just be something that they've learned with their play style as they practice Street Slayer, is they're in a situation where they get a couple kills and they're not just all flying across the map. Instead, they're saying, all right, well, let's continue to hold C during this setup. Yes, we have 2 of them dead, but we don't really have a great opportunity to trap them all in a certain spot. And God, I love that arcade music. I don't know how you feel about it, GB.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. Also, it just always throws me off because, like, whenever I stream, I would play music in the background, and then I would hear that music, and then the music would be playing on top, layered on top of that. I'm like, what's going on? My mind is, like, in a million directions right now. Speaking of a million directions, Lucid actually was able to get a nade and send that player flying, but now is it going to be what Optic needs to climb back into this, as they're still going to be down by 3? They've been able to kind of, shave away at that gap that E United, the small gap that E United created with that 4-kill lead. But as long as E United just keep on trading, keep on getting the kills, it's going to look really, really good for the blue team here, and they could tie this series up on Streets if it keeps going. They're playing for one another as well, too. Ryanoob with great support, Spartan with great support there for Ryanoob. And this push that's coming out of B Street has been pretty successful thus far for
EU. It looks all right, but I was just going to say, I saw so many members of E United all over on that B side. I like what Spartan's doing here. He's repositioning, saying, all right, we don't need another angle here over at this commando or towards above dumpster. Instead, he reverts over towards the left side of C near the stairs to try to help and support these rockets.
Oh, the cheeky grab from Lucid. He went in there, yoinked the rockets. But I think part of the reason why, Dave, was because they wanted to get control of B and tires to prevent Optic from being able to do literally the thing that they did. So the credit goes to Optic for forcing them out of that and not giving them the space to breathe. Maybe these rockets are going to be the start, the beginning of the end here for E United. One rocket goes off, but he gets no value out of that. And instead, E United, they just need to chill out because they know that Optic need to come at them.
Oh,
and I stand corrected.
What a rocket taking out that balcony spot. I was going to say that's such a difficult kill to get unless you have something like rockets, and that's going to be the collapse. That's all members of E United getting cleared out of C and B. And Optic are going to know what's up. They're going to say, all right, they're now spawning over towards A or towards PD, and the map is now flipped.
Yeah, we're basically where we started, but on opposite sides of the field.
The grass is always greener. Like I want the C setup. You guys can have the A.
Yeah.
You have the A setup.
It was intentional. Yeah. But now, as E United look to get this win here, Optic with those rockets, and power weapons are always going to play that key role here. And the Stalker, we keep talking about it, is definitely a power weapon with just how strong it is. Bit of a tussle happening as well in the back by Tram APG, anticipating that this push is going to come through here, but that player decided to just GTFO. I was not going to be dealing with that whatsoever. And they'll go ahead and get a few more kills. And even with that great rocket play from Optic, even with them being able to get map control, flipping to spawns, E United still have that lead. And now it's even worse. It's a 5-kill lead for EU.
Yeah, this is just starting to get into a scary spot. Clearly, these rockets are necessary once again for Optic, but when they got them last time, I mean, the first one was underutilized. The second rocket was, I would argue, the rocket that broke the setup for United, as we saw Lucid kind of flank through and get it. But as you said, it didn't really result in them gaining that big of a lead.
Man, you see how much damage that Stalker does? Jeez Louise. It just brought him down to near half HP. That's nuts. Lucid gets to rockets again. Kind of familiar territory. They're within striking distance of 3. One rocket could maybe bring them even closer. And there it is. Now Lucid's going to be on the push. Rain knew that. He had no opportunity to be able to get away. The collapse could be coming from the right side too. Trippy's going to be inside of PD, but Nick does manage to get the better of him. Here comes Lucid though. Around the mountain, here he comes. Does find Nick on the bat ledge too. All these players scattered around B, and they're not really given the angles for Optic to play around with.
No, and also the Optic members that were over on the B side and supporting and distracting are now gone. Lucid realizes the opportunity to flank and secure those kills is no longer there. Let's try to catch them off guard somewhere else, and looks like E-United one step ahead here over at C, as they are also vying for control of C and the balcony.
A push comes in. Trippy has to shut down Spartan 44-47. We've seen some glorious comebacks happen in Anaheim already. Could this be the case here? Only 2 more frags remaining for E-United. It's been quite the game for these players. Everyone contributing at different points in the matchup. And again, it falls back to Optic to have to make this push happen. The 49th kill is going to be registered. One more top balcony perhaps as Trippy goes for the challenge, but it does not work out in his favor. Ryanoob will be able to secure that last kill, and that is going to be E-United tying up the series against Optic 1-1.
That is a massive victory there for E-United, without doubt. Clearly you don't want to go down 0-2 in that series, but it always felt like, too, that they never really gave up control of that map. Even in a situation where all 4 of them got cleared out, it was like, all right, they took down a couple Optic members with them. They felt just as comfortable holding the A side of the map and playing from that side, so it just felt like United just were better at that game type.
You know, what's also interesting is that whenever we watch, you know, like top 16 teams going up against like a top 8 team, right? And we typically say like that Slayer can kind of be a swing game because, you know, those players are going to fly and they're going to be very aggressive. That was not the case here. This was a very measured and controlled game from E-United. They had their hands on the steering wheel the whole time, and Optic were merely just trying to figure out how can they make them, you know, swerve off the road. And it just wasn't working out time and time again. So if anything, I do want to give credit to United, and this kind of harkens back to what happened in Game 1 with those controlled kind of planned pushes that they were trying to organize for Oddball, but they just weren't working out because, you know, players from Optic were kind of just going around flying willy-nilly and making the plays happen. So I think that, if anything, this just goes to show that when E-United have control of the game, it is very hard for anyone else to wrestle it away from them.
Yeah, United just looking so, like, also not just when you said controlled, it's like they're also so reserved, kind of opposite of what we felt like we saw in Raleigh or like previous United squads, where it just seems like, all right, United, when they get control, get numbers, they're just flying across the map and continue to make it chaotic. This one just felt like they were slow and methodical. Yeah, and they're playing it so good.
And now this live fire strongholds kind of opens this series up here, because if you recall from the analyst desk, and for those of you who were joining us at the beginning of that after the break, right, you know, there was this discussion about live fire. Like, United have had some upper hand opportunities against Optic Gaming on live fire. Obviously, strongholds is a, you know, can be a very swingy game mode depending on, you know, how things play out. So I do think United actually setting themselves up for success here, and could potentially go up 2-1 in this series.
Very well, yeah. I mean, when I think of a lot of Spartan highlights, for some reason I think of live fire. I think of all these different flanks he did over at A Sandbags. I think of his pivotal Game 5 Slayer when we saw him in Raleigh getting the sniper over toward B Garage. It just felt like there's so many times where Spartan was just absolutely going off. And then even when we were looking at the highlight reel last night, or not last night, when we were looking at the highlight reel earlier before this match, we saw Rain throwing those grenades towards shortcut. Just seemed like a lot of live fire, like, you know, highlights coming from the United squad.
No troll, okay? I'm just being real. I feel like every time I go to Spartan stream, I'm seeing either play live fire or before the update, Behemoth. So I don't know. And hey, look, Behemoth made it on HCS broadcast. Anyway, so folks, now as Optic Gaming kind of have this conversation, figure out what they want to do here on Live Fire. We know it's going to come down to that initial start, Dave, and Optic have had more success in that department than United have had. So I feel like at the start of this game, I'm really going to be focused on what is Optic's start going to look like, and how do they shut down United right out of the break.
That's interesting because I think, yes, the start is important, but that's the piece I'm least concerned about for Optic. It seems like
for Optic,
for Optic, it seems like they've done such a good job getting those starting strats. They've done a good job getting like those first camos, we saw on Recharge. So not too worried about the start on Optic. It's more of like kind of what happens on after that, you know, for Optic.
Yeah, but also the question then is, well, what goes on with the United, right? Like how do they know that Optic have these planned, controlled starts? What do you do to try and counter that? It will be quite interesting, and we're going to be jumping to the game. I know you guys see Rain. He will be sitting down in a moment, getting ready to go here. And hopefully everyone at home is enjoying the action of HCS Anaheim. So much more to come, and it's crazy to think this is just our second live event of the season. So many more events on the horizon, and we're so excited to have you join us for each and every one of those stops. And for those of you guys who are watching for those Twitch drops, you know, vaya con Dios. I hope you get what you need, you know, so that you can flaunt with your friends online. But yeah, I mean, it's just kind of a hard one. You know, the desk gets to do their predictions, right? It's fun to be a part of them. For this game, I think like if you're a betting person, you'd go Optic Gaming, right? But I feel like after game 2, man, like the scale has to be turning for United.
It's so tough to tell with these rosters because, I mean, you think of United versus Optic in Raleigh. You think of who had the higher placing. United were in the grand finals.
Yeah.
Optic.
Is that crazy? Like, United were in the grand finals, and then we're talking about them like, oh, yeah, no, they're probably going to lose. Like, the whole desk.
Yeah, they're not as, for some reason, by us on the desk and such, we don't seem to find them as favored, and maybe that's true because of how they performed in pool play. You know, they didn't have as dominant performance. They lost to KCP in pool play. There are reasons as to why we don't see them coming through as strong, at least as strong of a start.
Yeah.
Now, it's all about how they finish in this tournament. And I still believe in them. They clearly just showed on Streets how they have this new methodical playstyle, which I kind of, you know, we try to categorize these teams like, oh, this one plays slow, this one plays fast. And this is game number 3 just kicking off right now. Well,
yeah.
We're jumping in, so I'll just stop rambling.
Yeah, no map fly-throughs for us here, folks. We're into the action, baby. And it's going to be United getting B right out of the gate and flipping this A as well. So they'll gladly give up C to Optic as we are preparing for the power items to come up here in a moment. Overshield's available in 2 seconds. Saw some actually really nice plays for how to, like, and this area right here, this pillars area is so pivotal, and Optic were actually the ones that I was really liking how they were playing around this, and United were prepared for it. A great response.
1-on-1 for this OS. 3 members were down for each team. It is a Rain versus Lucid 1v1, but looks like the reinforcements from United are here. They're pushing for this overshield, but nothing's been acquired yet. They are just trading kill after kill. That's 3 down for United again. And Lucid is going to push over and flank over towards A and go for a cap.
Yeah, and I don't know if Ryan Noob's ready for this one as soon as he comes through. Ola does manage to obtain the overshield as well. It's going to be around half here as United has to fight out of this back B setup that they have currently. They have no other choice. Optic with the trip cap, catching up in the scoreboard. It was a great start for United, but even better for Optic, and they managed to hold off that push from United, the second push to get the power items and power weapons.
It was just, that was all the cascading effects from getting that overshield and that overshield fight. You know, all these teams and players just fighting over that one spot, and Optic Gaming coming out ahead. We saw the Slays coming out through that. We saw Ola grabbing the OS. We saw Lucid pushing immediately towards A, blocking the spawns, capturing the stronghold, and then they just collapsed on B. They weren't satisfied with that. They realized that they didn't want to hold A and C for an extended period of time. Instead, they'd rather hold this B stronghold.
So I think United got the call that they would rather want to focus on this OS here, right? Give up the points. It's still going to be very early in the game. And they also know, because you have to hear that Pistola was just chucking grenades over at that garage doorway here. Rain with the overshield, loses the overshield though, so you don't get much value out of that. But they are going to start capping B. So all that attention they put on OS has benefited them as they are now back in control of 2.
Can we highlight what that's going to look like on the stat screen? all that's going to look like for APG when we recite these stats layers, that's the stats for APG.
Yeah.
APG put in 4 bursts, got a melee, took down all of his OS, and did all that damage to just get a assist and a death on that.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, when you really think about it, though, right? Like it's not the end of the world for them because of the way that they play off of that. I mean, they drain the power
That's
item.
the correct play.
That's the way
I'm
to
just
go.
saying it just shows how skewed stats can be
Oh,
sometimes.
for sure. Yeah, it's
where
like
it
what
just
is a
shows-
valuable kill versus what's not a valuable kill, right? Yeah, no, you're so right there, Dave. Like it's oftentimes, and don't get me wrong, right? Stats do tell a story, and I'm sure Gaskin has a million of them to share with everyone, which is great because that's what we want. But there's also because it kind of goes back to that conversation we were having earlier about how Halo, you know, is a game of just these macro decisions that are happening so fast that you have to constantly be prepared for all the adjustments you need to make. And yeah, man, that's just the beauty of this game in a nutshell. But for Spartan in the back of the river, he actually ended up getting the kill though. So that was a confirmed shot against Trippy. I think that may have been someone else getting the shot, but it doesn't matter though because they're going to clear out those players to still hold B and C.
Doesn't matter, but one other piece that I really liked there that happened against Sparty was how I believe it was APG just doubling back and getting that melee. Just those small nuanced differences and movements that you see these players make, like faking like they're running away and just doubling back, trading in that melee, and getting in so much damage per life.
OS is going to be up for grabs. Oh, no. Oh, that is unfortunate. He got the tag on Lucid. Now he's going to be fresh. I think that shot may be confirmed, though.
Pretty sure that landed.
If it didn't, then I'm calling shenanigans, Tashi. But Ryan Noob looking to go for a cheeky jump as well here. He did not. Okay, there it is. So it did actually clear through. They do get the flip, but a lot of points have been gained here for EU.
Dude, I still can't hit that jump yet. I have not been practicing Shyway jumps, and yeah,
my hands are too dumb and too old, so I'm not even going to bother. I watched a video. I was like, oh great, Shyway just put on another video for a jump I can't do. This is I'm so glad. Like and subscribe. You know, kills me inside every time.
I feel the same way with Shyway videos too. It's like, all right, boys, I got a new in-depth strategy. Like, I have not, passed course 101 of Shyway's jump and sliding courses. Yeah. I'm not ready for a 400 level class and lecture here on the next evolution of this. Like, let me get through the basics and foundational elements first.
Yeah, to just go on a quick tangent real fast. I was watching, because Wonder Boy, our friend, we love you, Harry, put out a video as well, and then he said, like, and it's very easy to do. And I see him do it in one try, and I was like, I'm going to load it up in custom game, try and do it. I could not at all. So yeah, that's why everything you see from these players, like what they manage to pull off, it is so freaking impressive. And you think it's simple, but it truly is not. And that just is the complexities of Halo and why we all love this game so much. But I think Optic is loving this game right now too, because they've managed to come back into the lead here. It was getting a little dicey for Optic at a moment, but now United, they kind of gave this one up. And I actually saw APG 10 assists though, so he's contributing so much, but even with not a lot of kills, they're still doing the work.
And we've been critical before, whether it's right or not, of who's putting up the kills, who's putting up the numbers here on the Optic squad, and Ola stepping up here in game number 3 with the most kills for his team, and that is only Ola's 4th death. So doing so much work there during the run from Optic Gaming.
And another overshield, Lucid with the sniper to boot too. He was waiting for that jump. He wanted him to challenge so bad, and Ryan Noob, he was actually, surprise!
That's like the one spot he wasn't expecting. He was ready for back C tower. He assumed the bridge was coming over again, but did not expect the flank to come through from B pillars all the way through the basement to the dummies.
You never expect that play to happen. He was looking like a player that was very confident that there was no soul there at all. Little did he know. Oh, that is unfortunate, but fortunate, though, for United as they've been able to get control of the map again. B and C will be the hold here. The push is going to be coming out of Garage, and there's no one around B, but this looks like a retake opportunity here more so for United because they realize they might not win this one outright.
One thing that happened there, as I saw those kills, or that kill go down in King Nick, is I was like, all right, like that could be, kills are always a good thing.
Yeah.
However, they had 2 players down in the yard underneath the B bridge, and that's not a good position. Like, you either have to go for a jump that we both talked about, Golden Boy, that we can't do, but you're also going to be in a spot that you don't really have great routes. Yes, you go to B pillars, maybe you go to back C, but you're not going to be anywhere anytime soon, and we saw those collapsing effects from United just collapsing, gain all those kills, using their high advantage, and continuing to hold control.
Yeah, it is a unique hold that we're getting here, because it has been a lot of retaking from E United. And now I wonder if that is the game plan, or if it's because Optic are forcing him in those positions, right? Because they've done it now 2 times now, and one time it worked, the other time it didn't work, so we'll see how they try and get control of this again here as Optic now adds to their score.
Quick note, as I was tallying up the kills / deaths real quick, it's basically dead even. It was 1 kill difference at just a moment ago, but the objective efficiency was in the favor of E United. So it's one of those things that once you control and once you have the strongholds, you can just trade for kills and you're going to come out ahead in the points.
By the way, this was a great spawn for Optic. They actually got a split, 2 players back tower, and then they ended up having 2 more players, I think, out in the open field by the overshield. So they were like, yeah, go ahead, United, go ahead and take B control. We'll go ahead and have that. We'll take C instead.
Look at that play by Rain. I mean, it was good, but it was not good enough as he's able to take Lucid, but not going to be able to chip away at Ola's overshield. So about the best you can do at some points when you have to plant up or post up back at B.
I think the response from E United too was beautiful, right? It looked like it was doom and gloom for E United, but instead they let Optic have that idea of safety and comfort, and then just went right for the play, like jumped on it like sharks to the to the blood and the water, right? I don't know. I will never be in the ocean. Never catch me dead there. But I think this has just been a beautiful game from both teams. But now for Optic Gaming, if they continue on like this with the trip cap, this is going to be quite scary for E United. They have to stop the bleeding right here, right now. Pistola, though, on a killing spree. 1 more target, a double kill for the Legend. He's got another one right in front of him, too, but he's going to wait for his health to come back. The call has been made. He's going to be...
And he's got a flank. He's got a flank from APG. This is going to be a kill over on C, and now they can double cap it if needed. But Ola just doesn't dive right in. Instead, his Spidey sense is going off, knows someone's over towards top center, and they are just starting to put the pressure here on E United. This game is flipping around, Golden Boy.
Yeah, I genuinely have no idea who's going to walk away with this win because of how this game has been playing out. Back and forth, through and through, exactly what you want to see. This next overshield is going to be quite pivotal, and that's why Pistola's posturing for it here. He's waiting, 5 seconds left on the clock for that OS. Rhino goes in for the challenge with the heat wave, and he's got support there from his teammates, but is anyone there from Optic Gaming to help him out so that they can get that power item as A is being captured?
One of you may at home might be wondering why Ryan Noob ran away from OS after getting those kills. Ryan Noob did his part. At this point, he was getting hunted down. He did damage over there, so he can't just sit at shortcut and jump on that overshield. Instead, he would just gotten killed. So I like that flank. He repositions himself all the way towards A, is a new threat, not unsuspecting player, and helps put the stop on that stronghold.
I don't think this is the setup that E United wanted to see here because they have no time to be able to break this. They got to get in the beat right here, right now. Lucid wants to shut this one down, though. The drop of the Mangler is going to be clean, and that, folks, is going to be the game as Optic Gaming go up 2-1. But what a fight from E United. Went down to the wire. Small micro decisions could have gone in E United's favor, and I'm sure that they're going to go back to the VOD and review all of that after this event is done, because that very well could have been E United's game.
Yeah, that was just so difficult. I mean, it's neck and neck the entire time, but we did see those ladder overshields going in the favor of Optic Gaming. I believe we saw at least 2 in the hands of Ola. We saw the very last one going in the hands of Lucid, and what we were talking about before was like near even slaying game. Turned out to be in the favor of Optic. I believe when I last saw the kills at the end, it was 6 or 7 kills in the favor of Optic Gaming.
Yeah, good fragging from Optic there, and that's actually quite the interesting stat. A 4-1 record, Optic on Stronghold's live fire in Pro Series. So, and I think that...
that's also an interesting stat too, the 32.2 captures per game ranked first, meaning that maybe Optic aren't one of these squads that just sits on a couple captures and ends up being passive.
Yeah,
they're willing to trade a bit more. They're like, all right, you want to take C? We'll take A then. All right,
yeah,
you want to take B?
Look at that game.
Yeah,
that was constantly happening.
So they seem to be maybe, based on that limited stat we have right there, they could be the team that rotates the most during Strongholds.
Great game, though, man. Couldn't ask for anything
Here's
better.
that melee. I love that melee right there. Just those little additions of damage add up so much for these teams at the highest level of play.
And you always got, in most cases, someone looking at you to support you, right? These guys have the awareness, like at all times. They fully understand where everyone is in relation to their own positioning.
Also, the thing that's just so brilliant there when I saw that repulsor over at B is that these players can actually time and avoid these melees here on land versus online. Sometimes it's just not possible. Yeah, you just can't really gauge the distance difference. Like, people are still going to hit those lunges. They're going to still get registrations that, you know, are just going to be a factor of online play. But on land here, so perfect. They can just time those, make people whiff melees, make people miss shots. It's brilliant.
Now wonder what happens here on Aquarius CTF, because E United, we saw on Streets the way that they can control the map, but Aquarius is a different type of map. You don't have those clean cross-map opportunities. You don't have the, it's not like, you know, midship where, you know, you can support from bases over to P side or to car side like too well. You can, but it's not like the best.
Yeah, it's not the exact same. I agree with you there, Golden Boy. However, I was going to say, based on the game modes we saw thus far, which is like, you know, Recharge, we saw Live Fire, I would say this map, Aquarius, does play more similar to Streets than those other two. I mean, they're not very comparable.
You're right.
With, you know, kind of like those lanes, those alleys, a little slower play, maybe posting up somewhere, laying some damage, pushing together. So this is looking good, I would say, for E United, just on like those observations of overall play style. But it's also just tough to say. I mean, Aquarius, CTF is just going to be a game type that literally every single team and player here is going to be so comfortable and familiar with. It's the most true to past Halos as far as one of the most arena-style maps. It's most similar to something like Midship, as you alluded to. So every single team and player is not going to, like, there's not going to be a player that's bad on this map.
Yeah, besides myself. I'm just absolute butt cheeks at this, and I'm sure many of us at home feel the same way. But here we go, folks. This is it. For Optic Gaming, they'll move on in the bracket. E United, if they lose here, will be sent down to the elimination bracket. Not out of the competition quite yet, but you know, it has not been the weekend that I'm sure they were hoping for. But I'm not, in no way, shape, or form do I think this is going to be a gimme here for Optic. And Ola managed to just squeak right by and get that camo. Just a crafty lot that he is.
Yeah, and such a brilliant finish off there. I guess he assumed Ryan was one shot first off, realized he didn't get the one-shot finish, and drops down just to avoid any further damage in top center. And Ola just going to sneak on in and go 1 for 1, unfortunately. But that's not what you want to be doing with your camo. You don't want to be playing defense with a camouflage. You want to be on the offense. You want to be pushed into the enemy lines. Ola forced in a defensive position there that last time.
Rain will be the furthest pushed out inside of util, yellow side util. That pistol, man, because that rate of fire is just nasty. If you get up close, you have so much control with it.
Yep, and Rain's just playing this position perfectly. When you're fighting anyone in that doorway, your goal is just to get some damage, and you need to stay alive there. You do not need to finish off your own kills unless someone comes into util. You should have backup from someone top center or someone across the map that can pick off any players that do not enter back into util.
Yeah, I think that is a credit to Optic for, even though they had to deal with Rain inside of their own utility, they were still in E United's face the entire time. But with 2 players down, this could be an opportunity now for EU to start to make this push happen here. King Nick, though, dangerously low. Players off the spawn. A little bit of a mental reset here. Losing Ryanoob could potentially hurt for this push, and they know that with Ryanoob down, maybe that is going to be a Optic Gaming push inside of util, which is why Nick was prepared for that. And I actually kind of like the idea of taking the pistol and holding it for those doors, because you can just spam that gun so fast.
Yeah, pretty much any weapon you grab out of the sandbox has its positional utility, and almost every single one of these guns too, like, ends up working out just fine in close range. And so even when I think of something like Stalker Rifle, not ideal. It's, you know, more perfect for something like long range, but you're gonna beat out a battle rifle if you just hit your shots. And these players are so good that they feel confident hit their shots with like the pistol or the commando in close range situations.
A big trade there for E United. Is gonna have to force APG to play defensively here. You got 2 guys located on the left side in their utility. APG is preparing. He knows that the push could end up coming, and I think EU, they got to play off of this. They have to make this push happen, but they need someone to be in a position to support them.
But here's what Optic's strategy is they're going to have somebody just hold the util side of their base, not let anyone push into their flag while they push out on the ping side. They say, all right, why fight a losing battle into util and run right into their hand? Instead, make them come to us. Pushing out of util onto the flag when you don't have someone weak is not as comfortable of a position.
They know that one more is still going to be around here. And there you go. It's going to be Nick. trying to stay up, gets the kill. Rhynoob actually gets the kill on APG. Flag has been attempted for a pull here. And Lucid does have the mark on the target up top as well. Their flag's going to be out too, and there's a lot that Lucid had to do there.
So much he had to do, but also I love that target switching. He's just giving so much credit to United, saying, all right, if I start shooting player A, player B is going to start shooting at me. And so he's going back and forth saying, all right, I'm going to shoot a shot at Spartan, and I expect this player on our flag to be helping Spartan out. So Lucid had the right idea, and in many cases, you're going to take advantage of teams poking out at those exact moments, but did not work out in that instance.
Yeah, there was just too much for him to do there, and United had every single box ticked before they made that flagpole happen. They're going to go up 1-0 in Game 4 of this series, trying to force to Game 5. We will be going to Bizarre Slayer if United can get the dub here today. No support from Rhynoob. He just had to wait this one out. He has to actually stay alive and focus on the player. Actually give him a lot of credit for putting damage on that player up front and then worrying about the player that was in front of him. Just that micro decision making that Rhynoob's so good at making here. A challenge going to come through. The support there will be present. Rain gets the kill, but cross map, it's going to be Lucid with that flag. And Optic Gaming tie this one up 1-1 on Aquarius.
Yeah, such a huge run there from Optic Gaming. And like you said, also great damage control from Rhynoob and the United squad. Many players put themselves in a do-or-die situation saying, all right, I'm going to die, protect this flag, or I'm going to get the kill and it's going to be stopped. And no, there's sometimes middle ground. You can sometimes let them get the flag, but still get a kill or two on your side and prevent them from getting some sort of double cap or having them have control after they capture the flag. It's a 5-cap game, Golden Boy. You don't need to make it all happen on that first cap.
Yeah, it's right. Everyone always tries to force the issue, but the top players, right, they'll only do it if they know without a doubt that they have that coverage, that they have that opportunity to do so here. United. There was a toss of the flag down low to try and just pull some attention over there, and it worked out very well for Optic, as now they're going to be collapsing inside of the United base, bringing this one over to the blue side. A very smart play inside of Util to the top, perhaps, as well. And do they have bodies over by planners? It seems like they do, and so far, so good here.
They seem mostly fine. However, they're going to meet some resistance here. I would like to see Lucid not go across the bridge. Instead, run it towards the back ramp if he's feeling too much pressure. Instead, he does go across the bridge. And you know what? Maybe Lucid knows a little bit more about Halo than me, Golden Boy, as he caps that second flag for Optic Gaming.
You made a right call, though. You said if he wasn't feeling the pressure and there wasn't really anyone there to try and stop him at that moment in time. Yeah, sure, he was taking some damage, and naturally people are going to look over there. But he had the right idea, went for the capture. It worked out very well for them. Now APG in yet another position in the back of the enemy base, putting shots on players, grabbing power items, thinking that they're free, and he's just going to live around here until United do something about him.
Charges right through the grenade, knowing that if there's a player in there that's weak or one shot, take the nade and still hit the shots, you win the fight.
Lucid with camo and heat wave. A deadly combo. See Spartan. Does he go for the shot? Okay, yeah, he's going to go for it. Why not? The calls have been made, but he's got himself in a brilliant spot here. Rain's camo eyes were simply not going to be good enough, unfortunately, for him. And this is kind of going back to what you said at the beginning of the game there, Walsh, where this is exactly the situation you want to have your camo player in the face of your enemy.
Yeah, and I don't know how they still got the kill on APG there. Somehow from the fridge side of the map, it looks like United were able to pick off that flag runner, run towards Util, and I would say that flag run is done.
Yeah.
What seemed to be a near guaranteed cap in my eyes, or at least the flag going all the way back towards the Optic Gaming side of the map, was stopped in its tracks. I would love to see how that was stopped some point later on.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to try this one again. 2-1, Optic with the lead. United doing everything that they can to try and fend off the attack here from Optic, as they'll be in the back of their base. United with bodies over here on car side continues to make this push happen. And a good call there, right? Heard the shields coming up, popped the shots immediately. And this is going to be a smattering of kills back and forth. No one really having the advantage quite yet. But United, I like the fact they got Rain all the way over here, and he's going to have some help and assistance. It works out very well for him.
And look at, as we go through both these teams' POVs and perspectives, the main focal point for both these squads is the Util. They want to get control of the Util and then push in the flag and then run it back that way. Every single flag we've seen run thus far is Util side. even across the map, as Reigns looking at his own flag being taken away. It's being taken towards the util side.
Yeah, it's such a great area to have that flag in, or at least for Optic, that seems to play right into their style, into their game plan. United stopped that flagpole from happening, but yet another camouflage grabbed for Optic, and it's Lucid who has possession of that again.
I want to see him get aggressive with it. I like this, helping his team clear out all these pesky members from United there, just scurrying around and getting in his base. Look at that, just exterminating all these players, killing out Car2, 2 players in the bomb front courtyard in very unorthodox positions, not just the power positions. Like, Lucid would love to just go top center and fight someone top pink or top car. Instead, he has to get his hands dirty. He has to go down in the courtyards and get those kills.
Yeah, and get those kills he certainly did here. Trippy as well is going to join him, but around the corner, there will be a target there. Ryan, who got a little dicey for a moment. Flag is being pulled by United. They brought it halfway over. Reigns got the clearance, perhaps. They have to clear out this player inside a utility to tie this one up 2-2. 2 players are going to be located coming into the utility room. A lot of work is going to be left to Rain here to try and fend off the attack. Flag's going to be located down low. Does Rain have an opening to go and grab it? It seems like he's right there, and Ryan is trying to be a nuisance on the side. Does get the flag, brings it up. Nobody's on the jump up, so that's halfway there.
I was going to say, jump up's probably not the right play there. I think you need to just go straight for stairs. You're already such a sitting target there as you're in that front spot, so get it back towards a safer spot in the base. Looks like Ryan Noob's going to have to go to the bridge, and we got ourselves a tie game, Golden Boy.
We're all knotted up here on Aquarius CTF. Neither team wants to be sent to the elimination bracket. E-United had a rough start yesterday, dropping to the Pioneers. It was quite the series. It went to Game 5 as well, and that is where the discussion from the desk starts to come into your mind there, right? The clutch factor. Optic, they're 6 for 6 on their clutches. E-United have a little bit more success here, but you know Optic are not thinking about that in the back of their mind. They just want to end this series, right? And maybe this flagpole could be it.
Yep, as you said, since we're tied up here, everything's just, we're back to even. But it does seem like the game is quite different at this moment. There's a lot more chaos in these final minutes than we were seeing early on. We're now seeing positions where teams have control of each other's utils. They're pulling flags before they have full control across the map. It's just, these teams are, I don't want to say panicked, but these teams are really feeling the pressure and trying to play out how they want to, you know, fight against their opposing opponents.
Oh my God!
What a play, a bait, but
I was like confused.
I felt like he should have been fighting right away. If you have your teammate fighting on the flag, you need to do it immediately. And here's one of those situations again, Golden Boy. Both flags being pulled out for both teams, but E-United coming out ahead in those scrappy situations.
Is anyone going to be able to take out Rain here? It's Lucid. He stops him in his tracks, gets himself another kill. Ryan Noob's got to go huge. Big kill there from Ryan Noob. One more is going to be located by the flag. He goes for the touch on the flag, but it's not going to be enough. Bodies are going to be located. Ryan Noob can't grab the flag in time, and the flag will get returned. We have 1 minute left on the clock here in this very intense game.
And in that chaotic situation, somehow Ola gets a flag recovery, gets a flag pull, and the battle continues over on the util sides of the map.
If it does go to OT, we'll reset, and first flag cap wins. As far as stats go, Lucid is having one hell of a game, 23 and 15. But look at Trippy and those assists, the way he's setting up his teammates, 14 and 19. That is unreal on the assist column from Trippy. But they're going to be inside of the Optic base here, Walsh.
I would argue that this is likely United's last flag pull attempt right here. You know, if Optic gets a few of the kills here, they might get one last chance to get a pull, but both these teams maybe one last chance. Looks like Ryan, who opts to not even go for a pull, tries to go back towards center of the map and just get kills and go into overtime.
Yeah, I feel like OT is going to be inevitable here as no one's able to get inside of the base. All 4 down players not in position for Optic because they had to respond to the attack from E-United. And we are tied going to overtime. First flag cap wins. If Optic win, they will be moving on in the bracket. If E-United win, we're going to a Game 5 Bazaar Slayer.
And look at this focus on the util side. 3 members of Optic Gaming pushing towards the util. And yes, gain control of car is big, but my guess is they're trying to get control of those dino nades, and looks like Ola getting hit with that first sizzle stick, and United are going to know he's weak over there.
The sizzle sticks are so powerful to control. Unfortunately, Nick had absolutely no idea that Pistola was going to be lingering about. This could be the camouflage that wins Optic the game here. Great coverage as well. Spartan can't get away in time, and a double kill for the Wizard.
And look at how Ola knows the times where he needs to be sneaky with a camo and times where he just needs to lay down shots. He doesn't need to run over and get a back smack on a player. If his teammates are fighting, Ola is fighting with them and matching firepower.
He's getting a lot of info as well, and sending the Dynamo Grenade in the back is going to, tickle a few of the players that are hiding back there and open up an opportunity for Optic to make this push happen, just like as you're seeing right there. I mean, I don't even think that Pistola was prepared for that, but it worked out in his favor, and now they're going to be inside of the EU United base. EU needs to respond and get out of this because they are in quite the pickle here.
This is a difficult situation, and this is going to be such a pivotal moment here for Optic. They need to get any of these kills and pull this flag. And on the flip side, as you said, for United, nice bank shot there from Trippy to get that kill, get the double. And he just tosses one out towards Bombs there. Does not feel like his team has the control it needs.
Triple!
That's 3 down, though. Trippy's going to grab that flag and get the kills. He's doing it all and potentially going to seal the deal here for Optic Gaming here in game number 4.
Trippy's at the halfway mark. Nades are going to start flying in, but he's got the coverage, he's got support, and he's going to wait this one out. He's right there, and he's going to slide this one in 3, 2, 1, and that is going to do it. GG's Optic Gaming move on, and E United gets sent to the elimination bracket. But what a series between those two teams.
That was incredible. And yes, that was the correct play to do there. And I want all my future teammates in random matchmaking to know, yes, if we have 3 of them down, I don't care where you're at right now. Go grab that flag, run it back. Look at what Trippy did. Trippy did it. Trippy's winning matches. He's going on to the semifinals here of HCS Anaheim.
You're asking for a lot, Dave.
I am asking
You're
a lot.
asking for way too much.
I'm just asking them to grab the flag.
I know.
They just don't grab the flag enough.
Oh, man. Well, what a series for Optic. E United, a difficult one for them, without a doubt, right? I think that they felt that there were multiple times where they had that opening, they had that opportunity to get the win, but just Optic's ability to really, I guess, take the small things that they have and turn those into big advantages. They're so good at that. And now as they march forward in this bracket, Optic, they very clearly are threats, but E United, I think they have maybe shaken off some of the issues that they were having from yesterday, because this felt like a completely different team. Again, not to take anything away from Pioneers, but this felt like a different team than what we saw on Friday.
Yeah, I felt like we saw a more powerful E United today than we did in pool play. But yeah, it still just goes to show it did feel like Optic were just, they edged them out every single time. It felt like they were so close through so many games, but Optic would come out ahead, because as we took glimpses throughout this game, we were like, all right, the strongholds on live fire. We saw them up, 180 to 140 as they're even in slays. So it felt like all those games were more than within United's reach. In fact, it was some games they almost lost.
Yeah, and that stings for E United without a doubt. But Optic Gaming, though, as they march forward in the winner bracket, is this the team that you feel like is prepared to win it all? Because they're playing with that kind of FU attitude that they need to have, especially if you go up against Cloud9.
Optic are looking strong, but I'm not seeing the performance that says they're going to win this tournament as of yet. When I watch something like Cloud9 versus Sentinels, those were statements. Like, they sent Sentinels home, or they won the pool play match 3-0. And it's like, all right, that was a very dominating performance against a very dominant team.
Yeah.
Whereas here, they're, they beat United, but a couple of teams, or I would say at least KC Pioneers, have also beaten E United so far this event.
Yeah, it's been a fun narrative coming into Anaheim for us, because, Cloud9 have just been dominating the conversation. I talk to my colleagues at work and stuff like that, and they're always like, is anyone going to beat Cloud9? And realistically, I'm like, genuinely, no. Right now, they're just too good. But this is every team that is trying to catch up to Cloud9, and Optic Gaming is certainly going to be one of those teams. But for now, though, we're going to send it over to the man himself, Blaze, who's actually got APG standing by to get some thoughts and how Optic are going to look moving forward.
Thank you very much, G. As I'm on the main stage with another G coming off that victory. We got APG in the building. I got to say, man, you looking drippy, okay? With the do-rag drip going on over here. Man, how are you guys getting it done here today versus yesterday?
I think just composure and staying calm. It's very cliche, but I think it's all in our comms, and we're just communicating perfectly. We're not getting hectic. You know, if a game's close, we're not sitting there wondering, like, if the crowd's not making you get more chaotic or anything like that. So, I mean, it's just like playing at home.
And exactly, like playing at home, okay? You got to be comfortable, all right? And so not having this, like the crowd here in the main stage, is that helping you guys out a little bit more, or does it even matter?
I mean, with Optic, like, every event is like home field advantage, but I think that just with like nothing here, it's like playing at home in a basement. So I think, at least for me, I think it's like just normal, so you don't have to adjust or worry about anything. So I do think that is like playing to our strengths.
Now, side question, okay? Because when you game, do you play with your shoes on or off? Okay, because I know you don't play with them on at home.
No, I since I've been playing at either the MV office or the Hex quarters, I wear my foam runners.
Yeah.
And I've played literally like every single day of Halo Infinite in my foam runners. Besides, like, the past week I've been playing at home, but I mean, I usually do play with foam runners on, so I'll probably wear them tomorrow.
All right, I just had to ask that one, okay? Now, my next question is that you've been in this Halo game for a long time, all right? And when it comes down to brothers in this game, you got players like Karma, Dark Vegito, Frosty. You entered the scene in 2009, GoPro. You was there a little bit before, but you have managed to stay consistent for so long, okay? Doing it for the brothers. How do you stay in? Okay, how do you keep up with everybody?
I'd say probably work ethic, and I don't want to go broke. So that's my motivation.
I feel that work ethic and not want to go broke, okay? Exactly. When it comes down to the fans out there, APG, you got anything you want to say to them?
We appreciate you all. Thank you guys for watching us even at home, and all the support, everything, all the love. So we'll make sure to keep putting on a show.
All right, that's going to do it for APG and myself up on the main stage. Happy Black History Month. Lottie, break it all down.
Thank you so much, Blaze. And it's always good to hear from APG, one of the best smiles in the game. And he also, I honestly would say he smells the best as well. I know it sounds a bit strange, but he takes very good pride into his cologne.
He's got good fragrances.
Routine. He does have incredible fragrances.
Doesn't surprise me. Do you know the aroma of every single player in this arena? Just to check. Well,
there's a lot of bad aromas.
There is. Careful. Just checking.
This conversation goes downhill from here.
It definitely does.
Only one direction. Very dangerous question.
I'll tell you what, he's a very well put together person, and he's very put together in game. Absolutely exceptional stuff across the board from Optic. I got to say though, I think we could go on and talk about how great Optic are, but I want to talk a little bit about, you know, what maybe they were lacking, because I think, you know, in turn, I think it's going to do them a little bit more justice if we talk about what they could improve on going forward for the tournament. Clutch, you had a weird little inkling that maybe Optic could go on and win this entire event if they could play the way that we know that they can play. Are you seeing that kind of squad here coming out against United?
Yeah, I think they had a very strong performance against United. United is no pushover. They could very well beat anyone at this tournament. So for Optic to make sure to close that series out in just 4 games, it wasn't the prettiest, it wasn't dominant, but all you have to do against teams like United, Sentinels, FaZe, Cloud9 is get the job done, win the best of 5, and that's what they did here. This is a big step for Optic this weekend, but they're going to have to continue these steps if they want to get that championship under their belt. For some reason, yesterday I just was like, you know what, I just feel like Optic's going to win this weekend. I had that same kind of feeling against Cloud9 going into Raleigh, and Cloud9 wasn't really a dominant team going into Raleigh online. So maybe it comes true. If so, maybe we start talking about how prophetic I am and whatnot. But let's not go down that pathway just yet.
Cross that bridge when we get to it. Yes, for sure.
I think you have a feeling for a reason.
Pull back.
And they are providing the results that you want to see out of a team that surely would go on to do that. I want to quickly talk about strongholds though. Livefire. You know, obviously previously a map that, you know, Optic have been so dominant at, and I know some other people have been able to reach them on that one and beat them. But I want to talk about the kind of switch-ups we were seeing in players. I mean, Ola was popping off on that map, and it's not often we see Ola pop off in the respect of outslaying people. We usually see him getting the kills that needs to be gotten on the map in order to swing things in their favor. Not really a main slayer, and Lucid kind of pulled back a little bit on that game. Should we be concerned about that?
I don't think concerned. I think it's a good sign. I think we need to see every player on Optic able to do whatever they need to do, and Ola's a player, like we said, we have not, still to this day, we have not seen the best Ola in Infinite, right? We have not scratched the Ola ceiling, and I'm thinking when we start to see that, maybe we're getting a little bit more of a taste of what we can expect from Pistola this season.
Coming into this tournament, if you tell me Lucid statistically has the worst tournament out of this Optic gaming roster, I would double down immediately on Optic winning this tournament, because that means the other 3 are frying. I'm not worried about what Lucid's screen looks like. Every time I watch that guy stream, he's lights out.
He is lights out. It's absolutely incredible what he can do. Let's take a look right now at the bracket and the results and see exactly where we are situated. And there's a big one on the board there. And we were kind of watching 2 games, really, weren't we, guys, on the desk? Because we did see the Cloud9 Fnatic game and the end of that one go down. But the fact that Fnatic got to Game 5, and not just got to Game 5, but were leading the charge in that Bizarre Slayer, was just absolutely mind-blowing. Gaskin, talk to me about this Fnatic roster and how they were capable of really doing that.
When they were up in Bizarre Slayer, they were also up in the Oddball recharge for the first map as well. Like, they really had a chance of taking down Cloud9 in this series. I think, looking back, they might kick themselves that they weren't able to take that opportunity, but at the same time, they can put themselves in such a good position now throughout this lower bracket where everyone is going to be scared of them.
Yeah.
They look amazing. Envor in particular has been the player that's really impressed me, but Super CC has been stepping up as an individual player as well. I think there's a lot to prove from this Fnatic roster. There's been so many questions asked around, like, was that too late of a pickup for Fnatic? Did they wait too long? Team War, they had a good performance at Rally, but are they the kind of squad that's going to be good enough to represent an organization like Fnatic? Well, a performance like that against Cloud9, against a team that some teams and players haven't been able to touch, I'd say yes, they are deserved of an organization like Fnatic.
Now, they're going to be facing Complexity or XSET next, but just generally, overall in that elimination bracket, Clutch, how far do you see Fnatic going when you're coming up against teams who have been previously beaten? They're coming down, and Fnatic, they've got to be really confident with that result against Cloud9.
Yeah, I think overall Fnatic is probably the 7th best team here for me. It just is going to come down to what bracket they kind of get. And then from there, I mean, they just pushed Cloud9 to the limits. They went to a Game 5, so maybe they can create an upset even if they get a difficult bracket. But before you see who they're actually going to play, I think they'll make light work of XSET or Complexity, although both those teams could give them a run for their money. I think Fnatic can play up and down to their competition. We don't know enough about them being young in their careers at this point. But for me, I think Fnatic is a top 8 team. I think they should get top 8, but anything more than that would be an upset that they created.
I got you. I'm totally on board with what you're saying, Clutch, as per usual. But a fantastic result, really, for Cloud9. They're obviously getting pushed to the limits, really. And I think I've said it previously on some of our pro series. I was really excited to see Cloud9 get put in a corner and see how they can get out of that. And it's quite clear that they do have the ice clutch. They have exactly what it takes to be able to bounce back and have that clutch factor to get out of those situations and still take the dub in this series. But I have a little something for you guys at home, so listen up closely. If you're watching on Twitch, then you better watch out for this drop. That's right, we've got Twitch drops for you guys. And if you are watching any of our streams along with our co-streamers as well, so you can watch any of these wonderful people on your screens right now who will be streaming alongside us, then you can get your hands on some of these incredible weapon coatings, there's skins, there's so much for you guys to be able to get your hands on, and it's all free. It's a Twitch drop. It's absolutely incredible. You also have this grand final pose, and that one is of course only if you are watching the grand final, so make sure you stick with us all the way through till Sunday, because I promise you, it's definitely worth it. Now, I also have a little other thing up my sleeve for you guys as well. We have PC Game Pass, and we're giving away 30 PC Game Passes. That is right, 30 of them. There's going to be 3-month PC Pass tokens for you guys to have, 30 per day, so 30 today and 30 tomorrow. So make sure you guys are also checking out the chat bot for that as well. But I'll tell you what, folks, it's time for a quick break now. You boys ready for this? Because we've got another match to get set.
Let's do it.
Yes, we
I think we're ready. I think we're casting this one.
Been looking forward to this one. I've been setting it up in my head all day. The bracket played out the right way. We got Sentinels versus FaZe coming up.
We do indeed. It's going to be absolutely amazing. You guys don't want to miss out on it. Not just because of the teams, but because of our talent team. We've got Clutch and Gaskin on the mic, so make sure you come back right after this quick break.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
Flag taken. An electric kill. Cluster luck.
On your feet, Spartan.
Ninja.
Zone captured.
Hello all you lovely Halo fans and welcome back to the HCS NA Regionals. We are live from Anaheim, California. And it's pretty hot outside, but it's pretty hot in here too because Optic Gaming, they are taking down teams right now, and one of those was EU United before the break. They had a pretty hot start, but EU United, they were answering back. They were trying to pull it to that game 5, but unfortunately, they couldn't quite go the distance, although this Strongholds was a bit back and forth. But Optic Gaming are looking pretty damn good, and even in the face of adversity, when they are down, and it looks like they potentially might be losing, they have that ice in their veins, and they are clutching up, which was arguably one of the things that they were struggling with coming into this LAN tournament. So really excited to see that they can bounce back. They can push through things when it gets a little bit tough on that main stage. And I'm really excited to see the rest of their bracket journey. But I tell you what, we have another match going on behind us. I also do have 3 wonderful gentlemen with me. I've got Onset, Shyway, and Walshy. Nice to see your faces.
Nice to be here.
And it's nice to talk about Halo because we've got Sentinels versus FaZe. They are queuing up behind us right now, getting situated. Let's talk about FaZe first. And I gotta say, FaZe have impressed me so much coming into this LAN event. They are a clean record team. They are looking really, really good right now. Onset, what have you got to say about these fellas?
An amazing team, and I think this is going to be the first tournament where we really get to see the best of FaZe, right? If we take ourselves back to Raleigh, it was kind of like, these were the least practiced, it felt like, out of all of the top rosters that had come together. They formed a little bit later than everyone else, but that excuse is out the window now. They managed to place top 3, by the way, just to kind of throw that out there as well. But now this is a FaZe roster that is practiced, that is ready for the tournament. And like you said, Lottie, at the moment, they haven't dropped a map.
No, they haven't. And, you know, coming into Anaheim throughout the Pro Series, I think the storyline for FaZe was their growth. I've said it many times when we were talking about FaZe online, and it honestly became a little bit of a meme because I couldn't stop talking about how much they're growing. Not in height, but in terms of their gameplay and Shyway.
In some cases, height, too.
In some cases, height. Some of them have, yeah, they honestly, they're quite tall gentlemen, aren't they? Yeah. But I've got to say, they're still on that trajectory. They're still improving. And I think the biggest thing for this team, it wasn't individual skill. It was how they were going to come together as a team and perform as a team. Shyway, are you seeing that improvement coming forward for them even more so?
Absolutely. I like Mark said early on, one of the least practiced but biggest surprises in Raleigh, especially with the Sentinels series. We're about to witness them against Sentinels again. This is a bit of a rematch, but they beat them last time. Surprising event. And one of the biggest things I think for FaZe and their growth was, and not to single out a specific player, but I think Boo Boo has kind of been the question mark here. A lot of people, you see it in the Twitch chat, you see it in some of the score lines in the games. Is Boo Boo kind of keeping up? Is he pulling his weight? And Boo Boo, of course, an excellent player. He has been since Halo 5. I think his play style a little bit different than his teammates. His teammates very aggressive, all main slayers in their own right, whereas Boo Boo is kind of more methodical. He likes to say he's got the best movement in the game, was his tagline back in Halo 5, but it's more methodical, more kind of mental, I think, in his timings and his approach. Recently, though, it feels like he's found his stride. It feels like he's found his place in the team, and it's something I've seen more and more in these series. He's starting to pop off. He's starting to get slays. And now when the whole team is working together, I just think the sky's the limit. So, like you said, growth.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's all you can ask for, really, isn't it, out of an individual player on a team, is for them to individually improve, but also fit back into the roster as well.
Yeah.
Walshy, looking at FaZe's previous LAN, they didn't quite get to that second position against Cloud9. They didn't have the chance to go into that grand final, but they got awfully close. Are you expecting, a little bit more out of them coming forward into this LAN here today?
Yeah, I mean, the difference between Raleigh and now is that teams have had more time, and instead of it being who can figure out and solve the game the fastest and learn the fastest, now it's going to see whose skill ceiling is the highest as these teams and players learn how to play the game more. So I think some of these players clearly are proven on that point in the past. You look at someone like Snipedown, who's been arguably one of the absolute best players in previous Halos. And we're just going to have to see if that continues to shine for them. So I feel like they're a team that's kind of, gotten better with age and a little better with time.
I like that. Like a fine wine. Like a fine wine. FaZe wine. I mean, hey, look. You know what FaZe are like. They could. I would like some rights to that, by the way. Just let you know here, I would like some rights to that. No, but FaZe, absolutely incredible team. Really excited what they're going to deliver on the main stage. But on the other side, we have Sentinels. We've got quite a red stage here. It's like going into the enemy lines, but we do have quite a red stage. And I got to say, Sentinels, have been performing pretty well. It is fairly new for them, though, right now as a team. They're coming into a brand new game. They haven't had the start that they wanted. It has been a bit rocky, but they now are back with their full roster. Their tournament really, their season starts really in this tournament. So there's a lot on the line for them, I think, mentally, but also as a squad to try and regain, I think, from a lot of things here on set. And they need to start here with FaZe, really.
Yeah, they do. And I think they started a little bit earlier on today. I think yesterday was pool play, and a lot is taken away from the Cloud9 series, or understanding that we saw on stage. But you got to remember they were playing other teams as well, and they dealt with them pretty handily. Sentinels earlier today in that series, I think, reminded us all of certain things that only Sentinels can do, right? It's dominating game number 1. Everything is working. The pieces are all falling together. The objective efficiency kills everything you want to see from a Halo team. Came out in that map number 1. Then in map number 2, we had to see the steal of Sentinels. They went down massively, and it was like, oh no, Sentinels are falling apart here. Is this the same lineup that we expected? Is this they're going to be able to perform like they have in previous Halos? All these questions popped up, and then they just make this insurmountable comeback and, win the game somehow, and then they close out the series 3-0. So they've shown us that every single component that makes Sentinels is here today. But this is the biggest test without doubt. If you beat FaZe, you can beat anyone.
No, I think you were spot on there, and it really was an exhibition of so many different things. How to play Bizarre CTF perfectly, and how to be able to run the flag flawlessly. But then also, hey, what happens when you go down like 20 kills and a Slayer?
How to not start a Slayer as
You
well.
know, yeah, exactly. And it's like, but look, watch us now. We'll bounce back. We're going to show you exactly what we can do, what we have on offer. And really, that XSET game for me was exactly that. It was an exhibition. Now, when it comes to FaZe going up against them, you know, they actually did scrim them coming into the Thursday before the tournament, and the result was 9-4, I believe, and Sentinels won that scrim. They have been scrimming FaZe quite regularly, actually. Walshy, can you read too much into scrims when you're coming into a LAN and trying to prepare here against teams?
It can. At some points, you maybe get some false, like, positives. You're like, oh, well, we got this game type. We've won these on scrims. But then you get to LAN, and it's like, oh, wow, like, their shots do a lot more damage across the map now. Or we're not winning those close-range quarters battles that we were before. So it really can be a detriment if you read too much in the scrims from how they go from online to on LAN.
For sure. I totally agree with you, Walshy, there. I think that's perfectly put. Now we need to move on to our AMD Power performance, and we're going to be highlighting that guy Bound from FaZe. Now this guy actually started his LAN journey at Raleigh. Our first LAN, it was his first LAN too. And my goodness, did he put in a massive performance. What are you expecting out of Bound today, Shyway?
I mean, he needs to pop off. I think he's the biggest play. Aside from Falcated, I think he's the biggest playmaker on the team, and he has been for a long time. And let me just go back and say, I mean, what Halo player can look back at their career and say that for the first time the world witnessed them was in a FaZe trailer, like what was it? The FaZe promo video was the first time we ever got to see this man's face. I mean, he's going down in history just off of that. And it's great to see that even on LAN, he carries over. He's not just an online kid. But I think that whether or not FaZe pop off, whether or not they take this series, it really depends on whether or not Bound is able to play his game. He's kind of a high risk, high reward player. He goes in, he's very fast. He's the type of person that I would look to hit all the slides, hit all the movement, and go for the 50-50s. If he's winning the 50-50s, then FaZe, I think they can take this.
Indeed, honestly, I've seen Bound in certain aspects for his team almost be that X-Factor player at certain times in this series.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that statement?
Yeah, I think he's the X-Factor player for a number of reasons. He wins them games, but also he can cost you games sometimes. Yeah. Now, it's about minimizing that risk, right? You want to be the player who's winning games more than you are costing a game. And I'm not trying to throw shade his way because he's so inexperienced on the main stage. You have to go through certain situations and make certain mistakes in order to learn not to make them again. I think what Bound does so well for 95% of the game is he wins the individuals. He takes the 50-50s. He creates space. It's in those last little moments, in those clutch games where it's like 1 or 2 kills. Maybe he thinks...
And you're so nervous watching him play.
He's like, he's got this thought in his head, which I love, of like, I'm going to go and win the game. But sometimes he has to just remember that he's got 3 other players he's playing with, and they can help him win the game.
I think Snakebite had a good point. I don't know if he said it yesterday, something about he'd rather lose a 49-49 game challenging and being aggressive than not being confident in that moment, getting taken out because he wasn't confident. So I think Bound is that kind of play style where he's stubborn as hell. You're watching him, you're nervous, you're like, okay, this could go either way. Like, he could completely mess up, but then he always tends to ice up. He always tends to make it work. Well, not always, most of the time. And to the point where he never learns a lesson.
And
basically.
for Bound, when it's not 50-50, he's like, yeah, I like to take those 90-10s. Right. It's just like, all right, yeah, you go up to those close-range fights, and you just win them all the time. So, yeah, when you're Bound, you don't really have the same sort of, like, you have like a loaded coin. You don't have a 50-50 going on here.
You can't tell him to not do it. He's just going to play his game.
That is very true. And that's a scary player to sometimes go up against, especially when they clutch up those moments. Now, another player we need to highlight, or should I say he highlighted himself. He got into a bit of trouble recently. He was causing quite a ruckus in the Halo world. We actually sat down with Royal 2 to talk to him about such a difficult time, really, in his roster's journey here this season. Let's see what he had to say.
So we gotta hit that, like, hit it, man.
This guy stood up, he's talking, man. I've been growing. Wait, I'm sitting here?
It's good to have you back, but talk me through the last few months for you. What it's been like.
The last few months have been definitely, well, I've never experienced this before, but trying to watch my team play, you know, from like the stands, basically. It's been, it's kind of like, I don't know how to explain it. It's definitely something, I can't really explain it. It's just, I want to get into action, but obviously I can't. So just watching, especially watching my team perform, and they've been doing really well with Formal while I was away. So it's like, you know, I'm like, I just want to take them to that next step, but it's definitely been rough. I just miss competing, and yeah, it's just kind of been sad.
What did you think about Formal taking your spot during your suspension?
Yeah, like, so basically we got the news about the suspension, and then in probably like 30 minutes to an hour, like, he was on the team. It was like instant texts.
And then I was there too. I was just sitting there because I was trying to brainstorm for my team. I was like, who are we gonna get? Because it's like there's 3 days of the tournament. There's no way you can just find like some random person. So they're kind of looking at amateurs, and there's some other names like from Call of Duty that are getting thrown around. But yeah, it was such a hectic process. It happened in like a couple hours, and I can't believe like it all pieced together somehow. Probably the best fit that could replace me, and he played extremely well with the team.
Do you think your suspension affected your reputation as a player?
I personally don't think it affects my reputation, but I can see other people, viewing it like that. Because personally, I don't think, what I did was obviously against the rules, but I don't think it affects like my skill or anything like that. So, but obviously other people view it differently. So personally, I just felt like it shouldn't ruin my reputation. Like obviously everyone makes mistakes or whatever, but yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was very intense interview, and obviously Onset, you led the charge there. I mean, that must have been pretty difficult for you to talk to Royal 2 about, because there's so many different factors going into the situation, and the problem is it's portrayed so heavily on social media, and everybody has their own thoughts and opinions on it. But what did you get from Royal 2 in terms of his competitive mindset, aside from all of the drama, aside from everything, really that went on, in terms of how he's feeling mentally about competing? What do you think came across to you?
I think my takeaways from it yesterday, and there was a lot more to that interview, obviously, than we can show in just a couple of minutes there, that he knows he made a mistake. That was a simple thing, right? He knows he made a mistake. He recognized he made a mistake. Right. And now he wants to put it right by putting in a performance for his team. I think he knows his teammates that he's been, alongside for so long, that he's gone through so much with, that he's won so many trophies with, and he's done everything with. And he wants to get back on that main stage and prove that he is going to be the player to take them back to where they want to be picking up that trophy at the end of the tournament. And it was really it's quite heartwarming when I was speaking to him, because he just wants to win. He just wants to be back. He had to sit on the stands, understandably so, and watch his teammates compete, doing what he loves doing with them. Now he's back, and I think if anyone's going to pop off for them and win them a series, I think Royal 2 is the player you look at.
And rightfully so, yeah. I mean, he needs to. He needs to put in the performance. He needs to put his heart and soul on the line after everything that's happened, and I think he needs to also do it for himself. But amazing interview with Royal 2 there, Onset, so well done for that one. But I'll tell you what, we actually did sit down also with both of these teams, and we actually had a chat about how they're feeling about this weekend, what their team's going to bring to the table. So without further ado, check this out.
So this tournament, we got placed in Pool B with Fnatic, Space Station, and G1. We ended up not dropping a map the entire day. It was 3-0s all around, so we pretty much just took care of business as a second seed should, and we're just looking forward to keep the momentum going and rolling.
243, Sentinels forced to try and push top elevator. They're going to get shut down by Booba. There's a second one above him that he's going to try and deal with the grapple. Oh baby, Booba.
One of our biggest strengths is probably just like our aggression. We're a very aggressive team. We basically just don't slow down. We have like a really good pace. So I think like us and Cloud9 are definitely like the fastest teams in the game right now.
Do it! Triple for Falcated!
The reason we should win this event is just purely off like the amount of hard work we've been putting in. Like each of us individually has just been putting in like insane amount of work. I mean, I definitely think we have what it takes to win this tournament. My boo-boo senses are tingling.
Like we're constantly trying to learn and review stuff. Whenever we just want to get better as a team. We do that mid-tournament. And I feel like that's what separates us, especially like right before tourneys and going into tourneys. We just take things very seriously, and we're reviewing as day by day. Even like if we lose or win, we're just constantly going over stuff, trying to improve.
Be 3 on the map now. Royal 2 trying to get into position to maybe pick up the kill onto Renegade, who maybe get a little bit desperate there. There's a double kill for Royal 2. Push is coming in. You can hear the call that has come. A killing spree now for Royal 2.
Some people, get jittery or anything, but I just feel like the way we are and how, we've been also playing for like 10 years, and we've been in these situations. When I was younger, I literally lived on game 5s.
Well, there you have it. First of all, boo-boo doo-boo. I didn't realize he was, the next Spider-Man or whatever, but the boo-boo senses are tingling. Should we be worried about that?
I don't know what sets it off.
I was thinking of going, we haven't done the predictions yet, but that just kind of skewed my prediction.
Oh, yeah,
I might have to bring that up after.
All right, we might have to bring up, I'll tell you what, I'll bring up the series layout to maybe try and push that prediction further into the favor of whoever you're thinking. Okay. Let's take a look right now at the series layout and see exactly what is coming your way as well for this matchup. I've got to say though, there are some maps here, and I think for Sentinels right now, in terms of their lack of practice compared to some of the teams, that are going to affect them. I think series layouts are going to affect Sentinels to a certain degree. I think it's also fair to say that really you should be good on pretty much anything if you want to be a top team at this level. But I think it's also, in the balance of the nature of both of these teams and what they've been through on the stage, that I think, right now I'm kind of favoring FaZe in terms of this layout. I think a lot of this is going to be quite difficult for Sentinels. What are you feeling on set?
Yeah, I think I would be favoring FaZe coming into this series anyway, just because they haven't dropped a map yet. We know what they did back in Raleigh, and they're only going to be getting better from Raleigh, yeah? So I look at the map layout. I also see Recharge game #1, which historically Sentinels have struggled a little bit on. However, I have seen some signs of improvement from them, and I think if they're going to go into this series hot in the way that they've been playing today as well, and they take that first map, then Sentinels could happily take this series home. I think a lot actually rides on this first map. Even if Sentinels don't win it, if they keep it close and show they can compete on a map that they've been historically weak on, I think it says a lot about them.
Well, in terms of Sentinels and the way that they like to play, I feel like they're very good at improving on the fly, and that's throughout a tournament. Gaskin said it yesterday, I am not really that impressed with a Friday Sentinels, but a Saturday and a Sunday Sentinels is pretty terrifying, and I think it's because of that improvement that they do during series, during days, and like Royal 2 had said, that they're going over things every single night. Should that be a worry for FaZe on the main stage, who haven't really dropped a map and haven't had to kind of bounce back yet?
It should be a worry, but at the same time, as we saw them even earlier today, we were in a position where we saw Sentinels down by 15 kills in a Slayer against XSET. I don't think you're going to see FaZe be up 15 kills in a Slayer and lose that game to Sentinels. So yes, it shows and proves that Sentinels are a strong squad and they can make some adjustments and, snowball lead when they have control. But I just don't feel like you have that same sort of room for error against a squad like FaZe.
Indeed, and you don't have room for error either. Excuse me, I can't even speak when you're going head-to-head with these two players on your main stage. We have Snipedown versus Lethal, and the graphic here tells you everything. I think, in terms of the overall performance, first of all, fantastic pictures.
I mean, he's doping in with the snipe.
I want to know what they're framing up between them.
I know, it's very interesting. I think maybe Snipedown, I'm coming for you. I'm looking at you, and Lethal saying, "Go for it, take a picture."
Here's the mugshot.
So yeah, pretty much. Lethal, I think it's something to note here because obviously KD ratio is quite heavily in the favor of Snipedown there, but Lethal is the type of player who gets the kills that really need to be had on the map in order to try and kind of sway the potential of the win for his team. Lethal pulls objective really, really well. His communication's really on point, but also he does have the capability to slay out as well, which is really impressive. And you see quite a lot of players like Lethal across the board when you look at some of our top teams. So, in terms of this head-to-head, what are you thinking, shall we?
Yeah, they're very different players in their roles on the team, for sure. Lethal, I think they call him the flex player. He does the dirty work. He gives opportunities to players like Frosty, who you expect to then get the slays. Snipedown, he wants to be the center of the action. He wants to be the center of the attention, and then win his gunfights, I guess, at the same time. So they're very. It's kind of a weird matchup, though. I know historically they do tend to have their history together. But I think Walshy brought up the biggest point is I think Slayer is going to be the truest testament between these teams, especially Slayer on Streets. Streets is so close quarters. It's so fast-paced. The spawns are wild on that map because it's so easy to influence and flip spawns. So I just think the pace of play is going to be so quick, and I think FaZe and with somebody like Snipedown on the team, they're going to control that pace of play. So hopefully Sentinels, recently coming back together with Royal 2, hopefully they can keep up with it because I think they could not match the pace of C9. If they can somehow regain with FaZe, then maybe they can come back to C9 with a newfound confidence.
Indeed, I want to see that same pace from XSET as well, and hopefully we're in store for an incredible series. Gentlemen, predictions. We're going to do this super fast because the game is ready to go. So what are we feeling about this series? On 3, 1, 2, 3.
Wow.
All right,
okay.
wow.
Okay.
I mean, it's no surprise that I've chosen Sentinels, but, I've got to say I understand where you're going with that one. Gentlemen, totally get that. We'll see exactly how that one is going to go down on the main stage behind us right now. But let's bring our two casters into the mix as well and see their thoughts and feelings on this one. Clutch, Gaskin, you're going to be casting this pretty damn cool match on this main stage right now. It's the battle between both red teams. But the question is, who is going to come out illustrious? I'm going to throw it over to you guys.
The question is, who's going to come out illustrious, Dan? I'll let you answer that one first. Seeing the desk go 3-1 in favor of FaZe is a little bit surprising to me.
Yeah, a little bit surprising, but then when I saw the series layout and I was looking on some stats thanks to Halo Data Hive, I was kind of feeling that FaZe might have the upper edge here. I mean, I know that they've been scrimming a lot and these maps do go back and forth between these two teams, but when you actually look at the layout, I think that FaZe maybe have got 1 or 2 maps that are actually priorities for them and what they've been focusing, what they've been practicing. I will say, starting off with Recharge Ball, most recently, Sentinels actually slapped FaZe 2-0. FaZe only got about 40 points, which is not something we typically see on Recharge Ball either. So if Sentinels can find that same kind of form that they found a week ago in scrims, maybe that could just kick off the perfect way to this series.
Right, I know there was a statistic that was mentioned at the start of the desk segment right there. It was 9-4 was the Sentinels scrim against FaZe here on Thursday. It was warm-ups. We don't know how serious either team was taking it, but 9-4 is a very dominant performance. Unfortunately, Dan, I actually stopped by and watched some of that series, and I actually saw all 4 wins for FaZe, so I would not be shocked to see them come out hot the way they did in that scrim. Let's see what they have in store for us. Ladies and gentlemen, we have FaZe versus Sentinels in our winners bracket right now, and I cannot express to you how important it is for both these two teams' journey this weekend to a championship that this series goes in their favor. So we're going to kick this one off, Dan, and who do you want to start with?
I mean, I want to see who's going to be playing best, and, well, that's one way to start things. Bound just getting a little bit of a slappage because there's going to be just an issue. One player was on the wrong side. That could have been better, as you say, who do I want to watch? Between these two teams, though, you say how important it is. You're completely right, because this is only winners bracket 2. This looks like a winners bracket semi, yes. Even a winners bracket final, I guess, if Cloud9 weren't involved. This is for top 6 to get to be guaranteed, but if you drop into that lower bracket, suddenly things are looking a little bit dicey, because this would be dropping early for either of these squads.
Yeah, arguably, these are 2 of our 4-5 best teams here in Anaheim. For them to match up against each other so early, like you're saying, Dan, means that if these teams want to meet back up in the finals, it will be a long journey through the losers bracket. All of the players on this main stage have had losers bracket runs that have been successful, have been through that journey, but none of them want to take that path this weekend. You want to take the high road. You'll want to get this momentum going. Sentinels with the series earlier today got some momentum going, showed us some promise, but this is FaZe Clan we're talking about, Dan, and I couldn't be more excited for Falcated to get an opportunity to show us what kind of a superstar he is. Is there anybody you're looking out for in this series that needs to step up for their team to have that success?
I think it has to be Royal 2, after seeing that kind of mini documentary with its somber music, with Onset asking the questions and Royal 2 saying, look, it's good to be back. I feel bad for what happened, but now I just want to get back into the action. So I want to see Royal 2 step up and show us why he was such an important part of this roster.
Absolutely. Such a crucial piece added back to the Sentinels team. We saw these two teams play in Raleigh. FaZe gets the better of Sentinels with 4 more on the team. Can they do it now in tournament play on the main stage against Royal 2? With this addition, is Royal 2 going to be enough is the question. We got Recharge, Strong, Oddball, I'm sorry, and we're going to hop on board with Bound. I love this. Already Mangler in hand. Doesn't see anybody on Sentinels, so a little bit unorthodox start for Sentinels, but Snakebite able to take him down. Camo, I do believe, does not get activated, so Snakebite gets that camo and the Mangler, and now he has a big opportunity to put Sentinels in an early lead.
2 very different starts from these teams. Sentinels, who kind of tried to prioritize map control with 1 player baiting that camouflage. FaZe, they sent 1 player a little bit more aggressive, but again looked for map control. But it is Sentinels who lead the charge with picking up the ball. And my question was, what Sentinels are we going to see? Are we going to see the Sentinels that won 2-0 in scrims, or are we going to see the FaZe that was able to just eke out Sentinels on this game type in a scrim just a few weeks earlier?
This is a beautiful play from Snakebite on screen to grapple away to safety and then bring the ball back with him. Get over here, he says, gets that ball over towards Elevator. It's not ideal when you have camo and ball at the same time, but Snakebite is making it work perfectly right now. And if they can find Boobadooboo back blue here, they're going to have some serious ball time to rack up, but I'm not sure they know he's here, Dan.
Boobadooboo just going to try and take this fight, but they have finally spotted him out. Yesterday, I was watching FaZe versus SSG on the Bravo stream, and FaZe were able to get 100 points unanswered against SSG. Actually, Boobadooboo held the ball for 100 points, so we know full well that FaZe do have that comeback ability if you give them the opportunity to do so. Finally, Snakebite is taken down, and Sentinels find themselves with just lethal up. Play ball, but FaZe can now take control of the map.
Now, statistically, so far in Infinite, Boobadooboo has struggled for FaZe Clan. Already off to a 5-2-1 start. That's exactly what you want to see from Boobadooboo. If he's able to have a phenomenal tournament, he's going to give FaZe Clan so much energy, so much life and opportunity here this weekend.
Bound just trying to take a position to cover with the shock rifle. Camouflage is going to be popping in 3 seconds as well. So they've managed to get the ball into Turbine if they want to pick it up, but Bound knows that he's got an important role to do to try and hold off the push.
Yeah, they do look like they're going to be able to get camo, but Bound trying to make a play with the shock rifle. Can't hit the headshot, and Lethal taking him down. Gets a big kill. Not only that, but Sentinels get their second camo of the game. Frosty activates it. Once again, pairing it with the Mangler. We saw how much success Snakebite was able to have earlier. Unfortunately, he doesn't expect Snipedown to have the sword, and that is camo off the map. Snipedown getting that kill is massive.
Of all things to run into, it's the sword. It's so difficult to trade because the sword just beats all when it comes to the melees. And with those 2 kills, Snipedown has now been able to provide such a platform for the team to set up here around gold. This is going to be... Whoa! Well, I say it's hard to get a melee, but I think the sword connected with the wall, and Frosty manages to lunge around it.
But that's because Frosty's movement. Frosty in the middle of that sword one, strafed behind that wall just enough to where the sword wasn't going to kill him, and then got a melee. What a play by Frosty to get the sword out of Snipedown's hands. We saw him starting to heat up. Someone needed to shut him down, and it was Frosty to do so. But now, hopping on board with Falcated, sees his team has pipes control, has a great opportunity to get this ball into a safe spot. I love this by him anchoring this kneeler position. And he's got so much damage, so much information on the Sentinels players trying to push long. They do lose a teammate, so they are going to have a disadvantage in numbers right now. Can Sentinels break the setup of FaZe Clan?
Yeah, Sentinels have got to be careful because if they all push at the same time and lose just one initial engagement, then that could make things very bad for them indeed. But at least Falcate is there to clean that one up. Otherwise, that could have got a little bit scary and dicey. And now he can try and do some dicing with the sword around the gold area.
Yeah, the sword's still 21%, so it's going to have 2 kills left in it. Can he get the kill on the Frosty quickly? Frosty sees the sword, wisely backs up. A beautiful frag grenade's going to take Falcated down, and that's the second time in a row Frosty has taken down the sword player for FaZe, and those are big kills. Those show up as 1 kill in the stat stand, but those are massive kills in game results.
Surprised he actually went for it with the sword, if I'm honest, but it doesn't really matter now. The death has been and gone. 3 seconds until the camouflage is up. Now it is up. Both teams just kind of baiting this one a little bit. There's a lot of players down low for FaZe, and that's perfect for Sentinels. They can watch from an overarching position. Now they're going to get camouflage and more ball control. This is looking great for the Sentinels roster.
FaZe Clan allowing Sentinels to dominate the story as far as power-ups are concerned, and how long is that going to go on for them to fall deficit in this round? You see the lead starting to get out of hand now, almost up to 30 points as Royal 2 with this camo paired with the Mangler. Once again, you can see a clear strategy from Sentinels. They like this pair. How dominant can this combo be in Royal 2's hands?
We've been seeing it more and more. As soon as that camouflage is found, you either go sword or you go Mangler. You have to have something that gives you the one-up of your opponent, because sometimes just a battle rifle shot is not going to be enough, especially if you start missing them. Usually you look for a back smack or trying to utilize something like that. Mangler, drop, hold this, reversal, easy peasy.
Do they get the play ball, though? The ball carrier does get down. That's lethal. Unfortunately, Royal 2 getting that kill on the bound overextends towards the blue side of the map. The rest of FaZe Clan push towards pipes. They take over the Sentinel setups. That ball doesn't quite make it off the rail, and because of it, FaZe Clan get to gently carry that ball back in the elevator, get a setup of their own.
And those are the little tiny differences between having an 8-second lead or a 28-second lead, right? Unfortunately, now Sentinels, they'll give away a little bit of the lead they had. They'll have to be somewhat more quick and aggressive with the push off of spawn. Otherwise, they'll give too much time here away to FaZe Clan.
Sentinels do a phenomenal job of getting a few kills, though, stalling the time of FaZe Clan coming back into this. But just like that, Snipedown out of nowhere, able to take down Snakebite, and that's a big kill to give numbers back in his team's advantage. Now Sentinels down 2 members. Snipedown loses a teammate of his own, and now he's got a responsibility here. Does he pick up the ball? Does he slay with shock rifle in his back pocket? You have to think he wants to get this ball out of his hands as soon as possible.
59-39, but most importantly, only 57 seconds left on the clock. Of course, it stops every time that ball is picked up, but it means that you've got less chance and less opportunity every single time that ball is being held to pick up time. Because if you drop it, if you try and slay, then you might struggle to find time later. Camouflage is also being picked up here by Falcated, I believe, so FaZe have done better this time to actually focus on it.
Will this be the one camo FaZe needs to close this first round out? Falcated gonna get the better of Frosty unless he switches it on him, can't hit the melee, and because of it, Frosty with another massive kill that will only show up as 1 in the kill feed in the stat line, but that kill could have won Frosty an opportunity to still compete in this round, because right now they have multiple members of FaZe Clan here back with the ball. The ball does get played, but Booba with a double kill with this sword, wreaking havoc on Sentinels. This sword coming into play so often so far in this first round. round, and it looks like FaZe is the ones that are putting it to use successfully.
No Mangler, no sword with camouflage. That is why we see Sentinels focus so hard on picking up those weapons when they're able to at least pick up the camouflage from bottom middle. Only 29 seconds left on that clock, so you've got one last opportunity if you're Sentinels to really try and break any sort of setup here that FaZe have and retrieve this ball, like get a setup of your own.
I like that play ball by Bubadubu. Unfortunately, Sentinels is right there, bottom batteries to catch it. Bubadubu needs to play his life. His Bubadubu's... Oh my God, Bubadubu. Staying alive there. 2 members of Sentinels go down, and he just has to play the clock right now. This is a perfect job by him. Doesn't want to leave pipes, knows the ball's in a very rough spot for anybody on Sentinels to pick up. And with Royal 2 trying to get to that ball, Bubadubu is in a perfect spot to shut him down and steal round 1.
And a little Bubadubu pop-off as well. Bubu, take my Dubu, spam it in the chat, because FaZe Clan take the first round after being quite considerably far behind for some time to begin with on that game. Sentinels, they dropped the ball a little bit, quite literally and metaphorically. And even though they had all that camouflage control, just not able to close out as much time as they would like. FaZe Clan right back into it, and also getting very aggressive from the start, picking up the camo.
They do get this first camo, and that's big for FaZe Clan, because we saw how much success they had when they were able to deny camo out of the hands of Sentinels. Yes, Falcated wasn't able to do too much with the camo, but it was more so Sentinels not using that camo to a success against them at the end of that round that made them have that successful setup that won them that round. Let's see what they're able to do with it now. You're seeing Frosty try to apply some pressure here on Turbine now. He is going to be able to help Lethal pick up one, but this second player is going to get the better of him. That's Bubadubu, top elevator. And once again, Bubadubu stepping up in the second round, having a great series so far.
Just needs to survive here. Trying to dance around any objects that he can find. He's got assistance as well. Really well played from Bubu there. Again, using that repulsor just to get a little bit of elevation as well to make it a bit more unpredictable. Frosty's going to toss that one to Lethal, but do they know there's a player in gold pipes? That's my question.
A great grenade from Frosty too. You think he's dead to rights on batteries? No, a beautiful grenade's gonna get that kill, but unfortunately, Sentinels lose 3. Lethal is forced to play the ball bottom batteries once again, trying to fight for his life, but he's taken down. That was all 4 members of Sentinels being taken down. As Falcated quickly makes his way to the ball, gets it up into pipes, and this is gonna be a great setup for FaZe. They have everything they want, but these nades are gonna do so much because they've opened the door for Lethal to slide in and get that first pick.
Certainly in the start of the first round, there was a reluctance for FaZe Clan to pick up that ball. They were almost waiting for that perfect moment while Sentinels were picking up some scrappy time here or there. It seems like FaZe Clan have recognized that. They're now being far more inclined to get to that ball, pick it up, and pick up these extra 3 or 4 seconds when they present themselves.
Knife down trying to get to this ball carrier. Unfortunately, he gets taken down, but his teammates are right there to get that kill. The ball, once again, doesn't quite make it off the ledge, and that makes it an easy pickup for Bound. Not only that, but they are going to regain the lead just now. That being said, Royal 2 in a great position to get camo Mangler. We saw how much success Sentinels was able to pair this combination up in the first round. They're going to need to do that once again in order to build a lead, because right now, backs against the wall, this is a must-win round in Game 1.
Just like Harry Potter and his invisibility cloak, sometimes you just have to stay still so no one can see the shimmer. As Royal 2 at least secures 1. He knows that ball's there, but he also has had to call out someone's going to be in gold. So he has to play this one somewhat patiently.
Yeah, Bubadubu is below him with the ball, but Falcated the duo right there to sniff Royal 2 out. Bubadubu's senses were tingling. They take down camo, and with that, they're able to accumulate a little bit more ball time and gather this lead even further in their favor.
It just seems like FaZe have been improving on this game type slowly but surely throughout this series here, because right at the start I was thinking Sentinels were going to be able to comfortably walk away with it. They were getting the slays, they were getting so much camos, and Snipe Down shuts down Frosty in that 1v1 engagement. Just needs to stay alive, play his life, which he will. And 44-19 with 3 minutes left, FaZe can afford to just slay a little bit here, try and assert some dominance over Sentinels and try and get them on the back foot with spawns.
Yeah, the lead's not comfortable, but the way that this FaZe Clan team is slaying right now pays so much for their playstyle and having an early lead here in round 2. They're playing free, right? Look at Falcated's stats already, 12 and 5 for the round. He just does lose his life, but he is being such a nuisance to the members of Sentinels so far.
Impressed with Snakebite's objective work as well throughout both of these games as Bound comes flying around the corner with the Mangler, but too much of a Sentinel's presence to stop. And now there's going to be 3 players down for FaZe. So Falcated on his own will have to wait for the rest of the team. And Frosty's in a position with the shock rifle to maybe cause some damage.
This is where we see Sentinels struggle. They cannot hold successful setups for long. At least they haven't yet in this game. A big pick from Frosty is probably going to allow the first setup to be really substantial for Sentinels. I love this by him. He's able to find 2, but unfortunately, just like that, 2 members of Sentinels go down. Now Frosty's surrounded. He has to hit the shot. Can't hit the headshot. Does land a melee, but it's not enough. And FaZe Clan break the setup quickly once again.
There's a good amount of time, but just not quite enough, really. And that's maybe down to the pressure that FaZe Clan were able to apply from several different directions. And it can be scary sometimes when you do send too many players in different directions. You can leave yourself vulnerable to a lot of 1v1 fights, but FaZe are winning these 1v1 fights. You can look at the stats right now. Falcate is 13-5 just in this round. He seems to be firing and very comfortable, and may find a 14th as I say that. Snakebite turns around, hits the shots.
Beautiful shots from Snakebite there, but I was going to say how great of a job Falcate did to not overextend in that turbine area. He didn't want to leave pipes, didn't give his life up immediately, and it's allowed FaZe to once again regain the lead.
58-67 then. Sentinels fell behind shortly, but should be able to tie this one up. Royalty will use the last little bit of the shock rifle. And even though this gold setup can sometimes be the best setup to have, I think a lot of teams are starting to learn how to break it, and it comes from grenades to start it all off.
Just 3 points separate this team, make it 6 points as the ball does get dropped. Sentinels trying to slay out before they can accumulate any more ball time, but Snakebite, Lethal both go down. Royal 2 does find 1 to trade it out, but he's got a lot of work to do up here in red. He finds 1. Boobaduba's gonna run away with the ball. Oh my, Royal 2, welcome back. The double kill, killing spree, can't get the triple just yet, but Snipe Down, you better hide because he's got you in his aim, takes down Snipe Down, and that could be the play that Sentinels needed to win this round.
Royal 2 just doesn't want to get too overconfident. He's been able to position himself to really hold off this FaZe Clan roster from being able to stop any sort of setup, but there's not been that much ball time accumulated. Finally, Sentinels get that ball back in their hands, but now we've got to see Royal 2 do something. He gets both of them.
The chain damage from the shock does enough to make that kill possible from Royal 2. Both those kills so influential. 91 points and climbing. Royal 2 is wreaking havoc right now with the shock, and he does it again. It's a perfect shot. Narrowly misses Falcate's dome, but he's done enough to get Sentinels to a round 3. That's Sentinels tying this one up.
The round's over, Royal 2, and he's still shooting. This man is on fire right now. He is so focused. He's zoned in. You can tell what it means to him. Just looking at his gameplay and the way he's been running around the map, how difficult he's making it for FaZe Clan.
As we jump into this round 3, I want everybody to pay attention. Look at the difference in objective score between the teams. Lethal and Snakebite have 70 and 85 points. All of FaZe Clan is doing the objective. Is this something the Sentinels will suffer from because only 2 of their players are primarily focused on picking up that odd ball? Typically, you want it to be a well-balanced machine because a lot of times, Dan, you want to be best player in position gets the ball, not an individual is known for being that ball player. But now, hopping on board with Lethal, pressuring this red pipes area, finds Falcate very weak, an easy kill for Lethal, gives his team's numbers for now. They do lose Frosty, but the ball is going to be in the hands of Sentinels, or at least on their side of the map for now.
Well, that was a big fight, and it's probably good for both teams it ended up in just a trade because they were the 2 single players. Distance from the rest of the team, as I say distance, Falcate and Bound were far from it. They are holding each other's hands right now, moving as a unit, and that is a scary thing that Sentinels need to answer. You need to be running as a duo to try and counter that.
I can't speak enough about how well Snakebite has been able to rotate the ball throughout this game so far. He does it once again, gets the ball all the way to pipes. So although FaZe Clan get kills, they have to continuously hunt down this ball carrier. Finally, FaZe take down Snakebite with that ball. Let's see what Bound can do now. The melee doesn't come through. It might have been blank, but Bound with the wherewithal to get that kill. Not only that, to continue to move this ball to Elevator towards his teammates. And now let's see what FaZe can do now that they have ball towards Elevator, but instantly Bound under pressure, forced to put it bottom middle and play it.
Good grenade work from Sentinels, just as we had seen previously from FaZe to break setups, but how quick Sentinels were to retrieve that ball. They knew they had to take it then and that now. Otherwise, FaZe were going to be off spawn and able to nade it too comfortably. Camo's going to be coming up in 10. Sentinel's going to retreat to kind of a blue setup, it would seem. That's where the ball currently is, around the control area. But Royal 2 in the perfect spot to watch over this Camo.
Yeah, he's got a decision to make, though, because they are hunting the ball carrier down. Are they going to fight for Camo, or are they going to try and protect the ball carrier? He looks away. Bound sneaks away with that Camo. Actually has grapple as well. And Bound is out of here with Camo. He's able to play his life. He's going to actually bring this ball right to himself, and I love this play by Bound. What a heads-up play, knowing, hey, my teammates are getting the job done on the other side of the map. They're getting the Sentinels team to play the ball. I'll be in position to get it right away. I love this by him, but now he's chosen to drop that ball and slay with this Camo. Let's see what he's got. 2 nades, make it 1 kill, make it a double for Bound. Everything that FaZe Clan needed from him with that camo was done. Not only a setup was acquired by him, but they get to keep that setup now that he has a few kills as well.
Well, you talk about trust in teammates. It was two different stories there. Royal 2 maybe thinking his teammates were in trouble, so he looked away and gave up that camouflage, and because of that, now we see FaZe take the lead, 41-37 once more. Falcate's picked up 2. Sword also in the back pocket here, and because the green gun misses, that means Snakebite will get sliced and diced, and FaZe Clan starting to put some real time on the board now.
Yeah, the last thing Snakebite wanted to see when he turned that corner was Bound with Sword, and Bound getting that kill allows Sentinels FaZe Clan to release some pressure on this setup. Sentinels has to wait for Snakebite to respawn in order to try and get a push. But just like that, they get a pick onto Royal 2. The rest of Sentinels forced to push into BR. Down numbers. Are they going to be able to break this setup? I like this by Bound. He understands I got to get over to my ball carrier. Unfortunately, it's a little too late. He does lose his teammates, but he still has this sword. And Snakebite, you're going to fall for it once, you fall for it twice, and that's shame on you. Bound going off with this sword, specifically on Snakebite so far.
Bound just trying to survive with the repulsor. It's one of those things for Snakebite where you don't expect the sword to be there again. The sword was on the other side of the map earlier is what he's thinking. Ball will be retrieved by FaZe, and Bound's done his job. He had such a successful run there with that killing spree. So many important kills as Boobadooboo cannot escape with that shock rifle. And Sentinels can really try and get a setup towards gold now. You've just got to make sure you've got one player over towards that control. Royal 2 is going to be that player. Right now he's on the Mangler spawn. If he can get some height and can really help that cross from lower gold, maybe Sentinels can put some real time together here.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. Sentinels needs to figure out a way to hold this Pipes setup a little bit more successful than they have before in the first 2 rounds. Boobadooboo is able to secure this camo safely, able to get a shield back and maybe reposition. Let's see what he's got for us. How many legendary plays have we seen from Boobadooboo with camo? Could this be another one that we put in the history books? Snakebite does spot him out, but can't get the melee, and because of it, that's free damage for Boobadooboo. Roll to the last guy alive for Sentinels, and it looks like FaZe Clan have done it yet again. They have broken the setup, and now ball in hand, able to rack up some time. A beautiful melee from Boobadooboo secures that kill, staggers the respawners of Sentinels, and 70 points in climbing every single second is going to matter.
Good movement from Boo and also not panicking when he was up close and personal with the ball. Able to just secure that kill and give the information to the rest of the team. 20 points required to win map 1 for FaZe here. Sentinels have got one last push. 2 are over towards control, 1 down at Turbine. Royal 2 gets the opening kill. It's got to be here and now.
Royal 2 gets a second, the third comes through, and now it's up to Bound. Last guy alive, Mangler in hand. Can't get it done. Lethal takes him down, and Snakebite on top of the ball gets it back into Elevator. Now it's Sentinel's chance to try and end this game. 1 round of slays will do it, ladies and gentlemen. 1 round of slays, 1 setup will win you game 1.
How do FaZe want to approach this then? Boo is down low, 2 players towards control, and then 1 player are going to go Turbine from long haul. If they can get the opening pick, FaZe should be able to push as a 4 here, and they've got the sword.
Here comes the sword, side down! Doesn't go down easy. Gets another kill with the sword, and FaZe have broken the setup. That could be it. The rest of Sentinels trapped into Pipes. Bound there to clean up the last one alive, but the ball is down in battery, so Sentinels did a phenomenal job to get the ball in a place where it was going to be very difficult for FaZe to get it out of, and because of it, this game isn't over yet.
9 seconds for both teams, and off spawn, Sentinels were able to get grenades towards that ball. Bound is in such an important position. He's got gold, and he's got the sword, but now the ball can get away from Snakebite. He survives,
again,
and this is such big time.
Not again. Snakebite turns the corner for the 3rd time in this game. How influential can this be? Can they rack up the last few seconds? They can't quite get that ball time, yet they are surrounded by members of FaZe. Bound goes down. Snakebite trying to stay alive as long as possible. It's up to Lethal. It's Falcated versus Lethal. Falcated's got teammates on the way. Lethal knows this is the situation. Actually kills Snipe down. He turns his focus to Turbine, and now Sentinels are here.
Lethal has just done an absolute bamboozle job. The ball is still there, though. Is it going to reset? Ball resets! FaZe are in a position to maybe just nade that one, but Snakebite, the closest player, can move it once more to Turbine.
Snakebite's going to try and stay alive behind these batteries. 3 points is all he needs. His shields are starting to go. Nades are coming in, but it's not enough. Snakebite in position once again to get the ball. Clutch that round for Sentinels, and it was really Snakebite the entire game, rotating that ball perfectly, that got Sentinels the win. And FaZe, you got to be frustrated after that because you had every reason to win that game. You outslayed Sentinels, but it really was those rotations that got the better of them.
Snakebite's rotations and his objective work, but just that little merry dance that Lethal had in the elevator, not only delaying the kill from Falcated, but turning around and winning the engagement versus Snipedown, who was being peppered in the back. everything that Sentinels did in those final moments was just that clutch factor that you need from every single individual. You could look at any 4 of those players and what they did in those moments, and someone was doing something so important to that moment. But you are right, FaZe will kick themselves. They were able to get that initial push, get that ball time. They just had to hold on in the corner, get one set of slays, or just even one more kill, and they probably win that game. We've seen this game type be close in scrims between these two, and that did not disappoint.
It doesn't get any closer than that, Dan, and if we can look on to this best of 5, you can only hope that every single game is going to be like that, because if we have that in store for us, ladies and gentlemen, we have some action to show you. Sentinels and FaZe Clan are once again going at it, bringing it all they got, and that all-ball game literally could not have been any closer, 97 to 100. And how many plays did we see from all of the individuals up there on screen to give us those kind of performances?
So what's crazy is in the scrims when we saw a 2-1 advantage in favor of Sentinels, again, it was 250 to 249 in the actual points totals, and we've just seen something pretty much spot on identical from Sentinels once more, which, you know, it just suggests that this one can go either way from either of these teams, which would suggest we're going to go even further into this best of 5. But looking back at some of these replays, there's just so many moments that really changed the footing of how this game was going to go. One missed shot, one missed melee, then that could have been an entirely different game.
Unbelievable. Right here, shock rifle and hand roll too, doing so much damage, but it was really this fight that determined the game. Falcated could not get the kill on the Lethal. Lethal actually couldn't get the kill on the Falcated. They both played their wives so well. Snipedown was actually the first guy to try and get there, but because Snipedown took the route he took, Sentinels had an angle to get him weak enough to where Lethal actually got that kill, and that was just about where the game was decided. An unbelievable job by the second best player of all time in Halo, and rightfully so. I mean, that's what makes Lethal special. It's in those moments he has the awareness to look at Snipedown instead of focusing on the one-on-one that he's been in for the last 10 seconds.
Well, as you saw there on the series layout, Street Slayer is going to be game number 2 between these two mammoth teams, and it is a game type that both have been able to win in recent scrims. It's not really a favorite for either of them, a 50 to 47 in favor of Sentinels in the most recent scrim, but if you go back just a week prior, FaZe were able to win it 50 to 42. So it's going to be one of these swing games that is really going to come down to that rocket control, the bulldog control, and sometimes just even being able to get that position so you can overlook those weapons, sometimes bait them, and stop the other team from being able to pick them up too easily.
Now, when I think of Street Slayer and I think of both these teams, I remember FaZe having an unbelievable performance at a loss where Bound dropped 25, Formal dropped 25 for Sentinels at the last tournament. Will we see a similar individual performance here and now? We're going to hop on board with Snakebite, the man who got the objective done for Sentinels. Can he do it in the Slayer? Already applying some pressure over here in Pipes, but Bound doing a phenomenal job of getting Rocket secured, bringing him back to his team. They don't have a ton of space right now, but can Bound create that space? He does so with a kill onto Lethal, and those Rockets create a little bit of an opportunity here for FaZe to get an early lead.
FaZe really able to grab those rockets, maybe a little bit too easy, but we saw that from Sentinels with their approach for the camo in the previous game as well. They like to sit off it a little bit, maybe thinking if they can bait it, as Royal 2 eventually gets taken down. I was worried for a second, but a nice early lead for FaZe here, but it's only 4-2. And they're a bit concerned about, I think, the position of Frosty. They know someone is going to be around PD or towards that arcade area. They just need to bound together here, Falcated and Bound. Make sure they take him down in a Snakebite, and they will do. That's 2 back-to-back kills.
A beautiful bait and switch. Bound doing a great job to interrupt that battle. A phenomenal job by FaZe Clan to fight from a very closed position back tower there. Come out on top. Not often do you see that, but now that's given them a bit of an opportunity here to create some space. Snipedown with some pressure on the tires. Gets a kill on screen as well. Boobadooboo coming out of PD. Shotty to the body. Drops Frosty outright, and now Sentinels look to be trapped back tram. I love this by Boobadooboo. He knows the situation perfectly, and he wants to get in their faces quickly.
Does take a grenade from his teammate, but as you said, he wants to get into station with that Bulldog. This is a push that he has to make just to make sure that Snakebite is not able to escape. Rocket's going to be up in 20 seconds, a 7-kill lead now for the FaZe Clan, and Sentinels are on a weird spawn cycle. 2 of them at PD, 2 of them over towards Cafe, but at least they're all on the same side of map right now.
Yeah, this is all because that bait and switch earlier on that we referenced, Dan. This is an unbelievable job of FaZe getting map control and then applying dominance once they have it. Now Sentinels need to figure out a way to get out of this, but Boobadooboo's not going to let that happen. He gets a kill, Snipedown gets a kill. Not only that, secures the second pair of rockets, and 3 straight dead again for Sentinels. Roll to the last guy alive, and Tires Bound boss him out. Can't quite finish that kill. I love this by Bound as well. He's going to play his life, stay alive, not over challenge. This series is all about individual performances stepping up because both these two teams are full of some of the best players in the world. And right now, hopping on board with Valkeda being one of them, finds himself 2 kills as well.
So FaZe a 7-kill lead, and this was something the desk brought up. Sentinels, they were down by what, like 11, 12 kills in a series earlier against XSET, but were able to bring it back. But FaZe Clan, maybe a different kettle of fish. Are they able to have that same kind of comeback ability against one of the best teams in North America? I guess that will remain to be seen, but at the moment, Snipedown's being a real nuisance, just hovering around the middle of the map.
This is where the game could get ugly, Dan. You see the push coming from FaZe Clan. They do get traded out, and Sentinels to trade kills out here is big. 3 for 3, both teams go, so they keep this at a 7-kill game for now. But if this game continues to be this way, FaZe is going to have so much space. You have to think the scoreline's only going to get uglier. Look at Valkeda trying to make a decision here, though. Which way does he want to go? It seems like he's going to try and push through Arcade. Maybe not. Maybe fall back as he knows he gets the comms that players are starting to push towards the cafe side of the map. Does spot Snakebite bottom middle. Does enough damage for Snipedown to capitalize. 3 dead again for Sentinels, and 26-19. This lead is not getting any closer.
I have to say, it's been quite a structured game from both teams where you have a 4v4 engagement. There's 2 or 3 kills shared about. Both players back off, they get the spawns, and then we see the 4v4 engagement happen over and over again. What we need to see from Sentinels is them to get that opening frag, then be able to capitalize on the player advantage and get all 4 dead from FaZe so they can retake pure map control here. And what better time to do it than when Rockets are coming up right now?
Bound with a large responsibility to try and win a 1v1, does so against Lethal. Lethal having a very rough game statistically so far. 1-7, and that big kill has now secured. Actually, FaZe don't get Rockets off that first pick. That's a surprise. Somehow Snakebite gets in there, gets a rocket, gets a kill of his own, but unfortunately, that's all they're going to let him do. FaZe Clan traded out efficiently. Keep this at a 6-kill game for now, and Boobadooboo finds himself trying to compete for that last rocket, but can't quite make it there, and it looks like Snakebite has gotten there off spawn.
Eventually he fires it. Sometimes you get that little bit of delay when you pick up the rockets. If you don't YY, he does the damage but doesn't get the kill. And FaZe Clan still hold that 6-kill lead. Boobadooboo able to shut down the rockets. Gets blown out by Lethal. The grenade at least will tie things up slightly. 33-29.
Okay.
So Sentinels, even though they were down by 7 at one point, it looked a little bit scary. It was actually Frosty. He's pushing on his own quite often, and he's been winning those fights. But as I say that, Boobadooboo will shut him down from a distance.
A beautiful nade from Boobadooboo makes that a very, very easy kill for his team. Great damage there. Even better job by Bound to look over his shoulder, finish that headshot off for him, and now Valkeda able to play his life so perfectly, get his shield back, and he's already done so much damage with this 1 life on screen so far. He's got the lead right back up to 7 for FaZe Clan. They look to close this out and tie this series up, and they can do so with just 12 more kills.
Sentinels were scattered for a little bit. They were quite vulnerable. A lot of them were on their own, but they've been able to group up now. Snakebite is found, but not killed because Royal 2's there to save the day. Up by 6, make it 7 once more. And Sentinels, they need to slow down this game a little bit. They can't allow these trades to be happening too often because otherwise they're just slowly but surely going to be giving 1 kill after another, and that 50 mark will start to encroach on.
Is anybody there to capitalize on that melee from Snakebite? The answer is no. Snipedown plays his life perfectly, backs up to Red Room, gets his shield back, and I love this by FaZe Clan. Slow this game down. Let's get Stalker Rifle in one of the best snipers' hands of all time, and that's going to be Snipedown getting in a great position to secure his team rockets. Unfortunately, they're a second too early. They're not able to pick up those rockets. Snipedown does opt to try and push shotgun, finds a kill, but just like that, Sentinels find 2 of their own.
Okay, it falls. Rockets in the hands of Boobadooboo. We'll secure 1 kill with them, but is that enough? I'm sure he'll say yes because I took the rockets away from Sentinels. That was what's important. Still a 7-kill advantage. So Sentinels, they need to make sure they get that 1-4 dead if they're going to get back in this game. But with how things have been trading out, this is looking like FaZe kind of heading to win round 2.
And that's a testament to how strong FaZe has been able to play this game type from just about any position they've been, and we've seen them trapped. We've seen them with the entire map. They have traded efficiently since gaining that 7-kill lead so early on. They have not relinquished yet a point. And beautiful shots by Bound almost put a guaranteed exclamation point on game 2.
49-41, and it is all about and will be sewn up here from FaZe Clan. We got a series on our hands between these two teams, and of course, we knew it was going to go down to the wire. 1-1. And unfortunately for Sentinels, after the early deficit, after FaZe had been able to get that starting strategy on board, Sentinels were never really able to recover. There was a few moments of hope where I saw Frosty pick up a nice kill and it allowed the team to push in, but what FaZe did very well was they would escape those fights. They wouldn't just directly take a 4v4 or a 3v4 when they'd lost someone. Instead, they would get one player to run back towards PD, hold on to arguably one of the better spawns towards the tower side of the map, and then because of that, they had so much map control throughout.
Something that stuck out to me throughout that entire game too was just every single time we went to an individual's point of view, no matter if it was FaZe or Sentinels, the amount of damage that some of these players can do with how much shield they have is absolutely insane. They're always getting a melee off before they go down. They're always throwing phenomenal grenades, and because they capitalize on so much damage, I mean, we saw it from FaZe's point of view most of the time, but it just creates so much opportunity for your team. Looking at the stats right there, Dan, Lethal having a very rough game too. It's not nearly over for the series, but you have to get more out of Lethal if you want to win that Street Slayer, and unfortunately, they're going to have to wait till Game 5 for a Slayer performance to be remade.
Lethal didn't look confident in any of his 1v1 fights. I think we saw a fight right at the end from Bound's point of view against Lethal where Lethal was kind of jumping out, and I know that there was a thrust that was also involved from Bound, so that makes things difficult as well. But you could just see by the way he was playing it in that fight, he didn't see him himself. So I'd like to think he will bounce back going into game number 3. This was the fight I was talking about. I think because of that thrust, it just bamboozled Lethal ever so slightly, but he still wasn't positioning himself the way I used to be seeing him position himself. But what a series this is going to be. Livefire Strongholds is going to be map number 3 between these two. And now this, if I was to look at all 5 of the game types and tried to pick out one, which I feel like was a really strong map for one team, this would be FaZe's map. Livefire Strongholds, they seem to be so successful on it. It's been quite a dominating performance actually against Sentinels in scrims, so I'd be favoring FaZe here.
All right, FaZe may be able to get some momentum off that game too, a little bit of confidence. Things are going in their favor. They have outslayed Sentinels both games 1 and game 2. Can they do it in the third? But more importantly, can they get the objective done against Sentinels? Sentinels was able to be so scrappy in that first oddball game. You cannot allow Sentinels to out-rotate you if you're FaZe, but I don't expect that to happen, especially with how strong of a map that you're saying it is, Dan. But the game type that stuck out to me in that layout was game 4, the exact game they sent Sentinels home in Raleigh.
But, and it's always going to be a big but, that was Formal. And Formal is not going to be the player on the team anymore. It's going to be Royal 2, and even though they have some similarities and they tried to get a like-for-like replacement, this Sentinel squad should be, and I hope will be, an entirely different task that FaZe are going to have to try and take down if they want to send them home or even send them into the lower bracket in this case. But we don't have to worry about Aquarius CTF right now. Instead, I just want to talk a little bit more about Stronghold's Livefire and why I think FaZe are so successful. When you look at those stats of Falcated and how he's been performing in Slayers, and he's got the second best slaying statistics in terms of KD throughout this tournament, if you've got a player that confident in so many of their 1v1 engagements on a map like Livefire where you can just move around and constantly isolate other players on the team, then that's going to give so much confidence to the rest of the team to actually just focus on the objective whilst he's just almost like running around like a madman.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Falcated, one thing he doesn't do is miss. The next thing he's not going to do is overextend. So it's a phenomenal opportunity for him to kind of try and anchor in some of these situations as well. I mean, like, honestly, Falcated does it all. He's in your face. He finds those picks. And if he can find picks in this third game, he's just going to open up the map. Once you have the numbers advantage in a map mode combo like Strongholds, Livefire, you just swarm into that B Stronghold, you swarm in front of tower, and it just allows you to trade out damage efficiently. I think we saw a bit of that in game 1, but not enough from FaZe Clan. They're going to need to pick it up if they want to take the lead in this series. Livefire Strongholds is going to be our game 3.
Game 3, and this is a real chance for FaZe to try and put their foot in the door on this series and maybe try and demonstrate to Sentinels that they are the real deal. They are the team that is going to be progressing in this winner's bracket. I want to keep an eye on Falcated. I think if you've got a player who's firing that well right now, it doesn't matter if you're holding B, C, or A. He individually can hold off 2 players comfortably, I would assume.
Interesting starting strat from FaZe. They send 2 players big door, already sniped down. Or Bubadubu, I'm sorry, in the back of B. He is able to get a trade, and it is going to be a one-on-one for this B Stronghold, and that repulsor's gonna allow FaZe Clan to jump out to an early lead. And look at this, Falcated not gonna waste a single moment on his way to C. He is going to hesitate just a second, though, making sure the coast is clear. He doesn't want to lose B with this overextension, but in the meantime, Bound with Snipe gets the kill on the roll, too, gets Heat Wave out of the hands of Sentinels, but more importantly, tries to get this overshield, but Frosty shuts him down. Big kills for Sentinels to get this overshield player hesitant, but just as I say that, I mean, we left Falcated screen. He was on bridge. He made his way all the way to Sandbags, and he's already got overshield now that he's been able to influence the entire map so far.
Yeah, he went from B to C, back to A. He is rotating. He is slaying exactly as I expected to, and he found an overshield on his way as a little merry present. Lethal is going to be a remaining player in A, will get shut down, but the pressure from FaZe Clan at the moment is relentless. Every single time Sentinels are looking to try and push into one of those strongholds off spawn, FaZe are there. FaZe are waiting, lurking in the wings. C is going to be taken temporarily by Sentinels, but again, here comes Falcated to try and stop it.
We have 57 points and climbing for FaZe Clan. Sentinels stop the trip cap for now. They are able to acquire C, but right now they need to figure out a way to get the slays, because without kills, you are not going to have a good time against FaZe, and right now FaZe clicking on all cylinders. Bubadubu taking down Lethal with that snipe. Gets snipe in hand. Now what can Bubadubu show us he's capable of?
And I think that's where you've got to be careful if you are a Sentinels member. If you're off spawn and you're down this much and the other team has so much control, you can't afford to just run bottom middle and look to try and take a stronghold on your own. There has to be a plan of action. You have to be coordinating an attack here, or at least playing together. Overshield's popping, so we're seeing a massive scrap over on this side of the map.
Interesting decision by Bubadubu to flank here, and it's the perfect decision. Oh my! Snakebite does activate that overshield, so he does get it out of the hands of FaZe Clan. But unfortunately for Sentinels fans, Snakebite does get assassinated. Falcated in a perfect position to get that kill. A nice headshot onto Lethal is going to give FaZe Clan numbers as they look to push into B. And once again, Sentinels is on the ropes.
Sentinels need to find a way to shut down this momentum and this speed from FaZe Clan right now. They haven't been able to get a footing into this game whatsoever. And maybe that's why, because everyone from FaZe Clan right now is stepping up individually. It doesn't matter which POV we're on. There is always just that aggression and raw aim being demonstrated from every single member.
A killing spree for Bubadubu. What an unbelievable play that was. Not only the no-scope, but the jump paired with the kill and the reset onto C. Bubadubu doing it all. Those kills giving him so much space, and a trip cap once again for FaZe Clan. 135 and climbing.
Snakebite scratches his head as he dies, and I think the rest of the Sentinels fan base will probably be doing the same watching this. 140-2. Finally, it looks like maybe Sentinels are going to get a little bit of control here. B and C taken, but here comes FaZe once more to push in. Royal 2 at least shuts down Snipe down. That is Exhibit A of getting the job done, but now they need to move forward to Exhibit B.
Oh my god. Bubadubu just shoots the grenades right below Royal 2's feet there, and that's such a big kill to stop the pressure from Sentinels. So right as you think Sentinels have some momentum, have some bit of map control to work with, kills come through. That was 3 dead momentarily for Sentinels, and A is being transferred. So Sentinels needs to figure out a way to get momentum and keep momentum for a little bit if they want to crawl back into this, because the score, it's ugly, Dan. It's 145-17.
And Sentinels know exactly where FaZe Clan are, but it is also the reverse as well. They saw that Snakebite was taking A, and now they can just watch. They can hold them in this A area. Royal 2 will just about get the damage done and will get the assistance, but that next overshield that's popping, if FaZe Clan are able to grab this one, this could be so detrimental for Sentinels' hopes of any sort of comeback.
Try as hard as Bound might, he's not able to take down 3 members of Sentinels, and that's overshield going in the hands of Frosty. Frosty finds one, hops into C, but understands they're going to need a trip cap, dude. They're going to have to capitalize on every single kill if they want to come back in this game. Can't quite finish Bound as he runs out of ammo. Bound with a massive kill onto Frosty to keep control of B.
It's such a big responsibility when you're holding B on your own, and this is why I figured FaZe Clan were going to have success here, because they've been winning those 1v1 engagements, and also they've been surviving so much, just waiting for the rest of the team to try and come and assist. Lethal misses the first shot and won't be able to be rewarded with a body either. And all this meanwhile, while we're having this scrappy fight happening top, middle, and C, points are still being scored by FaZe Clan as they go for another trip cap.
Yeah, FaZe Clan doing such a great job of somehow trading kills in this situation where they're able to control both strongholds. Now they flop C for A, and just like that, they're continuing to score. B has been in the control of FaZe Clan almost the entire game, and Sentinels need to figure out a way to get some kills now. Snipe Down, last guy alive, but so is World 2. So in a one-on-one situation, Snipe Down tries to make a play over towards C. Unfortunately, he starts getting shot in the back, having to play his life now. Back tower doubles back immediately, and the cavalry has arrived as somebody top tower to meet Snipe Down's heat wave. Unfortunately, the answer is no, but there is a player back tower. A great grenade from Roll 2 takes him down, and that nade could save the game for now.
Where do FaZe Clan try and decide to go here? Do they go top middle to contest C, or do they just try and push towards B? You don't want to leave yourself too vulnerable to a crossfire. And maybe they're just going to play this one patiently. They've got so much room to work with in terms of scoreline. They can actually focus this overshield so heavily right now.
Yeah, I love this by Snipe Down and Booba. They both make their way out there. 3 dead for Sentinels as well. So FaZe Clan not only win the battle for overshield, get that overshield, and now look at Snipe Down. He said, Frosty, I saw you make this play earlier, but Snipe's actually up, so I might make a little bit of a different play this time around as he reroutes for that snipe. And now we have seen this so often in Halo. Snipe Down in a phenomenal position to close a game for his team. Can he hit the shot? Misses the first on the Roll 2. Oh. But the second one, he's not going to miss. Misses. Snakebite narrowly, but so much damage. 2 dead for Sentinels, and FaZe Clan have every bit of time to work with.
Could have been very different if he had hit that jump, but that shows how difficult it is to do in a competitive environment. But still, 221 for 50 here. Snipe Down eventually goes and falls. And now, Sentinels, I mean, I think at this point, we need to see them suddenly have a miraculous turn of form. B is at least going to be contested, but 230 points on the board for FaZe Clan. This is all but over at this point.
No room for error in Game 3 for Sentinels. From here on out, a trip cap does come through. How long can they hold this is the question. Snakebite in a position to rotate to all 3 strongholds. I love this by him, but he needs to help his team fast. Booba is taken down with some nice shots. A killing spree for Snakebite, and immediately you're seeing that translate into score, but it's going to be a frenzy, a riot that's needed from Snakebite to keep his team in this right now, because you literally cannot go all 4 dead.
Well, Sentinels have had comebacks already in this tournament. It's definitely possible as Bound gets repulsed away.
Wait a minute.
And oh my
goodness. Melee too. Big damage out of Snakebite. Does lose his life, but all 4 dead for FaZe Clan. If Snakebite plays that life any poorer, Sentinels could be looking at a 1-2 series lead for FaZe. But right now, Snakebite does enough. Now it's up to the rest of Sentinels, who are on spawn right now, continuing this turf cap in hand. But Bound has made his way to the heat wave, put it to use already with Overshield coming up. Sentinels actually pick up 2 of their own, and they could be able to secure Overshield. But where is FaZe Clan on the map right now? Are they able to take advantage of Lethal's positioning?
FaZe are really struggling right now. Off spawn, they're running 1 by 1, maybe just getting a little bit panicky. Hectic performances from them as Sentinels are slowly but surely eking and creeping their way into this game. FaZe just need to focus on the fact they are so close to winning. They just can afford to slow it down, wait for all 4 of them to be up, and make that one push. What do you want to focus on? It looks like A is the focus. How will they attack it?
All 4 of them going towards A. I love the comms by Dan there. Slowing the game down is what FaZe Clan just did, and they were able to transfer A over, and now with 15 points is all they needed. Sentinels have to make a play. Lethal gets 1, but unfortunately it leaves Roll 2 in a one-on-one. But Roll 2 in a one-on-one comes out on top. Mangler in hand, able to get that kill onto Booba. Now A and C are controlled, but Sentinels is not going to be able to control A and C for long because FaZe already in C, but the rotation, Roll 2 makes his way from A to C, gets the reset, but just like that, his teammates need to figure out a way to get into a stronghold because they lose A once again, and 10 points now is all FaZe Clan needs.
Sentinels need B. It's so difficult to hold A and C because of the spawns. 5 left to go.
You don't have time to do this. You have to make your way over to B, and unfortunately, that's not the decision made. Staying alive was not an option. You had to get into B, Dan, and that could be something Sentinels needs to look over after this series is over, because you have to play desperate in desperate measures or desperate times.
So FaZe Clan taking game number 3 then, and a 2-1 lead in the series after losing the initial. It seems like the FaZe roster have found a real workaround against this Sentinels roster that, I'm going to admit it, they struggled in that game. And even though there was so much promise, so much hope in those final few moments, where was that at the start of the game? We needed to see it a little bit earlier from Sentinels. This was my worry though. When I looked at the scrims, I knew that Live Fire Strongholds was going to be one of those maps that FaZe should, and they did, win. But then we move over to a map that's going to be a little bit closer, but we'll talk about that when we get to it. I think, just looking back, Sentinels, there was a lot of focus around the overshield. And I know that you do want to prioritize it at times, but every single time they tried to focus it, there was always one member of FaZe just making it their life difficult. There was never a comfortable Overshield pick whatsoever.
Yeah, Overshield not quite giving them the power curve they thought that it would. And because of it, FaZe able to take control during that poor positioning because Overshield's so far away from any of the strongholds. You're able to potentially out-route the enemy team when you don't prioritize that Overshield, or you're just not in a position to go for it as safely as Sentinels was some of that time. But it really is a difference in slaying early on that gave FaZe Clan the lead that they had. A beautiful job by Falcon and an even better route by Bound in that clip there to have such a good position on the flank there, removing Sentinels' opportunity to get that Overshield secured and do work.
I think one of the biggest takeaways as well was the individual pushes from Sentinels. We saw several times a player either pushing through bottom middle on their own or trying to push into C or A strongholds on their own and constantly being punished, and sometimes in a 1v1 engagement as well. And if you're losing that 1v1 engagement and your teammates are elsewhere in the map, it puts your team at such a advantageous position.
I do it all
we
the
move
time.
across to Aquarius
All the
CTF.
time.
It's one of those words. It just gets you sometimes. For scrims and in terms of performances from both of these teams, again, this is one of those flip-flop maps. It's gone both ways. A 5-3 recently in favor of Sentinels, but also a 4-3 in favor of FaZe. So I would say this could go either way, but with how FaZe have been playing, and from what we just saw when it came to teamwork and cohesion in map number 3 there, maybe this FaZe prediction that we saw on the desk wasn't so radical after all.
Sentinels did not look good against Cloud9 on this map mode combo yesterday. Can they rewrite the ship? Can they fix the issues that we saw? This is the game type. FaZe Clan put Sentinels out of the tournament in Raleigh. Will this be a similar story here to knock them into the losers bracket? FaZe Clan look to advance to our winners bracket round 3 and secure top 6. It's going to be on the back of someone like Snipe Down to get the job done here. And who better than to start this game with a gunner in every sense of the word, finds the first kill of the game, and that's going to open up the map for FaZe Clan.
Royal 2 opening with a double kill. Just has to try and survive, but that's already going to be a flag on the move here. And certainly something I saw FaZe Clan do when they played this game type yesterday in pool play is they were relentless with their pressure. They're always pulling flags. They're always looking to take control of that car side of the map. Sentinels have to take those fights to them in car, control the Dynamo area.
I mean, look at this. FaZe Clan lose 2 members. The flag was down in closet, and the last 2 members of FaZe Clan somehow make their way over to the closet. The return can't quite come in yet, but Slays all being forced on the side of Sentinels' base bodes well for the amount of pressure FaZe Clan is able to provide.
And that's what it's all about, pressure. Both of these teams have to apply that pressure at the right time, and even though, yeah, it's all good picking up kills and being the main slayer on your team, it's about when you get those kills. Can your kills directly correlate to a flag pull at the right time, and then focus on those fridge spawns so you can shut down any sort of overextension?
Sentinels being forced to play defense so far throughout this map 4. Flag on the move once again. It's already past the halfway line, and a big win for Snipe Down right there as he gets the kills, gives his team numbers advantage, gets another touch on that flag. And when your flag carrier is getting kills, usually that means you're going to punch this one in. Falcon has a large responsibility to try and stay alive as well. Unfortunately, he goes down, the flag still does get moved. So inch by inch, kill by kill, FaZe moved this flag forward, but all 4 dead Sentinels slay out. Maybe a little bit of an overextension of active desperation will come back to bite them.
Sentinels get the kills and they stop the flag run, and I want to jump into an Astro listening and see what the comms are like.
Oh, camo, guys, camo. Camo's up now, camo's up now.
Yo, Matt, I left the P. I don't have angle speed. He's going for camo. He's up as well, guys. Guys, we kill this guy, Nice. Okay, I'm getting camo, Here's their picture.
And their flag, still there. Nice shots, PJ. Their flag's still bound.
I have camo. What happened to you?
P1, our side.
Yo, listen, I have P-wave their engine. Okay. Yo, I'm gonna get info front the base.
I'm gonna go P jump.
I'm gonna get info front the base. Okay, it's Anton P. They're PJ. They're P2 right now. I'm gonna come behind him and kill him. Okay.
Last guy.
Just don't die to this guy. I'm behind him. Go, PJ. Pull it. Pull it. Pull his engine.
We're going engine.
Yeah.
Peter, right behind you.
Okay, I heard.
All spawners, guys. All spawners. See the flag weak.
I heard you.
Watch top P, man. Watch top P.
So as we join Sentinels with the listening, they managed to put 1 flag on the board, and they've got another one moving as well. Frosty and Snakebite timing their push excellently. shouting from Frosty, pull that flag, when he manages to push in. Great timing, but the flag is not quite there yet, and Snakebite knows full well. Oh, finally gets the kill. That was worrying for a second.
Falcated is not an easy kill, let me tell you that. Having the time to play him, he's always a difficult kill. Maybe a little bit more shield on that Spartan than you would have thought. That Heat Wave does get the kill finally, though, but Sentinels during that listening does take the lead 1-0 nonetheless. You thought a second cap would go on the board, but unfortunately for Sentinels fans, not just yet. FaZe Clan's defense was very strong in order to stop that cap from happening, and now once again in control of the Sentinels base. Unfortunately, Bubadubu gets rocked by a nade, no shield, finished across the map, and that's so frustrating because FaZe Clan thought that this was going to be a flag run of their own, and unfortunately it's the complete opposite. Sentinels had the flag on the move from FaZe.
Those are the type of kills that sometimes don't happen online, but on land you cannot escape the bullets tracking you from a distance. Snakebite doing really well to be aggressive and push the opposition space, but also still finding kills. And Lethal doing what Lethal does best, sometimes putting his life on the line just to get that flag a little bit further, and maybe gets it further than he'd expected. Re-challenges, gets the kill, and Lethal's done so much in that period of time.
3 members of FaZe Clan, all bottom middle. Sentinels are going to be coming off respawn, trying to compete for this flag. It is on their side of the map, sniped down, taken down with camo. A big kill from Frosty once again. Could it be enough to get this flag on the move? Roll 2 tries to deny the return from coming through, but Bound is just enough to get the kill, get the reset, and that's the second cap, once again denied by FaZe, keeping this game within striking distance still, but Snakebite is starting to heat up. So is Rural 2, 11 and 12 kills apiece, only Bound on the other side to match.
Sentinels have had far more control of the car side. As I say that, Snakebite maybe just pushing a little bit too aggressively into the bottom middle courtyard area. There's been a lot of bottom middle fights, it has to be said, a lot of courtyard pushes, not necessarily as much control on the side towers that I would have expected from these two teams, but I think that's because of the pace and because of the trades that we've seen from both of them. We've not really seen any real control from either side.
No, it has been FaZe trying to control this closet side of the map. Haven't had an opportunity to really get a successful flag run going, but this could be just what the doctor ordered. Snipe down, finds a double. Falcated in the back of Sentinels' base right now, needs to try and play his life. He knows that 2 members of Sentinels are coming. Unfortunately, that nade keeps him no shield, and because of it, is he going to suffer the consequences? The answer is maybe, as he turns the corner, no shield still. He hadn't had his shields back for almost 30 seconds, and he's finally taken down, but that flag already in front of FaZe Clan's closet. This could be exactly what FaZe Clan need. Can they get this place to match?
Bubadubu opting not to drop onto the flag. It will allow Frosty to get the return, and now the flag can be moved on the other side here. But Frosty is there being a nuisance once more. 3-4 for Sentinels, 3-4 for FaZe Clan. It's a 1 versus 1 between Snakebite and Falcated. That's a 1v1 that, I mean, I'd pay to watch, I'm going to be honest, but it's 1-0 to Sentinels still with 6 minutes remaining.
Both players choosing not to engage in combat right there. Falcated does get that return, but Snakebite takes the long route. Route man gets paid, and he's got the flag in hand, jumps up top. I love this route by him. Gonna throw it bottom middle, but do they know a member of FaZe is in their closet, because he could ruin everything. It's gonna be Falcated. You're gonna see that one-on-one, and Falcated wins it, but unfortunately the damage is done. The flag already across the map. Is anybody from Sentinels there to get a touch? Because Frosty is top middle slaying, and it looks like the answer is going to be yes. It's going to be Lethal coming off spawn, getting that touch on the flag, but he's risking it all, baby. He's got the flag in the window, no shield. Can't quite get it, and that kill could be massive because no one from Sentinels quite in a position to punch that one in. Snakebite hesitant, he knows he's going to be looked at. Everyone from FaZe is focused on making sure this cap doesn't go in. And now with 5 minutes left, the flag goes in. Sentinels take the lead 2-0.
All 4 dead for FaZe Clan as well. That's going to be another flag being run by Royal 2. And this should be an easy cap because they're all going to be spawning Fridge. As long as there's eyes on it, and as long as there's not going to be some crazy nades, this is going to be back-to-back flags for Sentinels, who take a 3-kill lead.
A 3-cap lead.
That's what I meant.
21 kills for Royal 2 in his debut back from prison, and what a show it would be to push your team to a Game 5 against FaZe Clan here in our winners bracket. Royal 2 looks to continue the pressure on the FaZe in the back of the base. Bubadubu, you're for lunch, baby, because he's got another flag in hand.
Royal 2 just throws one more out. This one's a little bit of bait, but Snipe Down is going to be there to contest it. But for FaZe Clan, I mean, being rocked here, 3 caps down. With the camouflage coming up in 20 seconds, maybe that's got to be a priority. Maybe that's the way they regain a little bit of control of this map. But I think this has been perfect for Sentinels. It's been such a scrappy game through bottom middle, and it's been about decisions and quick fire spots when you spawn and making sure you can get the grenade out or making sure you can get that final shot onto a team. There hasn't been as much structure, and I think FaZe kind of suffered because of that.
The kills are just always going in Sentinels' favor in this game 4. For the first time in this series, you're seeing Sentinels outslay FaZe right now, and with it they have so much map control to work with. 3 dead again for FaZe Clan, and right now with 3 minutes and 45 seconds left, it's going to be very difficult for FaZe members to kind of fathom coming back in this game, because it takes so much effort to just get 1 flag on the board, and you need 3.
Again, Snakebite just pushing through the courtyard, but has a camouflage this time. Lethal and Royal 2 combined to pick up 3. There's going to be 1 remaining player, and I think Snakebite had already spotted him, but unfortunately, maybe I was wrong. Maybe didn't see him in his FOV. What's important, though, is they're still on the aggression side here, Sentinels. They're making sure that they take the game to FaZe Clan, because as long as they're being aggressive, FaZe aren't going to be able to get in the base and get any of those flags on the go.
Yeah, FaZe forced to play defense right now, and defense is being shredded by the heat wave once again. Royal 2 is in your base, in your face, getting another kill with this heat wave, making it 26 for the game so far. Flag is on the move for FaZe Clan though, so maybe if they can punch this one in with 2 minutes and 56 seconds, there's an opportunity to try and get something done, but it does look like that flag has been stalled. Royal 2 hesitant to run this flag, knowing, hey, I'm on fire, let the fire burn, let me get some kills, and there's no way we lose this game if we get another cap on the board or I put FaZe in respawn. So Royal 2 is actually going to opt to try and put the flag on the board, but unfortunately FaZe do get that flag all the way to their base, so we're seeing a bit of a standoff for now.
And that's fine. That's absolutely perfect for Sentinels. Any sort of delay here to this clock is going to be great, as again Royal 2 picking up even more. He's on 29, Snakebite on 18, and that was a ninja apparently. But yeah, I say apparently. But either way, it doesn't matter. Sentinels have been able to secure so many kills in this game that FaZe just haven't been able to keep up with the pace of it.
Okay, what can Falcated do? It's still 2 minutes on the clock. If he's able to make a play, maybe get a cap, this becomes much more realistic. Unfortunately, just too much pressure from Sentinels coming off respawn there. Too many angles they have on him. He's not able to play his life. He gets taken down, and FaZe Clan, a minute 50 left. You're starting to think about game 5 already, because this is going to be all she wrote, especially with how hot Sentinels are looking right now on Aquarius.
It's mad to think that on Slayer Aquarius, Sentinels have struggled historically, but here on Capture the Flag, they look at home, and it's all been down to Royal 2 being able to so easily overextend and get behind this FaZe roster. Doesn't get the trade there, but actually, I think the nade's going to come through, and the assist helps out. Lethal, a camouflage picked up. That should realistically deny any real chances of FaZe getting back into this one, and it's looking more and more likely that we're heading to a game 5.
Absolutely, just a minute and 20 seconds to get there, Dan, and it would be our 3rd game 5 of the tournament. We might be cursed, but it may be a blessing, because right now we're seeing some of the best Halo players in the world push themselves and each other to the distance of every single series so far this weekend. And Bubadubu has had so many special game 5s, he's going to need to muster that up, because right now FaZe Clan struggling here in game 4, but have put themselves so far in this series in a position to get to game 5, and sometimes that's all you need.
This is just winners bracket round 2, a place in the winners bracket semis on the line between these two teams, and it's going to be decided by a game 5, I'm sure of it at this point. FaZe maybe will kick themselves a little bit, the fact this is going to go to another Slayer, but remember, they did win the game 2 Slayer, they did take down Sentinels, so perhaps that's going to be a good omen for them.
Yeah, this is actually the only game that we have seen Sentinels outslay FaZe. What does that mean as far as the series is concerned, Dan? I have to ask, do you favor the most recent game that they played? Do you think Sentinels is coming here with some momentum off of this game 4? Or do you think the story of the entire picture is more important, favoring FaZe Clan?
I would say that in the game types that have had a little bit more structure and they haven't been as fast, they've been slowed down a little bit, that's when FaZe have really been able to succeed, as they will unfortunately go down. Sentinels take map number 4, and we will be heading to a game 5. That game 5 is Bizarre Slayer. So if we're going to be seeing a team that is better when there's structure, when it's a bit more slow paced, then maybe that does favor the FaZe Clan. However, you can speed that game up. If you are the team who controls the middle of the map and you're consistently getting the rockets and the overshield, you can really take it to the opposition. You can get aggressive on those bases, and maybe that's what we're going to see from one of these sides. But what a game 4 it was, and what an amazing performance from Sentinels, just to just to quieten down the FaZe clan a little bit.
And much needed Game 4 from Sentinels, because this series had heavily gone in the favor of FaZe Clan after that Game 1 where they were able to sneak by. But FaZe Clan has pretty much dominated the next 2 games in this series, so it was a much needed Sentinels performance to tie this one up, reset the bar, and now it's going to be 50 kills to separate these two as we go into Game 5.
Well, just talking about Royal 2 though in that CTF Aquarius, I mean, when we look at what Formal was able to achieve on this roster, who, may I add, did phenomenal as a substitute. The way he came in and the way he performed at Rally and in the Online Pro Series was amazing, and I think Sentinels will be ever just happy that he was able to achieve so much, and they'll just be so grateful that he was able to jump in. But now with Royal 2 jumping back on the roster, it was always going to be the question of how are things going to be for Sentinels? Are they going to be a little bit under-practiced? Is Royal 2 maybe not going to have that competitive edge because he's been out for so long? Well, I think we got answered there in game number 4. Every single time we were on the POV of Royal 2, he was behind enemy lines, whether he would have a heat wave in hand or whether it was just a battle rifle, he was always getting the job done.
Yeah, think about last night and what we saw against Cloud9 from the Sentinels team as well. Royal 2 having a very rough time on Aquarius CTF, so a major bounce back performance from him. He's found his groove. Obviously, it helps when everybody's getting their kills. When we got flies on the moves, you're not playing from a deficit. But that shows that Sentinels really is learning in the middle of a tournament, because this FaZe clan can win this whole thing. But in order to do so, this series could determine how their journey goes for the rest of the weekend. Will they do it through winner's bracket? We have Bazaar Slayer coming up next in. And this is a game type that they played with Formal against FaZe, had a major lead in Raleigh, and gave it all away to FaZe.
They did give it all away, and in recent scrims as well. This has been a 50-48 in favor of FaZe, and then a 50-49 in favor of Sentinels in the 2 last times they played against each other. In a Game 5, could we get that down-to-the-wire teeth moment where you're just wondering and you're just shattering and you're asking the question of who's going to be able to get that next kill? It is definitely going to be very nail-biting between these two. And I'm setting up, and I'm hoping that no one's going to just absolutely destroy the other team now, but certainly Scrims would suggest no one's got a major advantage on this game type. We definitely need to see both of the teams off the rip get that starting strategy nailed. We've seen several different starting strategies when it comes to Bazaar, running out of the double doors, nading the opposition double doors, and then pushing to get the Dynamos and the Overshield, also prioritizing that grapple, so then maybe you can steal away either the Overshield or the Rockets. Very interested to see how these two teams play this.
I'm actually really surprised to hear how close some of these Bazaar Slayer games are, because I honestly find this map Mo combo being one of the heavily invested in who has control of the map.
It's a snowballing map.
Typically, it's very difficult to try and come back when you don't have the map control and you're trying to fight for mid-map, but you don't have the angles in order to do so. So both these teams obviously knowing each other's strategies, having a great job of keeping it close even though one team is in control. Even not seeing the game, hearing 50-48, 50-49 makes me excited for this Game 5, but I'd have to say it's not often we see close games on Bazaar Slayer, but maybe these two have that in store for us.
Yeah, we can't promise you a 50-49, but boy, are we going to hope for it. We've had a Game 5 every single time we've casted, so maybe we can get a nice, close,
we can almost guarantee
one. We can always guarantee it's going to be a Game 5, so you're welcome, I guess. But certainly when it comes to Bazaar Slayer and the fact that, you know, it can be snowbally, but we have seen comebacks in this tournament. Cloud9 against Fnatic, they were about 10 kills down. They came back into it, but we're going to get into game number 5 then. FaZe versus Sentinels in winner's bracket round 2, a matchup for a guaranteed top 6 and a place in those winner's bracket semis.
We saw Fnatic win a Game 5 with a play from Envor. We saw KCP last night win a Game 5 with the whole squad popping off. Who is going to do it here and now as we advance through our winner's bracket? FaZe and Sentinels, here we go. Royal 2, the man of Game 4, trying to get out of his tree. Good damage onto the first player. No snipe downs in this closet. Aim down, sight, and now Royal 2 and snipe down, 2 of the best shots in the history of Halo going at it.
A trade 2 for 2. Bound is still alive, but Rockets went in favor of Frosty, and that means that Bound is just going to have to hide, tuck himself away, and hope that someone from FaZe is going to help soon. But a grenade lands right on his forehead, and now it seems like Sentinels got the better in that opening.
Frosty needs to stay alive. Wisely backs down from that position, but more so pressured FaZe into staying in that bar. Now they do have FaZe trapped at that base, but you see FaZe members pushing out shotgun side. Royal 2 does go down in that corner. Boobadooboo gets fried like a chicken in that corner. And unfortunately, Sentinels don't have enough firepower to keep FaZe contained in that base. A great job from FaZe to break out.
And I think that's a massive demonstration of why this has been a really close game between these two teams. Despite the fact that Sentinels got the opening kills, they had a little bit of control in the middle of the map. FaZe had the perfect answer to quickly push out off spawn. Snipedown's going to wait for these dynamos. Remember that like every 30 seconds or so is when we see the spawn, so it's so quick that you can constantly pepper your opponents and fry them.
Snipedown using the Mangler to perfection, backing down Snakebite on that big door, using a little bit of Apex skills with that Mangler right there. Beautiful job by him. A great job to get some damage right there. Snakebite does find 2 in the kill feed to trade it out, but the rest of FaZe are going to get kills they need to push this to a 10-7 lead. And I love this positioning by Snipedown. Even better idea here now that he's got grapple in hand. Makes that an easy kill with that Mangler, but a good job by Lethal to trade it out with a nade.
Seeing the benefit of the Mangler and the extra damage from the melee there, just winning the engagement against the battle rifle melee. Bound's going to have the Bulldog in hand, and he's going to be able to get aggressive. Snakebite just about gets away, and that's going to allow the reversal. Snakebite gets the assistance, overshield's popping, and that's the perfect time to get 3 members of FaZe down.
I mean, everything just changed because Snakebite, once again in this series, turns a corner when he shouldn't have gotten away. Because of it now, Sentinels has this overshield. They look to push. Frosty with the Needler kill in the tree. Lethal trying to get Bound taken care of, but Bound gets out of dodge, similar to the way Snakebite does. Will Bound now be able to make a play because he played his life so well? Lethal wisely backs down because he doesn't know what's on the other side of that wall, but unfortunately Bound somehow gets caught out front the base, does get back smacked, but Sentinels lose 2 in the process.
Can't split the difference between these two teams right now. 14-14. Both trying to get aggressive when they have that map control, but both have been punished for it on different occasions. Boo-Boo's trying to do what he can from behind at the moment, but a team nade is going to connect with him to keep his shields low. He needs a little bit of help. Snakebite's going to be behind him here, and you know, honestly, these next rockets are going to make such a huge difference and could really be the swing for either team.
Yeah, Boobadooboo actually not getting shot this entire time. Slightly surprising. I love this play by him. Gets the grapple, wisely grapples those rockets to himself, and now relocates in the corner as Sentinel's going to expect this play. Frosty pokes his head out, eats a rocket, but somehow only knocked to no shield. The second rocket gets knocked by a nade and doesn't quite go where Boobadooboo wanted it to, but Bound is here. He's able to get a couple of kills, and so does Snipedown. Last player alive, Lethal with a big kill to release some pressure on the respawns of Sentinels, and because of that, they make this just a 2-kill game.
I cannot stress enough how important that kill was from Lethal, and you know full well that he knew it. That engagement, if he had lost it, there would have been so much more map control for FaZe that Sentinels would have been struggling off spawn, but because he stays alive, now he can be joined by the rest of the Sentinels roster, and instead they still hold the middle of the map here.
Yeah, Lethal needs to be careful though. Multiple members trying to push him rocket side of the map, and with Overshield coming up in less than 10 seconds now, Lethal knows the Sentinels want this Overshield to try and fight for the mid-game lead. Right now, he goes down though. Frosty's going to try and back that up, trap these players. Bottom shotgun does a good job to help Royal 2 get that kill, and unfortunately, he's not going to hit that combo, so he's got to wisely back down from that shotgun. But in the meantime, Sentinels have secured another overshield, and what can they do with it now?
Has to be said that the overshields have gone in favor of Sentinels, but now the dynamo nades are going to be ticking. There's going to be a lot of information gathered. Who's there to clean up, though? Of course, Royal 2 is going to sweep in and pick up the double kill. And alongside Snakebite, this is an excellent push, which finally sees us create a gap between these two teams of 4 kills, and maybe even 5. Will be 5.
Yeah, let's see what Sentinels can do with this kind of control. It's up to FaZe to keep this game close, to get out of this space before Sentinels can double back. They had to push all the way in to kill Boobadooboo. Is it enough time that he bought for his team to come off respawn? Snipedown did make it to bottom middle, and that's 2 kills for FaZe Clan. That's a great job. That's all because Boobadooboo stalled and allowed them to come off spawn, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it's enough because right now, the jig is up. Royal 2 picks up 2 of his own and regain map control.
You can learn so much from watching both of these teams, how quick they are to re-engage into fights, even if their shields are only just recharging. They don't wait for that moment where they're at 100%. Instead, they trust their team, they trust they're not going to be shot, and they help as quick as possible. And that's why Sentinels have got this lead right now. The team shot has been superb.
The reason Sentinels have this lead is the performance from Snakebite so far. 12 and 6 here in this game 5. Is he going to be the player that makes the difference here. Royal 2 has 11 assists of his own, so Sentinels doing a phenomenal job working together, getting those kills, and it's off the back of the duo, the legendary 2, Royal 2 and Snakebite, that have done this so far. I love this positioning by Frosty because so far, FaZe Clan have broken their setups by pushing bottom shotgun.
The game's slowed down a little bit with a 6-kill difference, and the reason why, we've got Rockets and Overshield coming up. This is arguably one of the most important parts of the game, as Frosty will back off away from that fight. And if one team can secure those rockets and take down the Overshield, you could argue that can sometimes be the better strategy, but Snakebite's going to be there with the grapple, so at least that's the Overshield secured.
Great job by Snakebite to secure Overshield, but it does look like in the meantime, Snipe Down sneaks by, gets rockets, gets them back to his side. So now it's Overshield in the hands of Sentinels, rockets in the hands of FaZe Clan, but where is Snipe Down going to take those rockets?
Oh no!
He's actually taken down Frosty with a double. Frosty does so much work towards Rocket's side of the map, and because of his Snakebite finds an easy kill. And now he has both Overshield and Rockets. The nade comes through, knocks him to no shield. Both Rockets get used, but Manubu goes down, but more importantly, an 8-kill lead for Sentinels.
And you were saying it's kind of a snowballing map. It's difficult to come from behind, and FaZe, well, they've got to demonstrate that it is doable. They've got to demonstrate as to why this has been such a closely contested game between these two in scrims. But right now, another kill going on board for Sentinels. FaZe are in a rut. They're stuck off spawn. They're really struggling. Their backs are against the wall, and Sentinels just seem to be oozing confidence.
Yeah, this is such a tough position for Snipe Down. He wants to get involved, but all of these combat engagements just favor Sentinels in this shape. He does get frustrated. He pushes out front rocks, trying to get a kill on the Royal 2, and it's just good shots from Royal 2 that take him down. And unfortunately, it's just so difficult when you don't have angles, when your teammates are coming off respawn. What do you do on a map like Bazaar Slayer? Unfortunately, FaZe not having the answer just yet.
Dynamo grenades in the hands of Royal 2. He got lots of information that were players in tree. If he throws another one towards Bar, he'll get even more info, and they can just watch these angles. Instead, he's going to help a teammate.
Going to kill a teammate.
Going to kill Lethal, but also takes down Falcated. It's a 44-34 lead. That's what's important for Sentinels, is they just continue these trades. They continue this aggression. Don't allow FaZe to slow this game down.
The 17th kill on the board for Snakebite, the man of Game 5 here so far, 17-8. As he goes for the Mangler, you can guarantee he's probably good for one here. Can't quite finish Falcated. Falcated doing a great job staying alive bottom middle with that grapple. Can they get this overshield? Because right now, FaZe Clan need it in order to mount any kind of comeback. 47-37.
Snipe Down takes the fight and gets aggressive so he can try and secure that overshield. Sentinels know they don't need the overshield. They can bait it a little bit here. Snakebite if he gets a kill, which he won't. 47-38, 48-39. A couple of kills going in favor of FaZe, but now Sentinels are so close.
One kill will decide the match right now. Sentinels on the brink of a win. Can Lethal finish it off? No, he gets the player to no shield. And who else other than Snakebite gets the 50th kill? And that's going to do it for Game 5. Sentinels will come out on top, and FaZe Clan forced to the elimination bracket.
It's a series that went back and forth, and I really didn't know which way it was going to go, but Snakebite put on a demonstration for us in Bazaar Slayer. It's one of those maps where if one individual is able to roam around the map, get so much presence and pressure, but also survive, it makes it so difficult for the opposition team. There's one key takeaway, one moment that is going to live in my brain for quite some time, and it was Snakebite running around the corner, surviving in tree, and then turning and getting the nade kill to give not just himself the extra kill, but to secure a little bit of control for the rest of his team.
Absolutely, and that control gave them the overshield as it was coming up just after that. If Bound's able to get that kill, I mean, it would have changed the entire outcome of the game. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the story FaZe Clans want to hear, because what-ifs aren't going to get you the series win, as Sentinels do such a good job of being down 2-1 in that series and coming back all the way to take that Game 5. I mean, if that goes 7 games, Dan, I literally think it goes the distance. So we can only hope that these two teams once again match up later on in the tournament because of how closely contested I believe these two teams are together. But it really was Snakebite, the player of Game 5, 18-9-7, doing it all. And not only that, but staying alive when he needs to as well.
There was another key kill during that game, and it was when Lethal was the last remaining player holding rockets, and he took the aggressive fight to kill the player who was fighting him on balcony. If he had lost that fight, they lose mid-map control. But to be that aggressive and that confident to hold the middle of the map on your own speaks volumes for me. Even though Lethal wasn't the main slayer, he didn't manage to get all the kills, but that one kill maybe generated 4 or 5 to follow it because they were able to keep mid-map control.
Yeah, before the series started, we highlighted Lethal's kill-death ratio. We put it up against Snipedown, and of course, not many players have Snipedown's kill-death ratio, right? But there were 2 significant games in that series that were decided by plays Lethal made. Even though he didn't have the best statistics, if you can continue to give your team life because you're making the plays at the right moments, it speaks dividends for your opportunity to take this whole thing. Lethal doing a phenomenal job when it mattered most.
I'd say the quietest member of Sentinels throughout that series was probably Frosty. And then that surprises me because Frosty has always been one of these players who steps up and he's amazing. But that's good news for Sentinels. If Frosty's the quietest member whilst he's slowly about just slaying everyone in the background, then they're certainly going to be succeeding here.
Talking about how quiet some of the members of Sentinels are, we actually have Blaze on stage with an interview. It's going to be the quietest member of the series, Frosty.
Thank you very, very much, Clutch, all right? And Clutch just called you the quietest member of the series, okay? He said you didn't do too much, but it was a team effort at the end of the day. How you and the boys feeling coming off this win?
I mean, feeling really good. Obviously, it was a huge match. FaZe got 3rd last event. So, I mean, we knew this is how the series could have gone. We just had to stay mentally in it the whole time. But yeah, I mean, obviously, win Game 5, feeling pretty good.
There you go. It was a close one. It went down. It went down to Game 5. Now, what was the most difficult moment in this game? Because there were times when you were down. There were maps in which you guys had to come back on from the oddball and the Slayers. What was the most difficult moment for you?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the most difficult moment in every single game was just mentally staying in it. Like I said, we just got to battle. Like every single game, it's not over till it's over. Especially Live Fire Stronghold specifically. We've actually gotten really good at that map. But we played in the series, and I don't know, it just didn't work in our favor. Like I think we just like mentally were in our heads during that game. But every other game, we just stayed in it. We stayed composed. That we knew at the end of it, we could come out on top if we just kept battling.
Well, hey, you guys did stay composed in that one. Now, I want to talk about a player on your team who has strong mental fortitude, and he don't get enough credit, okay? But I watched him make so many dirty plays to keep y'all in it, and I'm speaking on Lethal, okay? Can you tell me about his performance so far in this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, he's our anchor, you know what I mean? Like you said, his mental fortitude, he's just always there, mentally staying in it at all times. He's never really complaining, never really, making a terrible play, and he's just always going to be there to be our constant, you know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, well, Frosty, that's going to do it for us, okay? I've been chopping it with you back and forth, so many interviews, and I'm pretty sure I might see you on this main stage once again.
100%.
A lot of you guys, take it away and break this series down for us.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and thank you so much, Frosty. Incredible job from Sentinels overall. I gotta say, we did our predictions. I came out on top. Just saying.
I was wondering how long it would take it to bring that up.
I was just going to say 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Yeah.
What you don't see off camera, though, is when Sentinels were down in series, I saw Lottie taking off the engagement ring for a moment, doing that sort of stuff. So, like I was just saying, she claims it now, but she was not such a ride or die fan during that one.
I'm disappointed because I put all my stakes on the Boo Boo Tingle, and what happened with the Boo? I thought the Boo Boo Tingle was a real thing. God. I'm out here believing.
The Boo Boo Tingle, that was taken away with the shot grenades, unfortunately. But I'll tell you what, though, there were moments of that series that were very shaky, weren't there? And I think that's also testament to how close these two teams are, how well matched they come up against each other. And I also think, the fact that they scrim each other a lot gave us that really exciting series because they know what each other want to do. I quickly want to talk about, I know we've got Bazaar on our screen at the moment, but on set, let's talk about that first oddball game because, my goodness, first of all, super close, and I was like, yeah, we're in for a great series here. But let's talk about the man himself that they talked about main stage, Lethal. He made some plays there. Talk to me about what happened on elevators.
He made one of the plays of the tournament, and I want to highlight it because if you're new to Halo Infinite, whatever it might be, you're always looking at stat lines, right? You go, this guy's amazing. This guy's making incredible plays. He's going +10, +12, +11. It was a play of the tournament. He didn't even get a kill, and he ended up actually dying at the end of it. But what he did, he survived long enough in a 1v1 scenario where there was a player with height advantage, with angles, with more shields, with the direct shots onto him, to allow his teammates to get back into the fight, to keep that player away from an oddball, and it won them the game. It's such a crazy thing to kind of break down, and we could talk about it for hours, but I got to give take my hat off to Lethal there, because that kind of play wins games. It does not show
up in statistics, and that is the kind of thing that he does.
Yeah, it was absolutely huge. That was a pivotal moment in winning that game, and honestly won them the series, to be perfectly honest with you. I want to talk quickly about the Game 5 ice, the clutch factor that we see from Sentinels, and we've had the stat line before. We know that they can clutch up when it matters most, and Shyway, we saw that today again. You know, the first Slayer that we saw from them didn't quite go to plan. They were getting snowballed out of control here, and it was really hard to try and switch that snowball into their favor, but that didn't happen on Game 5.
It was interesting because I feel like everything happened not like we thought it would, but I think all the kind of key points that we hit on kind of developed in the series. We had the Street Slayer that I thought would kind of be lopsided on the side of FaZe because of a player like Bound, who is so quick, so efficient on the map, and with the slides and the way that he moves, it's kind of a 50-50 play style in how aggressive he is. Sometimes it works. It worked on Streets. It didn't work in Bazaar. I don't know if you remember that play, and honestly, more so because Snakebite was just popping off the whole game, but there was that one play where Bound sees Snakebite down below on top of double doors, and he goes for the chase with the shotgun, gets 2 shots in, can't finish the kill. Because he can't finish the kill and then dies, Snakebite gets shotty, Snakebite gets a kill. The whole game completely cycles around Bound's 50-50 play that he went for, and I mean, like I said, in part due to the fact that Snakebite was insane in that game. He was putting on so much pressure and not wasting any time. Like, you see some players, they'll do the drop combo with the Mangler. They'll come back and pick up the Mangler. He knows how to perfectly time his play where he doesn't have time to go back for it. He just keeps the pressure up. He'll fly in with the BR and take names. It was beautiful to witness, honestly.
It was indeed, and you know, you actually highlighted Bound there for a moment, and I actually want to talk quickly about Bound because we kind of named him as the X Factor player, and he really is that X Factor player for FaZe. And I'll tell you what, because the balance is so specific for Bound. He makes really risky plays. He challenges, I think, honestly, in lunatic environments. Like, you know, I saw him grapple up to balcony and push somebody when he was half shield, and they're full shield. They have their eyes lasered on him, but he didn't care. He pushed that anyway, and I think it came to a certain moment in that game, and I wouldn't say it fell all the way on Bound there, but there were 50-50 moments, or even 70-30 moments that he was pushing, and maybe he shouldn't have. Talk to me about the balance there, Walshy, the fine line an X-Factor player has to really walk on to really do it for the team.
Yeah, when you're a fast-acting player, you really have to be hitting those plays and be working with your team in those situations. And so when it came down to that Game 5 scenario, it felt like FaZe reeled back a little bit. They played a little bit more timid. You saw them not sure when they should charge out. They started charging out when they shouldn't, like snipe down, chasing down, I believe it was Lethal in the very center of the market as he saw just the feet poking out from the side. So it just felt like they didn't have that right cadence that they wanted. They weren't fast when they needed to be fast, and they weren't slow when they needed to be slow. And that can be really difficult when you're trying to be that playmaker.
Yeah, it can indeed. It is sometimes really difficult to make those decisions as a team, and because it was working for him earlier on in the series, just didn't quite work out against that icy Game 5 that Sentinels can provide. Let's take a look right now, though, at the bracket to see exactly where we are at. We're heavily into day 2, people. It's so good to have you guys joining us, and if you have just joined us, this is what day 2 looks like. We did begin bracket play here, and we have had a couple of different things happening. A potential upset was on the cards in our winners' quarters, against Cloud9 and Fnatic. Didn't quite make it. Cloud9 pushed through. They are in our winners' semis, but you may notice they're going up against Pioneers, and I got to say, really impressed with Pioneers and the results there on set.
Yeah, it was a reverse sweep as well.
Wow.
You didn't catch it. G2 were up by 2. G2 doing what they do. They get 2 up. They look like they're going through, and then G2 unfortunately lose the series. It's happened numerous times now. I don't know what quite is going wrong for G2 when they get into those positions, but Pioneers, again, just proving that it's not a one-event wonder for them. They are here to play, and they have been really impressive.
And Pioneers, like Sentinels, they have a very high Game 5 clutch statistic. I think they were 7-3, now they're 8-3 in Game 5 statistics, similar to, I think Sentinels has like a 12-3 or something. So when you bring them to a Game 5, they tend to clutch up. Unfortunately for G2, I think it's the opposite. Bring them to a Game 5, it doesn't look good.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, reverse sweeps, I think, tell you a lot about a team as well. And I think the fact that Pioneers were able to get over that hump of being 2-0 down and manage to take that entire series, what does that say to you, Walshy?
Repeat that again?
The whole thing from the start.
Welcome back.
Dave's getting I felt like it's one of those moments in class where it's like, Mr. Walsh was answering that question. I'm like, 4?
He was looking at me. I saw his eyes. There's no one home. Walshy, no, in terms of Pioneers, you know, being able to reverse sweep a team like G2, we've seen what they can do. We know what they're capable of. What does that tell you about Pioneers, you know, being able to get over that hurdle of being 2-0 down in a series and then seal the deal?
Yeah, it says that the longer the series goes on, the better that they're playing, the more that they can figure out about their opponents, the more comfortable that they get in a situation. They aren't just like a flash-in-the-pan team that says, we need to get on a streak really fast, get to a lead against the team, and then ride that out for the victory. They're saying, actually, we're in the long haul. Like, we need to get past these first couple little speed bumps in the series and go the distance.
Yeah, love to see it, and I think that ice is exactly what we're looking for, and it makes it really, really fun as well to watch at home. So if you were watching on the other stream as well, I hope you enjoyed that ride forward. We're actually going to give you some discount codes now. That is right, it isn't Christmas. I have been told I'm not the Santa Claus of Halo, even though I'd like to rebrand to that. But I do have a discount code for you guys. So obviously in celebration of this weekend, of course, you get 15% off all this gorgeous HCS gear in the Xbox Gear shop during this tournament. So all you have to do is use the discount code HCS Anaheim 2022 at checkout. Make sure you go to the link right there on the screen and look at Brav right in the middle there, guys. Come on, look at him.
In the middle, on the top
He's
right,
loving
in the
it.
top middle.
He is just
He's loving it.
The top right corner, that's a tried and true model face right there. That is planned out, strategic.
He's got that side hustle going on, isn't he?
Dave's waiting for you. Well, no, I was going to say, like, we're one away from having a Tic Tac Bravo on the, from top right away to bottom left. We're just one away.
Do you know what? I love the dad jokes from Walshy. I'm here for this. I'm absolutely here for this. And I'm also here for another giveaway, folks. We have an Xbox Series X giveaway. You guys can get your hands on this custom Xbox. I mean, come on. Look how gorgeous that is.
Kind of too gorgeous.
It's way too gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, it's too much
You need to
responsibility.
make sure you're dusting that every single day and make sure it is super clean and gorgeous, but you can actually get your hands on that. Follow at HCS on Twitter and retweet the official giveaway as well to enter. So amazing stuff to be won here. Discount codes, we've got Twitch drops, we've got everything going on this weekend, and we have a trophy that needs to be lifted by tomorrow. But we do have another match coming our way. Gentlemen, I'm going to have to let you go now. We're going to head to a quick break, folks, but when we come back, we have XSET versus Fnatic on the main stage, battling it out. Who is going to come out on top? We'll find out right after this.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
electric kill. Cluster luck.
On your feet, Spartan.
Ninja.
Zone captured.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the HCS NA Regionals. Now before the break, we had a spicy match on the main stage between Sentinels and FaZe, starting the series with a close quarters oddball game where Royal 2 was ripping off faces with a shock rifle. They then proceeded actually to go 2-1 down as FaZe started to heat up and answer back, but the Sen aggression was just a little bit too much, and the Game 5 Kings showed us exactly why the stats go in their favor, and they clutched up once again. But here we are on the desk once more, and it's so lovely to have you joining us here live from Anaheim and live in the convention center where all the action is going down. I'm joined by Golden Boy, Shyway, and I got Tony on the desk.
On the desk.
Big Tony! What is up? It is so nice to have you join us.
Hype it up for the brother! Just put him on the spot real quick.
Yeah, Tony, just ignore this guy. Just ignore
No,
him.
he's the best.
He is the best.
We're blessed with an incredible talent team.
Big deal.
Yes.
Kind of a big deal.
And if you didn't know, you know now. But I'll tell you what, Tony, it's so good to have you joining us. And obviously, we've just seen some crazy stuff happening on the main stage. We've got crazy stuff happening here, there, and everywhere. But our next matchup is going to be Fnatic versus XSET. I want to quickly start with Fnatic. I mean, what we saw off of Alpha was absolutely ridiculous. So I'm really excited to see how that they can perform here against XSET. And if Cloud9 was anything to go by with that really, really close gaming, taking them to Game 5 with a potential lead happening in that Slayer, it was just absolutely amazing. What do you make of Fnatic overall?
Oh, I love Fnatic, and I hate this matchup because I have so many friends on the squad on both of these sides. I love me some Envor. Envor, an amazing Slayer, and now Super CC, the newest member on Fnatic, coming over from KCP at one point in time. He's an absolute nuisance on the map. You combine that with Septify and Jazero, and you have one amazing squad.
And I think that Jazero's got the right idea with the slipper phone. I never even.
What is right about that idea? Just real quick.
I wish I could tell you, Shyway, but I genuinely can't. But I just know that it feels right to me.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not sure what it does in terms of for his gameplay, but
I just hope he's not walking anywhere far with those shoes, because
sanitize the side of his
face. Times are tough these days. You got to be careful where you put those shoes. Anyway,
that is very true. I mean, I'm not sure exactly what it means, but you know what? We love to see a bit of character on some of these pictures of our players here. But let's just flip the script a little bit here and talk about XSET as well, because XSET, you know, they have been a team filled with confidence, right? You know, they have maybe the most confident player I've ever seen in my entire life, which is obviously Kratos. But, you know, overall, that's not really what the gameplay said about them, Golden Boy. You know, they played with confidence, but they just didn't kind of translate the results with that.
Yeah, you know, I mean, keeping it a $150 with everyone, right? I mean, Kratos is the best player in the game, right?
Gotta be real.
So
it's a
$150? But the players that I really want to focus on are Suspector, Suppressed, and Arctic, because these are in a similar position to like Fnatic or Pioneers. These are all guys who, you know, have really been in the trenches, tail end of H5. Like, I mean, Suspector even finished second place at, you know, World Championship with Allegiance, right? So, like, there is a lot of experience on that team. Kratos as well. Let's not take anything away from him there either. So, like, there really is a lot of talent on this squad, and I'm really just waiting for them to kind of put the shenanigans to the side and focus on playing some good Halo, because I know that these 4 players are capable of doing that.
Yeah, definitely. And I think also they have the capability to pop off as well, Tony. We've got the players like Suppress here who are putting up ridiculous numbers on this LAN tournament.
Yes, I'm a big fan of both Suspector and Suppressed. Suppressed was actually poached from unsigned talent not too long ago, and ever since he's gotten on this roster, they've really ascended. And then you have Suspector, who can literally drop 40 kills at any given moment. I'm a big fan of this XSET roster, and it's so funny because you have Suspector and Kratos, which are the duo. Kratos, very loud and very confident. Suspector, that silent assassin, almost the complete opposite of Kratos.
It really is indeed. Let's take a quick look, though, right now at the schedule. Let's just update you guys in terms of how the day is going to go for the rest of it, because we have got some things filled in for you. Now, you can see we just had the Sentinels match versus FaZe. Next, we've got XSET versus Fnatic on the main stage. Then we got Cloud9 taking on Pioneers. And we've got Optic versus Sentinels, which is going to be a very big match, because, you know, there was a little bit of a rivalry there. So we'll have to see if that one's still lingering in the wings as well. But I tell you what, let's just talk quickly about both of these teams and how they match up together, because I think the big part of this is whether or not Fnatic can continue that fight, can continue this potential that we've seen now across the couple of days we've been here, and whether XSET really do have a chance going up against them. What do you think, Golden Boy?
You know, the stocks are high for Fnatic right now, right? As they should be, because Fnatic is on fire. They have been playing lights out Halo across the board. They took Cloud9 to Game 5, and it looked like they legitimately were going to win that game. Like, that is the scary part. And the reason why is because they're playing with that same kind of attitude, Shyway, that Cloud9 plays with, right? They kind of took it and played their own game against them.
They're confident as hell against a team like C9. Did you see Super CC in the beginning of that bizarre? I was a believer. He was like 14-2. The man was completely unstoppable, playing perfect, and then it became a heartbreaker as the game went on. But if Fnatic can do that and punch above their weight class, then I mean, XSET seems like easy money. Not to be
not to be disparaging to XSET,
not to be disparaging, but I mean, all of a sudden, Fnatic are a big deal if they keep this up.
I think, you know, XSET do seem like easy money, as you would say, Shyway, but I think Kratos has something else to say about that. His confidence oozes across the stage. In fact, he's so confident, he makes me feel confident about what I'm doing up here. We did actually catch up with him earlier on, and if you didn't manage to catch the video, then check this out.
My name is Carlos Yala Jr. I go by Kratos, and I play for XSET.
To 0, they get a reset onto B, so all of a sudden it looks a little bit different here.
Immediately convert 50 points and counting for this team. Now Kratos going to do it again with Renegade. Takes a double for it, and that's the type of play you need to see from this man.
I think Cloud9 has been winning because I wasn't on a top team yet, and now that I've put a roster together, I think now we can have some competition towards them. I think I'm really good at getting under my opponent's skin because I just don't talk to anyone. I'm not friends with anyone. I don't want to, you know, I think everything's kind of weird when you're like in this sort of competition where it's, you know, winner takes all. Like, why am I telling you good luck? Like, why am I wishing you the best? It's like, no, I don't. No, it's just me and my team, always.
Win 3-1.
I'm top 10 in every category. No other player can say that. There's really good players better than me at certain things. But when you put it all together, I think I'm just simply the best player to have ever played.
anything is possible. One good round of slaves, and the setup is going to be back in and locked for Kratos. Going in, taking out Boo Boo Doo Boo, getting the double kill on Sniped Out, almost able to get the triple, ends up getting the assist, and XSET have a setup of their own.
I think my teammate Spectre doesn't get enough respect. I think he's proven in 2016 that he was the best player in the game at the time. And I think, again, I don't think very many people can argue that he's not the best player in the game right now again. The fans and the players, you know, need to give respect where respect's due. Definitely to Spectre, he's such a humble guy, and he'll never speak on it, but you see the numbers for yourself. You see how much he elevates my team. Like he can hop on any of these other teams and do the same thing and be the star player on that team.
The sniper rifle in hands, and now we have 3 players for XSET. A 4v4 situation, but not for long, because 3 down go XSET.
To Spectre with 1. To Spectre, oh, he does get 2.
I think I learned from last event to this one that I just have to have some killers on my team.
Well, I'll tell you what, he has the confidence, man. But something else apart from that confidence, apart from the kind of, I would guess, like grasping at straws here that Kratos does, is the love he has for his teammates and what he has to say about them. And the one thing I think can be very dangerous at times is when you really, really want to play well for your team and you are wishing well on your teammates to do well. Like he's happily saying that his other teammates are better than him or better than this person or could go to a different team and be a star player. And I think that's really important to have.
That's the thing is, you know, take the comments about his own player skill. I'm not going to try not to comment on him too much, and then listen to him talk about his teammates. And he swears by his team. Honestly, he's kind of, dare I say, he's kind of a sweetheart when he's talking about Spectre. I'm like, oh, like and I actually genuinely do think Spectre is, I don't know if he's being slept on because I think he's popping off in every game that he plays. He's up there. But it's interesting to see just the dynamic of the way he talks about himself, and then he'll go on to talk about his teammates, and all of a sudden, I care about him a little bit.
I just feel like with the Spectre as well, what makes him so deadly is his consistency. Because he has been that player from the beginning. H5, you know, H2A, or like, or even like even during like the gaps. Like the guy is just good. He has always been good and consistent. And I actually kind of like this bromance dynamic here between Kratos and Spectre. Where like Kratos is the dude in the club that's like popping off for his boy in the back, and he's like, "Yo, man, my boy's gonna pop you in the face right now." And Spectre's just standing there like, "All right, yeah, sure."
You're like, yeah, I am. I think.
But like you believe it, you genuinely believe it because the Spectre is that damn good of a player,
I know.
and everyone should, you know, pop off for their teammate. But most importantly, people should be focusing on the fact that the Spectre is one of the weapons on this team that is so scary, so deadly, and if you sleep on him, he'll take advantage.
You know, I don't know about sleeping. I certainly know that Kratos isn't asleep because if you did catch his tweet, bad news for his enemies. I don't know who they are, but he woke up.
He woke up, baby.
Bad news.
That was
he
a
woke
banger.
up.
That was a banger
What a tweet.
That really was like.
He almost had to respect it, though. I mean, I remember in the interview back in Raleigh, he said he was talking to SSG. He said, "You have to prepare for Kratos." And you know what? Honestly, it's kind of true. If someone's going to attack your mental, if say you're goosing for like the first 3 or 4 minutes of the game, who's going to keep putting it on you? Who's going to keep putting that pressure on you? It's going to be Kratos. He's going to get loud. He's going to try to get into your head. And if you come in with any insecurities and you're not confident in your abilities, he's going to attack that weakness. So it's kind of true. I got to respect it.
It's half the game plan.
From one big mouth to another.
I love it. I think he brings that phrase rent-free very easily to the table. That is for absolutely sure. Let's take a look, though, at the series layout. Let's see exactly what's coming their way on the main stage. Okay, bad news, because it's going to be Bizarre to start things off. And Fnatic, they know that map very, very well. The fact that they were able to really start to edge out Cloud9 in a Bizarre Slayer, I think speaks volumes for the CTF game, because CTF on Bizarre is very, very difficult. It's, you know, you've got 2 huge walls in your way of your base, but you have to position yourself really, really well in order to pull the flag and actually get the flag across the other side of the market. I mean, as soon as you manage to get it past midway, you're pretty Gucci, but it's hard to do so.
Yeah, assuming you get it past midway and there's nobody overextending already in your base waiting for you to stop you last second. But yeah, like you said, it can be a bit difficult. I think you want to kind of take it one step at a time. I find controlling rockets first tends to be the play because it opens up a sight line for the rest of the map for your teammates and then kind of funnel through, take center. But then you got the grapple in center, and the grapple's wild in this map because the flag might be sitting down bottom mid, but if somebody's got a grapple up in the cafe, all of a sudden the flag's in the cafe and it's behind, it's behind the wall. You can't get to it. So I think this could be very slow, and then all of a sudden somebody can get a cap depending on how they play it. So let's see these teams control resources and watch out for Super CC.
There are 3 power items in this map.
3, okay.
Right, there's the overshield.
There's manglers on this map,
well,
which is already...
you could probably, the mangler for sure, but that's a different...
Pretty powerful.
That's a different. Then there's rockets, and then there's the grapple shot. And we've been seeing a lot of teams prioritize the grapple shot because it is a powerful piece of utility.
You can get across so easily as well, and you can start moving, and it really does eliminate that huge wall that you have covering yourselves with the double doors. I quickly want to note as well that this is also very bad news to begin with for XSET because they did play Sentinels and their first game also was Bazaar CTF and it was 5-0, and it is really hard to get 5 caps on the board on Bazaar. The fact that, they are not positioning themselves that well on this map could speak volumes for a hot start for Fnatic here, which is, it's going to be very difficult. Let's quickly though talk about our head-to-head, our player versus player on the main stage. We do have Kratos and Super CC. Kratos didn't have the hottest of starts against Sentinels. He did not have great statistics in that first map. Actually, throughout the series, he didn't have fantastic statistics up until we really got to the Slayer game there as well. But Super CC against Cloud9, I was super impressed. Excuse me.
You were Super CC pressed?
I was Super CC pressed
my God.
with what I saw from this guy. He's been lights out performance. What do you make of this matchup overall, Tony, in terms of player versus player?
As far as player versus player, it's almost like the two opposites. Again, you have Kratos, loud, boisterous, very confident, and really the driving force of his team, at least as far as in the vocal leadership goes. Thinking of Super CC was a lot more of a quieter personality, but I always have been a big fan of his gameplay. He used to go by Super CC Evades, and that's because he evaded as much damage as possible. As soon as he started getting shot at, he'd back down, stay alive, then he'd come back from another like a whack-a-mole and putting shots in. You never know where Super CC is, and it's really tough because you have to account for him on the map, but he's just disappearing and reappearing everywhere and avoiding as much damage as humanly possible. So always been a big fan of Super CC, the young man out of Coatesville, Pennsylvania.
I also do think it's quite interesting, and it's very smart. For those of you guys who never competed at a live event before, right? There are certain seating arrangements.
Right, that too.
That's not true. There are certain seating arrangements that you would do to try and get the upper hand or to try and get in your opponent's head.
Okay.
So you'll notice Kratos is actually the closest to his opponent on the other side. The reason why? Well, it's the closest to be able to yell.
Absolutely.
That's what
turn around and be like, what's up?
When I used to compete in COD back in the day, that's what I did.
You were a Kratos.
Oh, well, yeah. Delusionally confident.
Actually, you know what? That's starting to make a whole bunch of sense right now.
What do you mean? Global icon, national treasure?
Hey, man, I was like that from the womb. Can't help it, baby.
I gotta say, Gone Boy, we do give you a lot of flack on the desk, but I gotta say, I love you. I think you're amazing.
Thanks so much.
Anyway, and with that being said, I'm gonna try and beat him now in the predictions.
Golden Boy, she loves.
I'm gonna try and now beat him in the predictions. Right, folks, are we ready? On 3, please hold up the team you think is gonna be winning the series. 1, 2, 3.
I am so sorry. I have.
Oh, come on.
I face the Sentinels in front of me.
Shy, you have one job.
There we go.
I mean, if it means anything, I do agree.
Even though Kratos is the best player in the game.
Why is it the last one in the series?
And he is clearly the champion of the world. I'm going Fnatic.
Fantastic. Couldn't have said it better myself, to be perfectly honest. I think, it's a whitewash on the desk here for Fnatic for sure. It's okay. We'll find that another time. Don't worry about it.
It's not even here. I swear to God, it's not
there. It's not there at all. I'll tell you.
You want G1? I got G1. You want G1?
There he is. I'll tell you who is here. We have our two amazing casters.
I should have just gone.
I have two XSETs of Halo.
Hello.
Boys, this is going to be I think this is going to be a little bit spicy because I'm hoping XSET are going to get a bit vocal here because Fnatic, I think they do take the lead in terms of this matchup. So I wonder if they can get in their heads just a little bit, and I think Kratos is the guy to do the job.
Yeah, he's certainly not going to have to be asked twice if they do go up a couple of games. We know that he's going to want to get loud and proud, but I think XSET are also going to have to step up their performance from what we saw a little bit earlier.
They really will indeed. Well, gentlemen, honestly, I can't wait to hear you cast this, to be perfectly honest. So I'm gonna give it straight over to you.
Have fun.
Bring it on, bring it on. Let's get into this one, because this is a massive, massive game. You're probably thinking, hey, it's an elimination game. That's why you're talking about that, right? The loser, unfortunately, will be knocked out of the tournament here in Anaheim. And it's not just that, is it? There's something else on the line here that we haven't even mentioned yet.
Yeah, we haven't. This round here, you're seeing XSET versus Fnatic, and every match in this round will qualify you for pool play at the Kansas City Major. So if you lose this match, you not only go home right now, eliminated from the tournament, you also will have to play through Open in Kansas City. This is a double whammy. Double down on your odds, because XSET or Fnatic, only one team will advance this weekend and secure a pool play spot for the Kansas City Major.
And that is so much. That is so much pressure on the shoulders of these players, but taking it step by step is the key to success for both of these teams. Map by map, kill by kill, to try and get that result in their favor. Now let's talk about the two teams a little bit, because kind of differing ways that they found themselves in the elimination bracket. I want to be a little bit selfish here. I want to talk about Fnatic.
Sure.
Because it was probably the most impressive performance we've seen so far in the tournament, but they ended up in the elimination bracket, losing that nail-biting Game 5 to none other than Cloud9.
I mean, and we were a few kills away, or a few different exchanges away from Fnatic beating Cloud9 in that Slayer. Keep in mind they had a healthy lead in that Game 5. Winning that, becoming the most talked about team in the world, Halo team in the world in a matter of moments. However, like you said, dropped to the elimination bracket instead, where they'll have a long road, but you got to think, they got to have their heads held high.
Oh, sure. They're going to be full of confidence. On the other side of things, we have XSET. Now, they didn't have the best of results in comparison, that 3-0 loss to Sentinels, but maybe that could be forgotten about in a few moments' time. We're ready for our map number 1 here. We're going to Bazaar. A little bit of capture the flag to get us underway here. XSET, Fnatic. Let's get into this one.
And as you heard about on the desk, so far Fnatic leading not only in terms of their performance this weekend, in terms of how impressed we've been, but also in the scrim results between these two teams. So XSET is going to have to pull out something special if they want to take them down.
They certainly are. And XSET lost this game, we have to say, earlier against Sentinels in a 5-0 fashion. So they're going to have to tighten up their game a little bit. More from what we saw earlier, but off the break here, no surprise to see Fnatic getting the better of them. 3 players fall for XSET, and it'll be the man on your screen, Suspector, last man standing.
Yeah, and he's getting collapsed on big time. Jazero is a man who wastes no time, and he's also not going to get Ninja back-whacked with that overshield either.
Jazero now moving in as well. He's got the commando in his hands. Trying to push forward here. See if he can pick up some of these spawners. You can see that it's going to be his teammate in position as well to try and pick up some kills. However, the rocket launchers are going to be exchanging kills, unfortunately. 2 dead here for Fnatic, 3 dead for XSET, so it's going to give an opportunity maybe for Fnatic to at least get this flag halfway across the map.
That's right, we'll get those face cams fixed to you as well. As you can see, we got Jazero on your screen here, not just camera in picture though. We'll get those swapped over to be the correct players. 2 dead right now for the side of Fnatic momentarily, and they'll reset just a bit.
Here's Envol then. He's behind enemy lines. He's got a mangler in his hands. He's trying to wrap behind these players who are in the treehouse. Isn't going to touch that flag so that he can be the ghost in the night. But he's been spotted out here. Manages to duke out the rocket though, and maybe just a little bit of a graze to the shin, but it's not going to cost him his life.
It's right now. It's going to be Suspector coming down. Very nice drop of the mangler for Envol.
3 dead there for XSET as well. That is not just an important kill, an impressive kill, but it opens the map here. 3 players fall. Envol now in position to get this flag moving. It's across the halfway mark. And look at this. Super CC with another kill off of a respawner. Arctic trying to overextend here for XSET. It's going to take them a little bit of time and a bit of work to get this one home.
Great play from Envol there. Burns the last frag. Also grabs both dynamos. Tries to get through the double doors, but he does get stopped here. So still 2 dead for Fnatic. They need to play this very carefully.
They certainly do. Here's Kratos though. Lands the punch onto the top of the head, which is certainly going to compress that player back into the respawn screen. Kratos now moving forward to watch those spawns coming in on the elbows. Skeptify's going to be there as well. Skeptify in a 1v1 and wins it against Kratos, but where's that flag? Is it past halfway? It looks like XSET have answered back here with some movement on the flag, and they've also managed to pick up an overshield.
Yes, Subdefine needs to be careful here. As you can see, he's trying to get angles on the double door, but not going to be easy with that overshield in play.
Super CC picks up 1. Suspector trades it out though. There's a player being sneaky in the corner, but At the moment, the flag is still down on that halfway mark, and it looks like Fnatic have managed to fight their way out of this situation. The return comes in. They've also managed to get a flag moving as well, and if they can pick up these kills, they might be able to force this one down through the trenches.
Still 2 dead. Last two, excuse me, are pushing out Rocket side. One did go front door. He will get taken down. This flag should go home.
Yeah, it should be. Septify just has to play his life here. Just has to wait for those players to funnel in, play for those rockets, and it is going to be Fnatic with the counter capture. Zero will be the man to put it in. Fnatic strike first. They're up by 1.
Look at that patience from Septify as well. Take a look. He spawns in pillars of bottom rockets. He gets an angle on rockets, sits double doors for a second. It'd be so easy in that situation to overextend. Instead, he just takes time, takes the patience. Same with Jazeera here now on his double door as well.
Spectre going to be challenging. Another player going to be pushing through the double doors as the distraction was there from Spectre up on that high ground. Now it's Suppress moving in, Septify in a 1v1 again, and it'll be, again, Fnatic winning the 1v1. That's been a theme so far in this game.
It certainly has, and with the talk that we've seen from the side of XSET, specifically Kratos, we're going to need to see them winning those big 1v1s. They can be game deciding and often series deciding, especially in a game like Halo Infinite. Kratos, they're able to make use of that first rocket.
Yeah, certainly going to be an easy way to win a 1v1 is to have the rockets in your hand. Can't quite connect this time with the second rocket, but the damage was done, and now the grapple shot being put to use as well. An opening on the map here for XSET. As you'll see, Kratos trying to get aggressive now, pushing forward, but he's going to run into 2 Fnatic players here who double up inside of the bar.
Yeah, trying to make something happen. Not always an easy push, and so often that push into bar is a blind one. You don't exactly know what you're coming into. It's very rare that your team has an angle into bar, say from the flag, where you know exactly how many players are in there or how many are weak, so not an easy decision.
One thing that's good, though, from that play from Kratos is created space on the map, the middle of the map, because that means the overshield is going to be pocketed by his teammate here, Arctic. So even though Kratos may not have got the kills he wanted inside of the bar, those players could not push past the balcony, which means we find ourselves in the best position that we do with Arctic with the overshield.
Nice plays here from the side of Arctic. Oh, and he even nopes out. Very nice look at the amount of health remaining there, and it drops, I don't know, he had a get out of jail free card, used it, and then came right back into jail and found himself in a whole lot of trouble, so things will slow down and reset at mid-map.
He's an honest
Once
man.
again.
Honest
He's
man.
a very honest man. Okay, I did it.
Going to be trapped inside of the hut. Suppress is going to be trying to fight him in this 1v1. It's an awful angle that you have to try and poke, but he's going to have a teammate there to work with as well. Super CC is going to have to back up as Suppress is looking to pressure onto the Fnatic side of the base. At the moment, XSET are controlling middle map, you would say, but they haven't managed to cross that balcony line, which is so vital to do.
Yeah, XSET has started to really change the course of this game. I think after the first few minutes of play, people were thinking this could be pretty one-sided in terms of Fnatic, but instead they've decided to put a little bit of pressure on, but like you say, they haven't gotten to that final third just yet.
That's going to be Septify moving in through the treehouse, and he's got a little bit of assistance as well in the form of Envor. Kratos is going to be caught out on the back of the base. Just to survive for now. Suppress is going to be inside of the bar, and now Envor is saying, hey, bait me, buddy. Bait me, buddy. See if we can get Kratos to bite on this one. He does, and it's perfect teamwork coming in from Fnatic. A killing spree popping up on your screen as well. 3 dead for XSET. Fnatic with a chance to strike again as Envor is slaying his way back with the objective in hand.
I was going to say that's the one kill he had to worry about. It was still Suppressed, it was still alive, and he manages to get there. But I love this play from Envor. This guy is becoming a household name and a fan favorite very quickly over the course of this weekend. If you didn't know his name, now you do. And I like this play. Just going to slow play this with his teammates. Try to make sure he maintains map control.
Oh, it's a big challenge from Envor. He gets the second beat down as well. I'm pretty sure the overextenders have been taken care of as well. Fnatic in position to put this flag home. Even with the overshield being picked up, it's actually going to be Arctic who manages to do something magical there to get that return. I think that was a bit of a misplay actually coming in from Fnatic.
It is, especially when they had control of their enemies' double doors like that. When you have control of the bottom mid and your enemy's front doors, really should not allow that overshield grab to come through. A little bit of sneaky plays there coming in from the side of XSET.
Yeah, it just seemed like maybe a little bit of over-concentration on those slays coming in from Fnatic there. Nobody taking responsibility to take that little half a second to step back, recognize map situation, get the touch on the flag and get that one past their own double doors to maybe put that cap on. But will they be in position to regret that, or will they be able to maybe make the most of this situation as Fnatic now have another flag on the run? So Spectre could be trying to shut it down.
2 dead for Fnatic when they started that run, so they got it far. They got it all the way out to tree, but surprising to see them get the flag as far as they did. But clearly understanding the numbers on the map and where everyone was, and look at Spectre gets away from the nade, but not from Envor.
Super CC picks up one. Also picks up the flag, manages to get past Market as well. Kratos with a well-placed frag grenade, though, is going to take him down. 2 dead per side at the moment. Jazeera is now going to try and stop Kratos on the return. He manages to do so. He opens up the map. He gets the flag through the double doors. He's got a teammate there as well. But Fnatic maybe a little bit guilty here of just stacking up on top of each other.
Yeah, certainly bad comms. There are 2 players diving on the flag in a place like Double Doors. That can only spell one thing. It's a disaster. Actually, 2 things, and a flag return as well. So Spectre's going to bring that flag home, and like you said, a little bit of miscommunication. You do not want to send 2 players onto that flag. They both got naded by the same nades. It's big AoE damage from those nades, and it ended the flag run.
We've been very complimentary of the way that Fnatic have been playing today, understandably so, but that's 2 big mistakes they've made. This should arguably be at least 2-0 in this game, maybe even 3-0 with the opportunities they've had to put that 2nd and 3rd flag in, but it's still just the 1. XSET will know that. XSET will want to take advantage of that 1 flag for them, and we've got a tight game.
Got to give a shout out here to Septify, a player we don't talk enough about here on the main stage, and he has 60-12 in this game right now, and so far certainly a big contributor to that 1 flag lead, but still a lot of game to play left here on set.
Overshield picked up here by Jazero. Not the first time we've seen him with that power up in his hands. Suppressed, a little shoulder peek, bottom middle, but teammate's going to be there on Vor to make sure that he isn't too much of a thorn in the side. Jazero now just taking his time, checking his corners, because we know the boogeyman is usually hiding there for that cheeky little back smack that does come in, but now just waiting for his teammates. I like this from Jazero. It's so easy sometimes just to step through that treehouse, try and get a little bit over-aggressive without your teammates being there.
Kratos now Mangler and Dynamos. He's got all the tools in the toolbox. Also getting some good damage and some ticks that you hear in the audio feed as well. Kratos is trying to make this happen, trying to force it. Very good shots against Jazero.
Yeah, had to win that 1v1 because it's now opened up the map. They have an opportunity to pull here, XSET, but they have to play this perfectly. They have to get the kills that they need to do in the right areas of the map here. Because the XSET have lost 2 players. I like this decision making here from Kratos, recognizing numbers aren't in their favor. So I had to try and stall to wait for something else to happen, a lane to open on the map. Unfortunately for XSET, it did not.
Credit to Jazero. He falls once, but guess what? Spawns bottom rocket side. He has a chance to challenge Kratos in a 1v1 again. That just shows you how unique the engagements are on this map. Jazero will also get that return. Flag goes back home.
Set to fly with the rockets. Doesn't get the kill, though. It's going to be Arctic who's inside of the bar and now has a rocket to play with as well. This is the first time we've seen a really nice setup opportunity for XSET inside of the base with a power weapon. Suppress picks up 1 on Jazero. Now Septify's going to be in the back of the base. Arctic's going to try and do the math to make that rocket land, but he can't quite get the kill. And that's just stalling here for XSET, and that's going to maybe allow some rotations to come back to that flag, but Fnatic now 3 players full. Arctic senses this is an opportunity to step forward and has that flag moving through the bar.
Yeah, probably going to go rocket side. We'll see exactly how, if he goes low, presumably based on what he's got. I like this, though. Decides to drop and shoot, but his team is going to have to do some work mid-map.
Envol has the overshield, though, so he has the chance to cut off this lane. And cut off the players who are going to go for the touch on that flag. Suppressed is there, but he gets taken down. Not without dropping some damage, though. Another kill comes in after the beatdown lands from Envol. 2 dead here for Fnatic, but on the same wave, you have to say, 2 dead's better than 4, and that was exactly what XSET were.
It is. That's a perfect play. Once again from Envol, he gets the 2 dead. The flag returns behind that. XSET knew they had to drop and shoot on that flag run. You have to wonder if they maybe got that flag a little bit further. He dropped and he decided to drop and shoot and actually loop back to the enemy base. Instead, you can maybe just go bottom rockets and slay rather than trying to loop back to your enemy base. Envol able to pick up a double on the other side of the map.
1 minute and 10 seconds left in this game then for XSET to finally get that flag past the halfway mark and maybe look to tie up this game. It's still a fragile lead here for Fnatic, but a fragile lead is still a lead. We're inside the last 60 seconds of this game with Envol. Jazero and Super CC's position. This is going to be a tough push here, but that 1 grenade and a little bit of battle rifle work from Arctic might give them that opportunity to get across the map.
It's a 2v2 here. They need to play this very carefully. Fnatic only with 2 players here, but also on the same side, XSET only with 2 players to start this aggression, to start this push. So now only 38 seconds on the clock, not much time to work with.
Kratos is the man to watch here. A trade inside of the hut isn't going to do much for either team. Jazero, that's a big 1v1. Kratos was the furthest player up on the map here for XSET. And with 25 or so seconds left, Fnatic take that player out, which means they have a little bit of space to play with.
Zero just going to spidey up, like you said, 20 seconds. They're just going to hold the enemy bridge, and it doesn't look like there's going to be a touch here.
Just using that Mangler just to break shields, to break some hearts here. XSET, but suppressed with that thrust, will at least pick up 1 kill. 8 seconds left, but look at this. The Spectre has managed to become a Spectre, to get behind enemy lines and get that flag moving. 1 second left on the clock, and XSET are somehow still alive in this game.
Oh my, flag will go down, so keep an eye on that chart bottom middle. Septify is going to jump on it. There's someone there, though, for a touch. It's Suppressed, somehow gets a touch as well. Envol should lock this down, though.
He should, though, but Arctic's on the flank. It's a matter of timing here. Can he get the kill? Can he get the touch? Kratos picks up another one. Arctic has the overshield in his hands, and somehow XSET look like they're going to cap the flag.
They're going to get this. That was 4 dead. You saw all the X's. 3 dead again. This flag is going to go home, and that flag will go in, and we are going to overtime. And guess what? I will eat my words. We did not think a pull was going to be possible. Who else but Suspector to pull out that flag?
That was seconds. I think it was 2, 3, 4 seconds maybe left on the clock.
And he had to win the 1v1 on the flag.
Won the 1v1, like you say, and gets that flag moving, but Fnatic are going to be kicking themselves if they don't manage to take this first map home. 3 dead here for XSET off the break. Fnatic with rockets in hands, and I'm sure a little bit of a bad attitude alongside it as well.
And you have to wonder with how pushed up Fnatic was if they also thought that a touch was not going to happen. We'll get back to that, though. We got to get on board with this push here. Nice work from Septify.
Zero's got the overshield. One falls on the respawn as well. All the other players here from XSET trapped in the base. If they play this one well, this might be an opportunity to get that flag moving. Suppressed is below Septify here, but he gets taken down as well. So Fnatic with the perfect opening strategy. Suspector picks up 1 with that Bulldog, so the opening strats worked, but what's the second part of this push going to look like?
Envoy is crazy, just flies in there with the thrust. He gets taken down by the Bulldog with Suspector, so they're going to need to slay just a little bit. Make sure they get Kratos out of their bar if they want to run this flag.
Septify picks up 1. Suspector has a little peek over the fence, and the unfriendly neighbor puts the garden hose on him and takes him down. The attempted return does come in, and it gets sent home. So once again, Fnatic, they had an opportunity. Yeah. They do the first part so well, but as we know here on Bazaar, one part of a flag run isn't enough. Right. You have to put both parts together.
It is, and oftentimes it's 3 or 4 parts when you're talking about Bazaar CTF. So they're getting those flag pulls, they're getting it either on the bridge or they're getting bottom middle, but after that, the slays are a bit difficult for them. We'll have to see what they can do in overtime. Zero picks another kill on Suspector.
Kratos manages to clean it up though, so with no damage done, no harm, no foul. Kratos manages to rotate back and make sure that player wasn't too much of an impact. Septify now inside of the hut's going to take a beat down and lose that battle as well. Kratos not for the first time, starting to win a few battles here on Bazaar. Finally gets taken down. That's a double kill coming in from Septify as well. Suspector's going to be weak. Septify's going to challenge for this triple, but Super CC is going to be there. That's 3 dead for XSET. Arctic, I think it just come off the respawn as well. No, he's trapped in the hut. So all other players right in the back of the base.
Like you said, each of these teams really having to work very hard to put those final pieces of the puzzle together on these flag runs. Super CC, though, finding a very good piece of that puzzle. Kratos there with the Needler, though, against the Overshield. Overshield will win that battle, but Super CC will find that Overshield melted off. He will also fall. So once again now, 2 dead for the 3 dead. 4 dead, here comes a flagpole.
It was almost as if you started your sentence. Players just kept falling. 4 dead here. Now, Fnatic, we've been here before, my friends. You've got that flag past the halfway mark. Are you able to convert? Can you pick the kills up you need to? 3 players fall for Fnatic. For goodness sake, boys. You gotta get this working a little bit cleaner.
The team shot out of the tree. You thought that flag was home, just like you said. That flag is the furthest flag we've seen in a little while from Fnatic, but the team shot from the BR, also the pressure from Rocket side, that brings the flag back home, and we will stay in overtime.
I mean, XSET, with all due respect, they're making great plays, XSET, but they shouldn't be allowed to make them. Yeah. They should not be allowed to make them, but they're being able to do so, which means we're still tied up at 0-0. Jazero now has the rockets in his hands. Once again, a power weapon and a push coming in from Fnatic. Can they get that second part of the flag run working?
Still 1 dead from each side. Don't trade there, I think is what we were all thinking there. You really want to avoid that. The player was 1 shot. That was Kratos. Honestly, it's a great play from Kratos to force that trade in a situation where maybe Jazero could have gotten away without the trade.
Time to catch our breath for just a few seconds here. 1 minute 30 left in overtime. Super CC is going to be throwing a few grenades towards that hut, trying to flush out Suspector. Not going to happen, though, as he's going to be the furthest player up. You can see the rest of his teammates trying to push on the Rocket side. The Mangler in the hands, maybe just a little bit of a warning shot for anyone who wants to push out of the treehouse. To know he's got that Mangler means it's going to be a difficult fight. Septify's going to find that. Almost made it work. But Suspector, he puts another +1 to his name.
Suspector's so good with those Mangler drops. He's so efficient. You see the timing that he has on those drops, just ready to hit those shots and save himself just an extra few frames each time now. Less than a minute left in OT.
Overshield this time going to XSET. The first time we've really seen them with this power-up in overtime. Now, can they make the push work? And I worry here for Fnatic, if it's XSET who get the winning flag in this game with everything that's gone their way so far, or the lack of things that have gone the way of XSET, how is that going to carry over into their mentality? Envoy picks up 2 though, but look at this. Now you're seeing Suspector working with Kratos to get that flag moving.
Envoy, though, somehow gets away in the end. Kratos is now they're going to have to get more kills if they want to get this flag out of the hut to the middle of the map.
Kratos picks up 1. Septify's trying to wrap back. Flag also moving on the other side of the map through the rocket trenches for Fnatic. So now we have somewhat of a flag standoff. Arctic picks up one. Kratos is looking to pick up the kill on Septify as well. But I love this. Recognizing the shields are broken, I might have the timing to get that flag moving. 2-4 for XSET. Jazuro's got some work to do. Gets the beat down onto Suspector. 3 dead for XSET.
Yeah, 3 dead here. That is going to be a flag coming back home at any moment here. And they're going to see that one go back right now as a sudden death will go. I think both flags go back home.
Zero's going to make a desperate dash forward, but it's not going to be enough, and we're going to have a tie in our first game. So we get to see some more Bazaar capture the flag in just a few seconds' time. But I tell you what, Andy, we shouldn't be seeing it. I straight up, sometimes you got to call it how I see it, and that should be a Fnatic game on the board. That should be a Fnatic game on the board. The only reason Fnatic do not have a 1-0 series lead is because Fnatic didn't seem to want to win it.
Couldn't agree more. I think there's a little bit of just a lack of coordination on those flag runs because either the flag was dropped or they tried to slay and it didn't work out, or they tried to rush the flag home without watching the right angles. If I had to guess, based on the speed at which we saw Envor bringing the flag up to his own bridge and a tree, probably was not anticipating a hut angle and a tree angle. Instead, maybe thinking the rocket spawns were coming in, they didn't come in. The team shot instead was what flew across and annihilated the flag carrier. So I believe the rules are, we'll wait for the confirmation from League Ops when we go into an OT, because it is quite rare to see another set of OT. I believe it will be first flag wins. We'll wait for confirmation, though, on that exact ruling here as we get into our second batch of Bazaar CTF.
I mean, the thing that always stood out for me on those flag runs from Fnatic, they got a 4 dead, they got the flag through tree, they get it out bottom middle. The first kill, though, after getting a 4 dead, would always go to XSET. That can't happen. Yep. You know where those spawns are coming in. You should always have an angle, and you should never be challenging to a point where you're losing
dying.
The first
kill.
Right,
you could challenge, you can over-challenge, just don't die. You can just get the damage, but just don't die. Do not be the first death there. That totally breaks apart your entire flag run. Guess what? We're going back in because we are not done yet on Bazaar CTF.
We are going back in indeed. Now, let's see if one of these teams can put a flag run together. The scary thing for Fnatic is we saw how efficient the XSET can be when they get that flag moving. They only need one opportunity to strike. At the moment, it seems like Fnatic need 3 or 4.
See, this looks like a free rocket grab already coming in there for the side of Fnatic, even though they were the first one to actually die. So a little bit of a free run there. We do have confirmation from League Ops. It is indeed the first flag will win. We are in sudden death overtime.
2-4 for Fnatic. Arctic is going to step forward with that overshield as well. 4 alive here for XSET. They certainly have the numbers, but there's a couple of players who are hiding in the cracks of the base at the moment. Suppress is going to work with Arctic, and they're going to get that flag moving. Now, you can see that Arctic is wrapping back through double doors here. He has some overshield to work with as well, but Kratos is going to pick up 2 kills bottom middle. The path is clear here for XSET to get that flag back to the base.
Septify and Super CC, they need to be the heroes. They need to stay alive. That's trouble. Super CC is the only one there on the other side of the map to continue slaying. Somehow, though, they do it.
Somehow, he gets a kill. Super CC picks up 2. Suspector goes down, and Super CC, oh, it's Superman. He must have a cape on to make a play like that.
Septify and Super CC, last 2 players alive on Rocket side under pressure, and they do it. They fight out from essentially a brief 1v4, then a 2v4, and that flag goes back home. Don't count your eggs just yet. We are staying here in Bazaar CTF.
Anybody want to win a game of Bazaar capture the flag here in this series? I tell you what, it is going the distance with a capital D here. Suppress now, trying to push onto the player who's going to be down in those trenches. Jazero manages to escape through the double doors just for a second, though. Suspector chases him down. 1 dead per side at the moment. As the map is split, the battle for mid-map control rages on.
My God, and if this game 1 is any indicator of what we have to see this series, I think it's safe to say that this is going to be a pretty wild one. These 2 teams neck and neck, and I got to say, the runs that we're seeing, yes, there's some blunders, but my God, they are forcing the best defense out of each of these teams without a doubt.
Well, here comes Fnatic. Once again, stepping forward. Suspector's going to be doubled up on here. Jazero should clean up that kill. Septify's going to leave it to his teammate, who does the job indeed. Kratos goes down. Arctic's going to be in that difficult battle, and Septify's going to win it. 3-4 for XSET. We've been here before, Fnatic. Will it be deja vu, or will it be a game-winning cap?
Let's take a look at those spawners. Already 1 on Rocket side, but the kills do come in. They do get the first kill, and they get the second kill as well. This one should go home.
They just have to deal with the last player alive. Envor goes down. Where is the flag, though? There should be a player in position to pick it up. Super CC gets through the doors. He's got it into the treehouse, and with that, after a marathon game 1, Fnatic go up 1-0 in the series.
There you go. You see it on your screens. I think the players are probably not aware that the match has ended just yet. The station referee will probably come over and let them know.
Please
you
stop
see,
playing.
they're starting to figure it out there. We do need a station referee to let the players know. There you go. The fist pounds do come in once again late there, just because rarely, like we said, do we see a match go all the way into overtime and then another set of overtime where you have to actually restart the match. But that was moments away from a heartbreak for Fnatic because, as you said, Onset, they had the opportunity to close out that game many, many times throughout both of our games.
They certainly did. I think the station referee tapping XSET on the shoulders, like, you don't have to play this anymore. I think they would have been pretty happy with it, to be honest with you. It went on for so long. But at the end of the day, it is going to be Fnatic who do have that 1-0 victory, and they do have that series lead here. But it was a crazy game, a crazy game, and I think you summed it up perfectly. It was a little bit disjointed for both teams in different areas, and it was a little bit of a surprise to see it, with all due respect to XSET, of course, from Fnatic, because of the amount of opportunities that they had to correct those mistakes inside of, well, I was going to say one game, but 1.5 games.
All of that game on.
Whatever it was,
yeah. Absolutely. I mean, what we saw there, I think, was amazing displays of defensive 1v4s, 2v4s coming out to stop those flag runs. But I think you also pointed out during the first set of games and the first set of flag runs that we saw just the fact that not every piece was there on those flag runs. We need to see a little bit more coordination because you can scrap together flags. If you take a look at some highlights, you can scrap together flags on Bazaar. You just need to make sure that you're waiting, that you're timing your pushes, timing your team shots, and you can even, if you have 2 players or 3 players alive, you can actually get a flag pretty far across the map if you play the right angles and the right routes.
100%. I think one thing that I was very impressed with by Fnatic, though, and have been impressed with, even when I was watching the Cloud9 series back in the green room a little bit earlier on, is their baiting and switching. And it's such a fundamental of Halo, right? But to do it so well at the highest of levels, it's so noticeable across the map. And we saw that from Fnatic. Every time there was an opportunity to bait, to switch, to keep shields, to pick up those kills, they were just masters of it.
And I think one of the best things to look at there is if you caught the Sentinels match earlier, the way that they played Bazaar CTF, always sending in 2 players, always then sending the 2 players outside of the base, and then understanding the split spawns of how do you kill the players who are spawning versus the players on your rocket side. Very different than what we just saw, right? Just not all players looking in the same direction at the right time on the same page. So in the end, though, Fnatic gets the win. They're going to be relieved, to be honest. I don't even know if they're going to be that excited. It's more of a relief to say, oh, God, this really should have been our game. Some smiles on their faces, though.
That's
and like I said,
smile of relief.
Signs of relief, yes, without a
100%.
doubt.
Well, let's move on from Bazaar. And to be honest with you, I'm quite happy to leave it there for quite some time. Let's go on to our next map then. We're going over to Recharge now for a little bit of straight to 50 kills action. Slayer's going to be our next game type. And this is a map that I was very impressed with by Fnatic when they played Cloud9 a little bit earlier. Yes, it was oddball, but one thing that, again, that impressed me was the baiting and switching, the covering of crosses, the covering of angles, those fundamentals. Fnatic were superb.
Septify right here, 13.2 kills per game on average in Slayer. Pretty great numbers, and it's tough to ask for something more when you talk about averages. Septify certainly stepping up, and as you look at this XSET roster, maybe one of the lesser talked about players, and I think already he's shown us that that is not for good reason, and we'll have to see if he and the squad can close this one out.
Yeah, for XSET, I think it's about controlling weapons, which is going to bring them victory in this game number 2. I want to see Suspector with a shock rifle in his hand. I want to see Kratos being annoying with that sword or a mangler in his hands, and just controlling the sandbox is vital, especially on Recharge, where you have certain angles where those weapons are so devastating. Think about taking that sword to pipes. Think about having that sword inside of the control tower, and then in the same way, you've got so many crosses and angles you can hold with that shock rifle. You can make plays. XSET need to control the weapons to control the pace and pick up a W.
Could not agree more. We'll have to see how this opening rush plays out. All eyes on Camo bottom middle as the BR shots will be exchanged. Keeping an eye, it's going to be a very quick grab coming in from the side of XSET. Great pressure from them.
Suppressed is going to get it, but will he get away with it? That's the question. Kratos is there to provide the cover. Managed to keep his teammate alive, so a good play from Kratos to almost sacrifice potentially his life, but he actually gets away with it as well. 2-on-1 now as he finally is going to be taken down in the feed, but a mangler and a camo in the hand is suppressed for XSET. This is an opportunity to rack up kills.
Certainly. Want to see what he does here. Moment of truth. Ah, he gets spotted out! Wow, look at that play coming out of Fnatic. Sending 2 players, Envor and Super CC. Almost a little bit of a bait there to bait the Camo Mangler player and somehow win that battle. That's massive, and now they take the lead.
Yeah, not sure about that play from Suppressed. It's easy to say in hindsight, but sitting in that corner, you're always vulnerable, right? You're always vulnerable to a grenade, to one person peeking you, and
or to the attic angle.
Exactly. There's a few different things that could have worked against him in that situation. I'm sure that he'll want that play back, but as we know, Suppressed is a new player to the high-level games. Maybe that's something he'll learn from. 9-5 the score now in the favor of Fnatic. And when you consider the fact that Camo went to XSET, that's a little bit of a disappointing start for them.
Let's also not forget, this is the same Fnatic that went to Game 5 with Cloud9 and was leading by about 10 kills in Game number 5. I dare say we haven't seen that yet in terms of how these teams are matching up. We'll have to see if we see the best of Fnatic. We saw it earlier today, and they once again had a chance to be the most talked about team in professional Halo of the day, without a doubt. And right now, they're only lead by 2 kills in this game.
10-8 the score. 2 kills is the lead, though. That's the important thing. Plus, they've got the shot rifle in their hands. Super CC is going to make Kratos' hair stand up on end as well, as he has to think about his next life in that respawn screen. 11-8. That's the difference that could be made with a player who can make plays that we've already seen this series.
Oh, tries to go for the jump grapple on Camel. Not an easy angle. I think everyone watching knew that he was trying to tee that up. He has 1 grapple left, so we'll have to see if he goes for it or instead just tries to slay out bottom middle here.
Kratos trying to stay alive. Doesn't get the burn on the camo, I don't think. Or was it activated? No, it was not.
Still might not be activated.
Might not be activated, as you say. Arctic and Suppress pick up 2 kills. Envor, last player alive here for Fnatic. XSET looking to collapse onto him. They pick up the kill as well. Fnatic only up by 1 now. Suspector trying desperately to play his life. Centify is no shields and might just get taken down. Super CC is there to clean it up.
Suspector with some very cheeky peeks there. I did not think the Centify was able to get that camo burn off before the green gun hit. We'll trust the observers. We'll keep an eye on that as well. If I had to guess based on what we've seen so far, that camo might have been actually burned on the 2-stack.
17-17 then, all tied up. Nobody able to eke out an advantage as we approach that 20 kill mark in this game. Suppress just playing this angle over at top elevator. He's got that Mangler in the back pocket as well, so if anyone wants to poke their head through the door, an uninvited guest, they'll be having it slammed on their nose extremely quickly. Jazeera trying to cross towards gold as well. Super CC trying to make a play up towards the glass, as we are going to see 1 kill fall in the favor of XSET. They squeak into a lead.
Yeah, a little bit of a slowdown here, a little bit of a stalemate as teams are going to just set up on their sides of the map. Only a 1 kill game, and XSET making sure that Fnatic was unable to run away with this. You saw they were down by just a few, but now a 2-point game, making it a 1-point game once again.
Yeah, Envor managed to pick up 3 kills without response before being taken down, but here now is that response in handwritten form coming from XSET. Fnatic managed to get into a lead, but now it's tied up at 20-20.
Suppressed in the same spot with that Mangler. No camo this time, so it might be a little bit harder. Nope, a little bit easier there. He finds Jazeera around the corner. All eyes on camo, 8 seconds.
8 seconds till that camo. Yeah, that's why the fighting and the intensity is starting to pick up a little bit here. Envor ain't losing too many battles in this game number 2, though. Every single time I see the kill feed in the corner of my eye, it's Envor, who picks up another one now, 23-22.
How can you not root for this guy? I mean, this guy's just peaking and challenging and doing everything he needs to. Now taking a look at the numbers as well. The man is 10-6 in a game where his team is up by 1, trying to do it all for the squad.
Trying to keep that player alive bottom middle as well. He picks up another one. Arctic gets taken down, but as he gets taken down, he'll be quite happy because all of Fnatic have been taken down as XSET managed to pick up the kills required to give themselves a 2-kill cushion. Now we're going to see that game slow down again here, maybe until that next power-up pops once more.
That's right, of course. One set of people certainly not rooting for the likes of Envor are going to be XSET fans, and they find themselves 1 game down in this series, but also only 1 kill up in this game, so an opportunity to bounce back, and you have to think XSET needs this game if they want to have any chance in this series. It'd be so tough to come back with a reverse sweep against a team like Fnatic, but they've done well to slow this down and once again regain the lead.
I mean, this is being slowed down. You can feel the intensity, the pressure that's on these players in this game. Like we wanted to reiterate, it's not just an elimination game here. If you manage to win this game, when we get to Kansas City, you qualify for Bulls. If you don't, you're going through the open bracket. So it's almost a double whammy, like we mentioned a little bit earlier. Kratos now looking to put down the hammer with this shock rifle in his hands. Can he hit a few headshots, a few perfects to make that lead a little bit more comfortable?
Yeah, this could blow the game wide open. Only a 2-kill lead, and that shock rifle, despite the fact they have the weapon control and very comfortable positioning, it's not going to be enough. They're going to need a few more kills to really run away with this. Nice little connect there. But will not be enough. He gets taken down by a great push by Septify.
The angle that came in from Envor, though, to get onto those C-stairs, to put those damaging shots in to allow his teammate to move across to take the shock rifle on the hand was really, really impressive. With that XSET still have a 1-kill lead though. 5 seconds until this camo is about to pop as well. On4 falling and Jazero falling though is going to mean the camo is accessible to XSET.
Yeah, XSET looking better and better now, extending that lead all the way now. 4 for such a second, but now it's going to be 3 and have maintained their composure in this game. That's what they're going to need to do if they want to close out the series, but about to see Arctic and Kratos find one there here at bottom A.
Still within one team fight though. Both teams extremely close as far as the score is concerned. 28-32 the score. Arctic trying to cover his teammate. Envoy now making a sneaky play towards that camo. Septify's putting down the covering fire. Envoy though loses the 1v1 to Kratos, who now has that sword in his hand, and he's looking for blood.
Kratos just tries to stay alive. He does pop. The camo will presumably die, but good news for them. They're going to be very happy with that burn, but Jazero now is going to have the sword fall in his hands, and it's only a 4-kill game.
Super CC goes down to Arctic. 4 kills still the difference. Suspector picks up yet another one. It seems at the moment when the standoff situation is there, at the moment XSET have the advantage. Envoy tries to escape, but look at the push now coming in. Jazero decides to push.
Wow.
Manages to pick up one. I was questioning what the play was there, but it's worked out for now.
All the while, though, we got to get back over to the XSET side because they are now up by 7 here, 38-31. We'll go into a quick listen-in with this side of XSET.
I'm blue. I'm blue. Okay.
We have
sword and lead, boys. We have two fucking swords in lead, bro. Oh, chill.
I'm looking bottom mid. I'm just patrolling it. What's turbine? Make sure we're strafing and shit if you're in the open.
Hey, and another sword comes up in fucking 25 seconds. We have 3 swords.
I hear them.
Really fucking nice
right
now.
I'm looking at you.
Yo, bottom angler.
Bottom angler, 2.
He's on the pit.
Yo, guys, new sword in 15. New sword get 15. Let's get 3 fucking swords.
What's bottom?
Fucking Jedis.
I hear that.
Top A. Yeah, go top A. Top A.
On
Get the sword on.
Watch out, 2. Watch out, 2.
There's a sword.
Hey, 1 second.
Top A.
Live there, Donnie.
One was L2 somewhere.
L2 long. Just regen. Camel's up.
I can go for it.
He's washing. Right below.
Yeah, he's on.
Stupid fuck!
Nice, bro.
Hey, get new sword. Get new sword.
Turbine.
Oh, that's the best listening we've had. Just for the one-liner, the zinger that came in. Wait for the 3 swords. Let's play like Jedis.
Let's do it. That's absolute. I think it was consistently always 3 expletive swords every single time. I will never forget the tale of the 3 swords. But 43-36 in this game. XSET has maintained a lead throughout that entire listening. It has been narrowed by just a bit, so they will need to play this carefully. And you could tell by their comms that they know that they need to play this carefully.
Let's see if Arctic can play it carefully. He has a little bit of license here with the camo, but it disappears at just the wrong time for him. Jazero needs to hit that shock with a shock rifle if he's going to have an opportunity to get his team back into this game. 5 kills needed now for XSET. It's looking a long way away, though, for Fnatic.
It is now. Make that 46. Good angles here, good damage. You can assume that that push is going to be coming into collapse on top yellow as well.
It's looking like this series is going to be tied up at 1-1 as XSET are brought back in here. 4 kills the difference. 4 kills till we have that score on the board in the series. Envoy picks up 1 though. And now you're going to see the push with the sword. No! He doesn't hit it! Oh, Super CC does evade!
My God, I just caught on the ledge geometry there. I think we were all thinking the same thing. As long as this lunge doesn't catch the ledge, everything's going to be okay, but not over just yet. Still, XSET only 2 away, but 48-42.
2 away. Plasma pistol in the hands of Suppressed. Zero picks up another one. We've seen some funny games of Slayer on this map recently. And I tell you what, this game ain't quite over yet. XSET have control, but Fnatic are clawing away. They're scratching away at that lead.
2 minutes
let
left.
me tell you, if a couple of kills fall here against XSET, there could be problems, but Suppress makes the play.
And only 1 more kill to go. Camo in 10, but it probably won't matter. Might be the last one. Yes, indeed. Suppressed pops off. He's hyped. Finishes the game. Ties the series 1-1.
1-1 then. XSET hold their nerve at the end of that game. But it was the sword plays. All 3 of them in the hands
3
of
swords.
XSET. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of jokes to be made, and I'm sure
I'm watching that one. We're watching that one back later.
Yeah, we'll work our way through them as the series does progress.
Swords. We can't quote it exactly.
We can't quote it exactly.
That's a risk to our careers for the HCS 2022 roadmap, but still a fantastic
maybe it'd be worth it. Let's turn our attentions back to the series, though. Fnatic find themselves tied up at 1-1. I was really impressed with XSET, though. I found their baiting and switching found a little bit of a rhythm in that game. It seemed like they were picking up that initial kill, but then managing to survive long enough for a teammate to always be there to assist with that player escaping. And one thing that was really noticeable as well, when they got 1, when they got 2, They were able to push. They were happy to push. They wanted to put the pressure back onto Fnatic that Fnatic were doing to them in map number 1.
Yeah, they really identified those opportunities where they needed to continue applying pressure. For example, when they were getting that damage. We'll take a look at some highlights earlier. Look at this from Super CC's POV. He does eagle eye the camo, just like you said, Onset. It's a dangerous spot because they did actually head check it, and they found the camo mangler right away, and they win the battle with no trade.
They did indeed. Envoy here gets taken down by Suspector, who again has just been hitting so many good shots. Here's another example of it. Just dancing around the pole. Usually Andy, I'm not going to go there.
Yeah.
Oh
boy, that's a long time ago, Mark. It's in my past.
I'm so glad you changed careers. But Super CC here did manage to evade with that sword towards the end of the game, as this was a play from Suppressed. And I want to give a shout out to Suppressed here as well, because as we know, one of the newer players to the top level of play, been picked up by this roster to win close games when you're the player making plays and picking up the kills is invaluable for you moving forward.
I think he ended up with 19 kills there in the end there. It's a wild stat line when you win the game 50-43. Next, we're going to Oddball live fire for our game number 3, and we're tied up 1-1.
We are indeed. Now, this is the kind of map where I feel like Fnatic, maybe with the pace at which they play, could give XSET some problems. However, with XSET growing in confidence here, picking up that big win with the like of Suppressed, picking up all of those kills as well, maybe this is their time to shine. It is on a knife edge, this series. And just to repeat one more time, if you're wondering why this is such a highly pressured series for both of these teams, for all 8 players on our main stage here in Anaheim, the winner will obviously stay alive in the tournament, the loser will go home, but not only that, the winner will qualify for pools in the Kansas City Major coming up soon. The loser, I got to go through the open bracket.
I mean, and what a piece of confidence for your team, for your organization, right? These players have dedicated this year and presumably many years to competitive Halo Infinite to be able to come home from this event and say, okay, when we get home and practice, we're doing that already in pools. We are among the best and we're ready to go. But instead to come home and say, we got to start from scratch, I mean, it's a very different mindset over these next few months.
It certainly is indeed. Now, I just want to give a little shout out to, I know I've talked a lot about Fnatic, and we have talked a lot about Fnatic on this broadcast, but it's understandably so, right? Former Team War being picked up after the good performance that they had in Raleigh, a lot of belief put in them by Fnatic, who took their time to pick their roster.
Yeah.
And it did take their time to pick their roster.
They certainly did.
But it's worked out for them. And I think just from this performance alone, that this Fnatic lineup is going to gain a lot of fans, a lot of traction. Yeah. People are going to want to watch this team succeed. And that man on your screen, he's made a fan out of me, let me tell you that.
He absolutely has. Envor has popped off. Been seeing this man. Clips to him going wild. All of his tweets going wild as well. Make sure you give the man some love. And if you're a fan of the Fnatic roster, here's what's in my head, Onset. You do not, obviously you don't want to see this team go home, but you specifically don't because of what they did against C9. Yes. There's so much potential here. And after that C9 series, right, they could have easily been in winners, and it would not have been insane to say that they could have won the tournament from the winners bracket.
Without doubt.
After what they did against C9. So if you're a Fnatic fan, and especially if you're on the Fnatic side of the stage, you're thinking, we cannot go home right now. There is so much potential for this weekend. We just took the best team in the world to 5 games and blew a 10-kill lead. There's so much more Halo to play.
It certainly is. And it's not only that, there's the potential matchups against the likes of Optic, the likes of Sentinels are on the other side of the bracket. There is so much more Halo for these guys to play and maybe cause some more upsets, but on the other side of that stage, speaking of upsets, there's one team who love to do it. It's going to be XSET, and they're going to want that same story, Andy. It's not like one side of the stage is like, oh, we're thinking about that. XSET are thinking exactly the same thing here. If we win this series, we can take out Optic, we can take out C9, and we can get a little bit of revenge on Sentinels for what they did.
They need this so much. It's crazy just how much pressure is on these players. Like we talked about, of course, all of the Kansas City stakes, but even this weekend, you've got a team on one side of the stage and the other side of the stage. One of them is going to go to bed this evening, knocked out of the tournament, and they're going to wake up on Championship Sunday not in the tournament. It's a terrible feeling, and I'm not kidding. We've seen many players book flights home immediately because they can't stand the idea of waking up on a Sunday morning and you're not in the tournament. I mean, you can imagine these players put their heart, their soul, their lives into this, that you do not want to be in that scenario. And one of these two teams is going to find themselves in that exact spot.
We can see on the stage that the XSET players have returned after a little tactical timeout, a little break, and a little chance to reset here. Maybe just trying to put Fnatic on a little bit of ice as well, making them think about everything that went wrong in that last game instead of everything maybe that went right a little bit earlier on in the series. Little things like that can play into the mind games, and hey, we know that, you know, the question was asked to Kratos, why do you think you get under the skin of players? And he's like, I don't know, man, like, I can't give you an answer. I think he knows.
I think he knows, absolutely, and Suspector on that side. As we talked about, highest KD in North America, 1.43 coming into this event. Pretty impressive numbers. Going to see if they can connect the dots and continue to put some wins on the board. Keep in mind, if you're just joining us, Fnatic's Game 1 win, not a comfortable win. It was a double overtime win that they had to work their way through to get that final flag on the board. But got to think, XSET looked a little bit more convincing in their game number 2. If we look at the 2 wins these teams have had, I think XSET fans are going to be pretty happy with how Game 2 went and how they got. They were losing by about 2, around the 10-kill mark. From there on out, they did not look back.
Yeah, I think not only happy with the way that they won Game 2, but the way they responded after Game 1. You quite rightly say, you know, it was a close game, it was a double overtime game, but if you look back at it, maybe it shouldn't have been so close with the amount of control that Fnatic did have. But that's history. And now we're tied up at 1-1. This is an opportunity for either XSET or Fnatic to put themselves in the lead in this series. It's time to head over for Livefire for a little bit of objective work for these teams to think about. Slayer is on the back burner for now. Let's see who can take that lead in the series.
We have seen the most recent scrim results. Stronghold's games were pretty close. Both did go to Fnatic, but they were both one within 20 points and I believe the other within about 40 points. So here we go, game number 3, series tied 1-1.
On Vor POV, something that a lot of fans of Fnatic that have been picked up over the last maybe even couple of hours, not even couple of days, are going to be enjoying right now. So Prest is going to be picking up the kill though, continuing his confident run from the end of that last game. 2 kills fall in the favor of XSET, and my word, Suppressed, I tell you what, he looks warmed up now.
There was 2v2 off the opening, but shots like that from Suppressed, I think are going to impress just about anyone watching these matches here. It might even get away as well.
Suppressed trying to just survive for now. Nobody able to get their hands on the oddball. And now we have a 4v4 across the map once more. Super CC in a battle. Suspect is going to win it though. Jazeera's going to have that camo in his hands as well. But look at this. He's been sniffed out by XSET, taking him down. 3-4 for Fnatic. Surely now XSET will have that ball, but Envor is on the flank.
Dude, Envor, last guy alive with the sniper in hand. He's doing it all. He's going to drop that. He's going to rotate ball. He has the sniper in his hands. Just leave it to Envor because he has rotated the ball and the snipe back here to the garage.
I feel like that's a slogan I'm going to be buying on a t-shirt at some point. Just leave it to Envor because the man has been playing some lights out Halo. Would have been a perfect time to increase those t-shirt sales if he managed to hit that shot. But look at this position coming in from Septify.
Might not even have moved yet. Might still be on that ledge. We don't even know. Finally, it looks like he will picked up a few kills in the feed. And he gets away. He's still alive down bottom middle.
He's still alive. XSET lose 2 players as well, but they do have the oddball in hand. Fnatic with a very, very slim lead at the start of this game. Septify picks up 1. There's a heat wave, but it's not connecting in the way that maybe it doesn't. There's Septify. That's officially the Septify ledge.
Somehow he's still up there. Finally also gets taken down by the heat wave in the end. But what we're seeing here on set off of the break, and I don't think it's surprising, is really slay heavy and scrappy style oddball. Based off the objective we saw in game number 1, I think we can expect that for all 2 rounds, maybe 3 rounds.
Leave it to Envor. There it is. He puts a bit of order back in this game. Camo going to be popping as well, but you're completely right, Andy. As Arctic picks up 2 kills, it's another great indication of just the scrappy nature of this game. No one has had map control yet. It's just been, hey, let's move towards the oddball. Let's see what happens. Whoever wins gets another few seconds on the board. Kratos maybe can restore some order, though. He's got camo. He's got sniper. Only 1 bullet to work with. Not going to make it work.
Tries to connect there. Wisely just drops it, though. Uses the shot so we can get the Mangar camo back in action, and that will help in a battle over here on the pipes as well. 17-12.
17-12, and the first time we've really seen any element of control on the map here. The oddball will be played. Just as I say that, of course. I think they call that the commentator's curse, as Suppressed now will have the heat wave in his hand. Manages to clear out tower. Now there's an opportunity to get a proper setup here. There's a lovely little drop wall just arranging the defensive lines here, Kratos, to make sure that his teammate is given that little bit of extra cover on the cross here. The first time we've seen a setup, and look at the score because of it.
Very nice play from Kratos there. You might think it's just a little bit extra, but many times we've seen a ball carrier die from that angle, and you do not want to give away that death for free. Jazeera, though, gets the best of Kratos and unable to get away. 2 dead now for the side of Fnatic.
Importantly, full time being racked up here by XSET. 43-12 the score. Every single POV we go to is another player falling. Arctic might be the next as well, but the oddball off the map. So XSET with that hole will be very, very happy with the way that the score is looking right now. Kratos taken down. Now Fnatic have kills in their favor. Can they get a setup of their own?
Wise pre-nades there on the scoreboard. But look at this, the dummies and the overshield push that's already coming in from the outside. Jazeera actually going to change the rotate here all the way back to the base. Kratos is going to be waiting for that one.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation for Jazeera to have to play because of the fact that players were falling at different situations and different locations across the map.
Yep, it's that XSET pressure. Perfect. They're pushing in dummies, they're pushing in power perfectly, and thought that maybe on the Fnatic side, they thought they'd get away with a house rotate because they were assuming that was a full commit, that was a full push all the way over. But instead, Kratos was ready for that push into the house.
Suspector picks up 1. Suspector picks up 2. Super CC picks up a camo, but he's going to get a little tap on the back. But it's Kratos who gets taken down. That is the definition of a reversal there. Doesn't
great nade from
lead to too much, though. As you say, a great nade is going to take him down to make sure that that call-out is responded to perfectly. Looking again at the stats, it is suppressed 11 and 6. And the most, the second most objective time as well for his team.
Yeah, Suspector also in that main Slayer role, 13 and 8 right now, 62 to 22 though. And XSET going to let that ball reset and just try to roll and patrol around here with the Heatwave.
Fnatic being outslayed at the moment in this game, which is why you see the score as it is. 3 players, oh my god, they pounded him.
Oh my. When you talk about dogpiling onto a player and having some good team shots, Suppress doubles back, and that might be the fastest player I've ever seen die. And what the? The man is skeet shooting out here.
Hey, I know he's been playing like a god, but there's no way that you can fall from the heavens and hit the shots that you need to survive that kind of situation. Super CC though, maybe that was the greatest play ever from Envoy. Leave it to Envoy. Because they managed to get this ball back to tower. They have the spawns coming in from XSET towards the dummies, and they have a setup here with Super CC with the ball in his hands. Look at the score, 62 to 36. This hasn't got out of hand yet for Fnatic. XSET still don't have that kind of commanding lead that maybe they're looking for.
That's right, and especially when you talk about a team like Fnatic, they are very much in this one. They know what they need to do, trying to pick up all the kills they can. Ball hasn't been played yet though, so leave it to Envoy. What can the man do from down low?
1v1 here on the tower. See that Suppressed has got the Heatwave though, so he's going to have an advantage as far as weaponry is concerned. Looks like the player from Fnatic decided just to take his time, maybe take a little bit of a different route, but he's been sniffed out here, but it's a Mangala, but that doesn't matter. However, the stick does come in for that exchange. 2-4 for Fnatic. Only 1 down here for XSET. Arctic with the ball in his hands.
Now is the time we start to watch the game timer as well. Minute 16 on the clock. As a reminder, that clock will freeze whenever the ball is held, allowing for some pretty wild comebacks if you can have consistent control. 79-43 and 1 minute 16 on the clock.
82 points and rising as well. Arctic, he's got the odd ball in his hands, and I tell you what, Sentinel has to go. He has to make a play. He has to go forward, but he's going to get spotted out. He gets body shotted as well with the sniper rifle. Arctic looking to clean up the kill, and I tell you what, you can see the paranoia that's on the faces of XSET now. They know there's a camo player around, and he picks up 2 kills. The odd ball was played though. That means that this is not over yet. XSET recognize the situation. Septify still making plays though.
Wow, Kratos there thought about trying to pull out a hero move with that sniper. Nice little double back. Oh my god, he picks up this kill. Body Suspector almost gets away with it too, Septify. Look at the scoreboard though. 88-43 now. Points still ticking.
All these plays being made. Here's Envoy. He gets taken down as well. Once again, the XSET dogpile has been the secret to success. Somehow, everyone's alive. They have the ball in their hands. They need 10 seconds of ball time. Super CC needs to go huge, but it's the Mangala of Suspector and the combination work with Arctic that holds strong here for XSET.
I'll tell you what, Fnatic did not get the memo. It's a house party, and that's where the final points are going to go down. 100-43 will be your first round in game number 3. XSET on the board.
XSET looking good as well. Looking across the statistics, and you can see the man on your screen, Suspector, is stepping up in a way that maybe Kratos was talking about, and we expected. Number 1, like you mentioned, in North America for KD, is starting to show in those stats.
It certainly is, and now the man is ready to play, and you know, they're going to be fired up here. They want nothing more than to go up 2-1 in this series. It's a great first round and a great first close for the side of XSET.
3 dead for the Fnatic off the break as well. Suspector goes for the ball, but there's a player still being sneaky bottom middle, but once again, every time we're seeing XSET POV at the moment, don't worry about holding angles, because they're just running next to each other as Suppress picks up a triple.
He is the gun runner. He'll pick up 3. Now looking even for the 4th. He's going to find even more players. Assist comes in. And my god, just wreaking havoc here, but only 15 points on the board through all that.
Arctic still has the ball in hand though, and that camo is still up. It looks like Super CC will pick it up.
Maybe rotate instead of play.
Pop it into his body, but you're completely right.
Yeah, absolutely. He has a little bit of help. Probably going to hold on Nest and might be forced to... Actually, yeah, he's going to force this rotate, but now Super CC is behind him.
Press. I thought he spotted out the camo player, but no. It will be Septify and Super CC who do manage to survive, and not only that, get the kills, and the ball was not played. Yeah. So the risk of the rotation there from Nest towards green, if you don't quite make it across to get that play ball, then you can lose that ball and time goes to the hands of Fnatic.
It's so hard. If you're planning the Nest rotate and the other team has camo, you're not going to be able to find that player. It's almost a free break for Super CC. In the end, the ball will fall once again, though it will stay over a green. Now it will finally be played at the score of 26-18.
Spectre finds himself a sniper rifle, though. Two falling here for Fnatic, still in that respawn screen. Envoy going to be back on the map now. But Arctic's going to be combining with Suspector here to make sure those numbers stay in the favor of Fnatic. Of XSET. Another push going to be coming in. There's a Mangler. The shot didn't connect, the beatdown did, so the shield's broken. Suspector still staying alive though, doing such a good job of playing his life. I'm sorry, Suspector. And I said that because he falls just as I finish the sentence.
3 dead here for the side of XSET. Should be some good time on the board for Fnatic. An opportunity that, once again, we talked about that angle from the bottom pillars. Yeah, that's the reason why Kratos threw down that drop shield, just because it can be such a deadly angle. And now your ball carrier is so weak and unable to fight. But the shields will be recharged as a lead change. Fnatic now go up 33 to 26.
It seems like it's been all XSET so far in this second round as well. But like you mentioned, it is a lead now to Fnatic. So Scrappy has been the kind of flavor of this game so far, if you can call that a flavor. But Kratos now has the ball in his hands, and this is where XSET got their time before, when they got this tower set up.
Lead change once again, back and forth. It's been a fantastic day for Oddball fans with back and forth tug-of-war game types here coming in on every single Oddball match. It feels like that we've even seen. They'll be up 39-34, but Kratos drops because he knows he needs to slay out back pillars.
Got some help here from Suspector as well. The duo working well together. Super CC, he'll be eliminated as well. Arctic in the feed once more. Envoy last alive, but only for a few seconds as Fnatic find themselves 4 dead. The ball is going to be passed off to Kratos. He likes a bit of football, Kratos. Calls himself that, the Lionel Messi of Halo.
He does, number 10.
You can't use your hands, though, in football. He can use it in game, though.
That's true, and he's thankful, though, because I think the Spartan boots get really difficult to navigate on the pitch. Now, nice kills still coming in for Suppressed, and XSET's going to be the first one to hit that 50-point mark in this round as well.
Suppressed is playing some great Halo here as well. He's 10-5. But it's not just 10-5 in the fact that it's a 10-5 where he's not influencing the game. It is every kill as a hold, cutting off a lane, stopping a push from Fnatic. And the amount of times he's been in position to clean up the final 2 players and does so.
Insta?
He's been so good at it. Now he's going to look to pick up yet another kill to add to the tally. There's the beatdown, and there is that kill.
The man is on the board in a big way. Like you said, 12-6 already in this one, and that is going to pave the way for them to be up 69-38 here. And when you have a player doing what he's doing, it makes it pretty easy to grab this ball time.
Yeah, no play ball coming in from Fnatic. Another little mistake objectively from them. And now you can see the Suspector was looking to move that ball towards the nest, but Septify now comes in with a double kill. He cleans out the tower. Zero moves in now. Septify, after the work he did in the Slays, now has the op ball in his hands. And if they can hold, we might see a lead change, but it's just trades across the board in the kills.
Yeah, Suspector did whatever he could to just get that ball down to bottom tower so that it wasn't up top tower. You have to wonder, though, maybe it's better in that situation to either play it or leave it top tower, right? Because it's a lot harder to get all the way back up, so it might cost them a few points on the board. Just like that, it's a 10-point game.
10-point game, like you say. 3 minutes left on the game clock as well. There's the beat down for the Mangler. Suspector gonna win that one and might be able to pick up the odd ball as well as 3 players fall for Fnatic. They bring this one back to the tower and say to Fnatic, hey, we're ready to hold once more. What have you got?
Yeah, here we are, 20 points left on the board, and they're going to continue putting time on. You got Arctic with the beast spawns. Presumably a rotate here is an option for Suspector, and he knows it.
Maybe you could just throw that ball out as well and use it as bait, because Fnatic need to get ball time. Envoy picks up one. Instead of bait, it's just going to be thrown off the map. It's the safer play there from Suspector. Good experience in that pressure situation.
If my ball carrier can play the ball and get a kill when he plays the ball, that's a beautiful kill. That will put them in a great position here. 1 dead for each side.
Heatwave in the hands of Arctic as well, just trying to cause as much carnage as possible. Bottom middle. Pressure coming in from those frag grenades, though, means that he will fall. 2 full for Fnatic once again, though. That's been the story of this game so far. Fnatic have not been able to match the Slays of XSET.
Not at all. Onboard now trying to push on Suppressed as well. We said 1 dead for that Fnatic side. It's a kill you'd expect Onboard to get. He's able to get that, maybe 2 on the scoreboard.
His challenge.
Well, he gets it there. Leave it to him.
Leave it to Envoy. Right, I'll tell you what, if you leave it to Envoy in this situation, maybe it might be a little bit too much to do. They've got that ball in their hands, though, Fnatic. 88 points on the board here for XSET. Now, if XSET managed to get 1 break,
look at that play from Suppressed. Look at that angle. It's a beautiful play from Suppressed from the other side. Just flies all the way past power up. And Envoy, maybe I think Envoy needs to shoot there, you know, because his ball carrier is coming in that sight line. And they're going to lose a player because of that.
Super CC picks up a kill top middle, though. And you can see, once again, it just looks a little bit disjointed here, this game type from Fnatic. Had an opportunity there to set up, to clear some lanes, but just a little bit of second guessing coming in. There's a repulsor play coming in inside of the garage. Septify is going to be taken on Suppressed, but the man is just absolutely decimating in this game. He's finally taken down. XSET now will find themselves on the back foot. 3-4 for them, but where's the oddball? Fnatic now trying to move in. Envoy picks that one up. Super CC is there to help.
Oh, look at the Super CC. He's actually going to run away with this here. And now go ahead and see what he could do. Yeah, look at that.
Spawns at green here. So it's almost as if a setup is naturally formulated here for Fnatic with those players being located towards green. Suspector picks up one though. Now they've got to think about a rotation. Kratos is going to pick up one. XSET find 3 players from Fnatic and now Super CC. He's trying to bait the oddball, but you get the feeling he's going to have a nasty moment happening in just a few seconds.
Yeah, they were not letting that one happen around the corner, but we are essentially tied up here now, 89 to 83. XSET only need 10 points.
3 players alive for Fnatic. You got to go, and you got to go now if you want to have an opportunity to keep this game alive. They do go. They go hard and they go fast. 2 players do fall on the backside of it though. Suspector says, hey, all this fighting's cool. I got the oddball in my hand. I'm going to run away from the battles. I'm going to pick up the win for my team as XSET go on 2-1 in the series.
Team is popping off. Kratos is jumping up as well. He's pumped. The team is ready to rock. And after a dominant game 2, they find themselves with a very, very good performance in game number 3 as well. On the other side of the stage, though, very different spirits.
Oh, 100%. Fnatic completely broken, it looks like, at the moment. And understandably so, because XSET dominated that game. They never looked like they were under pressure. It always looked like they were in control of the game. And one thing that I love is, like, all of a sudden it smiles on the side of XSET. They love taking games off of teams who are being talked about for their great performances.
And you know what Kratos was just popping off about? He's looking at suppressed stats. You hear him saying, oh my God, he might be able to read some of the lips there, but he was hyped when he saw that final scoreboard, just saying, oh my God, there's only one thing he's looking at, it's the PGCR, and he's looking at what Suppressed did in that game. And, you know, Kratos, you love him, you hate him, either way, he's going to hype up his teammates and get them fired up for what could be the final game.
Yeah, it's the one thing you want, right? If you've put on a big game, you've put up big stats, especially if you're a new player, to the main stage, to have an experienced player looking over and going, you're popping off, you are popping off. It just fills you with belief, and that's just not popping off, by the way. There's a new word for that. That is suppressing the other team. 41 and 22 for suppressed. That is a big boy stat line.
Look at the KDA category. There's one of these is not like the other, and that is going to be suppressed 22.3 KDA. As you said, it's a 40 bomb plus 41 and 22, and that is why Kratos was getting loud. And you know what I love is Suppressed. That tells you one thing. Suppressed during that game never said anything about his kills, never said anything like, okay, I'm trying.
Dropped nearly
like
10K.
My God, huge numbers from Suppressed.
Yeah, sorry to jump in there.
No, I'm just as excited as you are.
You know what I mean? I almost saw it, 10K. I haven't seen that for quite some time, especially on the main stage. Not since I played with you in matchmaking. I know that you can put up those big kind of numbers, Andy. But let's take a look at these replays now from the series. And it is going to be mostly just the POV, you would imagine, of XSET. It was just them winning the battles the majority of the time and having the ability to control what was a scrappy game. But when it was scrappy, one thing that always stood out to me, as we see again the play from Envor as he does his best Michael Jordan, kind of hovering through the skies looking for the slam dunk. But one thing that stood out to me is when they made a play call here, XSET, it was always committed to. We saw 3 players at certain points running onto a last player alive to make sure that they cleaned out those areas. That was the difference.
It really was. Take a look at more highlights here. This was towards the end of that round, and just great stuff once again from the entire side of XSET. I mean, what else can you more? Excuse me, what more can you ask for? Look at this play. Here's Suppressed though. What else can you more? Suppressed though just peeks down, hits that nice little shot, and make sure to clean out the little bit of wait and bait attempt from from Super CC is not going to come through. And in the end, XSET with 2 rounds to 0, they will close out game number 3.
I mean, one of the stats that isn't shown in that game as well is height gathered by one player. Because I mean, in those replays, I've never seen a man.
I mean, repulsoring off of C-Plat, he was, you know, we saw it yesterday. We did see a repulsor play coming in on live fire once again, where you take to the skies to try to get an angle.
Big Gilk making the play.
It was Gilky on G2. It did not work out for Envor that time, but we'll have to see what Envor and co on Fnatic have in store for game number 4, because they are 1 game away from a lot of things. Elimination from this tournament, a really terrible night, and open bracket in Kansas City, but XSET 1 game away from all 3 of those not being true.
Yeah, and on top of that, I'm not just kind of...
Oh gosh, what else?
Pile some misery onto Fnatic. Just it raises the performance against C9 as well. It becomes almost irrelevant, right? Because of the fact that they haven't been able to capitalize on all of the hype, all the success, everything that went right in that series by just losing the next one here to XSET. For XSET, you gotta close it out there now, Andy. We've seen some crazy game 5s already today. Fnatic were involved in one of them against C9. They don't want to go there again. If you're XSET, for Fnatic, maybe they want another shot at that game 5, and maybe they want to see if they can turn around their fortunes.
And here we go, scary stat. You just saw 42 assists per game on average on Streets. Of course, that's not a Slayer average necessarily. We'll have to see exactly how this plays out, but XSET with some very good team shooting on this map without a doubt. And can it pay off for them? Can they close this series out in 4?
Well, Streets is where the game and the series will be decided. It's 2-1 now to XSET. Fnatic need to send this to a Game 5 to keep their tournament hopes alive. For XSET, it's a chance to send Fnatic home. Suppress the man who impressed in that last game.
4 dead right away off of the breaks. The Spectre shake of the head there with the Bulldog. Great work. It's also going to mean a rocket grab for Kratos. By the way, we did see this game type played in scrims. Fnatic narrowly won it here. We'll have to see how this plays out. Triple cap immediately.
Triple cap immediately. Rockets in the hands of Kratos as well, and he's just baiting this stronghold. He picks up 1, he picks up 2. And that's 3 dead again for Fnatic. Make it 4.
Oh my God.
That's 4 dead back to back at the start of this game, number 4.
The time elapsed overall where Fnatic has been alive or dead is about 90% dead. That's back-to-back, dying back-to-back off of the opening of a game in Strongholds. You are in deep trouble. Triple cap continues 50-0.
Talk about big trouble. This is the deep waters here for Fnatic. This is where you learn a lot about a team, and at the moment, it looks like the game plan isn't quite in place. They managed to at least get a hold of B, but XSET are aware of their position now. Fnatic are trapped over at B. They're trying to make a play towards A. It looks like Super CC will be in position to maybe convert that, but as I say, look at the feed. Arctic stopped it, and maybe there'll be a chance for a reset to come in.
2 dead for Fnatic once again. Somehow, though, they were able to get A and B off of all that. So Spectre, the man who needs to make sure to control this middle of the map right now.
Just taken down. Bulldog is going to be down outside of tires as well. Super CC looking to put the pressure onto Suppressed. But Suppressed does a great job of actually converting that back into the favor of XSET. 74-5 the score. And at the moment, Fnatic look like they're on the ropes ever so slightly. They're not picking up the kills they need to. Maybe now, if they can clean up this kill, the numbers advantage will be a way back into this game.
Yeah, there we go. Finally getting 2 dead. All 4 players of Fnatic are alive, so they're going to have their eyes on C. But pressure comes in right away from Suppressed.
However, those spike grenades are going to slow things down for just a second. But look at that, just unrelenting pressure coming in from Suppressed. That is a confident player carrying over the confidence from that last game's performance.
2 dead for Fnatic once again. Every time I look at the right side of the scoreboard, it feels like there are at least 2 players dead on Fnatic. It is 91-5. We talked a lot about Envor making some fans this weekend, but also on the other side of the stage, it's Suppressed making a name for himself big time here in Halo Infinite.
Suppressed just putting on a show at the moment. Suspector doing likewise. Looking at the stats, it's Suspector who sat at 7-2, Suppressed at 5-3. But more importantly, the only stat line that matters is the score. That is 107-5 here for XSET. They're going to be converting B, but they also have Fnatic trapped at C.
Look at the push here. Look at the cohesion from the side of XSET. They're flying in together. Suppressed is a man with a plan here on the hunt, just trying to sniff out anyone who might be around.
My goodness.
Finds the kill. That's the second time that Suppressed has essentially solo pushed C and then won the battle there for his team. He's not done yet, picking up all the kills that he needs to. It's 128-5.
Fnatic are just being strangled in C at the moment. They cannot get numbers back on their side. Finally, Super CC will that kill. It's going to allow his team to move up towards B. They stem the bleeding and they start scoring. That's an important thing to do here for Fnatic, just for confidence, let alone the score in this game. They need to believe there's a way back into this as Super CC flies into C for the reset.
They'll hold BC for just a second here, and now going to be 3 dead, though. Jazero the only player for the moment, so presumably they will have to reset. B is going to come in for the side of XSET, and we'll have to see what Fnatic can do. As we saw in scrim results, we saw them win this game, but narrowly, but this has been a very, very different game in tournament play on the main stage.
Jazero just taking that middle lane, and that will be a flip of A and C now going to Fnatic. They need to jump into B as soon as possible. That's exactly what they're doing. Fnatic's starting to find a little bit of rhythm now. Finally, making some decisions and committing to them. There's a little bit of teamwork coming in. Jazero on that flank to help out Super CC. He picked up that double kill. XSET now trapped to A. You can see that ticking. Means they know where those spawns are coming in.
And let's not forget, Strongholds, it's a marathon. It is not a sprint. You need to play the entirety of the game, and they're thinking about teasing a trip cap here. They have BC, might even get the reset on A. 3 dead. Make that 4 dead. Fnatic is right back in this game. It's a trip cap, and you're going to see that score line get ever closer by the second.
And it's off the back of Super CC's killing spree. So he's the man who started to heat up for Fnatic. He's been a player who really has put in some big performances for them as well today. He needs to put in the biggest one maybe of his career so far as Envor and Jazero are going to pick up more kills. Arctic taken down, and I tell you what, a couple of minutes in a Halo game and how things look very different. C will be converted here. Kratos is still trapped at the back of the base, but he can live for as long as they want because A, B, and C are all in Fnatic's hands.
This is where we find out how bad Fnatic wants it. Talked a lot about this team over the course of the weekend, and now they need to win this to stay alive, to force a Game 5, and also to see if they can hopefully get a pool play spot in Kansas City now. 110 to 133.
It's crazy how a game can look over just by the way that a team starts. But it's not how you start in Halo Infinite, it's how you finish. A being converted. There is a player inside of B as well, but it looks like the play and the play call is on C from Fnatic. They're going to flip things here. Arctic is going to be caught off guard, taken down to no shields, and more importantly, there is that reset, and all of a sudden, it was about a 100-point lead for XSET. Give it a few seconds, it's going to be a lead change here as Fnatic should take over B and take the lead.
It was just 110 to 5. Look at that run from Fnatic. If that doesn't tell you what you need to know about this roster, they're going to go ahead and take the lead now. They are here to play. Never count them out. Like we said, Stronghold's a game that you can bounce back in. Fnatic, a team that can bounce back. They've not only done that, they've taken the lead.
You get the feeling this series is going to be going all of the way to that game 5 if Fnatic can keep that pressure on, but one way to stop things is to pick up kills. That's exactly what XSET have just done. That was a 3 dead. They get control, but also the timing of it perfect. They now have the rockets in the hands of Arctic 2.
XSET said not so fast. Once again, you're going to see a lead change on screen, and they're going to be ready to get right back in control, because I tell you what, they are probably pretty upset about the run we just saw. It's a double make it, a triple for Arctic there. Beautiful play in tires.
He's looking to move into B as well. That kind of play could change your fortunes. A and B converted. C as well is currently in the hands of XSET. It looks like Fnatic are making a play towards it though to convert it, but it's been stopped at the last second. It gets converted though to 0. Makes that play. Arctic though in position to add another kill to his tally.
Fnatic social media manager was finger on the trigger with the memes about game number 5. Hold the phone. Not so soon. XSET wants to end it right here. They want to end it right now. Killing spree for Arctic.
And it's been 2 players, right? Killing spree for Super CC that turned it back in the favor of Fnatic. Then a killing spree now for Arctic that's tipped those scales back into the favor of XSET. A triple cap again now. The lead starting to extend. We're getting into those deep waters, Fnatic. What have you got?
Arctic here with a combo of Disruptor and a Microwave in hand. Does a lot of damage on both players. That's going to help as they're going to continue to hold on B.
Kratos picks up the kills as well. Damage being dealt by Arctic. He's playing some phenomenal Halo in the last couple of minutes. 212 and rising to 147 the score here. Fnatic need to do something, and they need to do something now. It's so easy to get drawn into that trap, though, of going for strongholds, Annie, when you need the kills.
Suppress there. Very wise to just not peek one last time. Instead, just lock down AB. They're going to continue scoring. Look at this. It's 223 to 147. We were just tied at 130, and XSET has answered back with a huge swing of their own. They're 20 points away from taking the game in the series.
Pressed, working with his teammate Arctic again. Kratos picks up another onto Jazero. Septify, last player alive, but manages to at least pick up 1 kill. Also manages to pick up another by the looks of things. Septify might be able to turn a triple. Maybe that's the way for Fnatic back into this game.
We'll have to see if they can. No room for error. 240 to 147. It will be Fnatic with control of BC. They will continue scoring once again, but as we said, no chance for any slip up here for the side of Fnatic. They need to maintain control. Only 10 points to go for the side of XSET.
Kratos trying to bait out these rockets. I love the play though, coming in from Super CC, holding on to that rocket until he knew he could pick up a kill. With that, he's going to exchange the rockets out for the Sentinel beam. Kills going in the favor of Fnatic. Yes, XSET only need 10 points, but who's scoring? It's going to be Fnatic.
Look at Super CC so confident. He does not go back up B stairs to help. He was confident that his team would get the B reset. That's exactly what happened. That allowed him to continue patrolling around bottom middle, but look at C.
Kratos has managed to sneak behind enemy lines here, and he's managed to jump into C, but as he does that, they won't be scoring for now because it's going to be Fnatic who are inside of A. They will get that conversion. 177 is the score for Fnatic. But now Suspector's inside of A. He's going to deal with this player. No! Super CC makes a super duper play.
My God, and doesn't even trade. He stays alive at A as well. So this is getting absolutely crazy here with C getting converted and constant base trades back and forth.
Oh, B just about gets picked up, but as that happens, a huge 1v1 will be won by Suspector. Can he get away with his life though? XSET look like they're going to make the play to hold B for now.
Man, they just need a game plan. XSET needs to just lock on exactly where they want to go, how they need to push out. They only need 1 good push to win this game, but the game's just about within 50 points.
XSET making the play onto A. Kratos picks up 1, Suspector punches Envoy in the face. Jazero picks up another, but here comes the push from Fnatic onto B. Here comes the hero play, maybe. Jazero gets taken down by Kratos.
Huge.
244 and rising, and that might be the game here. Kratos positions himself perfectly. The desperation play now coming in, but it's not enough as XSET clutch up. in game number 4.
And popping off like you'd expect that they would. Jumping out of his seat is Kratos, going to be very happy with that. And Fnatic, a team that took the best team in the world to 5 games earlier today, will find themselves eliminated from the tournament. It's an early departure for the side of Fnatic, but XSET will continue on in this bracket. They will continue on in this tournament, and they will also lock in pool play for Kansas City. On the other side of the stage, Fnatic will have to play through the open bracket at our next major.
They certainly were. And my one thought about Fnatic, I'm taking nothing away from XSET here, by the way. Amazing composure in those final moments of that game. How much did that C9 series a little bit earlier maybe take out Fnatic coming out on the losing side of that? But that's all excuses. That's all hearsay. There's one team we need to talk about, and that's XSET, the winners of that series. That was a really fun series to cover.
That was awesome.
I'm not gonna lie, that was a lot of fun.
We hope you guys enjoyed it as much as we did, of course. Fantastic set of matches there between these teams, and a lot of each team with a few up-and-coming players who absolutely put on a huge show. But in the end, it's all about XSET. That's the team we're going to remember. That's the team we're going to see continue on in the bracket.
And who else to pick up that final kill? The clutch kill on B.
Yep.
It's the man himself, Kratos. We heard from him. He calls himself the best in the game. Well, that play was the play that was probably the most important in the game because it did secure that conversion of B. He managed to pick up the kill that won them the game and won them the series. But I just had a crazy feeling in that game with a comeback from Fnatic. Maybe we were headed to that game 5, but one thing we're learning about Strongholds, Andy, I think it's one of those games where we are going to see big swings because of the ability for teams to control the map so well.
And you just can't let the enemy team get past really 235, right? That's when you are in trouble, and one single push will burn you. And I think if Fnatic can give themselves a little bit more cushion, turned on the Jets just a little earlier, kept that game at 225 instead of 240, I feel like we might have seen them bring that game back. But when you don't give yourself enough room for error, it's going to bite you back, especially in a game like Halo Infinite.
It certainly is. And the Fnatic roster, I think there's a lot to be proud of as well. Unfortunately, you know, it's not the result they would have wanted. They crash out of the tournament, but at the same time, there's a lot to be proud of for them moving forward in the rest of the season. And to be honest with you, I was looking at the elimination bracket, and I think no teams here really wanted to play them.
No.
And when we get to the open bracket in Kansas City, no one's going to want to play them. It's going to be Sentinels Mark II. As Fnatic, you would expect them to stomp their way through that towards maybe getting back into pools a little bit later on in that tournament. But a good debut for them. I think that they'll probably be pretty happy with some of the performances. A little bit disappointed to fall out early.
Yeah, I think it's disappointing, especially after we saw what them do earlier today. We had everyone here in the venue just absolutely huddled around TVs, just watching that B-Stream match. I think you and I had to jump on the Alpha Stream, but we were just watching that B-Stream match so intently, as I'm sure so many of you were at home as well. But it's XSET that takes the win. Let's go ahead and throw down over to the stage because we've got Blaze here on the stage with our man Suppressed.
Thank you very much, Andy. And yes, XSET just came out with a big W, and it was actually Suppressed first W on the main stage, okay? So he got it done today, and your performance was not nothing to to talk down. It was the best of the best, dropping 41 kills in that map. How you feel right now getting a W with your squad?
We feel great. Honestly, we just wanted to work together and just loot up on the weapons like manglers, stalkers, thrusts, nades, everything. And like that's what we did all series, and we knew that we were going to come up with the W because we've been hot all weekend, honestly. It's just unfortunate stuff that happened. But day 1 and day 2, honestly, I just been frying.
Yeah, you have been frying, okay? And so going from day 1 to day 2, you talked about how y'all had some struggles in there in some of y'all series, but how did y'all change y'all gameplay from yesterday to today, and what you guys want to do going forward?
Honestly, we just wanted to step up our comms. That plays a huge factor in winning. All 4 of us were kind of like, you know, like not working together, I would say. Like not as much as day 1 as today.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I feel like communication was a huge factor that played in today as well.
Okay. Making sure you guys keep the comms clean because the shots are there. The individual skill is there. Just making sure that you guys are shooting together to get the objective done. All right?
Right.
And so you had 105 kills in this series, okay? That is crazy, all right? Like you said, you are absolutely frying. Going forward here with XSET, who are you guys, who do you guys want to play next, okay? What's the next goal?
I think we play Oxygen. I mean, honestly, we're ready to fry.
Oh, yeah.
We're feeling confident and just like, we're going to bring up our comms and just bring it to them.
All right then, man. Hey, any shout-outs you want to give out there to the XSET fans? Any shout-outs you want to give to your teammates?
I just want to say, like, thank you for everyone that's supporting us, my family, my girlfriend, and the XSET supporters, obviously, and my boss, Marco. You got me. Thank you.
Hey.
I appreciate everybody.
Give it up to the XSET family, Marco, and everybody involved in this big W. Lottie, guys, break this whole series down for us.
Thank you so much. Yeah, amazing stuff across the board, Max. I gotta say, I'm quite shocked here, but pleasantly surprised. I mean, what an incredible performance from XSET all around. And look, it takes a lot to take down a team like Fnatic. We've seen what they can do. They have shown a lot of promise, and for XSET to come out there and give us quite a dominant performance, I think honestly says a lot about this roster. Talk to me about this clutch. You know, what did you see overall from XSET that made them so different from what we'd seen earlier today?
Yeah, I think especially after losing game one the way they did, tragic format, you have to go into an actual replay of the game, first to one cap, they lose that. You wonder how much left they have in the tank, and they show you exactly what they got left in the tank. 3 straight wins against a very strong Fnatic team, playing very well. Took Cloud9 to game 5 earlier today. XSET started to get something going in that series. A lot of individual plays being made by just about everybody on the team. I mean, Suspector and Suppress really leading that charge with a ton of individual skill. And they just created some fire. And I feel like this team, they like to get loud. They're very proud of themselves. If they can get hot, watch out, because that belief in themselves will go far.
Yeah, I think Suspector and Suppress, you know, they were the two to watch out for on XSET. They were the two that needed to really step up and show their slaying ability when it comes to playing Fnatic. You know, Golden Boy, do you think Fnatic are going to be a little bit disappointed going out in this fashion against XSET? You know, surely they would have wanted to proceed a bit further, but also maybe be knocked out by one of the top 4 teams. You know, they took Cloud9 to a game 5. Are they going to be disappointed with this?
Oh, 100%. You know, they played that Cloud9 game like a team that had nothing to lose, and I kind of wish that they continued operating in that mindset and didn't really show the, you know, respect to their opponents and just played their game, because I do think that that would have been a recipe for success with them. But that said, you know, I do want to give that credit to XSET, because coming into it, right, it was all of us here, well, not you guys.
But don't put my name on it. I got the XSET coach pointing at me like
he just doesn't want to get tweeted again by some person.
I don't know what you guys said about XSET before the series started, but it obviously was heard by the coach.
But the safe money would have been on Fnatic. They literally took the best team in the world right now to a game 5 and looked good, and it looked like they belonged there. So, and XSET, I thought it was interesting because Suppress was like, oh yeah, you know, we've been frying all weekend, but I feel like the match results kind of show a different result. I think he's been frying all weekend, but I just don't know if the team were necessarily there yet.
Yeah, I think that it was a surprise just based off form. I think if you look at statistics and you look at history between these two, XSET were the favourites. They were the highest seed, but with how Fnatic played against Cloud9, I think GB is completely right. That's why those predictions were there. But you've got to answer those critics sometimes. You need performances like that to demonstrate that you are a top 8 team, and XSET have demonstrated just that. I will say they think they're playing Oxygen next. That's not true. Just to make sure they know it's going to be G2 that they're playing next for top 6, which is going to be a much tougher match, I think, than maybe they're expecting.
Before we kind of end this discussion real quick, Clutch, I want to ask you here, and I think a lot of viewers at home would like to know, just because of how heavily weighed it was in Fnatic's favour for us on the desk, you know, did that come down to Fnatic not playing well, or was that all down to XSET and how they played up to them?
No, I think Fnatic still has a lot of room to grow as a team. I think XSET really stepped up in the series. I don't think that was Fnatic not playing well. Fnatic played fairly well. Those were close games, and I don't really know what the analytics are between these two teams when they scrim, but in my head, this was a toss-up. This is a coin toss series. One team's going to win, and the team that made the more plays obviously came out with the win. XSET did a good job of making plays. First time this weekend we've seen that on the broadcast. It was good to see a little bit of that smack talk they got going on backed up.
I think we saw, between the two teams, Fnatic have some really good maps, and we saw them play those very good maps against Cloud9, and it's one of those best of 5 things where some of their worst maps came up in this series, but it will demonstrate that XSET have got a larger map pool when it comes to what they're well practiced at, and they've been together longer, so I kind of understand that. But maybe that's a learning lesson for Fnatic, is to try and extend that process of what they practice and where their best maps are.
I think GB said it best, though. When they were in winner's bracket against Cloud9, best team in the world, you got nothing to lose. It's really easy to play loose, free, aggressive, play your own game when you got nothing to lose in a series against the best team in the world. Fnatic's going to have to learn how to play similar, even though they're in elimination bracket with their backs against the wall. When they need to bring up their best, they're going to have to figure out a way to play their best. I think that they were playing a little tight in that series, but that's growing pains that you can
experience and improve on in the future.
Indeed, I think they had everything to win and gain there, and I think they knew it was their last chance, and they probably fancied themselves in the odds going up against XSET, and based on what we've seen this weekend. But I got to say, GG's XSET, incredible showing from them, and I'm excited to see how they push forward in the bracket. And speaking of, let's bring it up. Let's see exactly what is going on the winners side of things here. As you can see, we do have our winners semis lined up, ready to go. We got Cloud9 versus Pioneers and Optic Gaming versus Sentinels. This is going to be big, and I think it's interesting to kind of look at the journeys of the two teams. We're going to be watching Cloud9 and Pioneers next, but we do also have that elimination bracket as well for you. So that safety net that happens in the winners bracket, if you do fall short, you will end up here. You have a chance to bounce back, but you're going to have to do a bracket reset if you do want a chance to lift that trophy up. Daskin, talk to me. What are you seeing here?
Can I just say, I'm still angry that Sentinels have ruined this bracket completely by being 8th seed. You've got G2 versus XSET and then FaZe versus E-United. Just flip that around. Put FaZe versus G2, E-United versus XSET, and that is a more proper bracket, and that's probably what the game should be. However, for G2 and XSET, what an amazing opportunity this is for one of them to get that top 6 placement, maybe even push forward to a top 4. You can only play what's in front of you. It's not their fault that Sentinels skew with that bracket, but I think as tournaments go on now and Sentinels start to move up the ranks once more, I think this bracket will start to solidify a little bit like it should have done.
Yeah, I think the hurdle is high there for sure, and it's about who can get over that one. But if you do, you're in a pretty good position going into that elimination bracket. But I tell you what though, we need to talk about Twitch drops and what you guys can get your hands on at home. And if you are watching on Twitch, then it's your lucky day. And you might also have tabs open for our co-streamers who are also streaming this event this weekend as well. So make sure you go and show them some love and some support. But it does mean that you get your hands on some absolutely epic things. We have a ton of free stuff here. I mean, look how good your assault rifle, your sidekick, and your battle rifle can look. It's all free. Make sure you get your hands on the Twitch drops, and we do have our grand final celebration pose as well for you. So make sure you're doing that. Send us some pictures. Get on Twitter, tweet us at HCS, and let us know how you're feeling about this weekend going forward. But we also do have another little thing, guys. I've been talking about it so far today, but we have PC Game Pass giving away 30 free Game Passes for 3 months.
That's incredible. I'm just going to say this right now. No one paid me to say this. Game Pass is the best deal in all of gaming. All right, and if anyone doesn't believe me and you're like, oh, go play your show, shut up. All right, because it's that good. Okay?
Yeah,
sorry,
you can play all new Xbox games from launch.
It's just a fact, bro.
It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. But it's not just 30 overall. No. We don't do it in half measures here in Halo. It's 30 per day. So 30 today and 30 tomorrow. Ooh. So 60 of you guys will have some Game Passes.
Math checks out.
Analytics guy. Stat guy.
Stats guy.
Thanks, Dan.
60.
Thanks so much, Dan.
Oh, wait, hold on. Stats guy.
My math teacher right now from school will be awfully proud that my addition checks out. So thank goodness for that. But I tell you what, folks, we're going to head to a quick break right now. But when we come back, we have a big match on the main stage here. So this is to continue on the run in the winners bracket. Pioneers have had quite the journey so far. Cloud9 want to put a stop to that one and send them down to the elimination bracket. We will see you guys with this matchup right after the break.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path. where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for, no one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
Flag taken. An electric kill. Cluster luck.
On your feet, Spartan.
Ninja.
Zone captured.
Hello everybody, good evening, and I hope you guys are enjoying all of our HCS NA Regionals action, because before the break we saw XSET versus Fnatic on the main stage, and I'll tell you what, it was a brawl. It really was a brawl, and XSET I think shocked quite a lot of people with the result at the end of this series. They really brought it forward for Fnatic. Despite Fnatic showing up against our Titans here in Halo, they actually did lose to XSET. Unfortunate result for them. They will be going home packing. Anaheim is over, their journey is done, and XSET, they will be going forward in the elimination bracket. And I'll tell you what, if they weren't confident before, they're confident now, because they are continuing their journey. They like sending people home. They like that feeling of winning. We saw the pop-offs happening behind us. And my goodness, what a good feeling it is for Kratos and the boys. Epic result for them, but we need to talk about our winners semi-final, which is happening behind us very shortly. I'm excited about this match. I think there's probably a strange imbalance of people on the internet right now thinking, oh, well, Cloud9 are going to run away with this. You know, it's versus Pioneers. But I don't know. I'm kind of split in terms of this one because we saw what Fnatic can do to Cloud9. So I am a little bit indifferent about this at the moment. I've got Clutch, I've got Sherzy and Gaskin joining me on the desk. Clutch, let's talk about Cloud9, right? You know, they are the titans here of the HCS. They are our 5P champions. They're looking to go back-to-back again. You know, let's talk about the kind of like mishaps with Fnatic. What did it mean to you, and what does it mean going into this series now?
It means that there's an opening, maybe some vulnerability around this team, at least today, right? They kind of slept on Fnatic going into that series. Maybe they weren't just mentally prepared to go to battle because Fnatic definitely brought battle to them earlier. But now that they're battle tested for the day, are they fully warmed up? Are they fully into it? That's the big question going into this series. I do not expect Cloud9 to take any winners bracket semifinals lightly. They know the value of going through the winners bracket and what that means when you get to the grand finals at the end of the day. I think that they want to take that route. Knowing these guys, they've been there, they've done that multiple, I'll say it again, multiple times throughout their careers. And one more wouldn't surprise me at all.
That was a lot of multiples.
It was. Multiple.
I don't think it bodes too well for Pioneers that we saw Cloud9 at their worst already, because that is going to mean the game types that we most likely saw them fail on against Fnatic are probably not going to feature in this series. That's how a bracket usually works. So that means we're likely to then see Cloud9's strongest game types appear now in this series. So I think this is going to be a concerning time for Pioneers, but at the same time, Pioneers very much impressed me yesterday, and they really are hot off the block at the moment.
I think the reason why we've seen Fnatic play so well against Cloud9 is because what they've done was they matched their pace stride for stride. They really put them on the back foot. They showed them no respect, and I think if Pioneers are going to see any sign of success here, they need to do just that.
Yeah, I think so too. You know, Clutch, in terms of Cloud9 and game types aside and the series layout aside, can you learn anything from the Fnatic game that they had? You know, can Pioneers take anything away from some of the mistakes and try and capitalize on them themselves in this series?
Absolutely. I think that they can learn how to play, just to make sure that they're playing confident. I think something we saw from the Sentinels series yesterday is Sentinels let Cloud9 kind of dictate the pace of the game. If you want to take games from Cloud9, you're going to have to control that pace and put Cloud9 on their back feet. It's a lot easier said than done, but if Fnatic is able to do it, Pioneers are looking at themselves like, maybe we can too. So checking out this team, I mean, there's a lot of talent, a lot of personality there. Young, inexperienced players, but they do have one lane under their belt, and because of that, maybe they have just enough to create this upset.
Speaking of young, up-and-coming individual players, I'll say up-and-coming, maybe not even fair. He's been playing Halo 5 quite a lot. Soul Snipe, in their scrims, outslayed every single player in the lobby on Cloud9, on his own team, so he's going to need to show up for his team if they're going to see success.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in terms of Pioneers here, what firepower are we looking at? You know, not individually, but as a team. What are their strengths here? What should Cloud9 try and be shutting down Gaskin?
Well, I think if Fnatic were matching the pace of Cloud9 and finding success, Pioneers need to do something similar. And actually, that was one of their strengths yesterday when we watched them in pool players. They were flying at people. They were being relentless with their pressure. They weren't really trying to set up around strongholds or with the ball. Instead, they were always looking to be aggressive onto those spawns. So I want to see more of that here from Pioneers, and hopefully, you know, we can see another team push Cloud9 right to the brink, because I think for North American Halo, that's what we need. We need more teams to be pushing Cloud9 even further so that you can kind of bridge that gap, and we're going to have more competitive series once we get to the latter stages of the tournaments, like Winners Finals and Grands Finals.
Indeed. Now, you know, these two teams actually haven't met in the HCS since Open number 2. And just to take you back, that's in November. That's quite a while ago. That's some months ago now. You know, is there a level of unknown entity about that for both of these teams? And whose favor would you say that works in?
I think it works in Cloud9's favor as long as they don't play the team that they're, or practice against the team that they're matching up against in the tournaments, because Cloud9 do play at that rare pace that gives teams such difficulty. I think you hear Sentinels talk about it all the time. I think that is a trickle-down effect across the board with every one of our great teams here at this tournament. People struggle to find pacing against Cloud9, to find space and time and to be able to catch your breath against them. It'll be very telling very quickly in this series. Is Pioneers on board with that pace, or are they outmatched?
Yeah, it will be very telling indeed. And talking about telling, let's tell a story right now of both of our teams. I want to know exactly how they're feeling about this weekend and what they're going to bring to this main stage as a team. Check this out.
With teams wanting to beat us, you would think that's more pressure on us, but we don't see it that way. It's less pressure on us, and we just play our game. So I guess, yeah, it's like less pressure on us if people want to beat us more.
Starting to light things up a bit against Frosty, finds another one.
Frosty taken down, who else but Stella? Now he's on that return, trying to finish off the kill onto Royal 2. Such an important double, making a triple.
This is definitely our event to win. I mean, first of all, like for me, losing's not really an option. We just want to prove everybody that, you know, we're the real deal and we're here to stay.
The team to beat without a doubt.
But certainly, United are doing very well to stop these flags from being run, but they just need to get one of themselves.
We all came from Halo 5. Like, we were all just like grinding the game like on separate teams and just like, well, we always all like knew each other and stuff. Eventually, we started like playing like really well against like the top teams.
They can find a chance to show it to us. What? I don't think they're gonna get that chance. You know, they keep dying. Oh, double out of Manny.
I feel like we've been performing pretty well, to be honest, because like adapting to like a new game is like kind of hard for some people. So we adapted kind of quickly.
One does get returned. Got Arctic sitting on the other. Vitalik not worried about
going in for the third one as well. Able to take him down, so 3/4 of the enemy.
Honestly, our confidence is through the roof because like we feel like we can beat like every team. We are the dark horses.
Hey, look, it fits their brand. They are the dark horses. They're the pioneers. They're feeling confident. You know, they feel like they can go all the way. To be perfectly honest, you know, that's the confidence you need. You need to have that belief in you. Otherwise, there's no point in getting up on that main stage whatsoever. But with that being said, let's take a look at our series layout and see exactly how this journey will be going for both of our teams here. We're kicking things off on Stronghold Streets. Now, this is going to be very difficult for Pioneers. And I'll tell you why. Cloud9 are amazing on Streets. The routes they take, the way that they can completely control this map, and then put strongholds on the side of it. Your rotations have to be perfect. You have to be working like an absolute machine if you want to be really, really good at this game type. Clutch, is this looking too good for Pioneers right now?
You know, I kind of like it for Pioneers, to be honest. I think that if you can win game 1, game 2 is a very winnable Aquarius Slayer. You can pretty much play at a very, very, like, these are 2 of our smallest maps in Infinite. I think Pioneers benefit from small maps, coming from Halo 5, playing at a very fast pace. You know Cloud9 likes to play at that pace, but some teams struggle with that on some of our bigger maps. So I think for Pioneers to see those as the first 2 game types is a good thing, but in reality, there's probably not many good game types that you're going to have against Cloud9. You're just going to have to figure out a way to win 3 no matter what.
Yeah, I think something that Shorzy pointed out is we're not seeing any of the games and maps featured that we saw Fnatic take Cloud9 down on earlier in the series. So these are going to be stronger maps here for Cloud9, especially Bazaar CTF. When they scrimmed last week, it was a 3-0 victory on Bazaar. It was a really comfortable one for them. As for Pioneers, Richie will be able to tell you there is actually a chance for them if they can get past those first 3.
Yeah, have to get past those first 3. Live Fire Ball went to 2-1 to KCP, Ooh. So it means they're in with a chance to maybe sneak that Slayer game. And also, it has to be said, that Strongholds, we're going to see straight off the bat, if they can match the pace of Cloud9, there's no bluffing over on Strongholds on Streets. That game plays really fast paced, so you got to do it there. Yeah,
there's really no room for error, I think, at all on Streets, Strongholds, let alone going up against Cloud9. So honestly, that is just tripled onto there in that deck of cards. But I tell you what, let's talk about our head-to-head though. On the main stage, player versus player, we got Renegade versus Tarlik. Now, I gotta say, Renegade is just unbelievable. As a player, he is just, I can't say enough about him and what he can do for his team as an individual, but as a team player as well. The prioritizing that he does in terms of the power-ups and power weapons while also outslaying and rotating with his team is just absolutely amazing. And I gotta say, Tarlik, incredible stats from him coming across for his team. But when you do put them head-to-head, Clutch, it's really, really hard not to sway in the favor of Renegade here.
It's really hard to put any player in this venue head-to-head against Renegade and take the other player, because Renegade, what he's been doing over the past few months in Halo Infinite is something special. He is the best player in the game right now. You have to take him down in order to try and even have that conversation, I think, at this point. And if he sets the tone for this Cloud9 roster with those kind of stats, 1.46, that is absolutely insane. Those numbers should never happen, and he's doing that against the 16 best teams in the world.
Shorzy, Tarlik, on the other side of things, what is he capable of on this Pioneers roster? What should we be watching out for?
I think if you want to win the series, Tarlik has to be firing on all cylinders. He can't be affording to start this game slow. and we're going to see exactly what he's made of on Stronghold Streets. I think he's one of the players that we look forward to watching in those rotations. He'll be calling them for his team along with the coach too, so it's going to be really interesting to see whether he can keep up the pace, and it's going to be a big task shutting a player like Renegade down.
Something that I saw Talek struggle with yesterday in pool play was just panicking in some close quarter situations. I don't know if it's down to him having paddles on his controller, but there were times where he would try and melee, he would hit a repulsor, or he'd try and reload and he'd hit a melee, and it just all seemed a little bit kind of, I don't know what's going on, and I don't know whether he's changed his binds recently and something's not quite right. I'm hoping he sorted that out today because there were like 2 or 3 occasions where if he had made those kills that could have made a massive difference in the game, has to clutch up in those scenarios.
Yeah, indeed. I've got a little bit of a question here about Pioneers and just the way that they arrange themselves. I think we've kind of noted some players who really love to pick up weapons that make a big difference, especially with the Sandbox and how to use them. We've got Lucid, and honestly, Renegade picks up tons of different weapons for his teammates as well. We see Stella going off on the shock rifle so many different times. Who's that guy for Pioneers? Who is that, weapon master who's consistently mastering the Sandbox and being a real nuisance?
To me, it's Soul Snipe.
Yeah,
every time
absolutely.
Soul Snipe's got the power weapons, usually good things are to follow with Pioneers. They're going to need a big series out of him, and unfortunately, on the other side of the table, you're looking down the barrel of Renegade and Stellar with power weapons. So to try and outdo them in that power weapon case, it's going to have to be the entire Pioneers roster that helps alongside Soul Snipe to get that job done.
It's going to be some power weapon snatching happening, I think, in these maps, gentlemen. With that being said, it is time for our predictions. So, please,
I don't know.
give me what you are thinking. Give the viewers at home how you are feeling, and put your name out there. I'm excited. Any?
I'm just waiting to see what Wes is going with.
It's important to know these two boys are on 100%
he has
record.
both of them lined up.
All right.
We have both of them lined
I
up.
got a 100% record, and let me just speak to the viewers real quick.
Go on.
Heart says KCP. I really believe that they're possible of an upset of this magnitude. That being said, I got an undefeated record to defend. And
So you don't want to take a risk?
I will have every bit of doubt putting my confidence in Cloud9. And if I bet on Cloud9 and they lose, this is 100%.
Then no one can really say anything to you about it. Is
If
that what you're
I
trying to
bet
say?
on Cloud9 and lose, then I'm okay with it. If I bet against Cloud9 and they win, how am I supposed to sleep tonight?
Oh my goodness, I'm excited
what's
for
happening
you,
here.
buddy.
See,
I'm a chicken.
Dan
so
wants to take the lead against Wes. He has to take a chance on KCP.
The real thing is Dan said he was going to take KCP, so I was like, I'll just take the lead here and now.
For Pioneers to beat Cloud9, they need to be aggressive. I'm going to be aggressive with my predictions as well.
Bold.
And you know what? If I'm wrong, it doesn't really matter. If I'm right, I look a bloody genius. So I'm going to go for it.
He does.
You do look like I did earlier on when I chose Sentinels. I was the only one. So I feel you. Well, we'll see exactly what happens in just a moment. Why don't we talk to our casters though and see how they're feeling? A little bit of a split decision here on the desk. We got Gaskin with Pioneers, Walshy, Golden Boy. Are you guys, you're always in a split decision, you two. You're like a married couple, so you're probably not agreeing, are you?
Yeah, no. As a person who's been married for over 13 years now, it's incredible how I have more disagreements with him than I do with my actual wife.
That's probably not true.
I was gonna ask you.
Well, actually, you all know Cynthia, so I guess maybe not.
That is true. I was going to ask you, how many married years have you been with Walshy now? When is your anniversary?
Oh my goodness, when did we start casting
I
together?
didn't realize you considered what we had a thing.
You never
This is a little
asked
awkward.
him? Oh,
Just gonna
no.
cry real fast. Give me a second. Hold on. Okay, we're good. All right, tears are out.
Amazing stuff, gentlemen. Well, I'm gonna give you this cast in your very capable hands. I'm excited to see the result, and Gaskin's hoping for a Pioneers win, but it's over to you, fellas.
Thank you so much, Lottie. And yes, so Gaskin made the bold play, the Matador bold play. Callback for anyone who remembers that. Going with Pioneers, which, Clutch had the right mindset. He was like, my heart says Pioneers, but you got to go.
It's such a safe choice.
Yeah.
Cloud9, I mean, they've proven it event over event, online series after online series. So, I mean, just the stats really back it up, despite how good of a gut feeling you have around Pioneers.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's hilarious because I've been gassing up Pioneers so much, you'd think that I have like a financial investment in the organization.
Do you? I think you have to disclose this at this
No,
moment.
I do not. But I got to hide this tattoo. No, but I really do think that the reason why, too, is just
these 4 players, you heard it from Manny in that content piece earlier, right? Like, they've been grinding Halo 5. They were out there for a while. They were playing against these guys. Like, all these players right now, the 8 players, excuse me, that you see on screen, they're all playing against each other constantly in H5, right? Duo matches, right? Going toe-to-toe against one another. And that's really where all of that, I guess, camaraderie for these squads formed on isolated sides for C9 and for Pioneers, right? They all formed this, like, camaraderie that has now led to the success of this lineup. But I will say, Streets Walshy is a good chance for Pioneers to catch C9 off guard.
Yeah, they look good on this. I also recall you saying when you saw Pioneers outside here, you heard them talking about something, and was their strategy against Cloud9 here?
Just play. What do you have to lose?
Just fly, right?
Just fly. What do you have to lose? And that's literally what Pioneers have to do against Cloud9. For C9, losing this game, yeah, it's not going to be the end of the world, but ideally they would not want to. And it kind of goes in the same boat for Pioneers, right? They have that cushion. We'll see, though, how you play around this info as we start with strongholds on Streets. And Eco already obtaining the rockets, and you're already seeing Cloud9 push forward and get control of A and B.
Yep, he's got the rockets, he's got the thruster, he's going to secure that kill, and then just wisely go back and defend, looks like on B side. But I'm a little confused here. It does seem like Pioneers are putting some great pressure on A, and we're now seeing Eco actually go back to try to defend A, and at this point, Pioneers putting points on the board.
That was a very smart play. One player went out driveway, but the rest of them charged out Neon Street and then got control of it. Now, this is where Pioneers are going to try and take advantage and capture B, because they'll put C9 on the back foot, forcing them to have to make a play. That play was over at C.
And that aggressiveness coming out immediately, Golden Boy. It was so interesting because, like I said, from Eco side, I was like, oh, it's interesting. He's going to go back and he's going to counter cap C. Wait, no, he's now going back to defend A, and it almost felt like you saw that indecisiveness coming out of Eco, which is very rare.
Yeah, exactly. Keep Eco on your toes, and who knows, or on his toes rather, and who knows, right? Good things could potentially happen, but for Cloud9, that will be easier said than done because of players like Penguin picking up a double kill to open up the map. Only one player left alive. It's Taulik being chased by Renegade. Got some support from Druck, though. Just look at the way that they all play around one another.
Yes, look at that, like you're saying, that twos teamwork. Eco realizing that he chased him near Commando, meaning Renegade chased that player near Commando. He was there to shoot a player towards top dumpster and just keeping that player weak or getting the finish.
And another thing of note is just the way that Cloud9, right, and Eco, he just gingerly walked up to the rockets and grabbed them. Any other match that you see, these rockets, everyone's like, well, when do we go? Oh, the nades are here. No, not for C9. They know that they have all the lanes cleared. They can go get the power weapons. And speaking of power weapons, actually, Eco used out the entirety of the rockets, has the Stalker now, and is, well, I think Cloud9, they're in full control of this match.
And I believe he got the rocket kill on Manny. The more impressive part to me was that Manny realized this is too good to be true. He's like, I'm not just jumping into C. Like, there's no way Cloud9 does not have this defended, and just started checking all the corners and found Eco down the corner with the rockets.
Eco looking for the target. Did find Taulik in front of him here. The Stalker's going to miss with the nade. Oh, never mind. The BR is going to be good enough there. And the trip cap could potentially continue as 3 players scratch out are going to be down yet again. And the help from C9 that they're receiving, you have to think if you're Pioneers, you're playing at a speed right now that very, very few can keep up with. In fact, the only ones that can are the 4 players in blue right now.
They are just absolutely dominating. What seemed like some indecisiveness earlier is clearly Cloud9 and Eco grabbing the reins of this match here on Pioneers. They just are doing everything right. They're reacting just perfectly now. Like we said, there was maybe a slight misstep early on, but it does not matter anymore.
Yeah, and another thing to keep your eye on was that whole cycle where they trip capped and got to like the 150 range. They were just cycling death. So players were called, my word! So they were cycling deaths. Players from Pioneers were respawning, and another like 1 or 2 would die. And then they'd respawn and another 2 would die. And at this point, Pioneers never had an opportunity to take a fight with their full 4.
Yep, once you have the advantage of capturing the strongholds, you can trade kills and still put points on the board.
Renegade making it look easy. He's got 2 players pinned down in Cafe with the Commando. That's going to be 1 pop. Maybe looking for a triple kill, and he gets it. Triple kill for the best player in the game. Renegade popping off in a trip cap for Cloud9. This is their world, and we're just living in it.
And look at how strong how good he knows the spawn system. Even though he didn't see anyone in PD yet, he still ran in there expecting a player to spawn. That's how good these players understand the spawn system.
And it has to be doubly frustrating for Pioneers because they had such a great start, but the game is over. Before it even started, Cloud9 just walk all over Pioneers in game 1. The game mode that we said Pioneers needed to be able to show up on, that was not the case. Cloud9's like, oh, you guys need this game mode? Oh, that's so sad. Oh, you needed game 1? Oh no, what a shame. Dave, this seems scary.
This roster is just looking terrifying here on Saturday night. We're not even seeing them in Sunday form yet. One point we brought up earlier on the analyst desk when talking about Pioneers is it seems like this roster is fine to get a groove. It felt like, if the series goes longer, they're gonna be fine. However, I'm not sure if that holds true against something like Cloud9. It seems like Cloud9's scary no matter what. You know, they have ice in their veins, as Renegade has said before, when they're playing in game 5s. He's always credited his teammates that they're so icy.
That was a 5-minute game, Dave. That's icy. That's ice cold. That was a 5-minute game. It ended, and I legit was like, oh, crap, it's over? Like, that is how fast Cloud9 just took it to Pioneers. No one had an opportunity to apply any effective damage. I mean, Penguin was like, hey, guys, I still want to play the game. You know, he was barely able to get 2K.
Can we run this a little bit longer so I can pad my stats a bit? It's not going to look good on the stats when...
Put it at 300, you know? Let's change the settings, HCS. But, oh, man. And Eco, I think... you made a great observation earlier about how Pioneers started and their attempt to kind of bamboozle Eco, but then it was like as if just something changed.
Yeah, and maybe it's just like a better execution from Pioneers early on where it's like, all right, Eco played that same way the entire game. It just felt like the very first rotation just didn't work out.
Yeah, and then after that, they said, oh, well, we know what we got to do here. So that was 250-33. Pioneers, unfortunately for them, just could not find any success on streets besides that opening engagement. Now we go over to Slayer on Aquarius, and what should people at home be looking out for here, Dave, as Cloud9 prepares and Pioneers prepare for this game?
Well, there's a few different weapons and utilities they can grab across the map. Obviously, thrusters, camo, the Magnum, and the Dynamo grenades. So we're going to see who's going to prioritize what utility to grab on the map, but for the most part, it's going to be a lot of flying and collapsing from these players. You know, they're going to get their numbers advantage and likely fly and try to continue to stagger the other team's spawns.
Yeah, it will be very difficult for Pioneers to try and prevent that speed from Cloud9. And sometimes, you know, based on what we saw in that Fnatic game, the best answer could be the same strategy, right? Just be delusionally confident and push them in every single fight you possibly can, and it might work out. But, you know, Pioneers, I think they might be licking their wounds after that game 1 because that was a shellacking.
Well, the nice part here going into a Slayer is that the Pioneers really can play at their own pace. Yes, Cloud9 can force some action. They can be very aggressive while they're staggering spawns. But for the most part, they don't have this impending doom of like strongholds where just time is ticking against them and they have to forcefully run over to a stronghold and try to stop the bleeding. At this point, they can say, all right, like slow down a little bit. We can hide in this corner if we need to regather, get our spawns all together and push out. So we're going to really see a more true test of how Pioneers play here in the Slayer game.
Get ready for the action, and we thank you all so much for joining us. It's been an incredible day of HCS games here in Anaheim, California. We've still got so much more to come as well, because after this, it's going to be a great matchup. Optic Gaming versus Sentinels to close out the show. I couldn't even tell you who will walk away with the dub on that one. Not even going to try, because I won't be on any segment after that. It's kicking me out. But boy, oh boy. For Cloud9, though, if that game was quick, maybe they're looking to end this one.
This was going to go longer.
You think this is
going to go longer than 5 minutes.
I would really like to commentate at least a little bit more, Dave, you know? It'd be great. All right, well, here we go. On board with Manny, the young blood from Pioneers. These players have been so impressive, but just the way that they're able, Cloud9, to just like juke around when they know that they're in a bad position, but yet they still find success despite the problems that they may initially face. They're able to get themselves out of it. It's so impressive.
And they're just so slippery. All these players, look at how Druck just perfectly maneuvered around towards bottom car. The fact that he was just able to thrust around that corner, not take any more damage from the 2 players from Cloud9 over in the red courtyard. It was just marvelous.
Marvelous indeed. A split spawn as well. One player is going to be tucked away in the back of the base, and Druck knows that and is looking for it. They have to be really concerned about any players that are going to be popping up on the flank. But still, though, they have managed to be able to get this lead, 7-5, and there's that player, right? He knew it. He's like, I knew that someone was back there, but now he has no choice. He has to take this fight ahead. Big win there! Druck with the double. I'll take it, man. That was a great play.
Yeah, I mean, you walk into a utility room with Renegade and Stellar, it's usually going to be, you're dead, they're both alive. Instead, somehow Druck single-handedly turns that into a 2v1.
Yeah, I think that for what it's worth, I do believe that Druck is like like a rising star in competitive Halo. Like every time I see him on screen, he's just incredible. Like literally putting in the work, and he's a grinder, man, and that's exactly what you want. And well, Pioneers are actually grinding away at this scoreboard here. They still hold on to that 2-kill lead, and honestly, that play from Druck, that double, that's the difference there. Being able to pull off a kill like that, who knows what could have happened if he didn't get it.
I mean, at this point, it feels like you need that sort of level of play to take down a squad like Cloud9. You need somebody that's going to pop off, that's going to not only win their 1v1s, but also in a time when they are down, they are going to win those battles that are against them.
And one thing to note as well has been a lot of C9 players have kind of been caught isolated from everyone else. And this is going to be another camo picked up for Pioneers. Let's see if they can put this to good use. Shots are going to go out. Talik, he's made the call. He knows where the two players are going to be located around the corner. Finds one. Gets stuck, though. That's unfortunate.
That is just so frustrating when you're in someone like Talik's position where you do everything right. You take the shots at the right time. You cut off Renegade. You catch him off guard down there. And he just has the foresight to throw a grenade and realize that's his best chance to get a kill and get a trade.
Despite that, though, big win there. Actually, Druck had the help from Soul Snipe, 23-15. Pioneers starting to rip away with the lead here, but they can't get comfortable quite yet because in a blink of an eye, Cloud9 can pull off 2 kills in a heartbeat, which is exactly what we just saw. But they're up by 6 still. And this is where they're going to have to really continue to shut out C9 and don't let them get comfortable.
But they're playing at their own pace this time. It does feel like I said that at the beginning where you saw Druck in a situation like that before. He may have charged over towards top ping to try to finish off a kill or try to force some action if he had that need for an objective to do it, but instead just backed up towards the base, wait until his teammates spawn, and then they can all push out and do something together. And we're seeing how powerful Pioneers are when they're together.
Yeah, they're rolling deep, man. Every single time you see a player of C9 dead, that C9 player is usually isolated, and around that C9 player is 2 bodies, 2 players from Pioneers. So it's very clear that they're hand-holding whenever they come off spawn, go into their teammates, backing each other up, and that's why they still hold on to their 6-kill lead.
Another thing too, it doesn't feel like Pioneers are making just these obvious moves across the map. You'll see how many times Cloud9 are like, when you saw Stellar there a moment ago, checking towards bomb util, checking towards top util, just like taking all this extra time, checking all these corners where no Pioneers members are to be found.
Camo is going to be available. Soul Snipe's been having one hell of a game as well as Druck. I mean, that's not taking anything away from Talik and Manny, but this has been a great showing. And yet another camo has been picked up for Pioneers. So they have had the power item control and they've benefited from it greatly. Sometimes it's been better than others. This is certainly going to be one of those times where they got a decent amount out of that camouflage.
One thing I've just seen continuing throughout this entire series and throughout this entire tournament is how well these players just use the thrust to be aggressive and go for those melees. They realize when they can use the utility to thrust forward, they can time that melee and generally get a melee hit and not even a trade. They time that with their couple shots of the BR, go straight in for that, and it's generally unexpected. Even on a map on Aquarius where thrusts are very abundant across the map.
Yeah. As soon as I saw Thruster was available on this, I thought that is going to be a very vital piece of equipment. And, you know, it certainly has been, right? The equipment in Halo Infinite has been the talk of a lot of players' perspective of the game, right? Like grapple shot, how impactful that's been. Heck, even the drop shield, we've been seeing it used quite a bit because you get that little added that protection from, you know, the like another BR shot or even soaking up an entire rocket. It's all possible with these with the drop shield. The equipment's been amazing to watch, and also amazing is this 9-kill lead that Pioneers have been able to accrue, and it shows no signs of slowing down here. Heatwave in front of Penguin, he gets it.
And look at this movement once again from Soul Snipe and the Pioneer squad. Soul Snipe just taking his time, getting on this flank, and then these members of Cloud9, as they're trying to make some action happen over towards top car, he's just shooting on the side and then also catches Penguin off guard. It just feels like very rarely we see Cloud9 caught off guard like this, and Pioneers are just doing this continuously throughout this game.
They only need 7 more kills, and Stellar got hit with the Sizzle 6 in the corner. Camo's going to be available again. Manny, what a great heads-up play from him. He's in a fight with someone, but he's still worried about the power item and causing a distraction just to keep that player occupied.
Yeah, that selflessness to lay some shots across the map, but also the trust in your teammates that they're going to be able to turn that advantage into something. That shows he has a lot of trust in his teammates, saying, if I get one shot into someone across the map and they get into one-on-one, my teammate's going to win that fight now.
First time that Cloud9 was able to attain the camouflage, they weren't able to do all that much with it besides just bring the lead within 6. It was previously 8 or 9. But look at the hand-holding, man. They're working together, and C9 starting to do the same thing here, but could it be too little too late as the 49th kill is about to be registered? Penguin's weak down low. Soul Snipe's going to be on the target, though. Actually did find, it seems like Penguin just managed to get away from him completely, but
Penguin
I think
slipped away somewhere, but yeah, it's kind of too little too late. I mean, especially when you start to see the Sizzle Sticks in hand, and there it is, 50th kill going to Soul Snipe on Renegade. That's going to be a 1-1 series, Golden Boy.
Awesome stuff from Pioneers, showing that they, even though game 1 was a bit of a slobber knocker, it was all right because they picked themselves up and were able to get that Aquarius Slayer, and it just speaks volumes about this Pioneers team because they got manhandled in game 1, and any other squad would have been down on their luck, but not this team. They know that they're playing with house money, and they're going to keep it going.
Truly impressive. I mean, as you stated before, it's like Cloud9, they are the team to beat, the #1 squad. Generally, if the #1 squad comes out and they're just dominating away, it's like, all right, this series is over. Let's, this one's going to be a quick 3-0.
Yeah.
But
like with a 250 to 33 score.
Super impressed here from Pioneers. Another thought that you brought up earlier off stream, which I'll give you a little credit to, was it was a really interesting thought. You said, I think the first team to beat Cloud9 is going to be one of these younger squads with all these young guns versus a Sentinels or Optic.
Yeah.
Can you expand on that further?
Well, because, I was talking a lot with Tony, and the guy is just a cornucopia of knowledge when it comes to especially Halo and the H5 and Pro Series era, because he'd been involved in it so much in the trenches with a lot of these guys, and he knows the capabilities of these players. And I just feel like, it's this group that kind of came up in the twos, the duos, right? How they play and trust one another, that kind of format, and you saw it play out there in the Slayer game. And if Pioneers can keep that going, hey, right, who knows what would be possible. They know that gun skill wise they can match up against C9. It's just that the way C9 play around their advantages because of the trust and experience that this team has at a 4v4 level. But give Pioneers and Fnatic a little bit more time, and I genuinely believe that they'll be taking even more games off of teams like C9, Optic, right? Like all these squads.
Yeah, I mean, based on that analysis, we saw earlier today, like you said, with Fnatic taking 2 games off of Cloud9 on the Bravo stream. Taking a look at our series layout, though, 1-1, and we are going into game 3 here in just a moment.
Yeah, looking forward to jumping into the action as soon as it pops off. And, I love that Pioneers have had this, this success story, the Cinderella run. They had it in Raleigh, but even more so here because of the win against E United and just the way that they've been kind of carrying themselves. This is a team that's here to stay, man.
It's special, yeah, because there's so many times throughout Halo's history where we just see these players all get kind of picked up on different top squads and all get to shine and be top players, but for the first time, while these players are getting really the most limelight, is they're doing it together. They didn't all get their opportunities through these other top squads. They've made their own opportunity. As Bravo said before, you cannot ignore them. They just got so good that you just can't ignore them. They're too good.
Yeah.
And they also have so much trust in each other now too, as you said, Golden Boy, through all these, 2v2s they've been playing,
Pro
all those
Series
practices.
and
They
random,
know what their teammates are capable of, and they said, all right, well, if we find the top individually talented players, we feel like we can can make a squad here, and that can be a top squad.
And sometimes, right, in theory, that would work out, but also personalities matter a lot as well. And part of the Pioneers' charm is that they genuinely all get along with one another. They hang out with one another like they are friends. Like, that is a very important part of team camaraderie to, you know, really feel like you're in a family environment. It's one of the reasons why Cloud9 had done so well when they were spliced back in H5. Those 4 guys were inseparable. You would see them all over the place. When Shotzi was a part of the team, it was very clear that these 4 kids, like, they were like best friends. That's how it felt like. And I think that is just a really, really cool thing to see. And it's even cooler as well because if you look on this stage, and not to disparage the legends and the veterans in the space, but, you know, they're all very young. All 8 players are incredibly young. And yes, some have a little bit more experience than others, obviously, but these are all fresh faces in competitive Halo that weren't playing in H2, that weren't playing in H3. So it's just cool.
Why are you looking at me so wide-eyed there during that one, making those statements?
Because you old, Dave. Because you old. But it's just great, man. And now we're jumping into our next game. It's going to be Bazaar, and I think that Jersey had said that they simply need to survive the first 3 games. So if you're Gaskin, you are like your butt cheeks are so tight right now, and they're usually already tight, but now they're even tighter. You know, chat's probably like, what? Keck W? Well, here we go. Game 3, 1-1 is the series. Pioneers managed to walk away with the Aquarius Slayer game, but now we're jumping into some CTF on Bazaar. Everyone's favorite game mode.
So much damage off the bat, though, from Soul Snipe. Not afraid to push out that bridge, take a fight over at the tree, take a fight over at the BR, and eventually take over his own locker. So doing a great job taking up ground for his team, but that's just a small glimpse of the story because clearly in the center of the map, this is all C9 control at the moment. That is 2 down from Pioneers. 3rd player about to go down to the double doors, and this is going to be a flag pull momentarily.
Oh, and I love the double back for the Dynamo grenades because that is...
He also has the sound cue right there.
It's the sound cue. You're going to know when someone's overextending, so they got the cue and they know that they could focus on it. But look at that. All 3 members... You have 3 members of Pioneers inside of the Cloud9 base despite them getting fragged out in their base. That just goes to show you how absurd Bazaar can be sometimes.
That is amazing how 3 members of Pioneers all flanked over through the alley towards the Cloud9 base, have full shield. They clearly have their worst case scenario kind of figured out from the Pioneer side. They say, all right, if we start to lose a ton of control here on Bazaar, just everyone for themselves, quick flank out. Don't worry about center control. Don't throw away a death. Instead, we will gather at their base. Here's the X on the map. Meet here on their base.
Meet here.
Meet here at this time.
Bring sandwiches.
Bring both your grenades. You can grab spike grenades. You can grab the mauler. You can grab whatever you want.
Whatever you do, don't tell Steve, all right? Don't tell Steve. But yeah, and also there was just so much that was happening there and that I would love to be able to cover and break down, but I'm sure someone else is going to make a video about it because right now there's a flag that is on the move. Talik's going to be in the back of the Cloud9 base just causing havoc all over the place. He's got targets in his sight. You also have the overshield up in a moment here, and here comes the flag pull. Where are the members of C9? They're dead. They're going to look to overextend here because they have no other choice.
Now look at the difference here, Golden Boy. The last time when Pioneer's flag was ran across the map, all the Pioneers members decide to take alley, avoid the center of the map, and regather the Cloud9 base. Now when Cloud9 are trying to stop the flag run, they were in the center of the map getting picked across. So that's where a couple deaths came into play. We're kind of seeing which strategy might be better.
Yeah, this has been really cool to watch, and that's kind of what you have to do on Bazaar. You don't really have a choice in the matter because of the way that the spawns work once you pull the flag. As soon as that flag's out, everyone spawns in the alley, and then they overextend. That's just the bread and butter of this map. So you have to go through multiple rounds of slays, and you have to encounter those players on the OE in order to prevent them from being able to gain movement on your flag, which is what Cloud9 realized against them, and now they're up 1-0.
Yeah, I do think I'm a believer in this KCP strategy. It makes sense now that I think about it more in depth instead of going back to your base, fighting at a height disadvantage, or going to the center of the map where the players all want to see you there. Avoid the fight, gather together, and then fight together.
Yeah, it's just something I never thought I would have seen there. Clean fight, though, and a win for Penguin, but he is going to get cleaned up by Talik. And Talik has been having a pretty great run thus far in games 2 and 3. Game 1, we'll go ahead and sweep that one under the rug. But games 2 and 3 have been beautifully done from this squad, and I think he ended up getting the Rocket Soul Snipe there. And I think that Clutch had mentioned before, like when you see Soul Snipe with a power weapon, he's going to put that thing to use. And the pressure that they were applying to Cloud9, giving them no room to breathe, has been expert from Pioneers.
Yeah, but a bit unideal as we now have a rocket in the hands of Eco. This is for sure going to get Cloud9 at least out of their base, if not a bit more control in the center of the map.
Yeah, and with Overshield about to be up in a moment here, that Rocket player has the target and, actually is able to nail the shot because even though the splash damage from the Rockets can sometimes not be your best friend, it did work out there for Eco. Overshield is going to be up. The Soul Snipe's able to get a double. Penguin with the stop against Struck, but their Soul Snipe with another kill there, and I believe they ended up getting the Overshield out of that.
Yep, that's all 4 down for Cloud9. Cloud9 just spun right now. We're going to see how Soul Snipe and the Pioneers squad decide to push it towards this flag because they're not going to get the BR or the Palm Tree for free. Cloud9 has enough time to push back and forth, and I love those maneuvers when people jump off and use the grapple to get back or use the thrust to get back.
Oh, that was actually a sick play from Soul Snipe because he jumps back. He had another grapple shot. He knew that nade was going to come, but the explosion radius wasn't going to be enough to hit him, so that he can go back into the fight with the Mauler. That guy's one shot. He'll go ahead and tag him easily. It's just all the little details that these players have been putting together have been so incredible to watch.
Also, what's impressive too is this restraint from Talik.
Yeah.
Talik barely had a full burst into him, but realized that he could not get in that engagement over near Truck without did not have help. So instead of just fighting a one-on-one, maybe going for a trade, he decides to back down and fight another day.
Sees the Bulldog has been brought into the party here. Who wouldn't like to have the dog barking for you? Now Cloud9 is going to start to make their push here. How's Pioneers going to respond? 2 players going to be located inside of BR. One's going to be located inside of Palm. And wise play there from Eco, just disengaging because he didn't have the health. But look at that. Pioneers have been able to stop 3 members of Cloud9, and the last one left alive. It's going to be Eco to try and just continue to cause problems in the back of the base, but Talik shuts that down immediately.
That was just so impressive. I mean, you saw how Cloud9 were just kind of backing up. You saw Eco being like, all right, I don't need to start this fight. My teammates are going to play it safe, play it alive, or stay alive. And instead, just the fight was brought directly to them by Pioneers. So just really impressed by all states of this from the Pioneers. When they have control, they're doing a great job pressing the advantage. When they're on the back foot, they're doing a good job regathering together and making a push together.
Well, that kill could be big because now that the Rockets are going to be available and Renegade has OS, this is going to be map positioning. Maybe they grab the green gun. Yeah, I see Manny back in the corner there. And no chance to use the green gun against the Overshield. Hate to see it, kids. But this is going to be base control for Cloud9 inside of the base and in their face.
I like this. Renegade, look at this alley. See if we get the exact same strategy again. Look at all those players, just running all the way through. All 3 are just meeting the Cloud9 base again. It's that strategy. They go all the way through the alley. They get the Cloud9 base. They're not going to force any grabs or any fights. Instead, they're going to gather together and start a brand new fight. And Cloud9 doing a great reaction to it, though, Golden Boy. This time, they're slowing the run through. They got caught off guard at their own base last time, and look how slow they're taking this run.
Yeah, they're waiting because now the spawns are kind of going to be a little wonky here. Flag is down, but grapple hook. Hey, there it is. And now the flag's going to be inside of BR. Cloud9 could tie this one up here. Soul Snipe's going to be in a bit of a pickle in the corner. Is going to get cleaned up by Penguin. One more inside of the palm tree, but with the flag in hand, it's going to get tied up 1-1. But that was great adjustments from Cloud9, and that's why they're a World Championship class team.
Yeah, to be honest, I am amazed by how Cloud9 made that adjustment.
Yeah.
Like, you think most teams would just chalk it up, be like, oh yeah, I don't know how they got that lucky stop. Like, just run it back this time. They truly completely counteracted that strategy. They stopped running the flag. They stopped it, dropped it in the middle. They took their time getting back, and no members of Cloud9 were running in 1-by-1 and just dying.
That is why we hold Cloud9 in such high regard. They realized that there was an error in their strategy the first time around. They adjusted and they thrived. But now it's up to Pioneers to figure out how to really bounce back from that, because that seemed to have been the thing that was working out for them. And this time around, it got shut down. Defense inside of the back of the base here. You got 2 players, one located at the palm tree, and I believe one at BR as well. You probably want to have a body there. Here comes the push. Yet again, Renegade able to get the kill. The sauce is out, though.
Player pushes out Talik, still managing to stay alive on this one. Druck with a big win if he can get it, but the player has overshield and the flag pull's about to begin.
Also, how amazing of a teammate is Renegade that even though they have, you know, some of the best comms, I'm sure, in the world, he's still just pinging spots. He's like, he's right here, right in this spot of the flag.
Yeah, and it's just a good visual cue as well, right? It helps out. And Penguin does get through the palm trees. He's going to dump that flag down and slide right to it. Oh, don't you love when you see the flag slide and the kills? The kills are beautiful for Cloud9. They got everything that they want and then some, because with that flag cap, they'll go up 2-1. And everything is clicking for C9 here. Pioneers now need to figure out how to stop this because they seem to be moving in their base with no problem.
I was just going to say, one of the only downsides to this Pioneers regathering strategy when they're going over to the Cloud9 flag is that they need to dictate when they're going to go back and fight for center control. Because what we've just been seeing here this whole time is Cloud9 has the ability to fly across the center. They can grab the grapple whenever they want. They get the dino nades. They've been having more access to the overshields. And it's really tough to say, like, all right, yeah, we play defense here for a second from the Pioneer side. When do we play offense? When do we go in the center of the map?
Yeah, and right now they don't really have that answer because they've been fighting inside of their base ever since that first cap from C9. Not only were they able to get the capture, but furthermore, they were able to leave a body there to continue to apply pressure to Pioneers and never let them feel comfortable enough to push out of their base.
I love this position here from Stellar. Overshield is coming up soon, and instead, he's just going to play it calm and cool over at the Palm, while his teammate over in the center of the map can grab this. And look at this awareness from Cloud9. They know the alleys are coming through. They said, we fell for it once at the beginning of the game, not again. We are on top of your strategy. We're going to pin you down in the alley and in the Bulldog.
Yeah, it's like fool me once, shame on me, but... Or fool me once, shame on you. You know what I mean.
I just straight up go shame on you, Golden Boy. That's all I say.
You know, I really do make it easy for you. I realize
you do.
that.
I appreciate that.
And it's because I care about you, buddy. But Cloud9 cares about being able to maybe bring this flag right back to their base here. There's still going to be one player left alive. Druck's going to go and make the hero play. Renegade's got full health. Druck's running away, just trying to stay up as fast as he can, but Stellar's there to meet him instead. Even though with that flag being out, that's the furthest it's going to get. And that is 3-1 Cloud9. They have dominated Bizarre CTF.
Yeah, and I don't really see how Cloud9 loses this. Their intention or goal right now should be stay in the center of the map, just get slays, and run out the clock. So, and I feel like that's exactly what we're seeing right now. We see 2 members down from Pioneers, just Stellar down from Cloud9, and we're going to see about another 45 seconds of playing here from the boys in blue.
I believe that for their Bizarre record, they're sitting at around like 3-1 or 4-1 or something like that in live play, which, you know, I mean, it's Cloud9, so they're going to have winning percentages no matter what. But the reality of the situation is you really cannot prepare for C9 because of those types of adjustments that they make so quickly without, like, you wouldn't even really think about it. Like, you'd start to see the plan forming for a lot of teams, but for Cloud9, it almost felt instantaneous. Like, they knew exactly what they needed to do to prevent that situation from happening ever again.
Yeah, and that was just such a amazing pivot and change in strategy. Like I said, we have the God view here with our amazing observers here, and right there we can barely piece together, like, oh wow, this is the strategy that KCP did, and
yeah.
Cloud9 just like, all right, this is what they did, here's our adjustment.
Yeah.
Next, what's next?
Go ahead and break it. It also helps too when you have Hoaxer there behind and helping out with the call, so you got a lot of great minds on the field all at once, and Cloud9 are going to go up 2-1 against the Pioneers, but if we recall the conversations from the analyst test, they were saying, and Shurzy and Gaskin were saying, that if Pioneers were able to survive the first 3 games, there's a chance here. I do wonder if that comes to fruition, because that maybe is sitting in the back of the Pioneers' mind, like, hey, we are still very much in this series, even though we lost this. Hey, our BRs are hot, the comms are good, we're making these plays happen, we just got to close it out.
Yeah, and every single game, they've had their moments, they've had their chances. Clearly, game 2, they won. So I still wouldn't count someone like Pioneers out. I mean, that was a very difficult game, number 3 to watch there on Bazaar, as we saw Cloud9 get 3 caps back to back to back.
It started to get a little out of hand.
Yep, started to get out of hand. You know, they were clearly in control, middle to end. However, I still am incredibly impressed here with Pioneers. They're just still playing so well. Yeah. They're winning certain fights. They're pushing across the map. And so, I don't know. I would love to see what other tricks they have up their sleeves.
Yeah, me too, man. And hopefully we're going to get that as the game starts off. There you can see the stats. No shocker for C9. Everyone pulling their weight in that game. Once things started working out for them, they did not look back. This was really, this start though, it felt like C9 almost were attempting to try and like download Pioneers and figure out what would be the best way live as the game was going on. And then immediately after that, this flag cap was basically the beginning of the end, because then it just kept happening over and over and over again, multiple times getting 4 down, clear opportunities, capped in, that's it.
Yeah, and as I was looking at that clock, Cloud9 put their first flag in with 4 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. So the first entire half of the game, it was KC Pioneers in the lead. But then those last, those following 3 to 4 minutes, that's where Cloud9 gets 3 captures. Yeah. And that's so tough to do on Bazaar.
Yeah, I'm very curious about this oddball live fire game. A little bit more of the, you don't have the sight lines, cross map from the OS side to the B side, but you still have a bit more of an open layout here than you would on some of these other maps, right? And what does Pioneers look to do? We saw them on this map actually in their E-United game, and it just felt like it was a pure suffocation that Pioneers were able to do against E-United. I wonder if that is going to be the plan of attack here. Easier said than done against C9.
Yeah, like you said, easier said than done. This is a situation where live fire oddball, it can be one of those more chaotic slayers, but same thing with the first map we saw, when we saw Street Stronghold. That could be one of the more chaotic objective games as well. So I don't know if that really benefits KCP here, given this track record that we've seen these past objective games. It feels like Cloud9, they can play the fast game. Feels like Cloud9, if they get caught off guard, they can adjust and pivot their game style to react. And so based on what we've seen, 2 objectives have been won for Cloud9 thus far. I could see them just winning all 3 objectives in the series and closing out 3-1.
Yeah, potentially so. As we get ready for the game to start here. Hopefully everyone's been entertained by the matchup. Does Pioneers have a chance? Sound off in the chat right now. Let us know. What do you think? Does Pioneers have a chance here in Game 4? Take us to Game 5? I'd like a Game 5. That'd be fun. My first Game 5 of the weekend.
I would love that. Yeah, I want that too.
Yeah, right? I mean, I did a Game 5 with Tony over at Bravo, but I like to have a Game 5 with you, Dave.
Let's get it. All right, I'm with you on this one.
Yeah. First time we fist bumped all weekend. It was great. So, I'm just looking forward to it, man. Genuinely, because they Pioneers play with an attitude that is very necessary against Cloud9, and it's the same attitude that Cloud9 carries themselves with here as well. The opening start, Pioneers down low, forcing Penguin out of a tough spot here. I like the adjustment too with the aim, just going for the flathead shot around the corner, anticipating someone was going to come through there.
Yeah, forget who I was talking to in the talent room earlier, where they're saying all the pros have been talking about horizontal versus vertical here on LAN with the heat wave.
Yeah.
And people have been, I guess, a strong believer in the horizontal mode here so far this LAN. So I wonder what the situational difference is there for those players, because it did seem like what we saw from Penguin was he used horizontal when he was going for that bank shot.
Yeah, and I also saw that there was, because usually, you go for the vertical so you could drain the shields, but I do think if you get like 2 or 3 of those shots on vertical mode, it is enough for the kill.
Yeah, 2 shots with vertical mode, and I think
like 2 pellets, I should say.
Oh, well, I was gonna say, yeah, 2 full bursts with it, you're gonna kill somebody with it. I would say also the main thing with the vertical heat wave is that it just kind of matches up more with the body. Like, for example, a full horizontal heat wave is not gonna hit somebody at a even mid-range distance, and so that's why people go for that vertical one for that more compact burst. Now, horizontal, I could see being beneficial to bank shot as you're just trying to get random hits to keep a shield down or to get a finish.
Yeah, I remember when the game first came out and I was using the heat wave and it was it horizontal, and the whole time I was like, man, am I a Pepega? I cannot hit this shot at all.
Yeah, and then I adjusted it and I started going vertical. I was like, I still can't hit the shot at all.
Can't hit the shot at all. Well, as of right now, Cloud9 have been able to get the ball back in their possession inside of the garage. Here comes the push on the B side. Renegades running around the map willy-nilly, lined up the shot, but did not find the target here, and try as he might. That actually was a really good play with the repulsor, but Druck did have the better of him there. Ball has been deposited to the outside, as Soul Sniping Company have managed to win that outright, and they'll continue on with their lead. And Manny gets camo.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's one of the dangers of holding the ball over towards the A garage is you have to get the slays. There's really no plan B. You can at some points maybe try to rotate over towards B or C if you have enough map control, but as soon as players start falling, you can't get to play ball.
Manny gotta go big here. I think Eco threw a nade, just a precautionary nade as one would do when you come around there, but thankfully for Manny, he managed to avoid that one. Ball has been deposited outside again. A smart play from Pioneers. That's like a soft play ball to bring that ball outside and really put it in a position that would be difficult for Cloud9 to freely grab it. And more points being added to the scoreboard here in favor of KCP. Another player in front of him, a nice double kill, killing spree for the young man Manny.
That is going to, however, be somehow 3 down for Pioneers. I believe that was all 4 down for just a microsecond. So this is going to be Cloud9 control. We're going to see how much time they can put up on the board as they grab this ball over in the garage, and he's going to sit in this window. So like I said before, you cannot play ball here, so I wonder if Penguin's going to be trying to rotate this out into a more open spot if his teammates start dying, or if they're just going to kind of sit put and try just to fight over and over at the garage.
It looks like they're debating if they want to go for the tower push, which makes sense. If you get the kill at tower, you want to bring that over there because that is an actual play ball.
Here's more of a position where they can push to B, and it looks like that rotation is coming through, and so I do like this play from Cloud9. Pioneers have shown that they have such lane prowess that you can't expect just to outslay them over and over again, so put the ball in a safer spot in case the slays don't go in your way.
2 shots left in the sniper rifle for Renegade there, but Eco's got his boys back, takes out Soul Snipe, Taulik top mid. There goes the ball. Opportunity to play it as well. Very close game between these two teams. Going for the hero snipes. Doesn't work out in his favor though, and no other choice.
Well, he just had, reactions take over there. Clearly he had no ammo left on the sniper, so he would have ideally just stayed on the map, but, just after so many good habits built in, like, all right, I need to jump this weapon off the map, get away from them. Like, wait a second, this has no ammo in it this time.
It's empty. Oh, what a waste. Oh, back whack for Soul Snipe, looking for another. He knows that they're here, too, because he saw them with the beauty of the camo. He's just trying to identify. Got the Renegade call too, and that
that Renegade grenade, we saw him do that over at the B side where he just throws it off the ceiling. And the grenades kind of have this out of sight, out of mind mentality where, like, if you see a grenade kind of fly past your FOV, you can't do a good job predicting where it's going to land. And Renegade doing a good job taking advantage of that.
A few kills though for Pioneers. Penguin and company trying to continue to push. A double kill. And the ball has been played because no one has been able to obtain it or grab it. But 2 players for Pioneers were waiting for them, and they also got the tower side. Is it going to be enough, though, for them to be able to grab that ball and bring it over to tower and end this round? It is such a close game here on Oddball Live Fire.
Yeah, both these squads aren't going to try to force grab that ball because slays have gone back and forth so much, and if you've gone over how much time has elapsed, we've had more than half the time elapsed in this ball round, and one team has only gotten to 53 points. So it's going to really come down to who gets the slays, who gets a bigger full control.
And another double kill for Penguin. Will get cleaned up, but thankfully for him, Eco does obtain possession of the ball, continuing to add on to this total.
I like that route too, looking like he was going to go through key door all the way towards garage. That's going to force at least one member of KC Pioneers to push over towards A garage, when in fact, Eco says, I can just run this over to C.
The help was there. I was about to comment, like, I'm a little worried that they might not have the help to try and clean this one up, but it is going to be there for Cloud9. The ball located all the way in the back canal. And this is just going to continue to add on. Even though they have been able to get these camos, it haven't really been able to do much with them. So Cloud9's okay to give that up, especially if you take out the player as soon as it's popped.
Yeah, as long as you're keeping overall control, it's not the end of the world if you don't get a camo, but ultimately they're still trying to keep their eyes on that. I would say Cloud9 is more in a position that they're saying, we're not going to just throw away a worthless life over this camo or try to force rotate over towards a camo that we don't feel like we can obtain.
Oh, great jump there from Stellar. He's able to get that. Oh, never mind. It's Renegade who gets the kill, but even then, that was all prompted because of a great play from him there. A trade on the melee from Manny. Penguin on cleanup duty. Balls down low again. They only need 12 points before Cloud9 can win the first round in this oddball live fire game. For Pioneers, they have a long road to go if they're able to get that ball, but it's not impossible. They just don't have a lot of time to work with, and Cloud9 are going to use that to their advantage.
Yep, we're going to see Cloud9 just baiting this ball out, instead just going to go for these slays, and anytime that Pioneers grab the ball, Cloud9 can be a bit more aggressive. Try to go for any slays while they're down in numbers.
Penguin met the ball player right at the dummies ramp, and that basically is going to be the round. I mean, unless something incredible happens or lightning strikes the building, nope, that is going to do it.
Are you trying to jinx us here or something like that?
Not at all. Knock on wood. Knock on wood. Knocking on my head as well. Knock on wood. But Cloud9, they get round one in live fire oddball. One step closer to a 3-1 victory for Pioneers. They have a long road ahead of them. Not impossible, but it's going to be difficult.
For those at home trying to know how to play live fire starts from the garage side, take note from Penguin there. If you're trying to push towards garage side, you should have that slide down to avoid those predictive grenades. Otherwise, you're walking into grenades most of the time from someone pushing from pillars.
Yeah, the curb slide, like those like insane slides that we've been seeing these players effortlessly make have been a marvel to watch. Taulik, he's getting pressured from all different angles, and unfortunately is not going to be able to get. Oh my word, Renegade! You need to stop the shenanigans right now. Gets himself all the goodies to play around with, a heat wave, a sniper. I mean, part of me was like, do you want to just give that up to your teammates? But I don't know. Renegade can do whatever the hell he wants, just like that, people.
One thing I also found interesting is that Renegade did not take the shortcut route. And I think the shortcut route is a very obvious or immediate route that many camo players take. So I really like how he decided to back up, just back his teammates up over in the yard, or over near the A garage, I should say.
For C9, they're always thinking about ways that they could assist one another in real difficult situations. Pioneers have to force, at this point, C9 to just drop the ball. But so much work is was done, I should say, by Renegade to just slow down that push. And with Penguin outside, just adding some more damage to this Soul Snipe, we'll have to make a big play there. Unfortunately, he's going to go down, but not before taking out Eco. But since that ball is going to go back and it has been played, the job has been done for Cloud9. They're all right with this. They can get back to grabbing that ball and adding to their score.
Yeah, Eco realized he did not have any teammates immediately nearby, and so he played it safe and decided just to drop the ball off the map and help go for slays. He realized that he at least has one member from KC Pioneers over towards the B stronghold, so he's just gonna, like I said, take those numbers advantage, take a one-on-one. If he wins it, great. He can go push to the center of the map and help. If he doesn't have to worry about the other team getting a ball set up.
Call was made that perhaps he's going to want to bring that ball over to tower. You saw that the intention was to go inside of garage, but very clearly they want to bring this over to the tower side because they could just play the ball again and continue to just add insult to injury for Pioneers. It's kind of like a death by 1,000 cuts, it feels like, the way that they're playing this.
Liked Renegade's just awareness, realizing something didn't feel right, so he checked garage again. He just realized some of these players might be flanking around and about, and once he knows that his back is clear, his team can play significantly different. Yeah. They know garage is clear, so they have to be in other spots of the map. So it's always learning where players are at through deduction.
I love this play because most players will just charge right at the ball. It's right in front of you, right? Why wouldn't you? But Renegade decides, I'm just going to go all the way back around, clear the tower side, just make sure that we have control of this area, and then if we want to go back to it, we can.
That's a very good point. Not only is it just, clearing out a spot, but in any of those cases, Renegade is anticipating their player is going to be there. And with someone like Renegade, he is confident he can win those 1v1s. So he's, one, potentially securing a kill, but two, securing a whole part of the map for his team to be safe. And
Somebody stop
threads the needle right there through the shortcut directly into Druck's brain.
He wants another one. He wants another one. He's feeling the bloodlust from the sniper, but unfortunately it doesn't work out for him there. Soul Snipe would be the end of that one. But Renegade still gets his man, weirdly enough, because unfortunately he got naded. Hey, happens to the best of us.
And this has just been a very difficult spot for Pioneers. It feels like anytime they flank, Cloud9 just are still scrapping up time and rotating the ball away. Anytime they don't flank, they don't have additional angles to attack from Cloud9. And it's just been kind of this back and forth that feels like no matter what they do, they're wrong. And what a sticky grenade from Stellar with the camo, but eventually taken down. So 1 for 1, not a bad play.
Wild repulsor there from Penguin. I love it. Seems like Renegade's gonna keep this going. Oh, I wish it would have happened. Would have lost my mind. He gets the shot anyway, though. Not today.
Soul Snipe tries to back down and still just gets hunted down anyways. When Renegade is on fire, he is literally unstoppable. This man is a beast.
Just gonna go and echo what Clutch said yesterday. The 4 best players in the game are in blue right now. That's it. There's no other, until proven otherwise, that's it. But the best player undoubtedly has to be Renegade. This guy he literally can do it all. And they're gonna continue to add on to this 93. Are they gonna shut out Pioneers here and ruin the good times, the good vibes of KCP? Seems like that is exactly gonna be the case, and Cloud9 will march forward in this competition with a clean shutout in the second round of Live Fire Oddball. Pioneers will be taking a trip to the elimination bracket, but they shouldn't hold their head low because they played C9 hard, they had nothing to lose, and they showed everyone that they are a threat in this competition, and you have to take them seriously or else you're going to be packing your bags here in Anaheim.
Yeah, I am fearful for any of the squads playing the KC Pioneers in the elimination bracket. They look scary strong. Maybe those score lines and some of those moments didn't show it during this match, but they are such a strong roster.
Yeah, let's not forget, this is the same team that 3-0'd Sentinels. So, and they 3-0'd Sentinels, and it looked like it was a mollywop. So, you know, like Cloud9 is just built different right now. Everything's working for them. They have all the confidence in the world, as they should, because they're looking for, what is this going to be, the 5th? Title?
I mean, it depends on, yeah, if you're just counting the LAN tiles, you're counting all the different online qualifiers they've won, but I would say this is their 5th LAN title, right? I believe they won the last 3, or it was the last 3 or last 4 events of Halo 5.
Hopefully the desk can cover us there, but either way, I mean, this has just been a clinical from Cloud9. Pioneers, on the other hand, taking that trip to the elimination bracket, as I mentioned previously, not going to be the worst thing, right? And Dave, you're so right. Every team on there has to be put on notice because Pioneers, they did look good against C9 despite them having some rough spots here and there.
Yeah, we're just going to have to see what their fortitude's like because they can make a run, you know, it's very even plausible that they could be back all the way in the grand finals.
Yeah, which if that happens would be unbelievable. But folks, I just want to say that's it for me for like the weekend. It's been a pleasure. I just want to let everyone know I love you all and it's a pleasure to be here with the Halo family.
Pleasure catching
I love this guy too. But for now though, enough about me. Who cares about me? Let's send it over to Blaze. He's got one of the members of Cloud9 waiting on the stage. It's actually my man Hoaxer. I love that dude. Go ahead, Blaze.
Thank you very much, G. And we all love you, okay? You have a fantastic time, but Cloud9 is having a fantastic time as well coming out with this victory. Now, Hoaxer, when I was watching this series, I want to take you back to map number 2. You're going to have these guys score the first flag cap, okay? And from there, it was looking scary for you. Down a map, down a cap. What was going down through your team's minds at that point for you guys to start rallying flags the way in which you did, and then really dominate the series from that point on?
Yeah, I mean, we weren't really too worried about it. You know, for CTF, we play pretty strong, even if like the team gets down by 2 caps or whatnot. We're pretty confident on the OBJs, and I mean, those are where it's the breadwinner maps, game types. And so, I mean, we were straight the whole time. I mean, it was, we weren't worried.
Yeah, you know, it seemed like the Pioneers, especially on that second map, was wolf packing a lot, okay? And that was a big key to their success. But then y'all slowed it down, and y'all kind of took control back from them.
Yeah, I mean, that's just what we do. You know, we have a good understanding of numbers and where we can allocate our numbers, you know, in response and whatnot. I mean, it's... you know, we've got the arithmetic in the head type, you know, situation with our mentality. So
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely
like I
showed.
said, we were pretty confident.
Now, throughout this tournament, I feel like you guys have been challenged more than you have been in the past, okay?
Yeah.
You know, going to multiple game 5s, but you guys are still coming out on top. Now, do you think that is more on the competition getting a little bit better, or just you guys just a step behind in your normal form?
I mean, well, historically, we usually have rough first day, you know, series, and that's kind of the one that like wakes us up. Like, we have to like bleed to feel something,
a little scared,
and get us, you know, woken up. And you know, Fnatic, you know, those guys, they did that today for us, and kind of like jump started our day.
Got to be down in the series to feel alive, to feel something. Yeah, right.
Need to feel something. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I mean, and if you know we drop games, I definitely feel some type of way if we drop like OBJ game types, but Slayers not so much. You know, they can go, you know,
yeah, they can
any
go
kind
50-50.
of way. But yeah, today was, you know, it's a relatively good day.
Yeah, you know, it was definitely a good day for y'all, okay? And I'm going to let you go because I know you want to get with the boys, get ready for tomorrow, break down this film. Any words you want to give out here to the Cloud9 fans that's been supporting y'all this all weekend?
I mean, shout out to all the Cloud9 fans. We appreciate you guys holding it down for us, whether it be online and, you know, unfortunately not on LAN at this event, but, you know, we appreciate you guys in the stream, you know, hyping us out. I know we got a lot of haters, but, you know, it's all good. Appreciate you guys.
Hey, you still gonna get that dub. All right, Hulkster, okay? I know the fans gonna be back in Kansas City supporting y'all. Lottie, break this whole series down with the boys.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Look, you know, Hoax is right. They might have a few haters, but it actually means some pretty good things for a team. It means you're doing pretty damn well because it just means that the fans from other teams don't want to see you succeed. So if you do have those haters out there, it's because you are literally annihilating the rest of your competition. That's exactly what Cloud9 are doing. I want to talk about that first map we saw. My goodness, you may have forgotten it, and I'll tell you why. It's because it was over in a blink of an eye. That Stronghold Streets, I did tell you in that series layout that it would be very dangerous for the Pioneers, and my goodness, I couldn't have expressed how dangerous it was. That was clinical from Cloud9. It was an education for Pioneers on how to play Strongholds. Talk to you about, you know, Cloud9 and how dominant they were at their objective and on that map.
Yeah, it's very often we preach if Cloud9 gets a trip cap, they can keep this for the entire game. They almost did just that. You blink and you almost miss game 1 of this series with how dominant they looked. 250, I believe, to 33 it was. And that 250 came so quickly that I couldn't believe what the score was when the game ended.
Yeah.
But it wasn't without push, though, because Pioneers rebounding in game 2 is important a lot. I love the fact that they were resilient enough to get beat that bad in game 1 and then showcase some skill for game 2.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I think it was interesting also to hear the Cloud9 coach talk about that Slayer as well, and talk about how they kind of like at certain points to get pushed to a limit where they feel something, but they weren't really that bothered about a Slayer. He feels some type of way is what he said when they kind of lose an objective game, but they're okay on the other side of things when it comes to a Slayer, because Slayers traditionally are kind of 50-50 sometimes. We do see, I think, the underdog in a series have the potential to take a Slayer, and actually, more often than not, they do end up taking Slayers. And we do have now suddenly Golden Boy, who was once Jersey, on the desk.
I was going to do an Irish accent. I was very close.
Thank
but
you for
part
not.
of me realized.
Can we hear it though, please?
Oh, but of course, you know. But I'm back. No, sure he's gonna go cast with Walshy, and I really want him to get that game in. So
absolutely.
I was like, screw it. Just jump in here,
Take
you know.
on the team. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
it's lovely to have you.
It's a Cloud9 analytical segment. Guys, what are we going to talk about? Cloud9's good at video games? Har, you know? Come on, guys.
I thought for sure we were going to see some selfish moment where GB wanted to come up and say, I predicted this to Dave Walsh before it happened 3-1. I knew they'd drop the Slayer as well.
Well,
but now you're actually being a nice guy.
We can break it down just a little bit here. I was actually really, really impressed with Pioneers at the beginning of the CTF game on Bazaar. I thought their positioning as a team was amazing. They were taking control of mid-map. The marketplace was theirs. They were running, honestly, a clinic on Cloud9 for a very small portion of the game, but it did lead to a really nice cap. And you know, Gaskin, talk to me about what you noticed about Cloud9 there and how they tried to bounce back from Pioneers, and they totally readjusted their gameplay.
Yeah, there's a lot of resilience from Cloud9. That's why they're one of the best rosters, if not the best roster, is they can adapt on the fly. I think we've always said that historically about any of the best rosters throughout Halo history. It's how they analyze other teams and they change their strategy to try and match them. And whether that be a match of pace, whether that be slowing things down, or whether it just be prioritizing certain areas of the map where we're seeing strength from the other side. And I think that Cloud9 looked at how KCP were actually stopping them from getting flags, and that was by all 3 of them or 4 of them off spawn, overextending, pushing into the base. They weren't splitting off where one person would like go pillars and like 2 would go to the base or anything like that. All of them would just rush, overextend, get in the opposition base, and then fight their way back out. As soon as Cloud9 realized that, they were then going back to their base, taking that fight, and they were being a little bit more patient with the flag. The flag guy was actually the last guy who was coming into the base at times. So it was really good how they adapted to that, and it was a shame that KCP couldn't find the victory, because I think that was their real chance to take the series.
Yeah, I was kind of excited at the beginning of that CTF game, because I was like, oh, hold on a second. If they can continue this type of gameplay going forward, I was like, you know, anything could happen at this moment in time. It would have aided really, really nicely into that series score and potentially pushed it to that game 5. But nonetheless, it didn't happen. Cloud9 looking damn good as per usual. Let's take a look at the bracket though right now and see exactly where we're situated. Here is the winners bracket for you. As you can see, we just saw Cloud9 versus Pioneers. 3-1, Pioneers will fall down, but we do have Optic versus Sentinels coming your way next. I'm actually excited to see the elimination bracket because I want to see where Pioneers are going to be situated. And as you can see, literally moments ago, as our game on Alpha finished, on Bravo, we saw FaZe get knocked out of the competition. I repeat, they are going home. United did manage to take it to a game 5 and they won. My goodness, 3-2. Incredible stuff. But I gotta say, FaZe, no ice. No ice in the game 5s. The Slayer, actually the Slayer was pretty heavy-handed into the way of United there. You surprised by that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think after the showing that United put on yesterday, coming out second in their pool, and the way FaZe was playing yesterday, you would have thought FaZe would probably get the better of them, but we get an opportunity now after looking at that bracket that KCP is going to have to beat United twice this tournament. So United with an opportunity for revenge, and with that, you know, one person is looking very much forward to getting loud in that series, and that's Spartan.
It is indeed. And Golden Boy looking ahead to that series because obviously United, you know, they've had quite a bumpy road this LAN.
Yeah.
They took down FaZe, who were quite the opponent going up against Sentinels, and we saw exactly what they could do. And United really stepped up to the plate here going up against FaZe. But Pioneers now, a rematch, did take down United. So where's this matchup in your head?
Honestly, this is going to boil down to the tape, right? I'm curious what United does to prepare for Pioneers, because I do think that they have to. They have to. They can't just be like, oh yeah, we're going to win this game, because they clearly should recognize the skill that this Pioneers roster has. That being said, you know, I want to see Pioneers take some learnings from this game, the speed of which that they were playing at, the mid-game adjustments, and if anything, I hope that they're looking at this tape more so than they're looking at their United game to kind of like get that style down, because they are very capable of playing that way, and if they do that against United, they could very well be packing their bags. Yeah. So, but that being said, I am feeling like revenge is a dish best served warm, and United might actually get the upper hand here.
You never know. They do seem to be on fire just a little bit, and if it is served warm, then United do stand a pretty good chance going up against Pioneers. But I'm excited to see how that one goes down. But we're heading to a quick break. Actually, just before we do, I have a little bit of something for you guys still. You are still joining us.
What is it? Is it up your sleeve?
Oh, let us know,
Let me see. Hold on.
Those are some big sleeves, too. I mean, poofy as can be.
Yeah, I have
He's just jealous. He
a
wants
discount
poofies.
code for you.
Oh,
there it is. In celebration, of course, of this weekend here at Anaheim at our regionals, you get 15% off these gorgeous pieces of HCS gear. And you can use the discount code right now in the Xbox Gear Shop. It's HCS Anaheim 2022. There is the link. Go to it. We've got Bravo on there,
Why
modeling
are they gassing him up? You know,
in his side hustle.
Yeah, you're right. Like,
why wasn't Golden Boy?
I don't know why Golden Boy wasn't asked.
I think
come on, look at this face.
Know why Golden Boy
look at
wasn't
this face.
asked.
Isn't his face the face of a model?
Yeah, I mean, everyone wants the what face modeling,
right?
All of their collections.
We would sell no
100%.
products and therefore have no
100%.
season ahead of us.
Tasha's like, I actually have to keep gear away from Alex because this is a problem.
I'll tell you what, you all like gaming, right? You guys love gaming?
Most of the time.
Here and there.
Yeah, and I'm sure you guys at home
Have
do
a phone.
too. Well, this is your chance right now to get your hands on an Xbox Series X. We're doing a big giveaway.
Oh, that actually is
and I just want to say, this is absolutely stunning. The way that this Xbox X looks is just unbelievable. So all you have to do is follow at HCS on Twitter, retweet the official giveaway tweet, tune in and enjoy the show.
I've seen that console in person. It is gorgeous. I tried to steal it as well. Went and served some time. But,
Too slow?
Yeah, I thought so.
Oh, let me not make those jokes real fast. Sorry about that, guys.
Were you pretty close to Royal 2 there as well, Marcel?
Oh, Lottie, we can't make jokes like that, okay?
People won't be offended.
I don't want to get tweeted.
Hey, you might get tweeted, who knows? But we'll let you mull that over, and while you do, we're going to head to a quick break. But coming up, folks, the final series of the night, it is a banger. We have Sentinels versus Optic Gaming on the main stage, a rivalry as old as time, and I'm excited to see exactly what goes down. We'll see you right after this.
Nice play. Woo! I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. Under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
Flag taken. An electric kill. Cluster luck.
On your feet, Spartan.
Ninja.
Zone captured.
So we gotta hit that video, man.
This guy stood up, he's talking growing, man. I've been growing. Wait, I'm sitting here?
It's good to have you back, but talk me through the last few months for you. What it's been like.
The last few months have been definitely, well, I've never experienced this before, but trying to watch my team play, you know, from like the stands, basically. It's been, it's kind of like, I don't know how to explain it. It's definitely something, I can't really explain it. It's just, I want to get into action, but obviously I can't. So just watching, especially watching my team perform, and they've been doing really well with Formal while I was away. So it's like, you know, I'm like, I just want to take them to that next step, but it's definitely been rough. I just miss competing, and yeah, it's just kind of been sad.
What did you think about Formal taking your spot during your suspension?
Yeah, like, so basically we got the news about the suspension, and then in probably like 30 minutes to an hour, like, he was on the team. It was like instant text, and then I was there too. I was just sitting there because I was trying to brainstorm for my team. I was like, who are we gonna get? Because it's like, there's 3 days of the tournament. There's no way you can just find like some random person. So they're kind of looking at amateurs, and there's some other names like from Call of Duty that are getting thrown around. But yeah, it was such a hectic process. It happened like a couple hours, and I can't believe like it all pieced together somehow. Probably the best fit that could replace me, and he played extremely well with the team.
Do you think your suspension affected your reputation as a player?
I personally don't think it affects my reputation, but I can see other people, you know, viewing it like that. Because personally, I don't think, what I did was obviously against the rules, but I don't think it affects like my skill or anything like that. So, but obviously other people view it differently. So personally, I just felt like it shouldn't ruin my reputation. Like, obviously everyone makes mistakes or whatever, but yeah.
HCS Anaheim is presented by AMD, Astro Gaming, the Marines, Zowie, and Xbox Plays.
Hello Spartans, and welcome back to the HCS NA Regionals. We are live from Anaheim, California, and before the break we saw an absolute clinic from Cloud9 here in Street Strongholds. Absolutely insane stuff. The trip cap of the century held the entire game, and honestly it just got a little bit worse from there for Pioneers. They did manage to take a Slayer off Cloud9, and to be perfectly honest, they were okay with it. Hoax has said on the main stage that's alright if they drop a Slayer, but objective wise they're not too happy if they do let one of those slip through. However, that wasn't the case in the rest of this series. They did manage to seal the deal pretty easily at the end of it, and I gotta say, Cloud9 looking absolutely lights out as per usual, and with their eyes on that very trophy right there. Gentlemen, we are back on the desk. I got Bravo, Onset, and Golden Boy, and I gotta say, guys, it's the final series of the night. I can't believe day 2.
I thought I was done, by the way.
I know
You're
you
not
did.
Done. They said the schedule. It was like, you know what, not in the schedule, and now I'm back again.
You know what? We're giving the people what they want.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that, but you're back on board.
And that is Bravo and Onset.
Yeah,
and a tag along. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. No, we love having you up here, Golden Boy. I got to say though, Optic versus Sentinels. What a way to close out day number 2. Big rivalry.
No better way.
Big rivalry here, boys. I think they've actually sorted out a lot of things. I think personally from each other, and now it's just down to the gameplay. They have been scrimming, that's kind of been put aside. They have been practicing against one another, so there is now familiarity, and I think that's actually going to make for an even more intense and exciting series because they kind of know what they're working with on both sides of this ship here. Bravo, let's quickly touch upon Optic first. I mean, this team has been pretty good this LAN so far. They've had a pretty clean record, and they're firing on all cylinders. Actually, Clutch fancies them to potentially take the entire tournament. What are you thinking about Optic?
Well, yeah, it's tough to comment on Clutch's thoughts on any of them, so I'll skip that one for now.
He'd be tripping dead ass, bro.
That's true. But Optic, as you say, Lottie, looks very, very good, and I think a lot of Optic fans were wondering what Optic gaming they were going to get here. Are they going to get the Optic that showed up over the first 2 weeks of Halo Infinite, or was it more going to be maybe the Raleigh Optic? I think we're seeing a very different Optic gaming, a great set of matches and pool play. Since then, they've also kept the foot down on the gas pedal, and I think Optic fans are pretty happy with what they've seen from the green wall.
Yeah, Onta, you know, we actually talked about some of the flexibility of Optic that we've seen so far this LAN, and something we haven't really seen before, but, you know, I kind of noted that at one point Ola was absolutely slaying. We don't usually see the Wizard pop off like that, but he was. He was doing his part to ensure that that game went their way. What does that tell you about Optic at this point in time, that they are absolutely capable of reversing their roles with one another and producing the goods when it matters?
You have to. At this level, when you get into these kind of series against the biggest teams in the world, everybody has to be able to do everything on the map, whether it's hit a clutch headshot with a sniper rifle that's left on the floor, whether it's grabbing the objective at the last second as, you know, you trying to tie up a game or put in a last second flag cap, whatever it has to be, you have to be an all-rounded player in these kind of situations. You can't be the kind of player who's just putting up some numbers and then kind of just playing his life a little bit. You can't do it because these players are so good, so quick, and so active on the map that those few seconds can cost you games.
It can indeed. Golden Boy, who is your X factor for this Optic team? Who's really, you know, setting the trend here right now, and who has to have a big performance today?
You know, like, conventional wisdom would go always to Lucid because he is that guy. He's kind of the ace on this team, but I'm actually really paying attention to Trippy because while I think the world of Trippy, but, you know, I do think that there is a lot on his shoulders here. He is flanked by Titans. He himself is a fantastic player, and he simply just has to, you know, be the support player and play the game, but also, like, you know, find those moments where he can have his shine, right? His brilliance. Trippy's very capable of that, and if he's able to do it, hey, Optic Gaming could walk away with this win easily.
I completely agree with you, and it's for reasons that I think Trippy wants to put to bed as well. That Trippy has been on the receiving end of Game 5 losses so many times through his career, and it's almost become like, think of the memes that have been made, right? It's Trippy looking shocked, disappointed, can't believe it's happened, and it always seems to be Trippy's face. I want to see one series here from Trippy where he's the man to make a play in a Game 5, or a series-deciding moment where he's the one who's like, do you know what? I'm going to win this game for my team. And that will install not just confidence, I think, in him for this tournament, but it's a game-changing thing for him overall. He becomes a new level of player if he can do that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you guys, actually. Honestly, I think Trippy is the guy to watch out for at this point in time. I think he's gone so far in terms of his ability with this team and what he can do on the game. And that comes across in not just only his stats, but like you said, getting those plays, getting those game-winning moments. And I think we're going to see more and more of that with Trippy as he gets more confident across the game as well. Now let's switch the focus to Sentinels on the other side of the stage, the other portion of this rivalry. Now, these guys historically have some accolades under their belt, but right now, they have a point to prove. They need to prove to the world that they are the same four players we know and love, and they're the same four players who will be lifting trophies at the end of LAN events. But to do this, they have Optic standing in their way yet again. And, you know, I was impressed with what I saw from FaZe, but I was also a little bit worried too. I think, you know, after having played FaZe previously in scrims, you know, it's actually one of their highly scrim teams that they have. It was a very closely fought battle. So slightly worried about Sentinels in terms of the games that they lost there, because they did look a little bit shaky at times. They looked great on some of the maps that they'd won, but some of the losses that they had, it felt like a little bit of a different team. They were getting split up, they're getting killed individually and isolated, and that to me spells a little bit of a disaster sometimes.
Yeah, even in the series we saw them earlier on set, there was a moment, even though it was a convincing win that we saw, there was a moment where we're wondering, in some of these game types, even when we see W's in the category, there's a few moments where I think we saw, does Sentinels have a few things to clean up here and there? I think the answer from those earlier matches was yes, and that's something we're certainly going to be looking out for.
The one thing that you can notice, though, is they are starting to clean them up. And as the series is going on, as the more games get under their belt, as the bigger the series gets, they know they can make less of those mistakes. And you are seeing those adjustments. Let's just remember, first time this team have played on LAN together since 2018, which is a bigger factor than people realize. They are under practice still in comparison to other teams, but it's not an excuse anymore. You have to to turn up and play.
Yeah, that was the thing that I was going to note. Like, this squad has not had an opportunity to have those 4 players, even though they've been a team for a super long time. They know each other incredibly well. They haven't had that opportunity to play in a live environment because there's nothing like looking at your teammate and seeing their screen and being able to talk to them and just having that camaraderie that only comes from being in a live environment. And that being said, Sentinels is the type of team that they're learning on the fly, right? Like, you know, that match against Cloud9, yeah, you know, not that great. Not what they wanted, just putting it very lightly. But I'm sure that they ripped away a lot of information from that game that they want to apply in more matches as this competition goes on. It's been a long day.
It has been a long day. I'll tell you what, something that's also really scary as we get through this here, but something that's really scary about the Sentinels roster for me is their individual skill, not just across all of the maps, but in certain situations. You know, there were times where you'd see Snakebite making the most heads-up play you've ever seen in your life that would totally switch the momentum of the game into their favor. Let's not also sleep on the fact that Lethal in that oddball game pretty much won the entire series for them because it clutched up the whole situation of this map layout. I mean, that elevator play, and to be able to stay alive there and also turn around and just totally annihilate Snipedown, just really put that game in their favor. So it's scary to know that very small little margins for Sentinels can win them games. You cannot give them an inch, because if you do, you can also be going home. So it's very, very difficult. But with that being said, I also want to hear from an Optic Gaming member. You know him. I'm pretty sure you love him. He's always tweeting philosophical things. He's also getting stickies on a lot of players, and he can be very irritating on the map. But we actually sat down with Pistola to find out exactly how he's feeling.
My name is I Got Your Pistola, or just Pistola, and I play for Optic Gaming.
Just like that, FaZe now ahead by 2. It's scary for Snipedown, and he gets taken down by the Wizard himself. Pistola takes down Snipedown, also takes down Bound for the triple kill.
I feel the meta has changed significantly since Raleigh. I actually went back recently and watched some Raleigh, and it's crazy how different the game looks just based on like people's positioning and the way that they move. So I think, you know, and the game types, the maps are the same and the game types are the same with like all the weapons. So the fact that it's changed so much is fascinating, but I think it's changed significantly, yeah.
Bottom middle, maybe playing a little corner, looking for a trade or anything. Pistola now trying to sneak up behind back tower. If he can find a little back whack here, a little back smack, it will be the game going Optic.
To be honest, there's a lot of players that have impressed me this game. I haven't actually seen a Halo game where so many teams are fighting each other, just like back and forth. Falcated has been playing incredible. Renegade, Eco has been owning, in my opinion. All the like top 6 teams, all those players have been really good. And it's not surprising, but it is very impressive. It kind of pushes you to be better. Like I was saying earlier, like we haven't taken a day off. And it's, you know, because we feel like if we do, we're falling behind. So what keeps me competing in Halo is I just love the game so much. I just have always loved Halo. I love the kill times. I love the lore. I love the way that it feels. Being a Spartan is awesome. You know, I even thought about like making a switch to COD or other games. I even played Fortnite a bunch, and it's just, you know, those games are fun, but they're not Halo to me. So Halo just always has like a special place in my heart. So I can't let it go. I love it. It makes me feel wonderful knowing that people watch my gameplay and they feel inspired by it, because I know that feeling. I used to watch the Ogre Twins, I would watch Final Boss, I'd watch all these people. Even whenever I'm competing, I still watch people that I'm inspired by right now, where I'm like, so I understand that feeling. So thinking that other people feel that way about me is just, it's a wonderful thing. It's wild. Back in the day, I never thought that people would ever look up to me game style wise ever, because I just was doing my thing. So it's wonderful.
Very, very heartfelt words there.
That's like the most wholesome thing I ever saw.
God, I love that kid.
Yeah, it's very, very wholesome. And I got to say, you know, he's been around a long time. He's been inspiring a lot of people for a long time. And I think, you know, that's an accumulation of experience right there.
Actually, 15 years this year.
Wow,
Professional
15
professional
years.
play.
How old is he?
I don't know how old Ola is.
Let's not expose him.
I think he's forever. He's timeless. I think Ola's going to be like 25 forever.
Yeah, he's going to look like that for the rest of the year.
2007, his breakout pro year, of
he's
course.
Sprite from Eternals, you know? Just kind of always just going to look like a child. But that is the thing about Pistola, man, is just he, you know, I mean, we all have like a good personal relationship. We've known him for years. He's just a good dude, and it's just great to see him still competing here at a very high level and continuing to do the things that he's been doing. It's absurd to be this consistent for that long.
Yeah, he's not slowing down. That's for sure. I mean, literally 2 minutes ago, we were talking about how he's being a main slayer suddenly in a game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just unbelievable stuff from him. And also just leading the charge and having that experience on a roster is everything. You know, he has been through it all. He's seen almost every situation. He said 15 years.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, if you want somebody to calculate certain situations and to strategize, Pistola, he's your guy. He's absolutely your guy. But speaking of guys, we have 8 of them on the main stage, and they're going to be facing off with one another very shortly. But we actually sat down with them to see exactly how they're feeling about Anaheim, how they're feeling about this weekend, what their chances are. So let's listen to them.
We had Lucid in a position where they're right there immediately.
Okay, I thought that the spikes were going to kill him. This is ridiculous. He still stays alive. He might be able to get this double. No, he does. Lucid is absurd.
The most dangerous player here is Lucid. I'm going to say that.
I think the fans can look forward to just, you know, the classic play style I play, the slang, and, you know, just hiding in corners trying to get my kills. It's the classic rule, too.
Is an on-set promise. She has jumped on stick. Oh, that does not count. 47-38. Oh, okay, fine.
So we've been a team for 6 years, which is insane to think about, and we just know what it takes to win a tournament. So we've been there, done that.
But they're all in this series, as they talked about before, play completely different, try to like hide, try to just get scrap a couple kills. But oh my God, he just doesn't miss on land, huh?
Yeah, having Roll 2 back, it's an amazing feeling. I mean, he's obviously an insane player. He's one of the best players in Halo for a long time now.
I'd say the advantage our team has over other teams here is that we have had a lot of practice, but other teams also have. But I'd say our team has probably practiced the most, if not like top 3 the most.
A lot of times these teams opt to try to make more pushes, a little bit faster, just a little less structured, but United really took their time with that one, and look at these snipes coming out Lucid, maybe putting a shutdown to this.
Good luck to the competition, because you'll probably need it.
My God, that clip, ridiculous. Then that clip doesn't get old. That is a wild set of kills there.
Yeah, it is. It's incredible, actually, what a lot of our pros are capable of doing up there. And it's funny that we literally watch so much Halo because we have the Pro Series, which is absolutely amazing because every single week we get to see the best of the best play in every single region. But it still surprises me. They do ridiculous things all the time, things that are different that you haven't seen before, which is really cool. And I think that's also a nod to the fact that Pistola says the meta is ever shifting and changing, and we get to watch that. We get to watch that happen before us, which is really, really cool as well. Let's take a look right now at the series layout, and I'll tell you what, I am interested in this series layout and what you gentlemen think of it, because I've kind of noticed that, you know, across this weekend so far, a lot of our top teams have been going a little bit toe-to-toe with some of our AM teams, some of the teams that maybe are the underdogs here. And that kind of tells me a little bit that we should maybe be looking into the series layout a little bit more and how that dictates things for some of our top teams here. And I think Sentinels are also going to be looking at a series layout in terms of under practice, in terms of, you know, they're not liking certain things at the moment. So what does that tell you, bruv?
I think just the fact that, just like you said, each and every single one of these games has going to be taken so seriously. This can't be a point where you're able to take away, say, you lose a Slayer here, you lose a CTF Bazaar there. The pressure's going to be on, for sure.
It certainly is, but I look at that series layout and I see a weak map 1 for Optic, but then a weak map 2 for Sentinels, which is interesting, right? Because usually you're looking at things and thinking, oh, that's a strong map for them, that's a strong map for this team, but I just see 2 weak game types at the start for either team. So it's going to be a very fascinating start to the series to actually watch who can outperform the other on what might be one of their weaker game types.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think also another interesting topic to kind of bring up here as well is, you know, I hear a lot, it's not really so as much of an excuse as like, oh, those game types didn't work in our favor, etc. What point in the season do you think it gets to be said that it's like, well, every game type's pretty good for us? You know, like, do we get to that point, or will there always be something that our teams don't really like? They don't really want to be playing. You know, where does that practice come into it, where you're like really well versed on everything?
Yeah, I think it needs to come in right now, to be honest.
Yes.
I think we're already at the point where you need to be focusing on every single game type. I think at the end of the day, the reason you hear that is because teams will still always have a weakest game type where they know that they maybe have the lesser of the scrim results on there. However, I think we're already at the point where if you're not good at all these game types, you're in a lot of trouble in this bracket.
I agree with that. I also want to just take a second here because we've been very nice about both these teams, right? Understandably, it's been very friendly. But let's just put this in context here, right? Yes, some personal relationships might have been fixed behind the scene, which is great to see, right?
Yeah.
But let's just remember for a second what happened back in Raleigh, right? That was one of the craziest series we've seen. Optic beat Sentinels in the matchup that we're about to see, the winners bracket matchup. But then when it mattered, Sentinels packed the bag of Optic Gaming and sent them home. And
In
trust
top
me,
six.
in top six, which is ridiculous. So even though they might all be friendly again behind the scenes, everyone's, you know, being nice to each other, we're all scrimming, that's cool. Trust me, Optic want to send Sentinels down to the lower bracket again, and Sentinels want to smash their opponents down to the lower bracket as well. This isn't nice on the stage. The niceness is done behind the scenes. This is the competition.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line here because for
None of
Optic,
this niceness anymore, Alex.
No, I agree.
Thank you. Raise your voice.
Yeah, get mad. No, but here's the deal. There's a lot on the line here because there's ramifications, right?
Yeah.
For Sentinels, I don't think this like nearly as bad, but it's more of a pride thing for them. They just want the win. Right? Everyone wants to win, but Sentinels, like, they're a team that believes they belong in the grand finals of every event that they play in, and gosh darn it, they're going to do everything in their power to make it there because their track record has shown that that is what they do. But for Optic, you know, there's a lot of expectations when you put that jersey on, when you represent that community, when you represent that organization, and they expect greatness every single time. So there is no slipping up here. Both of these teams, it's like Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock, right? Neither man can afford to lose this match. Well, it's the same thing for both of these teams.
It really is. It really is the
I love
same.
that analogy.
Yeah, I think that might just be one of the best things you've ever said. I think it was very good.
Well, you know
not
what?
a lot to pull from.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know what that says.
That's that. That's all I got.
I'll tell you what, though, let's take a quick look, though, at the main stage, and in particular, a player versus player. Our head-to-head right now, it's going to be Pistola versus Frosty. And I did tell you, the Wizard was heating up in terms of his KD ratio. He's looking pretty damn good, and he's also getting the assist in the game as well. But I've got to say, Frosty as well, with the average kills per game, this man is nuts, bro.
I mean, yeah, these are two fan favorites. These are guys that are going to put together clip after clip after clip, and they're going to continue to impress you day in, day out in this game. It's been amazing to see what these guys have done in their professional Halo careers. And I couldn't think of a better head-to-head in this series. I mean, these are guys that can string together some of the wildest plays we've ever seen in professional Halo.
What makes this head-to-head so fun, too, is that they're head-to-head, but for completely different reasons, right? I think, like, Frosty has this way of which he patrols the map. It's just it's beautiful to watch, right? There's a confidence in the way that he plays, always making the right moves at the right time. But then for Pistola, it's about the way that he draws attention to himself and creates opportunities for the rest of his squad. So when you see him fragging out, that is a problem, because if he's doing well, ooh, boy, better watch out, Sentinels. It's going to be a short day.
Yeah, it is indeed. But we have to do a super quick prediction, though, gentlemen, because the game is ready to go. So
it's like these two models.
I need to know exactly what you're thinking and feeling. Make the
All right,
decision.
I'm ready.
Here we go. Ready? On
Copy on
three.
the homework.
1, 2, 3.
Wow. Do
Oh!
you see the Golden Boy homework copy there?
I did not do the homework
Yeah,
copy. It's
right.
just that
We have it on tape.
I have this like
Roll it back.
Replay has it on tape.
I have this crappy card here that Gaskin made that I can't possibly use.
Later on, we can ask for the replay of
There's no
how Golden Boy
artwork.
handled that.
We will. We
There's
will.
no art, like there's no
We'll
graphic.
You're
Beauty
not
of
getting
VOD, my
away
friend.
with it this time.
We'll know exactly
I'm Optic.
what happened. We're going to talk to our casters right now who are going to be getting into this incredible series.
Ask Gaskin
Clutch.
why he made this.
It's great artwork.
No, it's
great
not.
artwork.
It's trash, Dan.
I just need to check in. Is Mark okay? There was a point where I was concerned that there was a lot of testosterone flowing on that
too
desk.
much testosterone on that desk
Is
right
he
now.
all
And
right?
this is coming from Wes Price, the man who
Well, I
literally
really
raised
hope-
my voice to your normal level.
I also really hope you're not talking about me, because there's certainly no testosterone coming across this
And
side
same
of the
here
desk. I just want to
too.
let you know right now. But gentlemen, there is a lot of testosterone on that main stage, and it's not just because they're boys, but they are really heating up right now.
Probably is. Why are we talking about testosterone?
I'm worried about that.
Anyway, hormones aside, let's get it over to you boys right
Why
now.
are we talking about this? Good night, y'all. We'll see y'all later.
Can't trust
All
me.
right, here we go. We got the last series of the night. It's Saturday night, winners bracket semifinals, Dan. And we have Optic Gaming versus Sentinels. We've been waiting for this series for a long time, especially since the last time we saw these two teams play on LAN. And that was with Formal, but we did see that Game 5 the first time around this season, and what a Game 5 it was.
I think we've been waiting for it, they've been waiting for it, the people watching at home have been waiting for it, even production. They've been waiting for it as well, and we are almost there to get underway. Mark hit a really good point on the desk when we saw that series layout. He said, Game 1 is such a strong game type for Sentinels, not the best for Optic. Game 2, a strong one for Optic, not so much for Sentinels. That tees us up perfectly for maybe a 1-1 and might lead towards another Game 5, because we've had so many Game 5s already in this tournament, and I think, looking at the layout, we might have another one.
Ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts. If you've learned anything this weekend, it's that Dan and I, when we cast Game 5s happen, we can only hope that that is the case here. We're gonna hop in. It's Streets Strongholds to kick this one off, and we're going with Snakebite, Mr. Game 5 from earlier today, but he's already under fire, taken down, and Trippy puts him down into respawn. And I love this already out of Optic Gaming. Rockets in the hands of APG as well.
Good starting strategy from Optic, just able to flank round in the right areas to ensure that APG had enough room through the middle of the map to pick up those rockets pretty much uncontested. Now I will say, the last 2 times these teams scrimmed recently, this game type went in favor of Sentinels both times. So Optic, if they could turn this one around, that would be huge for their chances in this winner's bracket semi.
Optic Gaming know that coming into this series. If they're able to take this Game 1, steal this away from a favorite game type of Sentinels, that would be massive for the rest of the series. Let's see if they have what it takes. Already up to a 24-point lead, and a great job so far to stay alive by APG, but more so Optic Gaming flipping the map. A and B control, but APG has his eyes set on C, and he may be able to transfer this one over, but he does have to worry about this pesky player over in the commando hall, but that player's long gone, Bradley. You need to figure out what the next play is. I love this by him to hop into C, but unfortunately, it's with a lot of wasted time, which has allowed Sentinels to get control.
Well, that's one of the downsides sometimes of pushing into C. If it goes wrong, if you don't get those kills, you lose A and B and you lose your control. APG, he tried to pinch, but it didn't work out. The team went down, and now they've got to fight out of station, which is difficult, especially when Frosty and Snakebite are watching it so eagerly over from the other side.
One of the most difficult pushes in Halo Infinite is up this driveway, but we're seeing Optic Gaming get the first pick, and that is a successful push by the members in green here on the main stage. A phenomenal job by APG to rotate back, but unfortunately, as he does that, he guessed wrong again because Sentinels have their eyes set on B, and APG has his hands full with multiple members in front of him. Does get one, gets another player weak, but just like that, he's taken down, and Sentinels are going to get B control once again.
It was important what APG did, though. Going back to C, even though it was the wrong guess, as it were, you need a player who is going to prioritize going back to C just to check there's no one flanking behind you, because otherwise the pinch can then come through from C and A if you don't do it correctly. Rockets have spawned. Both teams have got eyes on them. You've just got to have someone who's brave enough to dive on them.
Yeah, it's going to be Frosty, the bravest man in the series so far. Picking up those rockets, staying alive, 2 down for Optic Gaming as well. Frosty does get a reset onto A, does have rockets in his back pocket, and with A and B controlled, you're going to see Sentinels gain the lead for the first time here in Game 1, 53-50 and counting. But Frosty, he's not okay with just a double cap, it looks like. He wants to push for the triple, and look at this, somehow he's got the perfect timing behind Optic Gaming, finds the double. Can he get the triple? Nobody in sight, but that's a good sign for Frosty because that means he gets to hop into C for free.
Great trigger discipline there as well from Frosty, not firing that rocket straight away, instead just trying to better his chances of picking up the 2. Played to perfection, they get the triple cap, and now Frosty can do exactly what he's just done to C, over towards A. You pressure that stronghold that's being taken, you're the nuisance, you're getting behind the back line, and unfortunately gets spotted out.
6-1-1 Frosty is. They need to figure out a way to take him down, and just like that, that's going to be Trippy getting that kill. That's a big one for Trippy, as he gets numbers in his team advantage. 3 go down for Sentinels. You see Trippy immediately hop into C. The rest of the boys for the green wall should be able to secure B and then focus on A. I love this flip of the map by Optic.
Snakebite got a really important trade there just to mean that B was going to be a little bit more difficult. Frosty needs to stay alive, which he will. Trippy doing some amazing damage, but now Sentinels, who spawned over towards Cathay, have to decide whether they want to try and fight for B or C here. If you go towards C, you leave yourself vulnerable from being shot from top stairs, so I think B is probably the correct fight.
2 members of Optic spotted, hopping into B, but he knows Roll 2's around here, does land the headshot, and a nice shot from Trippy to deny Rule 2 pushing into C. Able to at least keep C controlled while his teammates come off respawn. 3 dead for Sentinels momentarily, as you saw the last player going for that set of rockets taken down. Trippy doing a phenomenal job with the Stalker Rifle so far. Good damage on this Tires players, keeping Lucid alive, and 10 kills to his name. Can he get the 11th here? He's got Frosty no shield in the back of PD. He's got Lethal no shield in front of him, and Trippy is popping off.
And Trippy knew he couldn't just stay in C and use the Stalker Rifle forever because the team weren't picking up any points. He had to move around the map and put that damage to a use where they could actually gain control, and because of that, they get that triple cap temporarily. Sentinels now forced back into station, but here comes the press, that triple cap, and these points, they're starting to really tally up now.
Unbelievable rocket from Owa to get that kill on the Frosty. 3 dead for Sentinels momentarily, but still, look at how dominant Optic Gaming is being right now with the Sandbox. Trippy had the Stalker and the Bulldog. Owa has the rockets. Everything in the hands of Optic Gaming, as well as 3 strongholds to match, and this score starting to climb up. They've already taken the lead and starting to climb and gain even further. You need to see Sentinels try and get out of this trap, but a phenomenal job by Optic to slow the game down and not overextend to A there.
So many points gathered by Optic there, but I will commend Sentinels for their patience. They didn't just scatter and try and jump in any old stronghold. They instead grouped up off spawn and ensured they pushed together to stop the dominance that Optic had found. And even though they're still being scored against, at least they've got a little bit more control here, and finally they should be able to get B on the board. A and B forcing now Optic back towards C once more.
Yeah, Optic does have a 30-point lead to play around though, so they don't have to rush. They still are winning this game. A great job by Lucid to back out of that fight against Rule 2 and stay alive, create an opportunity for his teammates to get some space. But right now, you're seeing Optic Gaming in a lot of trouble. 2 members go down. The third is going to be traded out. A good trade, though, from Lucid to release some of the pressure. But unfortunately, it does look like if Frosty can get this kill, he would have had a trip cap, but another big one from Trippy, and that's 13 on the board for him.
That's a huge reset from Trippy. It stops the total control, stops the triple cap from happening, and now Snakebite, though, meanwhile, has found these rockets. He does connect, but it's not enough to get the kill. But he did get the information, at the very least, that there is 1 player towards Red Room. So he just needs to communicate that to the rest of the team now so they can fight these players on Driveway.
They're going to try and fight up Driveway as Optic. 1 player flanks around, and it's the perfect flank that catches Snakebite and Rule 2 off guard. They both go down, and Optic now with numbers look to push A.
So much history between these two teams. Onset brought it up. They played each other in Rally, and of course APG on the Sentinels roster during the Halo 3 revival, during the MCC series as well. There's going to be a lot of pride on the line here, and even though it's only the winner's bracket at the moment, there's still that second chance in the elimination bracket. We know how deadly that elimination bracket is. Looking at the teams that are still alive in this tournament, they are all eager to make their way to the grand final. So you want to give yourself the best chance of getting there yourself here in winner's bracket.
Massive beatdown kill from Lucid there to take down Frosty. Snakebite goes down as well. Optic once again in the driver's seat. Lethal with this Bulldog jumping into tires though. Does have the advantage with this close range combat on Trippy, takes him down, and that's a big kill as well because taking down Trippy at this point, it's a must. He's got 14 kills, so taking him down is going to be big. Stopping him from raining terror, perfect shots on the Lucid. You tried to get around the corner, Lethal says no shot. This time around, those are 2 very important kills that swing control back in Sentinels' favor, and this is what you want to see if you're a Sentinels fan. Lethal starting to heat up.
Well, that's twice now Optic have had total control, but maybe we're too aggressive with their push onto C because they gave up too much of the map, but APG gets the better of Lethal. At least Snakebite's there to clean things up. But we really need to see Sentinels stop this B push right here, right now, because otherwise this game could be going in favor of Optic. Rockets up in 3 seconds.
Rockets coming up could decide the winner of this game 1. This last set of rockets is massive, and the first death is going to go to Sentinels. Optic Gaming should have the numbers in order to secure this. And yes, Lucid bottom middle with those rockets already with the first kill in the chamber. Got 1 left to play around. Kills all around him. You have to think that he even gets to save this rocket and pressure C with it. And Snakebite, he's long gone after that perfect rocket from Lucid. A phenomenal job of Optic Gaming to get that first pick and capitalize. A stick comes through, doing it all with everything he's got. Lucid is starting to heat up as well.
There is a lot of eyes on this young man. Lucid is being potentially one of those players who is claiming as the best in Halo Infinite right now, and he is certainly proving it. 224 to 189. Optic are closing in on taking map 1, which would really help them in the favorite situation when it comes to these maps.
If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And although Sentinel's not your reigning champions. They are on the way to those reigning champions, so Lucid doing everything he can to make that statement a very factual reality. What can Sentinels do, though? That stick could be what takes it. They do hop into C momentarily. Can they get it? Absolutely not. Optic shut them down. They get them out. They get 250 points in game 1, and that's going to give them the lead here in this series.
So what has historically been quite a strong game type for Sentinels is taken by Optic, and that swings the entire series into the Green Wall's favor. When I'm looking at the stats and I'm looking who should be winning what, I had that down as almost a Sentinels guaranteed win. So that is a huge, huge swing here in this series already in game 1. And maybe that's going to have to try and wake Sentinels up quickly.
Smiles on the face of the boys for the Green Wall on main stage. You know, Trippy, it was Onset that said on the desk, I really want to see him have one of those memorable series that were like, that was the Trippy series where he broke out in his infinite form, right? We know Trippy has stepped up in the online qualifiers, had a solid performance at Raleigh, but with everything going on for this Green Wall team, they need someone to step up. It was Trippy with 18, 11, and 6, but Lucid right behind him.
Yeah, I mean, both Trippy and Lucid were on fire, but also the rotations of the entire squad. And even though at times it felt like they were being too aggressive, it was that one period where they had total control, all 3 strongholds down, and Sentinels were not able to get out of their spawn. And even though I did commend Sentinels for their approach and their patience, unfortunately it was just a little bit too slow, and it's something that they're probably going to need to tighten up in future when we look towards matchups that are going to feature this game type once more. But that was a very entertaining game 1, as Stronghold Streets always is. It's so fast-paced, it's so much about the slaying. That's why when you need players like Trippy and Lucid to step up, because if you can just run around this map and win your individual engagements and then also assist your team, like I've heard people call this basically a slayer. If you outslay the other team, you're probably going to win Stronghold Streets, and I think we saw that here from Optic Gaming.
What a better way to outslay your opponents when you have the opportunity to use the sandbox and these situational advantages. So often did we see Trippy, Lucid with the Stalker Rifle, rockets in hand, the Bulldog Shotgun was used, even the Disruptor, giving Lucid some quick melees in the tire situation, allowed him to just have one advantage to get his team numbers, and when Optic Gaming has numbers, you can bet that they're going to take advantage of the situation from there on out.
Aquarius Slayer is going to be game 2 then, and it is a game that, historically, Sentinels have not been very good at. In fact, there has been some times where they've looked pretty awful at this game type, if I'm honest. They did, however, make a fantastic comeback against XSET earlier in this tournament when they were 12, 15 kills down in this game type, but you can't afford to go 12 to 15 kills down against Optic Gaming. Optic have also been taking this game type off of Sentinels in the scrims they've been playing recently, but it has been around 50 to 48. So I'm not saying this is out of reach for Sentinels, but certainly I am leaning towards Optic Gaming having the advantage.
I'm right there with you. I think if Optic Gaming can get the ball rolling quickly, if Sentinels fall behind the 8 ball here very early in this game, they will not have the same outcome that they had against XSET. They will not be able to come back 15 kills against this Optic Gaming team. They will not let this happen. So this is a moment in this series where it will be decided that either Optic Gaming take a massive advantage going up 2-0, or will Sentinels tie this one up 1-1. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have Aquarius Slayer. The first team to 50 kills will take this game. And Dan, you said Optic Gaming having a heavy favorite coming into this. You know that they're passionate about trying to get this win, especially against one of their bigger rivals. And Sentinels, what do you think Optic Gaming can do early on to get Sentinels on their back feet?
I think you've got to get that first camouflage. You've got to assert a little bit of dominance, but this is going to be a restart on this particular matchup before we can even see what's going to happen in that starting strategy. But I do think it's important for your starting strategy to not overextend for that camouflage straight away so you can be vulnerable to a team just baiting you. Instead, you want to get your grenades into the right place so you can take map positioning on top car and top P, shoot down the other team to a point where they have to back into the closet. That's when you take the camo, and you can really start to snowball out of control because you get a couple of kills, you force the split spawns, then you push and get aggressive on the 2 that are left remaining, then you're going to get rewarded by camouflages, and it all starts to add up. And that's why we saw at one point earlier in this tournament Sentinels really struggling because they were 10, 12 kills behind. XSET were being that snowbally way, but I don't think an Optic Gaming roster are going to let that slip. I think if they start to gain control, if they start to snowball, it will go even further. You're looking at steak dinner possibilities there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so early in Infinite did we see highlight reels come from Lucid and what he was doing with the heat wave, with thrust in the closets. Aquarius is a field trip for some of these guys that have the movement to keep up with it, that can hit some of these slides across the map so quickly. You know, Trippy saying, Lucid, sorry, they've almost perfected some of the movement capabilities, especially on the small map like Aquarius, and it gives them such a big advantage. If you are Sentinels, you have to figure out a way to control the pace, because with Optic Gaming has the space to play around the map, it is so difficult to kill a player like Pistola as well when he gets bottom middle no shield.
Yeah, Pistola loves to just roam around and look to try and finish all those kills. The damage that's being put down as game 2 now will be underway, and I speak about the damage. Lucid is just going to sit base, he's going to anchor. Anchors are very important in Aquarius, we know that.
Yeah, Roll 2, one of the best anchors in the game as well, but Lucid actually getting the better of him early on, but Sentinels winning the starting strat 3-1 now, and that's a very hot start for Sentinels. You needed to see that happen. APG, the last guy alive for Optic Gaming, trying to compete, trying to deny camo from going into the hands of Sentinels, but that wasn't done. APG loses his life, and Snakebite able to get this camo secured.
Royal 2 is just going to venture out to clear one area for Snakebite, and now he can give all that information. He would have seen Frosty go down, they know they're in the closet, and now Snakebite has the opportunity to pick up a big kill to try and get things back here. Unfortunately, the melee gets hit onto him, and he's probably going to fall because of it, which he will. But we're tied up 5-5, quite an even start between these two teams, but these Dynamo nades, the sizzle sticks, they're so important to time, so important to be holding this car side.
So much information they're able to give you, not only pairing that with the damage, but although those Dynamo grenades don't become too effective there, all they do is halt Optic Gaming from being able to push out of that closet, as they do weaken a few players. Frosty opts to actually back up to the opposite base and play an anchor position for his team. Does suspect someone's going to be pushing him from the utility closet. Unfortunately, nobody on Optic Gaming quite there. There is one in the hallway, though, and it's Owa getting the better of Frosty, at least in that fight.
One day, I'll get you to say sizzle sticks. It's going to happen.
I'm
going to get the man who works for 343 to say it, because that's what they should have been called. 9-6 is going to be the scoreline then. And it's a 3-kill advantage for Optic. We said that Sentinels cannot go too far behind, otherwise this could get out of control. And what a way to respond that is.
Nice double kill from Frosty before he gets taken down. Ola with 5 kills already to his name. Snakebite does find this heat wave on the ground after Frosty found that double, though. So the power weapon now in Snakebite's hand. He had an opportunity with camo, not too successful with that one. Only 1 kill to his name with that one, but this heat wave, it can do a ton of damage if he's able to get to utility. But right now, he's playing that anchor position and a phenomenal job of doing so. Great shots across the map to take down Lucid. A little bit of an overextension there, but APG in the meantime, he secured camo, somehow got away with it.
That's the thing, even though Snakebite was anchoring, the rest of the team fell elsewhere, and unfortunately he had to turtle up, he had to wait for the rest of the team to spawn, and now because of that, APG's got the camouflage, and here comes the cavalry to try and sweep up. This is what I'm on about. When you're on that spawn and you're trapped in those bases, an aggressive team will take full advantage of your backs being against the wall. They'll use those nades, they'll use this camouflage, and they'll start to gain a kill lead.
A killing spree for APG is bad signs for Sentinels fans as Optic Gaming jump up to an 8-kill lead already. Pistola got that heat wave in hand. He's going to have lethal to deal with in this utility closet. Wisely gets out of dodge there. Doesn't want to lose this power weapon. Wants to get it closer to his team. But unfortunately, Snakebite able to finish him off. Bottom Dynamos. Snakebite looking to be aggressive, though. A little bit of a push here from Sentinels could go a long way if they're able to get some unanswered kills. 6 kills still separate these two as Snakebite forced it back down once again.
I think aggression is going to be key here for the Sentinels. Don't allow Optic Gaming to get too much control and be able to dictate the pace in this game. Oh, that's perfectly played though from Optic. The bait and switch, APG dangled that hook and they came reeling.
Oh, nice job there by Trippy to win that trade. They were both no shields. Roll 2 was looking for it, but couldn't find the correct reticle placement, and Trippy expected that double back, knowing his teammate had him on death cam. Trippy already off to 6 kills, but so are APG and Ola, so all of Optic Gaming doing a great job so far in this game. 2 to push their team in the lead.
Camouflage is going to be up in 6. Trippy is just going to wait patiently here, seeing if he can maybe do a job to work with it. And this next camouflage could really be the difference maker for Sentinels, because that 5-kill gap, if they don't get the camo, could suddenly become 8, 9, 10 kills. So they know full well they need to be in a position to at least contest this one.
No, Optic Gaming is not in a position to contest this one as Lucid tries to push up the pink stairs across the map. He gets taken down. 2 members of Optic go down. Trippy on the bottom of the map can't compete for camo. Good shot from the Commando, though. And that is a massive kill to release some of the pressure. Unfortunately, though, that kill not going to deny Camo from going into the hands of Snakebite. Once again, Snakebite had Camo earlier in the game, only was able to find 1 kill before unfortunately being meleeed by a no-shield player. What is he going to do now with this time around? Does spot Trippy back to base, gets thrust. I actually love the fact that he picks up this thrust because it gives him so much of an opportunity in these fights. He is going to find Lucid with this pistol, quickly pulls out his BR, pushes Trippy. Trippy with great shots once again trades the camo out, and another unsuccessful camo push from Sentinels.
2 kill advantage for Sentinels, for Optic Gaming, excuse me, against Sentinels, and that's so much better from them. It could have gone completely the other way, but the way they were able to force Trippy back and ensure they got that camouflage, and also what Snakebite's been doing with each camouflage. He's been patient, he's just provided information. You've got to know you're invisible, not invincible sometimes with that camo, but we're all tied up 27 to 27, and it has been just good control from the Sentinels roster, not allowing Optic Gaming to get too aggressive and really dictate the pace.
Yeah, not too long ago, it was Optic with an 8-kill lead looking to blow this one wide open, but Sentinels doing a phenomenal job of battling back, getting successful wins in these team fights, and Frosty with the big pick on the APG as multiple members of Optic Gaming are now stuck in this closet. They need to figure out a way to get their shield back. Lucid can't do so. He goes down on top of Dynamo. Snakebite does get traded out by Ola, and that's a big kill from Ola once again.
Notice how pretty much every time we jump on board with a different player, it's a sidekick or it's going to be a commando. There's always one of these weapons that can make a difference in these close range engagements. Heatwave for lethal. The sandbox is being used time and time again to try and give these players that little bit of an advantage when they do engage in these fights. As Camo's up once more. Royal 2 wants it, but he knows he can't jump for it just crazily.
Yeah, Royal 2, not the kind of player that's going to sprint top middle for that camo. Does get great damage onto Ola, back to APG as well, so Sentinels in the background are going to be securing this camo as Royal 2 pushes up. I actually love this push by him. He's got Trippy in his sights, but APG still alive with that heat wave, able to do some damage to him. But Trippy running for his life right now into the closet is going to eventually be taken down. And a great job by Royal 2 to create space on the map for his team, allow Snakebite another chance. This is his 3rd camo of the game.
Snakebite certainly has been the one who's been gifted these camouflages, and he has made them work as well. Should be able to give that info, which he will. A 4-kill lead now for the Sentinels roster in a game type which historically they've not been that great at. I tell you, this would be massive if they can find a victory here.
Throw the analytics out the window because Sentinels have every intention of tying this series up. A double kill from Frosty as he looks to push into the base, spots multiple players trapped like rats in the back of yellow. Can Frosty find the pick? APG, perfect shots, take Frosty down, but the rest of Sentinels are there to trade these kills out. And with a 5-kill lead now, Sentinels, all they need to do is trade out. 7 more kills to go.
Snakebite is so good at staying alive, by the way. Uses the dynamos to get that information and provide the damage so he can get the assist, but most importantly, didn't die and give the kill away to Optic Gaming. Now they're only 5 away. They have a 7-killed, 8-kill lead now. Surely they can't throw this one away.
Surely there's nothing Optic Gaming can do with the positions they have on the map. Currently, they're going to have some phenomenal teamwork in order to get out of this situation. 2 dead for Sentinels, so Optic Gaming using a little bit of the teamwork to get out of this situation. 3 straight unanswered kills, and his camo about to come up. Maybe, just maybe, Optic Gaming can create this comeback. 4 kills to go. Sentinels find 1. Top pink, find a second in the corner, and now it's all she wrote. 1 more kill. APG stuck in the window behind the pillar, and Lethal, he's not going to let APG get out of this situation alive.
That's going to be the final kill then, and we are going to tie up this series 1-1. So the favorable game types for each team have gone to their opposition, but that still leaves us in the same scenario we thought we would be in after the first 2 games, and that is a tied series going into map number 3. Very impressed, though, with how Sentinels played that game, especially considering a lot of the stigma there is around them on this map and how much they have struggled previously. Clearly, they've gone over some of the footage and they've worked out what has not been working for them.
A little bit of shock on the faces of Optic as we got an opportunity to check them reactions to that game 2 loss out. They're thinking to themselves, we were up 19-11, where did it all go wrong? Well, giving up 5 straight camos in a row might have something to do with it, so you want to prioritize power-ups coming into the rest of this series. If the Green Wall won any opportunity at the Winners Bracket Finals against Cloud9, they're going to have to do a much better job of controlling those power-ups and the power weapons, because that was a Sentinel show the second half of that game too.
Yeah, and standout players, Snakebite and Royal 2 in terms of the kills. And you don't understand why Snakebite was able to get the kills, because he had those camouflages so many times. He was able to get that initial advantage in the engagements. But look at the damage that Frosty did. Even though Frosty had the most deaths and he didn't have the most kills, he was the one who is maybe providing these kills to be available for the rest of the team. And that goes back to a point I made when we watched Sentinels last time. If Frosty isn't going to be that big slayer, if he's still out there doing the damage he usually does but not finding the kills, that is great news for Sentinels, because they can all then flood around him and find victories because of it.
Yeah, ignore the kill-death ratio there. Look at the damage dealt, damage taken. Frosty led his team in both those, meaning he was creating so much of an impact for the Sentinels roster to have success there in Game 2, creating space for his team to pick up those camos, to pick up those one-shot kills, and because of it now, Sentinels are right back in this series.
Some amazing individual fights from both sides. You've got to say and just appreciate that we're watching some of the best Halo Infinite that's on offer here in North America, and let's be honest, the world, and I can confidently say that even from Europe. But it means we go into a map number 3, which is going to be Bazaar CTF. Now, I mean, I've gone over stats and I've gone over the scrim history.
Let's hear it.
Well, I guess Sentinels, they have been better on this game type. This has been one they've won comfortably against Optic Gaming. Optic haven't even been able to get any flags in the last 2 scrims they played against each other. Sentinels winning it 3-0 and 2-0. So that would say to me that Sentinels have a better idea of how to get that flag out of the base, because it's not an easy thing to do.
0 flag caps given up this weekend by Sentinels, so maybe it's not just Optic being shut out of CTF Bazaar when these guys feature themselves into a series, because defense wins championships is the saying, and apparently Sentinels might win championships if CTF Bazaar comes up more often.
Well, let's look at Bazaar at its very core. You've got rocket launcher and you've got an overshield. 2 things that you really have to focus on the timing and the ability to play around them. Let's look at the camouflage that we just saw on Aquarius and how many times we saw Snakebite pick that up on Sentinels. If they can play in that same style over on Bazaar, then you'd imagine they're going to be in a really good position to use those power weapons and power abilities to then move on and get a flag.
It's a big if. I do not expect Optic to continue to make that mistake. They are too tried, true, and tested. They are too practiced coming into this event to just ignore the power-ups and power weapons here in Game 3. They understand why they lost Game 2, but let's move on, boys. It's a best of 5 for a reason. This series is all tied up, ladies and gentlemen. We have CTF Bazaar loading up on our screens. And like you said, Dan, this battle for the middle of the map, that overshield, that set of rockets, it's so important to get off on the right foot.
Starting strategy, very important. I know full well Sentinels like to send players out of those double doors, and Lethal will instantly get the Dynamo nades and will get control of the overshield here, so the perfect start here for Sentinels.
Well, Lethal with that kill is going to get that overshield. Let's see what he can do with it now. Got a player in this corner. He knows Trippy is up here. He heard him with some of those Dynamo grenades. Trippy has gotten his shield back ever since, but that overshield makes this kill so much easier for Lethal. And now with this space, are they going to be able to do anything? Because on the other side of the map, Frosty actually did get taken down, so Lucid, a phenomenal kill to subside this Sentinels push, but still Sentinels in control.
Well, Sentinels, they have not conceded a flag on this game type all tournament long, so something must be going very right with their communications. Let's hop into an Astro listening and see what it's like.
APG. Nothing pushing you yet.
Double door.
Double door. You're gonna push you, I think. Gonna push you.
APG's
gonna push you.
Could be weak.
No, nothing pushing you.
No, they're just waiting. Yeah, they're waiting. They wait.
Rockets, Lucid. They're trying to catch you.
Yeah, call it.
Left side tree.
One hit market, Teach. One of you. Nice job, Teach.
I pushed the tree. No,
right, Lucid was top rockets, right?
The tree weak still.
Weak the BR.
I'm getting out.
I got spiked. He's on.
Yeah, they're causing.
Grapple.
To market. This is one hit.
Our fruit. Nice.
APG.
Nice, two one more, PJ, careful.
We gotta go rogue.
We're
being 30.
We're dead.
Where
they at? He's, I don't know, balcony? And I'm sure he's got rogue inside. I think he is, yeah.
I'll mark it. Here, TJ,
he jumped up. Their side free.
Yeah.
Some hectic communication from Sentinels. A very scrappy game that's underway between these two teams. Neither able to really get in and behind enemy lines or into that base because they're so evenly contested with these shots just being drilled across map.
Yeah, look at Trippy's position right now in bar. A phenomenal spot for him to be in, especially with that Mangler. 2 members down for Sentinels, so we're going to see how strong their defense is, even with the lower numbers here. Oa able to pick up that overshield. First power up of the series, I'd say, for Optic Gaming. Now, what is Oa going to do? You know, Trippy had a Mangler. Oa now has a Mangler. with this overshield. So much potential with this combination. Can he find the entry pick? No one quite there on his screen yet for Sentinels, so he's going to try and find a pick, but unfortunately, players seem to be dodging him. A big finish on the lethal, get 2 down, and he knows Snakebite's in that vent, but he needs to worry about the rest of the base because right now he's being flanked. Good help from Trippy across the map. Take him down, and Ola being such a nuisance right now.
And you could just see Pistola's head on a swivel, listening to those callouts, waiting to see where he can strike, where he can be an influence with this Mangler. He knows there's someone below him down in the Bulldog area, but he's reluctant to give up this bar space. It's so important to control bar of your enemy team.
He was waiting for teammates that whole time, and unfortunately not able to get there as the rest of Optic Gaming, as Ola forced to relinquish his position there in the bar, but now he's relocated himself with a flank through big doors. Do Sentinels expect him to be here? The answer was no at first, but now that they know he's here, Ola forced to once again stay alive, but look at this life. I mean, Ola has been alive for at least like the last minute, being such a nuisance for Sentinels to try and deal with.
Notice how every single time a player, by the way, when they run through the middle of the map, they will check the Dynamo nades, they will check the grapple, and even though those callouts are probably coming from their coach, you've always just got to keep an eye on it as Frosty picks up a big double kill here for Sentinels as they look to try and wrestle back some control on this map, because they've been on the back foot for quite a long period of time now. It's been a couple of minutes where Optic have been in their base.
Here we go. Will we see a cap go against the Sentinels team on CTF Bazaar? The flag already in the middle of the map. Lucid looks to try and slay here, knowing Frosty is going to be weak to that Dynamo grenade, but a great job by Ola and Lucid to slow this game down. Royal 2 has no idea they're still in the bar, and unfortunately for Royal 2, he's down. Lucid on a killing spree.
Well, when it comes to slays, Optic are very much winning in that department, but Ola falls as well. Sentinels will get some really important kills, and because of that one, Frosty surely can help try and get a re-hit, but no, still going to be a touch.
Wait a minute, Trippy was the last guy alive, does get a touch after getting a double, but what is the rest of Sentinels going to do about it? Snakebite hunts down Lucid into the bar off respawn, able to take him down, and with this overshield, a little bit of shield left, he is going to spot Ola in this corner, but Ola with the Mangler gets that massive kill. The flag return does come through, but a massive kill from Ola to once again help defend his base.
What's important, though, is the re came through from Sentinels. So Snakebite still did his job, and I tell you, even though the Mangler, very powerful right now, I don't think we need to beat around the bush. It's still not easy to hit those shots consecutively on a player like Snakebite strafing his way with an overshield against you. So hats off to Pistola for still pulling that one off and making sure he got the kill. But Sentinels still not allowing Optic to get that pull, despite the fact that it's the slaying department. I mean, Lucid's got 12, Trippy and Ola are 11 together. This is scary for Sentinels. They're being outslayed heavily right now.
They're being outslayed, but they have not given up a real opportunity to flag cap, other than the one that they did get out of the base and into the middle of the map, but Sentinels was able to get those kills. Optic Gaming is having to work so hard to try and get this flag out of the base. When you're able to outplay Sentinels to the way that they're doing it, and you still can't get objective done, at some point, you have to think that Sentinels is going to get a flag cap on the board, but just like that, Optic in the base, spot Frosty, get the flag out as well. Frosty taking down 3 dead for Sentinels, and the flag being thrown through the big door by APG right now. This is going to be the first one on the board, and it's in Optic Gaming's hands.
2 scrims, they couldn't get it done, and no one else in this tournament so far has capped the flag against Sentinels on this map, but Optic finally, thanks to the killing sprees we've seen from Lucid, are able to get that flag out and pop one in. Overshield going to be up in 6 seconds, and Rockets as well, so this is a very important time for one of these teams to try and solidify some map control.
A great Dynamo grenade from APG. Unfortunately, Snakebite reading him like a book, gets that melee kill. Now it's Snakebite trying to defend this overshield, but Trippy has it on his sight, able to pick up those fresh Dynamo grenades, put them to use as well. So a battle bottom middle right now is Lucid, able to get a double kill, is going to secure overshield once again, and we're already seeing Optic Gaming do so much better of a job of controlling the overshield this game, and what a difference it's been.
Great thrust as well there from Lucid, recognizing the chance of possibility of being a plasma pistol in that treehouse.
He's got
thrusting
19
instantly, and as you say, 19 kills, but 19 kills, but only 1 flag ahead. Although I say that, 1 flag on Bazaar sometimes can be enough.
5 minutes left. The clock will start to become a factor as it continues to tick down. We have not seen Sentinels in control in such a long time, and that is largely to do with this man on screen, Lucid, having a phenomenal Game 3 to once again push his team into the lead. 19 kills to his name. You can bet a 20th is on the way here shortly. The way he's playing, he's got Bulldog in hand, expects players to be rockets out of the map, but nobody home for Sentinels just yet.
It's such a nice feeling as a player as well when you look towards those stats on, you press back and you're like, oh, I'm absolutely destroying the other team right now. There's going to be so much confidence for Lucid, and he can play in whatever way he wants right now. I think that the kills are almost coming toward him with the shots that he's been hitting, but that flag is going to be pulled, and Lucid gets spotted out, so he has to fight tooth and nail to stay alive.
This is dangerous, though. They do get a pick on the roll, too. Frosty's going to end up coming back, but Lucid takes care of both of them. Make it 21 for him. The flag was being run for Sentinels, but Sentinels can no longer run this flag. Last two players alive are at Lucid's base, and he has every intention on pushing these guys. Takes down one, has information on the last, and in the meantime, Optic Gaming are running the flag across the map.
Pistola being a nuisance as well and managing to take down Snakebite, who might have been able to do a job with that Bulldog, but APG gets the flag across, will go down, but surely there's someone else to try and pick this one up. Pistola's going to be the closest player at the moment. Trippy off spawn is there as well. This is looking like it might be 2-0.
Absolutely, this is going to be 2-0. Trippy off spawn, able to punch that one in on screen. But that was all Lucid. That flag cap right there, you said, oh, he's only got 19. They only have one flag. Whoa, Lucid shuts us up real quick with a few kills of his own that secure a second flag on the board for Optic Gaming.
It's about getting those kills at the right time to allow the team to get the flag across the map, and Lucid did just that. He played it perfectly, also utilized the grapple to get across the map as quick as possible. But Snakebite behind enemy lines should be able to get one and will get enough damage to at least communicate to Lethal to maybe pick up one more.
Man, that could have been a big flank for him if he's able to get a few kills right there and get a flag run started. But right now, down 2-0, 3 minutes are just on the clock for Sentinels to try and tie this one up. And Optic Gaming don't look to have any idea of slowing down right now. 24 kills. I repeat, 24 in this lobby. He's almost got twice. He does have twice as many kills as the next person in line. And Pistola secured these rockets, picks up not one, but some great damage onto a second.
We heard in the interview earlier from Pistola that they feel like they're one of the most practiced teams in this tournament, and I think the results that we're seeing on the maps that arguably are some of the better ones for Sentinels proves just that. They've looked into what they need to improve on, where they can beat these teams, and they are demonstrating that they are the real deal here in Game 3.
Practice makes perfect, and that's what Optic Gaming has been preaching to themselves coming into this event. No days off. You heard it from Olo, like you said, and those days off, because they didn't take any, they may be able to take this trophy home this weekend playing at this level. A phenomenal job from Pistola here to flush out the last member alive for Sentinels in his base. Now he looks to try and push middle of the map with his team. And Dan, another minute off the clock means Optic Gaming is 2 minutes away from taking Game 3.
Yeah, with 2 minutes left, if you're a Sentinels fan, heart in your mouth, and you're wondering, well, what can we do to actually get back into this game? They just need that one set of slays, regain control, and just start to get aggressive, start pulling flags. Snakebite has been trying to pull them. I'll credit him there. He's trying to be getting that flag to move, but sometimes it's not as simple as just getting the flag out. You need the slays to go alongside it. A very difficult map is Bizarre. That's why we only see it at 2-0.
You have to figure out a way to shut down Lucid, and unfortunately, easier said than done, as he had the last overshield of the game in his hands there, as he was able to put some phenomenal damage. And just being a nuisance in this bar is so difficult to deal with. Look, Snakebite having to run with his tail between his legs. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Big kills come out of Sentinels, but with 1:15 on the clock, you got to get the flag running because you need 2 of them.
Yeah, you've got to be sprinting into the other base, and you've got to be looking at where those spawns are. But with Trippy taking down Snakebite, suddenly this becomes entirely a different story because it's a 3 versus 4, whilst you need to run a flag, not just 1, but 2. So all these kills are great, but now as they eventually fall, I think that pretty much solidifies this Game 3 going towards Optic Gaming. And just one little thing I want to touch on, Lucid, when he was holding bar then, he knew exactly where the grenades will be placed when they bank off the wall, that he hid behind the corner and didn't take any damage. It's tiny things like that that Lucid just seems to be a little bit further than everyone else in Halo right now.
Feels like every time we watch him play, we learn something new, and now we're learning that Optic Gaming is here to play, is going to compete for a championship here in Anaheim because they're 1 game away from going to the winners bracket finals.
Yeah, we saw fist bumps all round. Optic recognizing that with the time left, they have this one in the bag. Sentinels also just conceding it by saying we're not going to even be trying to pull these flags. So Optic go 2-1 up. Sentinels now find themselves behind, and we'll look to see whether they can try and take us to a Game 5 here on map number 4. Remember, Cloud9 waiting in that winners bracket final. I'm sure both of these teams would love the chance to try and take them on with that kind of safety blanket of the elimination bracket below them, rather so than battling back through that elimination bracket, maybe facing them in the grand final where you don't have that second chance of a loss.
Big time plays from the big time player on screen. That's Lucid there in game 3 to push this team over the hump. It was earlier today we said Lucid's been having a semi-quiet tournament.
Yeah.
No longer that being the case as he
no.
steps up here in the winter semifinals. That was a phenomenal game by him, but it was really all of Optic Gaming's teamwork that was able to acquire these overshields to put Lucid in those positions that he excels so often in.
Yeah, he is. The kills he was getting were amazing, but it's also the platform that his team were able to put him on so that he could actually get those kills. Sometimes it was just him, though, grappling from one side of the map to the other. 28 kills, 14 deaths, but you look at the assists from the rest of the team, 12 from Ola, 11 from Trippy, APG contributing as well. I mean, the least assists on his team for Lucid, you can't have everything, I guess.
You can't have everything, I guess, but it's probably hard to have assists when you're so efficient.
That's true. He was just pouring every single time, right?
Everybody I shot, I killed. Look, 6,100 damage, but look at Ola's damage. My God, 6,400, even more damage than Lucid. And with the kill differential being that great and Ola having that much damage, I would love to go back and rewatch his stream because those kind of games, they speak volumes to me when you have the opportunity to watch them. You will see how great of a player Ola is with stats like that.
And there was a time period where Pistola was consistently and constantly in the bar of Sentinels and they weren't able to get him out, and I think that was probably when he was emitting all that damage, because every single time they pushed either down towards the Bulldog, he was there dealing damage. If they pushed out onto the balcony, he was there shooting them in the back, and even though he would often retreat before he got the kill, he would be able to call that out, and it was often Lucid who would swoop on in with a grapple to finish off that kill. And then towards the latter stages of the game, it was Lucid who was dominating those bars, and you really can see how important it is to hold bar control from your opposition.
How much damage they were able to do with Manglers in that situation, Overshields in that situation. And I worried for Optic Gaming from game 2. They lacked the ability to secure any of the camos in game 2. They came away with a loss. In game 3, it was a completely different story, Dan. They got almost every Overshield, and because of it, they cruised to a game 3 victory. But now, Live Fire Oddball, is this one of these game modes that's going to close the door on this series, Dan? Or are we quite possibly looking at a game 5?
Well, I mean, if you had asked me this in Rally, I would have been saying this is an Optic game all day. They were never losing Live Fire, but that unfortunately didn't come to fruition when we started to see them play more online, and then this tournament they've also lost Live Fire as well, so they don't have that 100% record. You can see they're 4-1 in Pro Series in Oddball Live Fire, and in scrims against Sentinels, they have beaten them both times in the last 2 scrims they've played, but it has been 2-1 on both of those occasions, so they have been pretty close games. This means Sentinels do have a chance, and also the stats have gone out the window for this series. All the better games have gone in favor of the team who arguably should have been losing them.
So you're telling me analytics mean absolutely nothing and that we should just shut up and watch the players?
No, what I'm saying is that scrim results, even though they can tell us a story, sometimes teams are better at taking those scrim results and improving from them, and it would seem like both of these teams have worked really hard on arguably some of their weaker game types before this series.
Well, numbers hurt my head. Playing Halo does not, and that's why we play the game, Dan. Here we are. We have game 4 loading up. It's Live Fire Strongholds. No, it's Oddball, isn't it? I'm sorry. Live Fire Oddball. And we'll see. Will Snakebite be as impactful as he was against FaZe with the Oddball, or was Optic Gaming going to stop this series short?
Plenty of death and carnage at bottom middle. Trippy just about escapes with his life, and Snakebite is going to be the other remaining player who decides to grab the ball. You don't want to be pushing the Mangler unless you've got a heat wave. That's a battle for the ages, and both players decide we don't really fancy it.
Gentleman's agreement to back up reset, but unfortunately Snakebite breaks it, also takes him down, and with that gets his team numbers advantage right back to the ball with Snakebite. He sees Royal 2 maybe needs some help, so he's going to drop that ball momentarily, but a trade from Royal 2 will secure some ball time here for Sentinels.
Something I will note and touch upon is that I was really impressed with Snakebite in particular in recharge ball earlier on today, and if they can take that same kind of similar ability to rotate the ball around the map, then they certainly do have a chance of taking down Optic here.
All right.
It's not off!
Snakebite, that little nudge, that little rail keeps that ball on the map, cost Snakebite his life right there. But as we hop on board with Lucid with this snipe in hand, ball in hand as well, let's hop on board with an Optic Gaming listen, and they seem to be rolling right now.
Top tower.
Dude, they're flying. One shot, C-plat. He's on the box. I'm rotating. I've
got open field. Open field.
2 on C-box. 2 on C-box. Another one there. He's going tower.
Live, guys.
I gotta hide you.
3 on 3. Open field on Joey, weak.
Watch out on OS. Watch out literally behind
tower for sure.
Watch out nades. Watch out nades. He's a mangler.
I'm gonna push elbow
Top
right now.
Mangler is going. Dummy door with the mangler. Sitting nades. Two there. Two nades, guys.
He dropped elbow.
One shot elbow. One shot elbow.
Nice job. There's someone
On the west and dummies.
One shot on camo. One shot on camo. One shot on camo.
We have heavy numbers. Joey's getting ball. Go river maybe, Joey.
Yeah, he probably moved.
I'm just gonna go.
Bottom middle on Joey. Just one shot bottom mid. I got him.
Camo's coming, guys. 10 seconds.
Yo, top mid on me. Top mid, guys.
I'm going nest.
It's one shot. Tires. One shot going dummy door right now.
And top mid. Can't get away.
On dummies.
Camo's up, guys.
Weak crossing.
Get ready to play that, Joey.
My flank pillars.
Dummies.
Toss it, Joey.
Elbow.
Got shots.
Ball's off. We're good.
Kind of weak. Jumping top nest. He's top nest still, Tommy.
Well, Lucid picks it up right where he left off. That snipe, not missing many of those shots, doing so much damage. But it is still Sentinels with the 6-point lead for now. Camo in the hands of Lethal as he's able to take down APG. Unfortunately, Rule 2 does go down with the ball, so that puts Lethal in a very difficult situation here. He's got to play his life. No ball time will be acquired now. And once again, Optic Gaming hunting that Camo player down, taking him down before he's able to do too much. Bodes well for their opportunity here in at least round 1.
Camo here instead of Overshield I think is important actually for Optic Gaming because they haven't been too good at grabbing those power-ups, and if it was an Overshield then I feel like that might actually give a little bit of an advantage to Sentinels. It is the stronger power-up in my opinion, but the Camo still can play a big difference too. Lucid's been able to find a heatwave. It always seems like there's something in his hands that can make a difference, but look at the grenade placement.
Redead for Sentinels. Trippy picking up this new snipe, also picking up the heat wave, all the power in the map in Trippy's hands. Let's see what he can do with it here as he throws a nade. Doesn't know if that nade hit anybody, but it did rock a player to no shield. That's an easy assist for Trippy. You see the plus 50 points on screen. Trippy gonna have to stay alive here, though can't quite hit that no scope. And with this combination of power weapons in hand, as he loses teammates, he doesn't want to give these away. What does he choose? He chooses to push. Rule 2 goes down, a big kill to even out the odds here, but Trippy wisely playing his life so well. Repulsing over the door, doesn't give him a sight line to take him down. Immediately replaces himself. Bottom middle, able to find that kill, deny ball time. And Trippy doing everything he can to stop Sentinels as his team was getting overslayed.
Yeah, a really enjoyable life to watch there from Trippy with his movement from the repulsor and his ability to be aggressive when he needed to. But even though he does give these weapons away, he certainly made a difference in that little period of play, and Frosty looking to maybe take control of the camouflage here as well. Should be able to do so. It doesn't look like anyone from Optic Gaming is going to try and contest that, and I think that just says how they feel about the camo.
Yeah, Frosty opting to not try and push with his team here, but to wait for camo. Optic Gaming did give that camo up, but in the meantime, they've racked up some ball time. Ball carrier does get ripped as Frosty looks to push elbow. A nice assist as well. Can Frosty stay alive? Yes! Rule 2 keeps him alive, and that last player alive is going to get a play ball, so that's big by whoever that is. Back green, a massive play ball. It was Trippy that was able to get that ball off the map, reset the ball to bottom middle, and that's going to be a pretty annoying play ball for Sentinels to deal with, seeing that they had all 4 dead.
Well, ever since Frosty has got this sniper and heatwave, he's been on a tear, but I think this might be the end of his life very soon. Has to retreat and get the Needler, but unfortunately not able to find the kill.
I respect the attempt. Unfortunately, the Needler not being the best gun he could have had in that situation. Also, not having the shield to take down Pistola was a big problem. Pistola taking down Snakebite with a little bit of help from Trippy there as he tries to play his life. Trippy with that ball already over to green, and Optic Gaming doing a great job of controlling the ball, playing it when necessary, and rotating to a perfection.
Yeah, neither team's really been able to get an ideal setup, and not really a setup at all throughout this game, and that's why we see only 1 minute left on the clock and only 40 points to the highest scoring team. Even though we've got this little green setup at the moment, it means that ball is definitely going hurtling off the map if Sentinels are able to close the gap, and maybe Lethal needs to try and lead the charge here, but at the moment he's bottom middle and he needs to wait for the rest of the team. They need to try and collapse onto green here. They can't allow too much time to go in favor of Optic.
Yeah, this is an impossible situation to get the better of Optic Gaming as they do get the slays once again. 3 dead for Optic, but Sentinels need to be in a position to get this ball away from bottom middle of their own, and unfortunately still nobody there in order to do so. And look at that, Optic Gaming have bought enough time to come off spawn, take down Snakebite, and once again have a great chance to compete for the next power-up.
Well, it now gets to the point where it's quicker for Optic Gaming to just keep this ball on the floor rather than pick it up, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just try and play Slayer here, bait this ball, watch where Sentinels are coming from, and just stop them from picking it up.
I saw this movie once, and the first time around, Lucid popped off with the snipe. Let's see what he can do with it this time around. He is going to relocate
into bottom middle. And this is a tough shot, but tough shots making it look easy. Is Lucid already finding one. 2 members go down for Sentinels and 70 points and climbing. Optic Gaming have a phenomenal round 1 here in our game 4 on the back of Ola's 17 kills.
Well, Optic moved this ball to an even more difficult position for Sentinels to try and grab it in open field over towards the power-up. And with 10 seconds left, it has to be now. Someone from Sentinels needs to grab this ball.
And someone from Sentinels does. Frosty on that ball in order to get some time accumulated. Unfortunately, Snakebite does find one, but damage is traded out. 2-on-2 situation now. And with 6 seconds left, Sentinels cannot afford to drop that ball for too long. But you know the pressure is coming. Optic Gaming, snipe in hand. Lucid finds one with the Mangler, knows that there's a player to his left, tries to stay alive, but actually ADS is to the right, and because of it, Lethal gets the better of him there. But, I mean, this is terrible. Sentinels do lose their ball carrier for a moment, but they cannot afford to drop this ball any longer with 1 second remaining.
1 second remaining. They will drop it. Can they get the touch? No, they can't. And the first round goes in favor of Optic. Sentinels just a little bit too late to find some heat in this map. And that now means Optic Gaming are 1 round away from taking the series and finding themselves in that winner's final against Cloud9.
What a big round from Pistola there. So many kills to his name, helping the squad out, getting the rotations. But it was really all of Optic getting that perfect ball rotations that gave him the advantages to take that round 1. Lucid already pressing his advantages here in round 2. Up 2 players right now. They have ball in hand, so quick to get it after those kills, but not expecting Frosty to be there. Gets back smacked, and now Frosty, with snipe in hand, can do just what Lucid did in the first round.
What lessons did Sentinels learn from that round 1 then? Do they know that they need to be perhaps prioritizing these ball time a little bit more? Scrappy time being picked up here or there as Frosty manages to get 1. Will make it 2 after the melees, but with the camouflage can reposition to help this ball, and Optic are going to have to be a little bit more patient about their push.
20 points in climbing. Sentinels have a setup, able to hold this setup. You never saw the house setup once in the first round. Already we're seeing Sentinels have some success here. Frosty, anything you can do, I can do better, he says as he rips Pistola's head off. Unfortunately, he does get naded out, is taken down, and in a 2-on-2 situation, it puts Snakebite in a very difficult position, but he's got information. He's got the heat wave in hand. He's got the first kill. Trippy's back here as well. Can he get the second? Gets Trippy to no shield, but great shots from Trippy to trade that kill out. But in the meantime, Lethal able to try and stay alive in that back base, but Trippy somehow doing a better job of staying alive. And now, finally taken down, but not without being a complete nuisance to the setup of Sentinels.
The survivability of every one of these players is impressing me. Every single time they play their lives perfectly, as Royal 2 manages the double, but gets beaten down eventually. 34 in favor of 0 to Sentinels. A great setup to open things up for Sentinels, but they need to do something similar if they are going to take down Optic Gaming.
The battle for house was epic, but in the meanwhile, the ball did reset bottom middle, so Optic Gaming not able to get any ball time acquired so far in round 2, even though they won that battle in house that was so intense. Right now, Camo is coming up, and unfortunately the shield not being strong enough to keep Lethal alive while it was coming up, so that's going to go into the hands of Pistola. Pistola with Camo can be lethal, but will that be the case here? And now Pistola tries to slow the game down a bit.
Pistola's got the information onto Snakebite, but isn't going to chase that one because he doesn't want to be walking into grenades. That's what's very important with these players, is knowing when to not chase a kill and when to just reposition and give the information to the rest of your team.
A very interesting route Pistola chooses to take. He does catch Royal 2 off guard. Is rocked to no shield by a heat wave shot. Now Snakebite, the last player alive. You see Optic Gaming want to get over to that ball, and it is going to be Trippy that picks it up. Snakebite has gone into house. But Snakebite staying alive in this situation is big, but unfortunately now, the respawners of Sentinels not able to get there just in time, and they're going to have to push 3v4.
It's an unorthodox position for Trippy right now, holding that ball over towards the camo, but eventually now we'll move it into house, and perhaps we're going to see Optic's first setup of this round. So it's going to come down to how well Sentinels can break it. Optic managed to do it after around 30 points, but where are Sentinels in terms of their position? Because they've got to be careful. They can't go bottom middle, otherwise they'll be walking straight into Trippy, and elsewhere, 2 kills have gone in favor of Optic, so this is going to be another push that Sentinels are going to have to probably retreat from.
Yeah, somehow, some way, Trippy does get taken down to turn the odds maybe into Sentinel's favor, but just like that, the next 2 players for Sentinels go down. Lucid finds the snipe, gets it into his hands, and this setup looking great for Optic Gaming.
43 to 36, and Sentinels off the spawn. Where are the grenades going to go? You've all got to work together. Frosty trying to get bottom middle, but Lucid's watching the angle perfectly. And Optic Gaming are starting to get closer and closer towards winning this series now, and that's naturally going to generate a little bit of nervousness from the Sentinels roster.
The pressure is on the Sentinels boys right now as Snakebite gets taken down.
Oh!
Another body shot, and Frosty's got to be frustrated. The kill can't come through, but great damage from Lucid so far with the snipe. I love this relocation to bottom middle. He's going to be able to flame pillars. Lucid doing a great job of winning that body shot narrowly under Lethal's toes, and it's toe shots that could make the difference.
Honestly, watching Lucid play, sometimes you think he's on mouse and keyboard, not controller, with the way he moves around the map and how quick he can flick. Not able to connect with a couple of those shots, but he's still alive, he's still doing damage, and he's still being a pain in the backside to this Sentinels roster.
Most importantly, taking down Frosty several times in this one life. One player considered the best in the world, another player considered the best in the world, and we're seeing Lucid get the better of Frosty, giving Optic Gaming the advantage here in round 2.
Oh my goodness gracious! Doesn't connect with the second one, but the first was done enough. Double kill, maybe he could even try and play for a triple, but instead just gives the information to the rest of the team. I was going to say, can Sentinels get that ball to tower? Can we see a proper setup for the Sentinels team? But unfortunately, it was shut down immediately just from that one single sniper headshot.
I mean, he's killed Frosty 6 times in this one life. He's doing everything he can to shut him down. Finally, Lucid's reign of terror is ended, but is the damage done? 76 points and climbing to try and close out this game. It would be the end of the winner's bracket run for Sentinels if Optic Gaming can just keep it up for 2 more minutes.
Snakebite eventually connecting with those shots, 84 to 46, and Sentinels, even though they're on the back foot, this is still very winnable. They will pick the ball up. They have been able to spot out the remaining players from Optic, so they're looking to try and take advantage of it. They need to find Lucid. They need to shut Lucid down. Finally, they get that kill.
But it makes him work so hard for it. He draws so much attention. The ball's over at tower, so now Sentinels has to fight back towards tower to help their ball carrier. They do get a kill on pillars, but unfortunately, they do lose numbers for now. A great kill on tower. This is a very important kill. Lethal needs to kill Pistola. He hits a little bit of help from roll 2, and because of it, Ola does lose his life. Camo coming up as well. And this could be the power curve and the setup that Sentinels need.
Well, this could be good news, though, for Optic, because they're going to be on the spawn, but they're going to spawn next to that camo. APG, I think, was the one who picked it up, him or Pistola. APG has to stay alive because he could be such a big influence for breaking this setup. But as we've said that, the ball time has been racking up for Sentinels, and they're going to tie the game.
They're going to tie the game, but APG, with this camo, looking to push back tower where this ball carrier is. He is going to be able to play it, so Sentinels do get a play ball. Good shots on the Lethal to take him down. APG immediately puts his eyes on that next ball reset. He knows players should be coming from pillars, and APG knows all because spawners out by green make it very difficult. Lucid with the double kill, and the kill feed could be the 2 kills that end this series.
Optic not quite able to get that ball out of bottom middle and escape, though. Sentinels just doing enough to watch those angles, to nade it, to be a nuisance. And both teams know, if you are all 4 dead once more, you will lose this map.
8 points to get to a round 3. Frosty with ball in hand, following his teammates bottom middle. Is anyone from Optic Gaming there? No! Frosty getting it done. The rest of Sentinels clutch up, and with the pressure, with their backs against the wall, they will force a 3rd round here in game 4.
Optic probably looking at themselves saying, what went wrong? We had a 40-point lead. We were looking comfortable.
They better not be.
Tower setup is what went wrong. Every single time we've seen this game go towards Optic, it's been a house setup, a green setup, but the tower setup really favors Sentinels.
Optic better be looking at their monitors talking about round 3 right now, because if they're focused on what just went wrong, they are in trouble. They need to close the door on the series. They do not want to go to a game 5. They have a 50% win rate in game 5s, but just like that, they start off round 3 as hot as they can. 4 dead for Sentinels, sniping Lucid's hand, and you couldn't have written a better picture if you're a Green Wall fan.
Well, they're able to get the ball away. Camouflage has just popped, and Lucid's going to be able to watch it with this sniper rifle, so you'd imagine they are going to be in a position to grab this, and if they do grab it, along with the ball time they're currently collecting, Sentinels will very much be on the back foot, as Frosty just narrowly misses that one.
I don't even know how that missed, but Lucid can't seem to find the damage that he so often finds, and because of it, Sentinels break the setup. 3 dead. APG, last player alive, back tower, does play the ball once again. A 30-point lead is a substantial lead, but all it will take is one of these Sentinel setups to get right back into it.
Frosty's the one who gets the camouflage, but it's not going to be used at the moment. Instead, he's just going to take these battles, and he doesn't care if his camo dissipates. Needs to help Royal 2 get that ball away, which he should be able to do. Royal 2 has to just retreat in the end.
I'd love to see Royal 2 be able to accumulate some kind of ball time here, but unfortunately, because he was no shield, he didn't feel comfortable holding onto that ball. There he goes. He's finally able to pick it up, but it does look like we're going to have Optic Gaming pushing from green as well. Good shots and a good kill. Optic Gaming, 3 dead right now. Sentinels able to get some time, significant right now, and if they can find this last player alive, I believe he's actually at tower. Maybe he's at bridge, but they should get right back into this 3rd round.
Sentinel's kind of confused at the moment, looking around, not knowing when to go, but sometimes this is the best ball time for you when you are not really controlling the map at all and you have to kind of fight your way out. If you do survive, if you do get those kills, you manage to rack up so much ball time.
Look at this.
And already we see the 0 turn into a 25. Sentinels really getting back into this round number 3.
Lethal rotating all the way from Brute Hall back green through house, and this is a perfect rotation. Sentinel showing you that it's not just recharge they can do this on. They can do it on live fire as well. Trippy picks up an ever so important kill under Royal 2. That's going to weaken the defenses of this setup for Sentinels, but now Optic Gaming have their eyes set to push green, but you know the play ball's coming through, so Trippy doesn't want to push all the way. But Lethal waiting to the last second to play that ball. Such a smart play to reset the map now, and Sentinels all of a sudden with a 15-point lead.
Lethal gets the trade as well. That's absolutely massive for Sentinels because it means Optic, they're not going to have too much of a player advantage when it comes to the spawns, but as I say that, the kills come through from Ola and Lucid, and Snakebite was the last remaining player. But is he back tower? He's going to be on bridge and actually manages to take down the ball. Another big kill.
APG tries his best to get the ball all the way to green, does end up giving his life to do so. Will this work out in Optic's favor? You see Lucid trying to milk as much time as he can, but unfortunately forced to play the ball, and the pressure from Sentinels are going to be too much for him over at green. They get 2 dead, and right now the last 2 players alive for Optic are bottom middle.
I think the fact that we're seeing this ball being moved to green over and over again suggests how nervous both these teams are right now. You want to put the ball into a place where you can play it so quickly just in case these kills don't go in your favor. I'd say maybe don't be scared. Maybe take it to that perfect setup over towards tower. You can still play it back. I know it's a little bit more risky, but that's where Sentinels have found their success at that tower setup, but also their rotations from Brutes has been absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, but they're not going to let them rotate it this time around in. Optic Gaming are cutting off multiple different angles here. Frosty surrounded with no friends around as he lost multiple members on his team. Is going to relocate the house. A wise decision as he had both power weapons on the map. He has snipe now in hand, chooses to drop the heat wave for a teammate. That teammate is now going to be able to push. Frosty with an AR in his back pocket, limited. And what he's able to do is he pushed up for Camo, is taken down immediately, and with Camo coming up, that could be a massive kill from Trippy.
Frosty didn't get the opening with the shot, but at least he did distract them. If APG had got that kill, that might have been the round going in favor of Optic. I'm going to be completely honest with you, but Snakebite stays alive, can opt to pick this ball up. Royal 2's got hold of the sniper rifle, takes down Trippy, and is going to have the camouflage as well. Everything's looking good for Sentinels at the moment.
Yeah, because APG doesn't get that kill, doesn't play the ball, Sentinels now have a perfect setup. They've acquired that camo as well, and Royal 2 had found 3 kills in that entire span, but now he's looking to do more as he finds 4, now 5, make it a killing spree for Royal 2.
It's a killing spree, but elsewhere Lucid was able to get in, kill the ball, and not allow the play to happen, but Snakebite's going to try and rotate this one as he did so well in recharge, and he will get the kill. Sentinels move that ball over towards house. Still plenty of time on the clock, but most importantly, Sentinels need 20, Optic need 40.
Pivotal battles being won by Sentinels right now here in Game 4 to push this to a Game 5. The ball is down on scoreboard. Nobody on Sentinels able to get that ball as they did have 3 dead, but Optic Gaming right off spawn, able to get a few kills of their own, get that ball in hand, and now 15 points separate the 2.
Optic have been far more comfortable setting up in towards house. I think we know it, Sentinels know it as well. They can't allow this setup to be too strong, and they've done just that. They've got the kills, they forced that ball back up into the opening, but it's still Lucid being a thorn in the side.
Well, that was such a big kill by Lethal, I can't speak about it enough. He ignores Lucid. He knows Lucid's pushing him nest, but he focuses on the ball carrier, because that ball carrier will play that ball if he gets out. Now 10 points. It forces Lucid to try and push Snakebite here. He does get the kill. Can he find the double under Royal 2? The answer is yes, but is anyone bottom middle for Optic Gaming to capitalize now? 33 points will be needed for Optic Gaming to stop the comeback from happening.
Jesus, Lucid is on a tear at the moment. It just seems like everything he tracks onto falls to the floor. 80 seconds tick by
APG
for
got
Optic
camo.
Gaming, and the camouflage was there, but Snakebite will take him down. This Sentinels roster is going to push all the way on camo side, but Lucid can get the backstab.
Oh my god, the repulsor on Royal 2 takes him down, but the play ball comes through, so Lucid gets a double kill, having a killing spree of his own to answer Royal 2's, but that play ball, it's bottom middle now. 13 points is all they need right now. APG repositions himself to get that ball bottom middle. Nades come through, players no shield, and Lucid in such a difficult position here. APG gets taken down there, but Lucid gets his shield back, turns around, predicts Royal 2 back tower, finds that kill.
Where's
but
the ball?
2 kills get traded out.
Where's the ball? Snakebite's got the ball. You've got to go after him. It looks like no one's there to contest it. Surely not here from Sentinels. 100. We're going to a game 5.
I don't know why you said that so excited, Dan. We've had game 5s every series. It was predictable. It was the only thing that stands true throughout this weekend. Each team winning their non-favorable game types throughout the series, and now we have a game 5 on our hands in the winners bracket semifinals. Once again, these two push each other to the limits, and we're gonna see 50 kills decide the winner once again.
Lucid just got like about 7 or 8 kills unanswered, by the way, and just made such mammoth plays, but still was not able to be in a position to stop that ball from being picked up. When the ball is on the floor, it's of course vulnerable to being hit by grenades and being repositioned, and Sentinels were just able to swoop in and steal it away. 253 to 251 is what the score says, but it was 2-1 in favor of Sentinels, whilst there was a 40-kill shock start from Lucid throughout that series.
Well, what you're missing is the quietest 45 kill bomb we've ever seen. How often were we on Snakebite's screen? That is highway robbery, L-Town. You've been doing a phenomenal job all day, but 45 kills go unnoticed from Snakebite. Maybe that's a little bit of our job in order to guide that direction, but a phenomenal game 4 from Snakebite once again to keep Sentinels in this series, but 12,000 damage says a lot about Lucid as well.
Snakebite has been my star player for Sentinels all tournament long. His rotations with the ball, previously on Recharge earlier today, I was harping up and I was saying it's amazing what he's being able to do. We saw similar work for him here on Livefire, but I guess what we didn't see was how many kills he was able to be consistently finding. And because the fact the kill leaderboard resets every round in the observer mode, yeah, you don't necessarily track it, but I mean, hats off to PJ.
You know what the most impressive thing about that 45 kills is L-Town is doing a phenomenal job of following the power weapons. Snipe in the hand of Lucid all the time, snipe in the hand of Frosty all the time. They're doing work with it. Snakebite's doing all of this damage, getting 45 kills without the power weapons, because we know where the power weapons were that game, but Snakebite doing it with a battle rifle, doing it with probably with a mangler if I had to guess, but phenomenal performance from him. Once again, like you said, a hell of a tournament so far.
And that was one of the biggest kills from Snakebite as well. I know it was Lucid who got that backstab and he got the repulsor off the map. If Snakebite hadn't have killed the ball guy, Optic Gaming win this map and win this series, and they're going into the winners finals. And it was Snakebite who picked that ball up at the end.
APG had 1 kill in that round. APG had 1 kill in round 3. That went unnoticed as well, and that cannot happen. If you want to close the door on a team like Sentinels, I expect a much stronger performance as we go into game 5. And it's Recharge Slayer, Dan. Let me hear the analytics on this one time so I know who not to root for.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, every game that should have gone one way has gone the other, so I guess I should still say that Sentinels have been winning this map in scrims. So I guess maybe that's bad news if you're a Sentinels fan.
Sorry, Lottie.
50 to 44 and 50 to 39, the last 2 results on this map between these 2 teams in scrims. But again, I'm going to put an asterisk next to it because scrims don't seem to have necessarily resulted in results coming through. Optic, though, is that going to kill the momentum? Considering how hard Lucid had to work at the end there to try and keep the ball on their side, is that just going to put a little bit of doubt in the minds of this Optic roster where they start to think back about Sentinels knocking them out at that previous tournament?
That question can only be determined by 4 players up there, and that's the Optic Gaming roster. We're looking on the left side of our screen. They've been here before. They've done this before, but they're going to have to do it again if they want to reach the winners bracket finals. And they're going to have to do it against some of the best in the world sitting on the right side of the stage as well. I can't pick a winner here. It's going to really be determined by power-up control. You have to think each game has gone based off who has controlled those power-ups. So often did we see Sentinels getting control or at least shutting down the control. But now, we go into Game 5, winners bracket semifinals for all the marbles. 50 kills will determine the winner between these two. Once more, Optic Gaming and Sentinels on Recharge Slayer.
And Recharge Slayer is one of my favorite Game 5s because it can be fast-paced, but it can slow down at just those right moments where you can cut the tension with a knife. But off the rip, both teams having the battle in control.
An Optic Gaming 3-push catwalk strat to open it up. Frosty finds the first pick. It looks like Camo's disappeared for now, but where did it go? It's on the ground. A kill onto the Camo player is what had happened, and that's going to allow Snakebite to punch it into his chest. But a great job by Optic to deny that from getting any further.
Let's go back to Aquarius right at the start of this series. The Aquarius Slayer, where it was camouflage after camouflage, going in favor of Sentinels. It was Snakebite always getting it as well. We need to keep an eye on these camos as they come up, but the first one is going to be irrelevant. 6-4 in favor of Optic.
APG with 3 kills to his name already. Tripling the amount of kills he had in that last round, and that's a phenomenal job by him to start this game off on the right foot, build some confidence as he needs to pick it up. This entire Optic Gaming team wants to win this series so desperately. A rival on the other side of the stage is Sentinels, and Lucid opting to go for Sword now on screen. Going to go for Repulsor as well, has got himself a very powerful kit, but on the opposite side of the map, Frosty does have that shock rifle, and we know what he can do with it as well.
And I think that's why Lucid went to get that sword. He saw in the kill feed, Frosty's getting kills with the shock rifle. I need a power weapon as well. I need to control this side of the map because Frosty's been controlling the other side. With those kills, Frosty still finds him and Sentinels behind by 2, but at least he makes them scared to push this Optic roster. They're reluctant to push out into the open, and that allows Sentinels just to set up a little bit, take some map control around the turbine area.
I like this. The game's starting to slow down. Frosty with 5 kills already. You can bet that he wants to be the game changer here with this shock rifle. Will Optic Gaming allow Frosty the opportunity to get a kill here? You know, they just saw him up here. They know he has that shock rifle. Lucid being such a pesky player in that top window, and he knows that he's buying time for Trippy to try and push. Trippy's rocked to no shield, but Trippy's still alive.
He was literally being bait there. He was saying to Trippy, I'm going to poke, wait for the shot, and then you go. But there was also cover for Frosty. Both teams at the moment have a crossfire. They've all set up across the map. But here comes the flying players to try and assist. The trade comes through, 10-7.
The trade does come through, but Lucid in the meantime able to pick up this camo. Has sword as well. Lethal knows he has sword. Unfortunately, Lethal gonna go down as well, and Lucid goes right back for his repulsor, and I love this by him, not forgetting that he dropped repulsor there. And he can use all of the sandbox to his utility now.
Also, Lucid knows he really wants to take control of these kind of close quarter areas with this sword, so that's why he's heading back to control at the moment. Frosty is in there and waiting and maybe surprised, but is Lucid failing this jump, or is he just trying to get information? I don't really care, because I'll always watch his POV and enjoy it.
Absolutely. He says, I'll make this jump. Maybe not, but they come through, so it's probably better that he doesn't make the jump. Unfortunately, because Lucid not able to impact the game just yet, he does lose his teammate, and Oa does get taken down as well, and that's a little bit of a blunder. Not often do you see Lucid miss jumps, but it works out in Trippy's favor. He's got the kill with the sword, and not only that, now he's top BR with a shock rifle in hand.
Frosty has 8 kills right now. Lethal and Royal 2 still yet to find one, but of course, a couple of assists here and there for them, but maybe they need to catch up with Frosty in terms of the damage output as Lethal re-peaks, and Trippy will say thank you very much for the free kill.
Disrespectful was that re-peak onto Trippy, and Trippy makes him pay immediately. 7 kills separate Optic Gaming and Sentinels right now, and Trippy finds himself the 18th kill.
This is not good news for Sentinels. Already down by 8, and all the goodies are in the hands of Optic Gaming right now. A new Mangler is up there, and yep, I thought so. Lucid is going to be there and says, thank you very much. I'll put that in my back pocket.
I'll cover you, bro. You go get the Mangler. Nice job. Now Trippy just with 1 shot in this shock rifle left, trying to use it to help his team secure this camo, but if he misses this, he's only gonna have a BR to play around. Lucid does find a kill, a melee kill in the kill feed right there. You have to think that Mangler is coming into use right now for him. Trippy trying to finish off Royal 2, actually gets repulsed back. It works out in his favor as he does get that kill. Royal 2 still killless in a game 5. You know that won't last long, but Optic Gaming 21-12 now as they've been able to take the lead here, but Frosty does have camo, makes his way all the way to sword. And I love this by Frosty because he hasn't activated the camo yet. He wants to use the entire allotted time that camo will give you in order to have success, to get his team back back into this game.
Didn't even want to waste a sword snipe as well. 9 kills for Frosty, and definitely the chance to get them back into it right now with the camo and sword. But it's about where he goes. You've got 2 decisions. You can try and push over towards Elevator, or you can just dominate the gold area. It looks like Elevator is going to be the choice. He's already seen 1, but patience here as he knows there's more.
1 wisely, trigger discipline. I guess this trigger discipline with the sword finds 2. Does get taken down, and Trippy with the double, the perfect kill as we barely, narrowly saw the end of it. But that's Trippy swinging numbers back into Optic Gaming's favor and keeping this at an 8-kill lead.
They've got to be careful. They've got to maybe take this out of Trippy's hands, because it seems like every time there's a shock rifle, it's always going to be falling to one of these Optics players, and they have been doing work with it, and you've got to be careful with these peaks. You've got to put some respect on Trippy's name, because he's been hitting these shots.
Yeah, eventually you're going to catch on to where if he's not missing, you got to stop giving him opportunities. But it has slowed down once again, and Trippy is going to try and relocate now that his presence has been spotted, but doubles back. He's been disrespected before. Royal 2 finds his first kill of the game, and that's a big one. Maybe he can build some momentum on the other side of the map. But Trippy, I love this by him, relocating into red, controlling pipes, and I love how Optic Gaming has controlled the entire pace of this game so far.
Yeah, they really have, and Sentinels, they know that this next camouflage is coming up, but they're reluctant to push out in any of these angles because they're not sure where the shock rifle is right now. Trippy has done very well at repositioning to be unpredictable, and Lethal walks right into the trap, and that's going to allow now Optic to potentially push down and grab that camouflage.
Onset said he wanted to see the Trippy series. We may see the Trippy Game 5 as his control of the shock rifle has been nothing short of perfect. 12, 2, and 4 in a Game 5, giving Optic Gaming the 33-20 lead.
Even though Sentinels have played this map so well in scrims, it seems again Optic have worked on one of their weaker game types here. Lethal gets repulsed away and doesn't have a chance to use the sword. APG and Optic, now they're going to look to even go on more of a tear here.
And once again, Camo, sword in control of one player on the map. Such a massive power curve. Camo is going to go out shortly, but APG actually gets out of Elevator, and not only that, finds a kill on the Lethal. A massive job by APG. Great awareness from him, and he's got 10 kills as well, so as great of a game as Trippy is having, APG is right behind him.
A 14 kill difference. Now, I've seen some crazy things happen in this tournament and in previous tournaments, but if Optic throw away a 14 kill lead, I think everyone in this arena would gasp so loud it would make an audible that would be even louder than you, Clutch.
I'll throw up. If they throw this lead, I'll throw up, I promise you, because it would make me sick to my stomach to watch these guys give up such a lead in such a big moment for them. I love what we're seeing from Optic Gaming. Controlled pace right now as they look to push elevators. They get 2 more kills towards their total, and just 10 now to separate themselves in a match between them and Cloud9.
The trouble is, every time Sentinels try and slow this one down, Optic Gaming speeds it right back up in the right areas. 9 more kills needed for Optic. And, well, that's going to be 27 more needed for Sentinels. I think that says it all right now. And Sentinels, they're just flooding in to try and do something, but time and time again, they're going down. Camo's going to be up in 5, 6 kills remaining.
Flooding in to try to do something does not sound like an epic strategy that will work against such a strong Optic Gaming roster. 14 for both Trippy and APG. Lucid using grapple to get himself the Mangler combo, and we saw how lethal this could be on live fire. We're going to see it again here and now.
Cloud9 are waiting in the winners finals, and I think they're starting to realize their opposition is going to be Optic Gaming at this point. Just 1 kill remaining. Sentinels have been so far off the pace.
I hope these boys are hungry, because steak is on the menu tonight. It was a hell of a series, but Optic Gaming with 1 more kill will look to close the door, and there it is. The green wall prevails, smiles across the board for the boys in green. And what a series it was, but Optic Gaming, they got to Game 5 and they said absolutely not this time. What a series, Dan.
I mean, I predicted a Game 5, but I did not predict us getting to that Game 5 in that manner. All of the favorite game types going to the team who arguably should have lost them based off of history, based off statistics, based off scrims. Throw it out the window. Scrap it all, because it's all about who's playing well on the day, who's put more time in those scrims, what was going wrong in the scrims, what can you develop, what can you change, and it seems like Optic just about got the better of Sentinels on this one. Such an intense and close the series, but the game 5, it was everything but. That wasn't close whatsoever, and I think Sentinels will be pretty annoyed that they weren't able to make more of that one.
Yeah, you lose some, you win some, and Sentinels already winning a game 5 earlier today. It just wasn't in the cards for them, but Optic Gaming, what a performance that was in that game 5, right? Those games throughout the series, so close, but this one, they decided to take over. And when I say they, specifically Trippy and APG, both 15 kills to their names, both 7 deaths, 5 and 7 assists outright, but it really was those two picking it up and stepping up for the green wall. And it was that shock rifle with Trippy that was really making the difference, trading kills out, getting the entry picks that gave Optic Gaming such a massive opportunity.
I think if you've got someone on the team who is hitting those shots, then you always are going to have the possibility of the remaining players getting camouflage, getting sword, getting the mangler, and then, I mean, everything else just kind of unfolds in front of you at that point. There's even I can get kills with a mangler, let's be completely honest. So if you put it in the hands of some of these amazing players, then that's going to be a terrifying thing when they're suddenly charging at you. But sword control, what I loved was when Lucid saw that the shock rifle was in the hands of the other team of Frosty, he said, well, let's get the sword into play. Let's get up close and personal with them.
Absolutely. Love the decision by Lucid. I hear that Blaze is actually on main stage with Lucid for an interview right now. Would love to hear what's going on with the green wall.
Thank you very much, Clutch. Ladies and gentlemen, I got the smoothest man in HCS here on the main stage in and out of game. Man, watching that series, okay? You guys had, it was a tough time. It was a battle. And watching your performance in game 2, dropping 24 kills, okay? Going on a tear. And then tell me about that going into game 4, because you guys, y'all was going back and forth, but it was all set up.
Right, yeah, I felt like, you know, first 2 games we were very much locked in. I think we had our game plans and we really stuck to it. I think, or really game 1, game 3.
Yeah.
And because that second game, I think routed us a little bit. Our Aquarius is a little weak. They're actually very good at it, and ours is just kind of weak. But then that game 3, we were locked in, back in it like game 1. And I think game 4, we started out that way, and then round 2, they just kind of answered back on the oddball.
Yeah, because that Bazaar that you was playing, like, even with all 8 people in the lobby, everybody was playing to your pace, okay, as you were tearing them up. And so, but I really want to talk about the game number 4, okay, because we see you frying in like the last 2 minutes of it, okay? You go on a spree, you drop the ball, you go tower, just 2 seconds left on the clock. What was going through your mind as that sequence of actions was happening?
At that point, I know we were just starting to get hectic. That's one of the things we've been trying to work on, is like not getting hectic, because at that point we start to make some poor decisions, all of us. We get into that sort of just win or lose moment when we have probably guaranteed information to play off of. In that moment, I know I was like, go here, no, come back, a few times. I think we were kind of saying that. So then naturally, it was like almost coin flips. We just lost like 2 coin flips. Even in those 2 rounds, even, I'm not going to try to put Ol in spot, but at least in that second round, he didn't really recognize where the spawns were, because we just, none of us were on the same page
in the flow, in the moment, getting kills, understanding the pressure, because y'all lost that round 2 and immediately had to hop right back in it for round number 3. And y'all even started that one slow, so y'all really didn't have time to kind of adjust in that. But even with that happening and you guys losing that map 4, coming into map number 5, Trippy. Absolutely tripping.
He's the shock rifle owner today, at least. I know I get the title sometimes with some of my plays that I can make, but he was absolutely frying. Yeah, he was taking over.
He said, "Sit back, hold my fuel. I got this for you."
Yeah,
okay.
Once I saw those picks, I was like, dude, I can count on my team to do anything right now, because we're just making the right decisions and hitting the right shots at the right times.
Yes.
Everything was falling into place, and it's just one of those moments where it's like, okay, now nobody messed up. Like, it's just, he's doing everything for a moment. It's like, just don't throw it for him.
Don't throw it, right?
Yeah,
just
throw.
play your position, okay?
Exactly.
And so now last event, y'all played Sentinels a bunch. It went 1-1, okay? This is the 3rd time y'all played them. They got their full squad. What does this win mean for y'all, especially going towards the winter bracket finals, okay? Up against Cloud9, because we know that Raleigh performance wasn't what you wanted.
Yeah. I mean, we had some tough Game 5 heartbreaker losses against them as well in Cloud9, and I think we were playing kind of average. We were still playing solid, and that's why we were able to bring it back to those Game 5s. But I think, you know, we literally haven't taken like any days off. We took like maybe 1 day off, a couple days off, but we've literally been scrimming every single day.
Non-stop.
And just breaking each other down, honestly. We're like, you're doing this wrong, I'm doing this wrong, to all of us constantly. I mean, you know, it can be kind of irritating, but we all got good attitudes at the end of the day, and that's what I think it's tightened us up. Like that game 5 for us, I think it really was a testament to the practice we've been putting in, that the pressure wasn't getting to us. We had, you know, every team I think has their moments, no matter what, when the pressure's on, the games are getting tight, but we really stepped up and we weren't zoning in so hard that we were, you know, just getting into throw modes and costing our team.
All right, man. Well, hey, Lucy, that's going to do it for us because we can sit here and we can talk all day about that series and what you guys are going to do tomorrow. I love talking to you, but Lottie, y'all got to talk and break the series down because we definitely want to hear what you guys got to say.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Yeah, an incredible performance out of Optic there. I got to say, you know, an amazing interview from Lucy. It was really cool to get the intel on, you know, really what they've been up to and the practice they've been putting in. But I got to say, my highlight from that interview has to be Ola looking at Lucy like the proud dad that everybody wants. You know, the way he was looking at him, it was just pure passion for what he was saying.
I think he was passionate about the fact that Lucy had just said, "You're doing this wrong. You're doing this wrong." I think that's what he heard.
Yeah, I think he was like, you know what, we've been breaking it down as a team. My goodness, you can kind of tell. You know, they have been working as that squad. Let's just quickly talk about some of the final moments that we saw in some of these games. I mean, first of all, this final Slayer of the Night was just an absolutely epic showing from Optic across the board. They didn't give Sentinels any room to breathe whatsoever. And I think a lot of that did fall into the hands of Trippy there with the shock rifle, but I think it's also the openings that the team gave him to be able to do that. You know, pushing Sentinels around the map, forcing them to have to peek in certain situations, really gave the faces open for Trippy there. But I also want to talk about Opal and final moments there. What did you make of this series overall, Brav? Take your pickings.
I mean, what can I say? You guys didn't believe it was going to be Optic? I knew it was going to be Optic.
I had this terribly drawn thing by Gaskin, so I couldn't make, you know.
The excuses come in for GB. But back to the point, I think, like you said, the oddball was absolutely wild. We could spend, honestly, we could have an hour show dedicated to that oddball game because we were all backstage losing our minds. I know many of you at home were losing your minds as well. One thing I got to give credit to, though, to my duo is right before that Slayer started, Onset looked at me and he said, "I'm watching Trippy this game."
Yeah,
and man, did that ever.
Wait a minute.
That pipe up.
Hold on.
It was Golden Boy.
Hold up. Okay. I was the one that talked about Trippy needing to be a key factor for this team, and he pulled through. Why?
Very true.
Because he needed to. Because we needed to see Trippy play like that, and because we know he's very capable of doing it. What are you going to say, Mark?
He copied my homework earlier, and now he's just copying my homework again.
we still need that replay.
At this point, it's just blatant. But no, you're completely right.
And you copied the wrong homework.
I think Trippy needs a lot of love after that series. I've been. Quite honestly, there's been game 5s where I've looked at Trippy's stats, I've looked at some of the plays, and he looks a little bit nervous, and he seems a little bit hesitant. He's kind of playing with that, I don't want to lose this game, instead of, I'm going to go and win this game mentality. That's a different Trippy that we've just seen there in a game 5.
Give me that Trippy every time.
That's a confident Trippy who's saying, I'm going to be the man to step up. I am the man for Optic Gaming. What a game 5 that was. It was almost flawless from him.
Yeah, it really was. And I think, you know, overall as well, you know, Optic, they just looked like the aggressor in that situation as well. For me, the only time I really saw the aggressive nature from Sentinels was really in Aquarius. And that's the only time I really felt like they were really running the show. The rest of the time, I felt like their play was kind of scrappy. They were picking up things here and there when they could. And I think that scrappy gameplay really did aid into the fact that they got it as far as they did in the series. But unfortunately, I just feel like the composure, the elegance that Optic had, the nature of the way that they play the game really did aid into their victory there in that series. But I've got to say, an incredible job from both of our teams. And what a way to end day number 2.
Couldn't ask for anything better. I think we were all loving it backstage, and I'm sure everyone at home was as well.
I hope you guys were. It was absolutely amazing. Let's take a look right now though at the bracket, just to see exactly where we've ended up in our final series of the night. As you can see, Optic, they produced the goods. They did a thing. They're in the winners finals versus Cloud9, and that is going to be a steep hill to climb, but I believe in them. I really do.
It's coming out. It's also, sorry, go ahead, Mark.
I want to jump in really quickly here. Look at the side of the bracket of Cloud9 as well. That is not a 3-0 Cloud9, 3-0 Cloud9. That's a 3-2, a 3-1.
That's what I'm saying.
And Optic, having just come through their side of the bracket with pretty convincing victories, I would say, against arguably stronger teams historically, that tomorrow is going to be a wild series between the two. I can't wait. I genuinely can't wait for that one.
I mean, take a look at that bracket, and that gives you the story of this tournament. Everyone's starting to get better. People are starting to catch up. Pistola said it in the interview. The meta has been changing a lot, and it feels like we're watching 2 different games from Raleigh to today here in Anaheim. And even for the elimination bracket, we have some storylines out of here too, because G2's been a bit on a tear. Pioneers have been the talk of the town. Take your pick.
It's crazy already. I mean, to think that FaZe is also eliminated, right? I think that's
Yes. wild.
Of all the crazy things that have happened, might be one of the biggest surprises. I think so many people looking to see what FaZe was going to do at this event, and I think we talked for weeks about how FaZe looked better and better and better every week. So disappointing finish for them. But question for me about C9 is, do we get the same C9 we've gotten because the match results indicate that that might not be the best C9, or do we get Championship Sunday C9, which honestly they're probably going to show up tomorrow?
No, I do think that we are getting the C9 that we know and love. I mean, I just think that
with the match results that you just saw
genuinely, I still think we are. I just think that what it is that there's a lot to go off of. There's a lot of information that's out there. There's a lot of tape to pull from Cloud9, and as a result of that, teams are getting better, and that is exactly what we want. A team like Cloud9, this early in the life cycle of Halo Infinite as an esport, is only going to force everyone else to have to level up their gameplay. Yeah, I was saying like they're peaking at the wrong time, even though I still think C9 are very much in control of the HCS for a good long time. But right now, it does feel like we're starting to see this game evolve even more, and it is horrifying because if Lucid does the things that he did today and he keeps doing that, I mean, at this point, we're all just going to need new clothing and
that is true. It's going to be
I'm gonna need new underwear.
It's true.
Sweating through it, all
I
sorts
need
of
new
things.
clothing after that last series, so I'm in trouble tomorrow.
I think you're onto something there as well, GB, just really quickly on Cloud9, because you just got to remember one thing as well. Cloud9 haven't played these teams really before. I mean, the last time they had played, some of the teams that they had come up against today was back in November in the Open number 2. You know, a lot of these teams haven't had the chance to climb that Pro Series ladder and face Cloud9. Cloud9 haven't had that competition, so there is a form of unknown entity about these teams that they're playing. They're not sure about how to play them. They're not sure about what their play style is. They probably haven't watched VOD on the likes of Fnatic before. You know, it's probably not something that's on their mind, so I'm not surprised that they are dropping maps here and there, but what's more important is they are getting the results. They got the results. They are in the winners finals, and they're going up against Optic, who they've played many a times. So I'm excited to see what they're going to be doing tomorrow and how they're going to be delivering the goods, and whether or not Optic can also do the same. So I'm hoping for a pretty epic fight.
It's going to be good.
Now, don't fight over this though, folks, because this is going to be my last plug of the night in terms of your Twitch drops happening. So if you are tuning in on Twitch, or you are tuning into our lovely co-streamers who are streaming alongside us, and it's been lovely to have you guys on board all weekend, so thank you so much for joining us. But you guys get your hands on some free goodies. Look at these, absolutely stunning. Your battle rifle, sidekick, and your assault rifle could look super duper cool. All you have to do is make sure you are clicking on the Twitch drops that are happening in chat right now, and you also have the pose that is going to be happening tomorrow. You guys can get your hands on this HCS celebration pose, so you have to make sure you're watching for an hour in the grand final, which we already know you're going to be watching the whole damn thing.
Anyway.
Come on.
You better.
Don't lie.
Of course you are. Of course you're watching.
Otherwise, Alex will come after you.
Yeah, that's right. I would.
Oh gosh, you don't want that.
Yeah, just come in. You'll see this in your dreams.
Nightmares, especially
right?
not after he's been watching Lucid, because he's just told you that he leaks in all sorts of different places. So
yeah, man.
We definitely don't want that
it's
either.
It's like really squeaky, it's like squishy over here, you know? It's
how do you mute this?
Yeah, guys, I have a lot of great.
You notice how we've all been given mute buttons apart from Alex. It's great. We can just mute him.
If we can teach Golden Boy to self-mute, that'd be good.
I don't appreciate any of this, and I think that you guys have to put respect on my name.
Just remember, we were the first ones to stand in your corner this weekend.
We got you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. I'm gonna miss you all so much.
I know. We're gonna miss you too, man.
Yeah, we're gonna miss you, Golden Boy. You've been golden all weekend.
I've been all right.
We love you.
Okay.
We love you so much.
Had better ones.
We also love free things. I've got some more free things as well.
Go.
PC Game Pass, baby. We've got 30 of them. They're 3 months of PC Game Pass. I mean, absolutely insane stuff. You can get your hands on exclusive Xbox games that are coming out literally from launch. We're giving away 30 a day, so 30 today and 30 tomorrow. So you guys can also be the lucky winners of those Game Passes as well, which is absolutely epic. But gentlemen, that's going to do it from us on the desk. The only thing that's left to really be said is when you guys at home need to join us. So if you want to catch the pre-show, you're going to tune in at 11:15 Pacific. The action does start at 12, but honestly, we are goated up here. We talk about everything. We cover everything that you need to know about the matches on the main stage behind us. So make sure you guys are tuning into the pre-show as well. But we start off with United versus the Pioneers. This is an elimination match, people. Someone is going home first thing in the morning, and you don't want to miss it. But thank you so much for joining us for day 2 here at the NA Regionals. It's been absolutely amazing, live in Anaheim, California. What more could you want? But we will see you guys tomorrow for Championship Sunday, so don't be late.
Bye.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side. Flag 8. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan.
captured.